December 11th, 2010. Sacramento, Arco Arena. The match between the Kings and the Heat is underway. James sinks the free throw, and the Heat have now extended their lead to 13 points. The Kings have called a timeout, remarked Ujia from the commentary booth. Beside him, Coach Jean commented, "In the second half, the Heat's big three have unleashed a remarkable performance. Although there are still 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter, given this momentum, it seems nearly impossible for the Kings to mount a comeback." The director shifted the camera to the Kings bench, where Chung Lu, seated in the corner, felt that the game was essentially over. The relentless pressure from the Heat's trio left the young Kings players gasping for breath. The defensive system was disorganized, with glaring weaknesses both in interior protection and perimeter rotations issues that had plagued the Kings for several years. Chung Lu remained largely unfazed if it was destined to be a loss. So be it, for he had no opportunity to play. The interior play is far too soft. Are there no other big men available for the Kings? There are, my friend. The Kings still have a backup center, a player from Huaxia. Are you referring to Chung Lu? Let's not kid ourselves, he lacks even the skill to compete in the development league. On domestic forums, discussions were lively, albeit the Kings garnered little attention in Huaxia nonetheless. The presence of a Huaxia player spurred some activity. Following Yao Ming's injury early in the season, Chung Lu and Yi Jinlian, the only two Huaxia players still in the NBA, attracted considerable interest. This past summer, Chung Lu was selected by the Kings with the 57th pick in the second round of the NBA draft, marking his official entry into the league. Of course, the Kings' primary motivation for selecting him was not his prowess, but rather his identity as a Huaxia player. Even in the development league, Chung Lu managed to average only 4.8 points, 2.8 rebounds, and 2.1 assists, with a shooting percentage of 36.6. Nevertheless, for the sake of publicity, the Kings included him on the regular season roster. On the court, Kings head coach Paul Westphal glanced at Chung Lu in the corner of his eye, recalling the manager's pre-game suggestion to give this Huaxia player a chance during garbage time, which could enhance the team's viewership. Westphal felt a twinge of indecision. Chung Lu indeed possessed raw talent. His static athleticism was exceptional, standing at 213 centimeters with a wingspan of 227 centimeters and weighing 113 kilograms, a natural for the game of basketball. Regrettably, his performance in other areas left much to be desired. Nonetheless, Chung Lu had undeniably attracted a significant number of Huaxia fans, leading to a substantial increase in jersey sales. With a sigh, Westphal turned to Chung Lu on the bench. "Chung, you're up. Play the power forward position and hold your ground against Chris Bosh." Chung Lu was taken aback. The opportunity had suddenly presented itself. Simultaneously, a line of text appeared before his eyes. "Your tryout performance was less than satisfactory. However, due to your exceptional static athleticism and identity as a Huaxia player, you have successfully entered the NBA. Yet in this elite league, you struggle with the intensity of the competition. Over 5 years in the NBA, you have only played 137 games, accumulating a total of 509 points. At the age of 23, having been eliminated from the NBA, you found yourself in the CBA. Thanks to the experiences accumulated in overseas leagues, your early career in the CBA flourished. However, after 2 seasons, pride led you to neglect your training, and you soon faded into obscurity, ultimately retiring at the age of 30. Now, in the year 2030, at the age of 38, you have taken on the role of a commentator. As you observe LeBron James, still active on the NBA court at the age of 45, a sudden illusion of, if he can do it, so can I, washes over you. Reflecting on your entire career, you realize you have left behind many regrets, prompting a resolute decision to come out of retirement. Upon entering the NBA regular season, you are rewarded with a random superstar skill. Chung Lu. A look of confusion spreads across your face. What is this? A comeback from retirement. Did I not just join the NBA this year? Which dimension's old man Deng granted me this cheat? Chung Lu murmurs. Even if heaven has bestowed a cheat upon you, it seems somewhat incompatible. You're only 18 years old. Why grant you a cheat for a 38-year-old? What are you hesitating for? Get out there, Westphal berates as he notices Chung Lu in a daze. Oh. Snapping back to reality, you prepare to take the court, but wait, are you seriously being asked to face off against Bosh in your debut? Westphal certainly does not expect you to actually defend against Bosh. With just over 5 minutes left in the game, The team is trailing by double digits, 77-90. Substituting you in essentially signals surrender. These final 5 minutes are merely garbage time. The camera cuts to you, now, in a t-shirt, donning the number 7 jersey. Wait, Chung Lu is actually on the court. The Kings coaching staff is impressive. The Kings have completely thrown in the towel, letting Chung Lu make an appearance in the last 5 minutes. On the Heat side, their main players are still on the floor. Is Chung Lu matching up against Big Z or Bosh? Does it even matter? They treat him like a child regardless. Once you take the court, discussions across various forums skyrocket, and even the viewership of CCTV's broadcast rises. In the commentary booth, Yu Jia exclaims, Chung Lu has entered the game. Although this match has entered garbage time, we have been eagerly awaiting Chung Lu's debut today, and it should be a treat for fans in Huaxia. Director Zhang adds, let's hope Chung Lu can deliver a commendable performance. The commentators do not hold high expectations for your performance, as, in the eyes of many, a player who struggles even in the development league lacks the capability to compete in the NBA. As you tighten your shoelaces on the sidelines, you exchange high fives with your teammates and slowly make your way onto the court. At 38 years old, you have successfully made your comeback, standing once again on the NBA regular season stage. If spring breezes possess sympathy for the flowers, may it grant me youth once more. To inspire you, the system is currently extracting a superstar skill reward. Congratulations! You have received the exclusive skill of superstar Stephen Curry, 3-point sharpshooter. Chung Lu. Stephen Curry? That name sounds familiar. Isn't he the guard from the Warriors? Chung Lu found himself increasingly perplexed. While Stephen Curry was renowned for his exceptional 3-point shooting, he was merely a sophomore rookie. Could he truly be classified as a star? Chung Lu had initially anticipated acquiring skills from established legends of the league, perhaps even those from the distant past. Yet to his astonishment, the reward was merely a skill from a second-year newcomer. Was this skill truly of any utility? The system's timeline is set in 2030. Could it be that Curry has evolved into a top-tier superstar in the future? Chung Lu pondered, but he soon discerned a flaw in the logic. Even if Curry were to become extraordinary in the future, he was a center, and receiving a guard skill left him bewildered. At that moment, nearly 20,000 spectators, along with countless fans across the ocean, were intently watching Chung Lu's inaugural appearance. The game pressed on. The Miami Heat's lineup consisted of Zydrunas Ilgauskas, Chris Bosh, LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, and Carlos Arroyo. The Kings roster included DeMarcus Cousins, Chung Lu, Dante Green, Tyreke Evans, and Bino Udrih. The Kings executed an inbounds play, with Udrih advancing the ball into the front court. Chung Lu positioned himself in the paint despite it being garbage time. He cherished the precious opportunity to be on the court. One question lingered in his mind: just how formidable was the 3-point shooting skill bestowed upon him by the system? Chapter 2. Is it really a fluke? Wade commenced his pressure on the Kings guard, Udrih, right at half court. As Udrih approached the arc, he narrowly escaped a steal and hastily passed to Evans. Utilizing his physical advantage, Evans maneuvered past Arroyo with the ball towards the wing. Westphal, from the sidelines, urgently signaled for his players to set screens, move inside to set a pick, do not attempt to isolate against LeBron. Although Evans was often likened to a young LeBron, it was exceedingly difficult for him to break through LeBron's defense one-on-one. Moreover, the Heat's towering duo, Bosh and the other big man, were firmly guarding the paint. Attempting to force a drive would only result in a turnover. The Kings needed to draw the Heat's twin towers out, while simultaneously providing Evans with a screen to create space for a breakthrough. Upon hearing the coach's instructions, Chung Lu quickly moved to set a pick for Evans, yet their lack of synchronization was evident. As Chung approached, Evans opted to pass, rendering the attempt nearly equivalent to relinquishing possession. James reacted swiftly, stepping in to intercept the pass. Damn it, Westphal cursed under his breath. How could we lose the ball like that? Fortunately, James failed to secure the ball, which rolled out of bounds, still granting possession to the Kings. The home crowd expressed their dissatisfaction with Chung Lu's performance, erupting in boos. Chung felt unjustly accused. Wasn't it Evans who made a poor pass? This rookie's spatial awareness was severely lacking. Perhaps he should focus on his role as the team's cash cow, Westphal mused, having silently placed Chung on his blacklist. The game resumed with the Kings maintaining their formation, and Evans prepared for another isolation play on the wing. After Chung set a screen for Evans, he drove towards the basket, prompting Bosh and Wade to initiate a double team. Evans passed the ball back to Chung at the top of the arc. "Secure the ball and locate your teammates," Westphal shouted. Yet, Chung failed to seek out his teammates, captivated by the open space before him. The basket seemed to beckon him with an almost magnetic allure. Adjusting his stance, Cheng raised the ball overhead and smoothly released a three-point shot. The home crowd was momentarily stunned. Was this player truly not joking? A rookie center neglecting to perform the dirty work, instead opting to shoot from the arc? "You can't take such reckless shots," Udry, the Kings guard, exclaimed. From the perspective of the Kings players, Cheng's decision to shoot was a poor choice, even with a significant lead. Such play could incite discontent among teammates, let alone while trailing. Westphal pounded his fist against the tactical board. "Who the hell told you to shoot like that? I'll sub you out immediately." Swish. The basketball soared through the air, tracing a perfect arc before plunging into the net. As the ball swished through the hoop, the net rebounded like a splash of water, abruptly silencing the boos and igniting cheers from the audience. The broadcast camera shifted to capture Chung Lu retreating on defense. Westphal was somewhat astonished. Could this young man truly shoot three-pointers? After the basket, Cheng Lu also felt a surge of excitement. This three-point sharpshooter seemed to possess considerable skill. Typically, his training focused on fundamental post moves, and he had scarcely practiced beyond the arc. In other words, Cheng Lu had little experience with long-range shooting. The previous attempt felt remarkably effortless, and in an instant, the tension in Cheng Lu's heart dissipated, replaced by a surge of confidence. Wade and James exchanged bewildered glances. Who was this player across from them? Bosh shook his head, believing that the three-pointer was merely a lucky shot. The Heat executed their offense swiftly, with James driving aggressively toward the basket after a pick-and-roll, ultimately completing a tough layup. The Kings' offense commenced. The guard advanced the ball rapidly, while Cheng Lu positioned himself in the low post. After receiving the ball in the corner, Evans made a triple threat move before lofting the ball to Cheng Lu. Cheng Lu attempted to back down Bosh, who met him with firm resistance. Realizing the defense was formidable, he passed the ball to Cousins in the middle. Cousins had been struggling in this game. Caught between the relentless pressure from Bosh and another defender, the young big man managed only 5 points. Cousins then passed the ball back to the corner, where Cheng Lu found himself just beyond the three-point line. Cheng Lu faked a shot, causing Bosh to retreat a step. Observing that Bosh had no intention of closely guarding him, Cheng Lu focused on the hoop. With a swift motion, he released another three-pointer. Bosh raised a hand in a token defense, convinced that this rookie could not possibly make a second consecutive three-pointer. He turned back just in time to see the ball swish through the net. At the CCTV commentary booth, Yu Jia exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Cheng Lu does it again." "Oh, another three-pointer." Coach Zhang remarked, "Though the shot may seem unreasonable, Cheng Lu's consecutive three-pointers have narrowed the gap to single digits. His shooting appears to have genuine merit." The fans at the Yako Arena erupted in applause, their spirits buoyed by these two three-pointers. The score stood at 83-92, with the Kings trailing by 9 points. The previous bias against Cheng Lu among the fans had all but dissipated. He had become the Kings' secret weapon. Cheng Lu's impressive shooting drew applause from Cousins as he returned on defense, earning him an assist. The surprise of Cheng Lu's three-pointers astonished all the Kings players, while Westphal remained contemplative on the sidelines, swiftly sketching three-point strategies on the tactical board. The Heat were equally taken aback. Bosh frowned, recognizing that this young player from Huaxia released his shots with remarkable speed and seized opportunities effectively, perhaps underestimating him. Nevertheless, Bosh did not regard Cheng Lu with undue concern. The Heat simply needed to deny him open shots in the upcoming plays. As the Heat initiated their offense, James brought the ball to the front court, moving to the right side, while Bosh ran to the arc to receive the pass. After delivering the ball, James signaled Arroyo to set a pick for Wade in the left corner. Evans closely guarded Wade, denying him any opportunity to penetrate, while Cousins maintained a tight defense on the big man attempting to cut towards the basket. Bosh found himself without an option to pass into the paint and instead returned the ball to James on the right side, simultaneously moving to set a screen. Cheng Lu exchanged glances with small forward Green, opting to challenge James. However, after Bosh blocked Green's path, James did not drive inside. Instead, he raised his hand, aimed at the hoop, and executed a crab jump shot. Clang! James' three-point attempt ricocheted off the rim, and Cousins seized the rebound, granting the Kings a chance for a counterattack. Evans surged ahead, receiving the ball on the right wing, but the Heat's swift defense thwarted the Kings' fast break. Holding the ball, Evans eyed Cheng Lu, who was gradually advancing from the center circle to the top of the arc, and passed it over. Cheng Lu sank 2 consecutive three-pointers, bolstering his teammates' confidence in him. All 5 Kings players positioned themselves beyond the three-point line, while the Heat concentrated their defensive efforts around the free throw line, focusing on obstructing the Kings' drives. Bosh prepared to defend Cheng Lu at the elbow, determined not to concede any open shots. Yet, Bosh's defense was a moment too late. Receiving the ball just a step inside the three-point line, Cheng Lu dribbled once and shot with fluidity. Swish. The ball sailed through the center of the hoop, creating a wave of excitement. After landing the three-pointer, Cheng Lu waved 3 fingers in celebration while retreating on defense. James shrugged at Bosh, questioning the earlier agreement to avoid giving up open shots. Bosh's expression darkened. He had anticipated Cheng Lu's three-point shooting. Yet he was astonished that Cheng Lu dared to receive the ball and shoot from that position. Was it possible that his previous three-pointers were not mere flukes? Chapter 3. You must bear full responsibility. Standing by the bench, assistant coach Jim Ian's voice trembled as he remarked, "Is this kid hiding his talents?" Westphal was equally perplexed. Cheng barely made a few shots in the D-League, let alone three-pointers. According to pre-draft scouting reports, Cheng Lu's deficiencies were numerous, and he lacked immediate combat readiness despite having significant potential. In other words, he had no discernible advantages. Westphal continued to observe the players on the court, noting Cheng Lu's relaxed demeanor after completing a trifecta of three-pointers. His shooting form resembled a push shot, characterized by a quick release and a perfect arc. His hand position suggested he was not merely lucky. "Wow, Cheng Lu is racking up points so quickly?" someone exclaimed. "Why has no one mentioned his three-point shooting before?" With 3 consecutive three-pointers, Cheng Lu appeared to embody the essence of a premier sharpshooter. It seemed the Kings did not sign Cheng merely as a mascot. He showcased both remarkable talent and skill. As Cheng Lu netted 3 three-pointers, fans watching the live broadcast and those in attendance at the Kings' home arena found themselves equally bewildered. A 13-meter-tall interior player capable of shooting three-pointers. Was this not a marvel? The game continued, shifting to the Heat's offensive possession. Wade advanced with the ball on the right side. While Evans hesitated to apply tight defense, his gaze fixed on Wade, wary of a sudden acceleration towards the basket. Bosh moved up from the free throw line, setting a screen that obstructed Evans' pursuit. In that very moment, Wade veered towards the right 45-degree angle. Faced with the switch, Cheng Lu. Wade executed a sudden crossover dribble, his left shoulder dipping as he initiated his signature hesitation move. Cheng Lu gritted his teeth. Defending Wade was indeed a formidable challenge. As Wade's weight shifted, he spun to the low post, halting abruptly at the edge of the paint for a jump shot. Cheng Lu leapt, aiming to block, but Wade, at the apex of his shot, flicked his right wrist gently. The basketball sailed over Cheng Lu, soaring towards the arc's summit. LeBron James, utilizing a significant screen, emerged from the corner and received the ball at the arc, launching a three-pointer. Swish. With that open three, the score shifted to 86-95. As James stabilized the situation with his response, transitioning from offense to defense, the Kings took possession. "Don't hold the ball. Set a screen for Cheng," Westphal shouted from the sidelines. Although he was unaware of the specifics surrounding Cheng Lu, entrusting him with the ball in this scenario seemed prudent. The players on the court, heeding their coach's command, directly assigned the offensive responsibility to Cheng Lu. Bosh closely guarded Cheng Lu on the wing, while Evans passed the ball to Udry and moved to set a screen for Cheng Lu. Utilizing the solid wall of the screen, Cheng Lu surged towards the open space beneath the basket. Arroyo switched over to engage in a one-on-one battle with Cheng Lu in the paint. Arroyo, standing at merely 1.88 meters, was barely able to reach Cheng Lu's knees when jumping. Without hesitation, Evans, recognizing the urgency, tossed the ball towards the basket before the Heat could collapse in on them. Cheng Lu leaped, locating the ball midair, and executed a two-handed dunk, slamming it into the hoop. Although Arroyo applied physical pressure, it was inconsequential. Cheng Lu has scored in double digits. He has already accumulated 11 points. Yu Jia exclaimed. Zhang Heli chuckled. Cheng Lu is putting on a show in the D-League. He is the King's secret weapon. The Heat's coaching staff has likely been deceived. Heat head coach Erik Spoelstra appeared bewildered, having never heard of this player before. "He possesses the ability to shoot from long range," Spoelstra murmured. Yet he did not regard Cheng Lu as a significant threat, given the overall weakness of the Kings. Although the Heat had experienced a 9-8 record at the season's onset, they had secured 7 consecutive victories leading up to this game, with the chemistry among the Big Three intensifying, ensuring they would not falter against a team filled with rookies like the Kings. unless Cheng Lu were to exhibit an extraordinary shooting performance, making every three-pointer. As the Heat launched their offense, Wade continued his aggressive assault on the Kings' interior defense. However, he was thwarted at the rim by the combined efforts of Cousins and Evans. Bosh leaped, attempting to secure the offensive rebound, but miscalculated the force of his wrist, inadvertently directing the ball into Cheng Lu's hands on the sidelines. After passing to Udry, the Kings initiated a fast break. The Heat's positioning was swift, as Cheng Lu sprinted to the front court and moved towards the free throw line, prompting Udry to pass the ball to him without hesitation. As Cheng Lu continued to score, his confidence surged. He backed down against Bosh, pivoting to create space for a bank shot. Bosh, quick-witted and agile, retreated a step and leaped to disrupt the attempt. Cheng shook his head, realizing he would have to resort to outside shooting. Facing an elite interior defender like Bosh, without any skills enhancement, would likely lead to failure. However, Bosh's palm made contact with Cheng's forearm, prompting the referee to call a foul. After fruitlessly arguing with the official, Bosh approached Cheng with a mocking smirk, remarking, "You want to make the free throw, you yellow-skinned kid." Cheng responded with a disdainful smile, momentarily ignoring him. After a high-five with his teammates, he stepped up to the free throw line. Taking a deep breath amidst the cheers of the crowd, Cheng confidently sank his first shot. He looked at Bosh and declared, "In a moment, this free throw will lead to your downfall. You'll bear the blame for the loss." The second free throw bounced twice on the rim before finally dropping through the net. After scoring, Cheng threw Bosh a flirtatious glance. Bosh was visibly frustrated. Cheng's taunts had applied pressure, and now the score stood at 90-95, with only a 5-point deficit. Bosh felt the tension. If the Heat were truly to be overturned, this foul would indeed be pivotal. During the Heat's offensive possession, LeBron James posted up on Dante Green, engaging in a physical battle before effortlessly turning toward the baseline for a smooth fadeaway shot. The Kings responded on offense, with Cheng Lu's continuous scoring. The cameras were fixated on him. Cheng pressed the Heat's perimeter defense, and as Bosh and his teammate were drawn outside, Evans seized the opportunity to drive to the basket. Cutting in from the weak side, Evans executed a layup while drawing a foul from Arroyo. As last season's Rookie of the Year, Evans had yet to fade into obscurity, frequently delivering standout performances. After converting the and one, the score tightened further. The Heat accelerated their counterattack. After the inbounds, Wade swiftly dribbled past half-court. After calling for a screen from Bosh at the arc, Wade shifted to Cheng Lu's side. This time, Wade opted not to force his way through with a crossover, but instead retreated beyond the three-point line, awaiting his teammates' movements. James circled from the corner to the top of the arc, drawing the Kings' defense, while Bosh cut toward the basket from the middle. Wade, eyeing James, directed the ball into the paint. Green and Cousins double-teamed James, and although Wade's no-look pass deceived the Kings' perimeter defense, the accuracy of the pass significantly diminished. However, Evans, who had been closely following Bosh, remained vigilant and intercepted the pass before it could reach Bosh. Seizing the Heat's mistake, the Kings launched a fast break. Evans and Cousins connected in the front court, but their counterattack faltered. Fortunately, Cousins secured the offensive rebound, maintaining possession. Evans, therefore, had to retreat to the perimeter to organize the offense anew. Cousins stepped up to set a screen, though its quality was subpar. Wade closely trailed Evans from the right wing all the way to the top of the arc. As Evans sought to drive through, the Heat resolutely fortified the center, denying any opportunity for their opponents to penetrate the paint. Lowering his center of gravity amidst the double team, Evans deftly tossed the ball from knee height to Cheng Lu, stationed at a 45-degree angle on the left. Remaining remarkably composed upon receiving the pass, Cheng feigned a shot. In contrast, Bosh, who had been relentlessly chasing points, lost his calm and leaped in an attempt to block. After evading Bosh, Cheng executed a step back to create space for himself, swiftly releasing a three-pointer. Swish. The basketball arced gracefully through the air before swishing through the net. A splendid step back. Cheng's three-pointer found its mark again. He made all 4 of his three-point attempts in the final quarter. Yu Jia exclaimed excitedly. Zhang Li echoed. I've sent Bosh flying, so it's only right that he scores. Cheng has already amassed 16 points in less than 4 minutes on the court. This debut is nothing short of sensational. Yu Jia nodded, remarking, Cheng is on the verge of making a name for himself. In the heart of the Heat's coach Spoelstra, waves of anxiety swelled. The lead had dwindled from over 10 points to a mere 1, with only 52 seconds remaining. It felt as if the Heat's chances were slipping away. Spoelstra promptly called for a timeout. Chapter 4, The Decisive Moment. A stunning debut. Cheng Lu's scoring had extinguished the Heat's morale. Coach Spoelstra stated, "Why has he managed to sink 4 consecutive three-pointers? Is our data analysis team slacking off?" The Heat's assistant coach wiped the sweat from his brow. "We lack data on this player from Huaxia, but I recall him from the Summer League. He isn't particularly known for his shooting." LeBron switched to defend him. Dwayne intercept the passing lane on the weak side. Spoelstra marked the tactics on the board with a red marker, emphasizing the need for tight defense and, if necessary, a double team. James nodded, while Bosch remarked, "I tried close defense, but that guy has the audacity to shoot from a step beyond the three-point line." James patted Bosch on the shoulder, saying, "Don't worry, Chris. I'll show this rookie what real intensity looks like. He won't get a clean shot off." On the Kings' side, the atmosphere was considerably more relaxed. Cousins high-fived Chung, saying, "Keep shooting. I'll grab the boards for you." Cousins, also a rookie this year, held a significantly higher starting point than Chung, being a first-round lottery pick and groomed as a core player by the Kings. Though his temper could be fiery, his rapport with Cheng remained amicable. Westphal instructed, "Cheng, go to the corner. When you guys drive, make sure to dish it out to him." With a 1-point deficit, Westphal was eager to secure victory and was willing to place his bets on Chung. The subsequent strategy still had Chung playing the power forward position, while the small forward spot was filled by the sharpshooter Omri Caspi, whose three-point shooting percentage approached 40, discouraging the Heat from easily double-teaming Chung. As the timeout concluded, the Heat retained possession. James orchestrated the play from the top of the arc, while the Kings players clustered near the paint, focusing their defensive efforts on the interior. James refrained from calling for a pick and instead reversed the ball to Wade on the left. After receiving the pass, Wade executed a series of deft crossovers that unsettled Evans' balance. As he surged towards the paint with his right hand, he engaged in physical confrontation with Evans. Upon reaching the free throw line, Wade halted abruptly, creating a half-step advantage before launching a one-handed floater. Swish. With that basket, Wade extended the lead back to 3 points. The Kings commenced their offensive. Evans advanced rapidly, while James closely shadowed Chung Lu, denying him any opportunity. The Heat's defense was tenacious. Seeing that Cheng Lu could not find an open space, Evans opted to pass to Cousins in the low post. However, Cousins struggled to gain an advantage, prompting Evans to sprint towards the basket for a potential assist. As Cousins pivoted into the paint, his balance faltered, forcing him to pass to Caspi at the arc. Despite having played only 25 minutes, Caspi had already made 5 out of 7 three-point attempts, putting immense pressure on the Heat's defense, which had to shift its focus to the perimeter. After a feint that failed to deceive Bosch, Caspi passed to Cheng Lu in the corner. James, with his knees slightly bent, obstructed Cheng Lu's receiving path with his left arm, while his right hand loomed perilously close to Cheng Lu's eyelashes. Though Cheng Lu managed to catch the ball, he found himself with no room to shoot. "Rookie, don't let your hands shake when you shoot," James taunted, his gaze fixed on Cheng Lu's hands, ever ready to intercept. Ignoring the Kings' provocation, Cheng Lu suddenly exploded towards the right, the sound of their physical collision echoing. Yet James remained steadfast. At 26, the reigning king possessed formidable physical prowess, forcing Cheng Lu to retreat with the ball. With time running out on the shot clock, he had no choice but to take a contested pull-up. Bang! The ball ricocheted off the back rim, eliciting a roar from the Heat's bench. Westphal felt a twinge of disappointment, but before he could exhale, Cousins leaped in the paint, snatched the rebound with his fingertips, and flung the ball back out beyond the arc. As Cheng Lu caught it, James had already closed in, his fingertips nearly obscuring Cheng Lu's line of sight. Instantly, Cheng Lu bent his knees to gather the ball, and as James leapt to contest the shot, he took one dribble and shifted half a step to the left. Swish. With a quick release, the net rippled. 9,999. Cheng Lu's step-back three-pointer leveled the score. What a shot. In the commentary booth, Yujia could hardly contain his excitement, ready to leap up in jubilation. Cheng Lu celebrated with outstretched arms towards the fans. Hitting such a three-pointer in the closing moments of the game was exhilarating. The atmosphere in the Yako Arena surged. The Kings had languished at the bottom of the Western Conference for several seasons, while the Heat, with their trio of stars, sought not just 1 or 2, but 7 or 8 championships. The disparity in strength was evident, and few had anticipated that the Kings could pose any significant challenge to the Heat. Yet, at this moment, Cheng Lu's three-pointer ignited a flicker of hope for toppling the trio. The home crowd reignited their fervor, chanting in unison as the Heat executed their offensive play. LeBron received a pass on the wing, with just 15 seconds left on the clock. Caspi, with a serious demeanor, closely guarded him, while LeBron signaled for an inside play. His loyal protector, who had served him for years, swiftly moved in to set a screen. Caspi, however, failed to navigate through the wall of defense, prompting Cousins to switch and take over. The two collided, Cousins' chest meeting LeBron's shoulder as they surged towards the paint. Upon reaching the key, LeBron abruptly halted, pulling the ball behind his back with his left hand, causing Cousins to lose his balance momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, LeBron leaped, using his right hand to bank the ball in. 99-101. With a fierce layup, LeBron propelled the Heat ahead. After executing a near game-winning shot, he landed, thumping his chest and stomping on the court. Westphal called a timeout. With only 7 seconds remaining, the Kings trailed by 2 points. They were left with two choices, a three-pointer for the win or a two-pointer to force overtime, as Zhang reasoned from the commentary booth. The Kings huddled together, listening intently as Westphal outlined a strategy for their final offensive play. DeMarcus, you set the screen here. Chung and Omika spread to the corners to create space. Tyreek, once you penetrate off the pick, be decisive with your shot. Westphal's intentions were clear. He aimed to have Evans drive to the basket for a tying score, providing the team an opportunity to extend the game. Although Chang's three-point shooting had been reliable throughout the match, the safest bet remained to penetrate the paint for 2 points, with the added potential for drawing a foul or grabbing an offensive rebound. Chung gazed at the basket, mentally rehearsing where he would position himself for an easy shot if Evans failed to score. However, the challenge of securing the offensive rebound on the final possession was daunting, rendering his chances of receiving the ball quite slim. Regrettably, the coach had not entrusted the final shot to him. Yet Chung felt a surge of confidence in his ability to make it. As the timeout concluded, the arena fell silent. Both players and fans alike were enveloped in tension. The Kings prepared to inbound the ball. Upon receiving it, Evans charged directly towards the basket, prompting the Heat's defense to contract towards the paint. Aware of the Kings' intention to score 2 points and push the game into overtime, the Heat executed a targeted defense against Evans. LeBron and Wade commenced a double team from the free throw line, while Udria's poor screen left Evans to rely solely on his individual prowess to break through the pressure. The duo of LeBron and Wade offered no respite, as the timer ticked down ominously. With just 3 seconds remaining, Evans found no opportunity to shoot and was forced into a contested attempt. Observing this, Chung dashed towards the arc, and Caspi instinctively set an off-ball screen on the wing. "Pass it back," Chung shouted. Hearing his voice, Evans pivoted and chose to pass. The ball was flung out from the key. The tension in the arena reached a fever pitch. At this moment, the difficulty of making a successful shot after the pass was monumental, as the Heat's defense collapsed inward. Caspi positioned Bosch at a 45-degree angle, leaving Ching Lu in a remarkably open spot to receive the ball. Upon raising his hand to catch it, the Heat's anxiety was palpable. "Get the help defense over here," James called out to Arroyo on the right side. Wade charged forward. Yet the Heat's supplementary defense arrived far too late. Cheng Lu, with no time to contemplate or adjust his stance, leaped immediately upon receiving the ball and launched a shot towards the basket. The basketball spun rapidly through the air, and as it reached its zenith, the timer emitted a piercing beep. The game time had expired. Nearly 20,000 pairs of eyes followed the whirling ball, and the atmosphere in the arena became almost frozen. Cheng Lu maintained his shooting posture, his gaze fixated on the hoop. He had barely aimed at the basket as he jumped to shoot. Swish! The net rippled, and the resounding sound of the ball cutting through the net reverberated throughout the arena. In the next moment, the Kings' home crowd erupted in jubilation. Cheng Lu had executed a game-winning buzzer beater against the Heat. Chapter 5. A top-tier shooter. On the court, all Kings fans surged toward Cheng Lu, cheering exuberantly. Cheng Lu could hardly contain his excitement, responding to the shouts of his teammates. Making his debut on such a grand stage with a buzzer-beater three-pointer, who wouldn't be thrilled? Meanwhile, the Heat players were visibly disheartened. The Wade brothers ignored the media at the sidelines and retreated directly to the locker room. The Heat's winning streak had come to an end, while the Kings celebrated their 6th victory of the season at home. In just half a quarter, Cheng Lu had amassed 22 points, shooting an impressive 6 out of 7 from beyond the arc, piercing through the Heat's perimeter defense. In the CCTV commentary booth, Yu Jia was equally exhilarated. Zhang Li's iconic laughter trembled as he exclaimed, "This is the most astonishing debut performance I've ever witnessed." Cheng Lu's display was nothing short of perfect. His 22 points marked the highest score for a Chinese player, and indeed for an Asian player, in a debut game. Yu Jia continued, "Indeed, Yao Ming took some time to adapt before showcasing his brilliance. After this game, I believe the Kings should reconsider Chung Lu's position on the team. He is worthy of development. Back in the locker room, Westphal summarized the game, taking a moment to commend the players who performed well, particularly Chung Lu. Chung Lu had brought Westphal more astonishment than anything else. He approached Chung Lu and said, "Chung, when did you develop your three-point shooting skills? Why have you been keeping it a secret? If you had mentioned your three-point ability earlier, our strategies could have been more expansive, and we wouldn't have struggled so much in previous games." Chung Lu hesitated, pondering whether to claim he had a secret advantage. "In my training regimen, I have always included three-point shooting. I was just waiting for an opportunity," he eventually replied. Observing Westphal's expression, Chung Lu refrained from further conversation. As another line of small text appeared before him, "You have successfully completed your first regular season game after your retirement comeback, earning a score of 20 points. Chung Lu felt somewhat perplexed about what these points represented. However, the system merely provided this line and offered no further clarification, leaving Chung Lu to temporarily disregard it as he took a shower and prepared to return home. Buzzer beater. Chung Lu's debut stuns the entire league. Chung Lu's explosive performance. 6 three-pointers in half a quarter leads to a comeback victory. Chung Lu's dazzling debut, scoring 22 points in half a quarter, humiliates the Heat's big three. After the game concluded, numerous media outlets featured Chung Lu's performance on their front pages. In a post-game analysis program, Charles Barkley remarked, "The Heat went from a 15-point lead to a loss in just 5 minutes. Pat Riley should rush into the locker room and burn all scouting reports." Kenny Smith added, "I officially declare this the most astonishing debut in history. This center from Huaxia astonishingly pierced the Heat's net with a three-pointer in the final moments, surpassing even Yao." Barkley continued, "His playing style is vastly different from Yao's. Chung is a space-oriented center who can truly establish himself on the court, and his potential is immense. I will be closely monitoring his future games." Chung Lu understood that discussions about him were rampant online, yet upon returning to his apartment, he chose not to browse the forums. Instead, he focused on examining the new panel provided by the system. Host, Chung Lu, 199-2610, age, 38 years height, 213 centimeters weight, 113 kilograms wingspan, 227 centimeters strength, 70, jumping, 75, speed, 68, three-point shooting, 98, mid-range shooting, 70, layups, 70, dunking, 75, passing, 52, ball control, 65, stamina, 75, rebounding, 78, blocking, 69, stealing, 50, defensive awareness, 60, overall rating, 69. Gazing at this panel, Chung Lu realized just how lacking his abilities were. Each attribute appeared rather mediocre, particularly his passing and defensive awareness. The only standout statistic was the somewhat exaggerated three-point score of 98, which, after skill enhancement, seemed to elevate his overall rating to 69. Without this three-point score, it would likely have fallen short of even that. Chung Lu murmured to himself. This rating resembled the scoring system of the second edition, yet among this year's rookies. The top pick, John Wall, boasted a score of 81, with several players exceeding 70. Chung Lu began to understand why Westphal was reluctant to give him playing time. With such capabilities, it was nearly justified. After studying the panel for a while, Chung Lu remained curious about the purpose of the points awarded by the system post-game, which had yet to be explained. However, the system did assign him a new task. "You have successfully completed your first match upon your return, and now you must demonstrate to the head coach and the world that there is still fuel in your tank, earning the trust of the coach. With over 20 minutes of playing time, you have also received a random reward. Gaining the confidence of Westphal, merely performing well in this match is insufficient." Chung Lu reclined on his bed, hands clasped behind his neck, contemplating his career. He had initially believed he would meander through a few aimless years before being eliminated. But unexpectedly, fate bestowed upon him a system that altered his trajectory. He had already experienced the extraordinary capabilities granted by the system. As long as he could fulfill the tasks it presented, he felt confident in his potential to become a star. However, there was one peculiar aspect of the system. The abilities it provided were entirely random. If only he could possess the skills of a top-tier defender, he would gladly accept it. Chung Lu chuckled, envisioning it too. 13-meter defender, who could he not outmatch? The following morning, Chung Lu drove his Toyota Camry to the training facility, arriving punctually as usual. His apartment, located a fair distance from the arena, required a 30-minute commute each day. Although Sacramento may not rival the bustling splendor of New York or Los Angeles as California's capital, the real estate prices in affluent areas were beyond his reach. As a late second-round draft pick this year, he had signed a one-year contract worth $470,000 with the Kings, a deal made secure due to the lucrative Chinese market backing him. While $470,000 constituted a base salary, after accounting for various taxes, including state tax, he would only take home around $200,000. Additionally, when he initially signed the contract, he had engaged a management company, which took a portion of his earnings. Later, Cheng Lu decided he did not require an agent and voluntarily terminated that agreement. Consequently, he was cautious with his finances, aware of the risk of unemployment, and thus refrained from extravagant spending. He even purchased a second-hand car for just over $10,000. Upon arriving at the training facility, King's assistant coach Jim Ian approached him. "Cheng, yesterday's game was spectacular. You are now a superstar in Sacramento. I heard your jerseys sold out within 3 hours at the arena store." Jim patted Cheng Lu's shoulder, saying, "Today, the coaching staff has arranged for you to participate in the team scrimmage. It's time to warm up." Cheng Lu nodded, recognizing that his performance had garnered the attention of the coaching staff. Typically, his training consisted mainly of individual drills, with rare opportunities to engage in team practices. After a brief warm-up, he commenced shooting drills. Shooting coach Peter Yinman, holding a report, watched in astonishment as Cheng Lu sank 66 three-pointers, achieving an astonishing 93% shooting percentage within 5 minutes. After setting up 3 defensive interference poles and 2 fans to simulate the atmosphere of an away game, Cheng Lu's catch-and-shoot accuracy soared to 85%. This was the mark of a premier shooter. Peter looked at the assistant coach Jim with a wry smile and remarked, "This is the first time I've seen a center capable of producing such statistics." Jim, equally perplexed, replied, "This kid has certainly deceived us all in the past." After Cheng Lu concluded his shooting practice, Jim was preparing to escort him to report to head coach Westphal when suddenly, the coach's sharp reprimand echoed throughout the arena. Westphal emphatically circled a specific area on the tactical board with a marker, declaring that this offensive play must involve 3 passes, culminating with the center finishing from the sweet spot. "The sweet spot, my foot. I want to play one-on-one from the free throw line," Cousins retorted darkly. "We're executing a team system here, not your backyard Kentucky." Westphal was equally incensed. Jim and several players hastily rushed over to mediate, fearing an imminent clash. Cheng Lu had witnessed such scenes numerous times. Cousins had a notoriously explosive temper and would challenge even the head coach whenever displeased. Westphal harbored no fondness for Cousins either. Despite his immense talent and potential, the rookie's lack of discipline and emotional volatility led to frequent conflicts, to the extent that Westphal had once ejected him from practice. This season, the Kings had signed 3 centers. Besides Cousins and Cheng Lu, there was Hassan Whiteside, who had fared even worse and was already relegated to the Development League. Thus, despite his frustrations, Westphal dared not sideline Cousins, whose performance among rookies was indeed remarkable and worth the team's investment in the future. After some mediation from the coaching staff and players, the tension between the two diminished somewhat. Jim promptly organized a team practice to divert the conflict. He mandated that all players participate in the scrimmage, dividing them into 2 teams, with Cheng Lu designated as the starting center to face off against Cousins. Once Jim blew the whistle, the half-court scrimmage commenced. Westphal and Jim stood at the sidelines, attentively observing each player's performance. Cheng Lu found himself somewhat challenged when matched up against DeMarcus Cousins. "Cheng's fundamental skills are lacking," Westphal commented, noting how easily he could be overpowered in one-on-one situations in the paint. Jim added, "Cheng's sweet spot is beyond the 3-point line." After a few minutes, Cheng Lu finally found himself in a one-on-one opportunity at the top of the arc against Cousins. After enduring several tough exchanges in the paint, Cheng, brimming with frustration, executed a triple threat motion before launching a shot directly over Cousins. "That was not a particularly reasonable attempt," Jim remarked just as the net swished. "Unreasonable, yet it went in." Westphal chuckled, recalling that the previous day's shots had also been questionable. Upon showing Westphal the shooting practice statistics Cheng Lu had just achieved, the coach looked utterly astonished. With Cheng Lu's style of play, the Kings could create ample space, facilitating easier penetration for the team's drivers. The team's defender is none other than the Kings' backcourt linchpin, Evans. Westphal gestures for Evans to engage in a pick-and-roll with Cheng Lu. As Evans brings the ball up court, he dribbles with his right hand, heading towards the arc's apex. while Cheng Lu positions himself to block the pursuing defender. Cousins prepares to obstruct the driving lane, only to witness Cheng Lu unexpectedly pop out after setting the screen. As the basketball is returned to Cheng Lu, Cousins instinctively rushes towards the perimeter, but he is clearly too late. Left to watch helplessly as Cheng Lu's three-point shot arcs gracefully through the air. Switch. Do you understand? Cousins bellows at the team's guards. In the next possession, Evans executes a behind-the-back dribble with a change of pace, while Cheng Lu continues to set screens, effectively sealing off the left side from the defending players. This time, Cousins lunges forward, collaborating with the guards to create a double team. However, as he expands his considerable frame towards the three-point line, the paint opens wide. Evans lowers his center of gravity and slips through the gap between the two defenders, finishing with a deft layup. Observing this offensive play, Westphal turns to Jim and remarks, "It appears that the chemistry between Ching and Tyreke Evans is quite exceptional." Jim replies, "Tyreke requires an interior screener to create space for him." Westphal, deep in thought, adds, "If Chang were to refine his fundamentals a bit more, he would be remarkable. I wonder if he could replicate his previous performance if given the chance to play." Jim comments, "DeMarcus is far too emotional. Chung exhibits a maturity far beyond his years. If Chung consistently performs at a high level, it might instill a sense of urgency in DeMarcus, tempering his sharpness." Following the half-court scrimmage, Westphal gains a deeper understanding of Cheng Lu's playing style. After perusing the players' reports in the trainer's hands, he crumples them in frustration. "Who on earth wrote this scouting report?" he exclaims. While Chung may not possess the prowess of a starter overall, his three-point shooting is undoubtedly sufficient to earn him a spot in the rotation. Westphal remarks, "Though Chung lacks defensive capabilities, his three-point shooting is extraordinary." The Kings continue to face no pressure regarding their record this season. They can afford to experiment, as most players on the roster have less than 5 years of experience in the league. The primary objective for the Kings this year is to develop young talent, and Westphal is keen to provide Cheng Lu with opportunities for growth. Imagining Cheng Lu as a player akin to Oker or Brad Miller, Westphal envisions cultivating him into a formidable big man who can shoot from beyond the arc. The team's training sessions reveal numerous issues, and it is essential for them to pay attention. Cheng Lu gathers closely with his teammates, attentively listening to Westphal as he outlines strategy. During the scrimmage, Cheng Lu and the starting center, Cousins, were evenly matched. While Cousins outperformed him in defense and presence in the paint, Cheng Lu exhibited greater efficiency, with the gap between them narrowing considerably. Furthermore, Cheng Lu has noticed a significant enhancement in his off-ball movement awareness coinciding with his improved three-point ability, demonstrating the extensive benefits of skill optimization. After the training session, the players engaged in specialized training individually. Before Cheng Lu could commence his strength training, he was called over by Westphal. "Cheng, I am giving you an opportunity in tomorrow's game against the Rockets. Make sure to perform well," Westphal remarked. Chapter 6. The most suitable interior player for the Kings. On December 14th, Cheng Lu flew with the team on a chartered flight to Houston, where they would face the Rockets that evening. The Rockets had been struggling this season. Their core player, Yao Ming, had returned for 5 games last month, but was now indefinitely sidelined due to a stress fracture in his left ankle, likely ending his season. The absence of their star player had resulted in the Rockets securing only 9 wins against 14 losses, placing them 4th from the bottom in the Western Conference. However, the Kings' record was even worse, standing at 6 wins and 15 losses, positioning them 2nd from the bottom in the West. Despite Yao's absence, the Rockets had a considerable fan base in Huaxia, and CCTV was broadcasting the game as usual. Good morning to all viewers. Here we have the matchup between the Houston Rockets and the Sacramento Kings. The last game left Huaxia fans thrilled. Will Cheng Lu receive another opportunity today? Commentator Yu Jia stated in front of the camera. Zhang Heli chuckled. Cheng Lu's performance in the last match was truly remarkable. The Kings head coach will likely increase his playing time. Yu Jia nodded. It's a pity Yao is out. Otherwise, we could have witnessed another Huaxia derby. Subsequently, highlights of the previous game between the Kings and the Heat were replayed on the broadcast, with Yu Jia and Zhang Heli praising Cheng Lu's three-point shots. As the CCTV broadcast commenced, discussions about the game erupted on various online forums. Will Cheng Lu take the court again today? His three-pointers against the Heat were impressive. While the starting lineup was uncertain, those three-pointers assured that the Kings would provide him ample opportunity moving forward. How many three-pointers will Cheng Lu make tonight? After all, neither the Kings nor the Rockets are focused on their records. It would be better to let the players freely showcase their talents for our enjoyment. During the players' warm-up, The big screen displayed the starting lineups for both teams, with Cheng Lu still coming off the bench. Although Westphal was not fond of Cousins' temperament, his strength was undeniable. A single stellar performance from a player like Cheng Lu, who primarily played a supporting role, could not usurp Cousins' starting position. Westphal aimed to cultivate Cheng Lu's skills but was cautious not to rush changes that could lead to various complications. As the cameras captured Cheng Lu warming up, they shifted focus to the sidelines, where the audience erupted in cheers. Seated in the front row was Yao Ming, dressed in a suit, watching the game. Cheng Lu's performance 2 days prior had left a profound impression on Yao, prompting him to attend the game in person today. After finishing his warm-up, Cheng Lu approached Yao to greet him. When Cheng Lu first entered the league, Yao, as a senior, had provided him with invaluable advice and support, fostering a strong bond between them. Don't feel too much pressure when you take the court. Your debut performance was far superior to mine back in the day. Yao Ming chuckled, a perplexed expression adorning his face. Cheng Lu replied with a smile, "The pressure is not overwhelming. The fans' expectations of me have never been particularly high. Yet, both nations' fans eagerly await your three-point shots. My last game was merely a stroke of luck. Tonight, I will strive to maintain my form," Cheng Lu said with a grin. In the presence of Yao Ming, Cheng Lu remained modest. Although his three-point shooting was remarkably exceptional during training, he did not allow it to inflate his ego. Ultimately, his performance on the court would depend on his shooting touch, as even the most elite sharpshooters occasionally find themselves struggling. As the match commenced, Cheng Lu took his place on the bench, observing the game. Yao Ming's absence deprived the Rockets of their rim protection and low-post threat. While Chuck Hayes displayed commendable defensive skills, his height remained a significant disadvantage, particularly when facing a brash player like DeMarcus Cousins. Luis Scola, too, was a liability on defense, intensifying the pressure on the Rockets' perimeter defense. In addition to struggling to contain Cousins, the relentless drives of Tyreke Evans further complicated matters for them. In the first half of the quarter, the Kings momentarily took the lead. However, as the first quarter progressed, the Rockets began to capitalize on a small lineup to quicken the pace. Brooks and Lowry seized opportunities to execute fast breaks, while Kevin Martin's three-pointer and Scola's mid-range shot allowed them to not only close the gap, but also extend their lead. The Kings' perimeter shooting was inadequate, and as the game unfolded, they became increasingly passive, lacking a stable scoring outlet that hindered their offensive flow. By the end of the first quarter, the score stood at 18-31, with the Kings trailing by 13 points. The Kings' perimeter shooting was abysmal, and their interior efficiency was equally disappointing. Scola and Martin threatened to dismantle their defense entirely. Why had Cheng Lu not been sent onto the court? His presence could bolster their outside shooting. Yet, even Cheng Lu's entry might not alter the course of the game. Could he provide rim protection? What if fortune did not favor him this evening as it had in the previous match? During the intermission, fans from Huaxia fervently expressed their frustrations on forums. Westphal, witnessing the Kings' lack of perimeter efficiency, was equally incensed, especially as both guards failed to make a single three-pointer even when wide open. He turned his gaze toward Cheng Lu, who sat on the bench. Initially, he had planned to give Cheng Lu a chance in the second half, but if their perimeter shooting continued to falter, they might squander the first half entirely. Having reviewed Cheng Lu's training data and his performance in practice matches, Westphal understood that the young man's recent breakout was not merely a stroke of luck. Westphal gathered the players together, sketching out several new strategies on the tactical board. He called out to Cheng Lu, "Cheng, when you enter the game, you'll take the 4 position. Follow the tactical routes I outlined, and strive to create open shots without hesitation." He then pointed at Evans, instructing, "Tyreke, make sure to set screens for Cheng and do not hesitate to pass if the opportunity arises." Both Cheng Lu and Evans nodded in agreement. On the Rockets side, the power forward is Scola. Scola's strength lies in his offensive prowess. His physique resembles that of a traditional center with a slower lateral movement. He excels at utilizing his body to engage in physical confrontations and positioning to disrupt his opponents in the low post. However, when defending beyond the three-point line, his footwork often falters. Westphal believes that even if Cheng Lu cannot contain Scola, he can still engage him in a shooting duel from beyond the arc or utilize pick-and-roll strategies to force Scola to switch onto the perimeter, directly targeting him. As the second quarter commenced, Cheng Lu exchanged high-fives with his teammates and sprinted onto the court. The pressure this time was significantly greater in the previous game. His appearance was entirely unexpected and occurred during garbage time, garnering little attention. However, tonight was different, with the eyes of the world fixated upon him. The Rockets lineup consisted of Chuck Hayes, Luis Scola, Shane Battier, Kevin Martin, and Kyle Lowry. The Kings roster featured Cousins, Chung Lu, Cass Bai, Evans, and Luther Head. Finally, Cheng Lu had entered the game. The commentator, Yu Jia, exclaimed with excitement. Zhongli said, in the last match, Cheng Lu played only a few minutes, and we only caught a glimpse of his three-point shooting ability. Starting today from the second quarter, I wonder if he has any other surprises in store for us. Yu Jia smiled and replied, Coach Zhang, I think having a three-point shooter is sufficient. The Kings currently lack stable outside scoring. The first offensive possession of the second quarter belonged to the Rockets. Cheng, just maintain your position and execute the offense as planned. Westfall's voice resonated from the sidelines as Cheng Lu settled into his position on the wing, closely monitoring Scola. While Westfall remained somewhat cautious about Cheng Lu's performance, he recognized the young player's strong discipline, which prevented him from clashing with the coaching staff, unlike the clumsy giant in the paint. Scola moved from the wing to set a pick at the top of the arc, with Cheng Lu trailing closely behind. Kevin Martin chose not to use the screen and instead drove directly down the middle. Cheng Lu simultaneously guarded Scola while obstructing his line of sight to prevent any sudden passes. Upon reaching the paint, Martin spun past Head and, faced with Cousins' defense, executed a layup with finesse. He intentionally leaned into Cousins, attempting to draw a foul, but his shot was rather casual, ricocheting off the backboard and landing directly in Cousins' hands. The referee did not call a foul, leading to a fast break for the Kings. Evans received the ball and advanced to the front court, dribbling with his left hand as he approached the arc, then suddenly shifted to the right in response to Lowry's defense. Cheng Lu cut in from a 45-degree angle, positioning himself to block Lowry's pursuit. Evans, capitalizing on the screen, accelerated through the lane, forcing Scola to switch and move laterally. Scola's response to the pick-and-roll was too sluggish, allowing Evans to slip past him effortlessly. Switch, Lowry shouted, realizing Scola was struggling to contain the opponent. Cheng Lu quickly cut to the wing and made a sudden change of direction. Scola's weight remained focused on blocking Evans, leaving him helpless as Cheng Lu surged towards the left corner. Pass to the corner. Pass to the corner, Westfall urged. Evans reacted swiftly, sending the ball through the narrow gap between Scola and Lowry, delivering it into Cheng Lu's hands. Realizing the precarious situation, Lowry stumbled out of the paint, preparing to double-team Cheng Lu. Give me the ball. DeMarcus Cousins, stationed in the low post, was still reaching for it. Cheng Lu cast a brief glance at him. While Cousins had a slight advantage over Hayes in the low post, his own opportunity was far more promising. Thus, he decisively aimed for the basket, lifting the ball to his apex as he leapt. Swish. The basketball traced a perfect arc, and the net rippled in response. The broadcast shifted to Cheng Lu, who raised his right hand high, displaying 3 fingers in celebration after the score. Cheng Lu received a return pass from Evans and executed another resolute three-pointer. As Yu Jia exclaimed. In the stands, numerous local Chinese fans cheered for Cheng Lu's basket, although they had come to watch the Rockets. They were nonetheless thrilled by his success. Evans celebrated with a high-five as he returned to defense. The Rockets initiated their offense. Lowry and Scola executed a pick-and-roll on the wing, with the little cannon driving to the basket, pivoting, and scoring. The Kings quickly inbound the ball. Hyde brought it past half-court and immediately passed to Evans. Evans feigned a right-side drive, flicking the ball back with a deft wrist motion, while Cheng Lu seamlessly cut from the free-throw line. The Rockets had anticipated their pick-and-roll. Battier moved towards the corner, while Scola effectively blocked Cheng Lu's cutting lane, with Lowry firmly guarding Evans' left side. Sensing difficulty in his pass, Evans prepared to challenge the opposing big man in the paint, but out of the corner of his eye, he still saw Cheng Lu raising his hand for the ball. Upon reaching the wing, instead of continuing to the corner, Cheng Lu leaned against Scola's body, then bent his knees and lowered his shoulder, extending his left hand outward, precisely finding a space to receive the ball. Evans faked a shot at the basket, delivering the ball to Cheng Lu instead. As Scola positioned himself defensively upon Cheng Lu's reception, Cheng Lu lifted his elbow, bringing the ball to his chest. He executed a deceptive pump fake, drawing Scola's defensive weight, before stepping back. After creating space with his retreat, Cheng Lu regained his balance. As Scola stumbled forward in his attempt to contest, Cheng Lu released the basketball. It danced along the rim before falling through the net. 2,433. Yu Jia exclaimed. What a beautiful step-back three-pointer. Cheng Lu's consecutive three-pointers. Zhang Helu remarked. The difficulty of that shot was immense. The Rockets had anticipated Cheng Lu's outside cut and set up their defense accordingly, yet he still found a way to receive the ball. Meanwhile, on television. The commentator Barkley pounded the table, declaring, "This rookie has fully adapted to the rhythm." Lewis is being toyed with like a retired man in a Walmart searching for his shopping cart. The Rockets must devise a strategy against his three-point shooting, or they will suffer a fate as dire as the Heat. The most lethal aspect was not the step-back shot itself, but rather Cheng Lu's subtle shoulder shimmy that deceived Lewis. His partner, Kenny Smith, remarked with a mischievous grin, "Charles, when you were faked out by Jordan back in the day, did you manage to pick up a couple of deceptive moves? Let us not dwell on old grievances." Barkley retorted, "If I were the Rockets head coach, I would send 5 players to surround Chung and prevent him from shooting." The fervor on domestic live forums surged alongside Cheng Lu's 2 three-pointers. Indeed, Cheng Lu's three-point shots exude confidence. Such shots can only be executed by elite sharpshooters. He certainly does not resemble a rookie. With Yu Ming sidelined, it appears Cheng Lu is set to take the mantle. The Kings coaching staff is impressive. It took them a month of regular season play to finally unleash this prodigy. As the Rockets' offense commenced, the players, feeling a bit aggrieved after Cheng Lu's consecutive three-pointers, called for a three-point strategy during Lowry's offensive organization. In the second quarter, the Rockets' shooting rhythm was noticeably less effective than in the first, with Kevin Martin missing a wide-open shot from the corner. Cheng Lu secured a rebound near the free-throw line and passed to Haidt, who initiated a fast break for the Kings. Haidt advanced to the front court, while Cheng Lu positioned himself at the high post. Evans, after a quick handoff with Haidt at the arc, assessed the on-court dynamics. Cheng Lu moved closer to the free-throw line, preparing to set another screen for Evans. After executing a proficient pick-and-roll, Scola, aiming to deny Evans a clear shot, immediately shifted to defend Cheng Lu, while Battier on the wing quickly joined in to prepare for a double team. Simultaneously, Kevin Martin kept a close watch on the Kings' small forward, Caspi, wary of his three-point threat. As the Rockets' defensive focus shifted towards the perimeter, the unguarded Evans exploited Cheng Lu's screen and cut directly into the paint. Facing an unprotected lane, Evans leaped and executed a thunderous dunk, sending the ball crashing through the hoop. He flexed his muscles towards the camera, exuberantly celebrating with a chest bump alongside Cheng Lu. Evans's impression of Cheng Lu grew increasingly favorable. With this towering figure from Huaxia creating space, he felt liberated to drive to the basket, and his passes to Cheng Lu seamlessly translated into assists. Kings assistant coach Jim was visibly excited. The Rockets' defense is in disarray. Chung is creating space and liberating Tyreek. Westphal wore a smile, stating, "Give Chung some more time to develop, and I assure you he will become one of the league's finest shooters." The Kings certainly require a spacing-oriented big man like him. Chapter 7. The Healing Art. With just over 3 minutes remaining in the second quarter, Cheng Lu, having spent 8 minutes on the court with 8 points, 2 rebounds, and 1 assist, was substituted. His efficiency was remarkable, having made 2 out of 3 attempts from beyond the arc, while also using his three-point threat to create space for teammates, allowing Evans and Cousins to operate freely in the paint. At halftime, the score stood at 48-50, with the Kings trailing by just 2 points. In the third quarter, after sitting on the bench for 4 minutes, Cheng Lu was called back into action by Westphal. However, the Kings began to adjust their lineup. Once Cousins exited, Cheng Lu stepped in to assume the center position. As Cheng Lu took to the court, a sparse cheer arose from the sidelines. Though not overwhelming, it was audible. After all, this was the Rockets' home ground, and the opposing fans dared not be overly boisterous. Concurrently, Rockets head coach Rick Adelman swiftly adapted the strategy, assigning Hayes to defend against the pick-and-roll while Battier closely monitored Evans on the weak side. The team's defensive focus remained in the paint, as the Kings' most formidable offensive threat lay in their driving to the basket. Upon crossing half-court with the ball, Evans observed Cheng Lu moving from the low post to the top of the arc, with Hayes following suit. Cheng Lu refrained from setting a screen, opting instead to present himself for the catch. Without hesitation, Evans delivered the pass, and Cheng Lu's stellar performance in the first half earned him the trust of his teammates. On the sidelines, Jim remarked to Westphal, based on training samples, Cheng's three-point shooting off the dribble is also quite strong. Westphal shook his head, responding, "The sample size is insufficient to draw conclusions hastily. I do hope Cheng can develop a proficient off-the-dribble three-point shooting ability." Cheng Lu's three-point shooting had already pleasantly surprised Westphal, and the prospect of him possessing off-the-dribble capabilities would indeed render him a remarkable rookie. Hayes applied tight defense on Cheng Lu, denying him any shooting space. Cheng Lu, fixated on his opponent, refrained from dribbling. Hayes maintained a low center of gravity, his balance formidable, and his ability to disrupt rhythm was pronounced. Aware of his current struggles with ball handling, Cheng Lu avoided giving Hayes an opportunity to force a turnover, signaling for Evans to approach for a handoff. As Cheng Lu initiated the pass, he successfully drew the attention of both Hayes and Lowry, only to abruptly retract his hand, dribbling towards the wing. This caught Hayes off guard, and even Lowry was momentarily unresponsive. By the time they realized they had been outmaneuvered, Cheng Lu had surged to a 45-degree angle, releasing an open jump shot. Swish! Cheng Lu had sunk his third three-pointer of the game. Yu Jia remarked, "Cheng Lu is playing with remarkable confidence. Such a three-pointer is a shot that only superstars would dare to attempt." Zhang Heli chuckled. The Rockets cannot afford to let their guard down for even a moment. As long as they provide Cheng Lu with an open three-point opportunity, it is virtually a guaranteed score. On the Rockets side, Scola executed a strong move in the paint against Caspi, successfully scoring. The point differential remained consistently within 5 points. As Cheng Lu sprinted toward the front court, he called out to Caspi, "Later on, set a screen for me at the high post," pulling the defense out to the three-point line. Caspi nodded, understanding Cheng Lu's intention as a fellow perimeter shooter. With a high screen, both players would have the opportunity to create open shots. As the second half commenced, Cheng Lu's confidence grew, coupled with an increasing desire to attack. The Rockets maintained their defensive assignments, with Hayes still shadowing him closely. Hayes recalled Cheng Lu's previous offensive play, where he feigned a handoff only to shift towards the wing for a three-point shot, igniting a desire for retribution within him. Having been outsmarted by this rookie, he was determined to reclaim his honor on the court. Hayes followed Cheng Lu as he shifted to the left, pressuring him immediately upon receiving the ball, leaving no opportunity for Cheng Lu to take a shot. However, as Cheng Lu maneuvered the ball sideways, a formidable wall suddenly emerged beside Hayes. The quality of Caspi's screen was exceptional. After Cheng Lu navigated around Hayes, he was faced with two options: either drive inward to seek a scoring opportunity beneath the basket or retreat beyond the three-point line to shoot. Without a moment's hesitation, Cheng Lu glanced at the three-point line and released the ball with confidence. The Rockets' defense remained compact in the paint, and any reckless attempt to penetrate would likely result in a double team. His layup and dunk ratings were merely in the 70s, making him susceptible to being blocked. Conversely, his three-point shooting rating of 98 positioned him among the league's elite shooters. With Caspi's screen effectively obstructing Hayes, even if Hayes lunged towards him, his sub-2-meter height would only allow him to leap and contest Cheng Lu's knees. Cheng Lu's shot was executed with remarkable assurance, followed by the crisp sound of net. On the bench, the Kings players stood up and cheered, calling out Cheng Lu's name in celebration. He had made 4 out of 5 three-point attempts. Cheng Lu was impressive. His playing style was exceptionally unique, a center capable of shooting three-pointers. Opponents simply could not defend against such a tall shooter, who claimed his performance was merely luck. This was sheer skill. Yao Ming, seated at the sidelines, could not help but applaud Cheng Lu. Before the game that evening, he had assumed that Cheng Lu's explosive performance 2 days prior had some element of fortune. After all, who hadn't he enjoyed dumplings during the new year? He believed replicating such a three-point display would be challenging. However, after witnessing Cheng Lu in action, Yao Ming was struck by the extraordinary nature of his three-point shooting. In less than half a game, he had made 4 out of 5 attempts. Imagine how many points he could score if given the freedom to shoot. Although the Rockets were not considered a strong team at present, their perimeter defense was commendable. Not everyone could achieve such performance. As a senior player representing Chinese basketball, Yao Ming felt a sense of pride. Cheng Lu's performance was certainly enough to establish his place in the league. A center who could shoot three-pointers may be unconventional, but if a team possessed such a player, their tactical options would be vastly enriched. In the previous 2 years' playoff series between the Rockets and the Jazz, Oker's three-point shooting had posed significant challenges for Yao Ming and the entire Rockets squad. Assistant coach Jim continued his analysis. Cheng Lu's fundamental skills and defense had yet to reach the league's average standard for a center, and he might struggle in physical confrontations against seasoned big men. Yet, beneath the brilliance of his three-point shooting, these concerns seemed to diminish in significance. Westphal, growing increasingly enthusiastic, remarked that fundamentals, strength, and defense could all be developed. After all, he was merely a rookie who had played on the court twice. Well done. As Cheng Lu returned on defense and passed by his own bench, head coach Westphal playfully smacked his rear with admiration. Westphal felt fortunate to have discovered Cheng Lu's talents. Otherwise, he would still be languishing on the Kings bench. On the Rockets bench, head coach Adelman furrowed his brow at Cheng Lu, questioning, Are you kidding me? To execute a step-back three-pointer after a screen, is there a center who plays like this? Adelman couldn't help but reminisce about Cheng Lu's performance during his tryout this summer. When Cheng Lu announced his candidacy, the Rockets, having savored the sweetness brought by Yao Ming, were the first to contact him for a tryout. However, during the tryout, aside from his impressive static talents, Cheng Lu lagged significantly behind Yao Ming in other aspects, particularly in shooting, where he seemed far from proficient. Currently, Cheng Lu's performance can only be explained by the intense shooting training he undertook over the summer, significantly improving his three-point shooting skills. However, it seems improbable for him to transform from a novice to a top-tier shooter in just a few months, unless he is a prodigy among prodigies. Adelman urged the players to accelerate their counterattack. Lowry, with the ball, deftly navigated around the defender using a screen, halting near the free throw line for a jump shot that secured 2 points. Adelman's expression remained serious, while the Kings' defense was mediocre. They were scoring three-pointers while the Rockets settled for two. If this continued, the Kings could not only equalize but potentially take the lead. As the Kings resumed their offense, Cheng Lu, having slipped along the baseline, failed to find a shooting opportunity. Yet, his presence distracted the defense, allowing Evans to penetrate from the wing effortlessly for a bank shot. Unbeknownst to them, the Kings completed their comeback. As the third quarter progressed, Cheng Lu continued to make an impact on offense, though he struggled defensively against the significantly shorter Hayes. Although Hayes is considered short for a traditional center, his robust physique posed a challenge. After several exchanges in the paint, Cheng Lu's stamina began to wane. As they approached the final quarter, the broadcast camera was consistently capturing Cheng Lu. This sparked an ominous feeling in Cousins on the bench, especially after Cheng Lu sank 2 more three-pointers in the third quarter, making him feel that his position in the low post was threatened. Cousins, the 5th overall pick this year, was chosen by the Kings as a gamble on the future. This confidence allowed him to express his temper freely in front of the coach. Yet, what if the Kings had found a suitable replacement? Currently, aside from his three-point shooting, Cheng Lu had many shortcomings, and there was still a considerable gap in overall strength compared to Cousins. However, having spent significant time as teammates during the Summer League, Cousins was acutely aware of Cheng Lu's rapid improvement. In a short span, he had evolved from a novice to a competent three-point shooter. Given more time, what heights could Cheng Lu reach? As the fourth quarter commenced, Cheng Lu's fatigue became apparent, leading to several missed shots from beyond the arc midway through the fourth. He failed to convert a wide-open three-pointer. Westphal recognized Cheng Lu's diminishing stamina, even if they designated him as the star player and granted him unlimited shooting privileges. The results might not be favorable. With just over 3 minutes left in the fourth quarter, Westphal substituted Cheng Lu out of the game. Overall, Westphal was more than satisfied with Cheng Lu's performance. For a rookie to deliver such a display was nothing short of extraordinary, promising a bright future ahead. At the conclusion of the fourth quarter, Cousins, feeling the weight of impending threat, played with remarkable intensity, fully adhering to the coach's strategy and demonstrating a serious defensive attitude. Although Cheng Lu struggled with his shooting early in the quarter, his ability to draw the Rockets' defense was undeniable, providing ample scoring opportunities for Caspi and Evans. Ultimately, the game concluded with the Kings triumphing over the Rockets with a score of 105-100, securing their 7th victory of the season. Cheng Lu played for 24 minutes and 15 seconds, shooting 7 out of 13 from the field, including 5 out of 9 from beyond the arc, and 1 out of 2 from the free throw line, amassing 20 points, 4 rebounds, 1 assist, and 1 block. Despite recording 3 turnovers in the fourth quarter due to fatigue, the fans overlooked these mishaps. Meanwhile, Cousins and Evans also shone brightly. Cousins secured a double-double with 22 points and 12 rebounds, along with 2 assists, while Evans adeptly managed the offense, contributing 17 points and 7 assists. Cousins, upon reviewing the statistics of both Cheng Lu and himself, felt comfortable. While his efficiency outshone Cheng's, the latter surpassed him in points and rebounds. Furthermore, on the defensive end, Cousins added 2 blocks and 1 steal, significantly enhancing his contribution. Though satisfied, he rationalized that this was not merely a matter of 1 or 2 games, even if Cheng Lu had performed admirably in 2 consecutive outings. Cousins maintained an impressive average of 14.1 points and 8.6 rebounds, positioning himself as a formidable contender for Rookie of the Year, his prowess far exceeding that of a second-round pick. Isn't it just shooting three-pointers? With some practice, I could manage that too, Cousins mused, considering himself the 5th overall pick, asserting that his natural talent was undoubtedly superior to that of a late second-round selection. After the game, Cheng Lu approached Yao Ming, who greeted him with a fist bump and a pat on the shoulder, saying, "You played exceptionally well. This is only your second regular season game, and there will be many challenges ahead in your career. Maintain this confidence, but do not become complacent. I look forward to seeing you evolve into an outstanding player." Yao then chuckled, "I was itching to play while sitting on the bench. I can't wait to recover and compete against you or join you as a teammate." Cheng Lu nodded, reassuring him, "Rest assured, Ming, we are all eagerly awaiting your return." Kings head coach Westphal, interviewed at the sidelines, expressed his satisfaction with the team's overall performance, particularly with Cheng Lu. "We are a young team, and the future undoubtedly belongs to the youth. Given some time to gel, I believe the Kings will astonish the world." A reporter inquired, "You provided Cheng with more opportunities tonight. Was his performance anticipated?" "Of course," Westphal replied nonchalantly. "Otherwise, why would I have increased his playing time? Cheng's talent needs to be unearthed. We recognized it even before selecting him." A sly smile nearly escaped Westphal's lips. Discovering talent? Had it not been for the fortuitous opportunity in the previous game, Cheng Lu would still be guarding the water cooler. Nevertheless, in the public eye, one must maintain appearances. How else could one demonstrate their discernment? Surrounded by numerous local journalists at the sidelines, Yao Ming did not hesitate to extol the prowess of Cheng Lu when asked about his performance. "Cheng Lu is formidable, at the very least. He has outshone me during my prime." Meanwhile, Cheng Lu, in the locker room, learned of Yao Ming and the coach's commendations from the throng of reporters encircling him. He remained humble, remarking, "It is merely a regular season game. I still have a considerable distance to cover before matching the caliber of top-tier stars. My immediate goal is to earn more trust and dedicate myself to relentless training." After the match concluded, headlines in both China and the United States prominently featured Cheng Lu's name. The sight of Yao Ming and Cheng Lu posing together thrilled many Chinese basketball fans. When Yao Ming was injured, numerous fans felt a deep sense of despair, recalling the multitude of injuries that had plagued his career. The impact of another injury could be profoundly detrimental. Similarly, Yi Jianlian, traded to the Wizards to mentor rookie John Wall, found himself underutilized, with both his performance and statistics significantly declining. Cheng Lu's impressive emergence has effectively filled this void. Following the game, instead of indulging in Houston's nightlife, Cheng Lu returned directly to the hotel, as he would need to fly back to Sacramento with the team the next day to face the Golden State Warriors in a back-to-back matchup. Exhausted, he prepared to rest immediately upon arrival. The system's voice echoed once more, announcing, "You have gained the trust of the head coach, with over 20 minutes of playing time. You have received a reward, Healing Art." Cheng Lu promptly checked his reward. In this fiercely competitive arena, it is crucial for older players to prioritize physical protection. When you encounter injuries on the court, Healing Art will activate immediately, restoring your body to its former state. With his stamina at 75-80 and strength at 70-72, Cheng Lu felt invigorated. The Healing Art, capable of remedying injuries, was astonishingly effective. Throughout history, countless players have flared briefly before fading away, many falling victim to injuries that rapidly derailed their careers. For instance, Greg Oden, the first overall pick by the Trailblazers, suffered from injuries that sidelined him from numerous games and practices, leading to his obscurity. In any sport, whether basketball, football, or others, injuries are what athletes dread most. This skill directly alleviated Cheng Lu's greatest concern as a player. As long as he maintained his form, his professional career could be indefinitely prolonged, allowing him to engage in fierce competition when necessary. Moreover, this skill further enhanced his attributes, increasing both stamina and strength. Indeed, having such a boon renders one invincible. The entire world of football fans marvels at your ability to maintain competitive form at the ripe age of 38. Having garnered the trust of your coach, it is now time to demonstrate your starting prowess to the world. Objective: secure a spot on the team's starting lineup, boldly announcing your triumphant return while silencing your detractors. Reward: Star Enhancement Package. Types of enhancement packages: Shooting Package, Dunk Package, Skill Package. This time, the system has altered the nature of the rewards from skills to enhancement packages, offering a variety of types. Cheng Lu, aware of the formidable nature of three-point shooting and healing abilities, understands that the effects of the enhancement packages will undoubtedly be advantageous. The challenge of returning to the game as an older player is significantly greater than that faced by younger athletes. To maintain your condition, self-discipline and rigorous self-expectation are paramount. Random daily task: perform 150 weighted squats with a neck load. 4 sets. Reward points: 15 points. Once again, Cheng Lu has received a new task. and upon seeing the term points, he is intrigued. While the system has yet to provide an explanation for the points, Chen Lu believes that accumulating them can only be beneficial. After all, it merely entails additional strength training. Without delay, he rushes to the gym on the first floor of the hotel. In the late hours of the night, Cousins, having just returned from a nightclub, hears commotion from the gym and curiously decides to investigate. Who could be awake at this hour? Rubbing his eyes, Cousins, upon spotting Chen Lu, can't help but mutter, "Damn, this guy is really grinding." Chapter 8. Facing the Warriors' random daily task. Make 100 3-point shots and practice reward points. 15 points the following morning, after returning to Sacramento. Chen Lu takes a brief nap upon reaching his apartment. As noon approaches, he receives yet another new task, indicating that these daily random tasks refresh daily, with training content varying each time. Given that they are playing back-to-back games, while there is a match today, practice will not commence until after 2 in the afternoon. Chen Lu rises leisurely, opens his computer to peruse fans praising him online, and prepares a simple lunch for himself. His lunch consists of grilled chicken breast accompanied by a medley of vegetables and a modest serving of brown rice, complemented by a bottle of coconut water from the refrigerator. Typically, players would hire professional nutritionists for their meals, but with his current modest salary and lack of endorsements, Chen Lu cannot afford such luxuries and must fend for himself. After lunch, he indulges in some gaming before heading down to the parking garage, where he drives his second-hand Camry to the arena. Just as he parks, a sleek black Mercedes-Benz pulls up beside him, belonging to his teammate, Evans. "Hey, Chen, you are here early," Evans remarks, stepping out of the car while wearing sunglasses. "Still driving that old clunker? With your rising popularity across the nation, shouldn't you be reaping endorsements left and right?" The vehicle of Chen Lu appeared before the arena like a younger sibling, albeit he wished to express, "I am devoid of funds, my brother." Evans, last year's 4th overall pick, earned over $300,000 annually. And purchasing these two items costing around $20,000 was merely a blink of an eye for him, while Chen Lu's salary amounted to a mere $200,000. In this realm, annual salaries are intricately linked to draft positions. For instance, this year's 5th overall pick, Cousins, commands a salary of $330,000, which is 9 times that of Chen Lu, while the 1st overall pick, John Wall, has signed a contract boasting an annual salary of $5 million. Upon hearing about commercial endorsements, Chen Lu felt a twinge of headache. His inbox was inundated with collaboration proposals, yet they were lang of quality, and he lacked the time to sift through them for negotiations. Evans remarked, "Perhaps you should consider hiring an agent." Chen Lu nodded, recognizing that under the current circumstances, it was indeed prudent to seek a representative to manage affairs beyond the court. Upon arriving at the gym with Evans, assistant coach Jim informed him, "Cheng, although you have only played 2 games, given your performance, our coaching staff has deliberated and decided you will serve as the 6th man, maintaining the team's offensive momentum with the bench unit, with approximately 25 minutes of playing time." Chen Lu nodded with delight. 25 minutes of court time per game was no small feat. Transitioning from a mere waterboy to the 6th man of the team in just 2 games was a commendable achievement for him, especially considering he was merely a late second-round pick and could hardly expect to step into the role of a starter like a lottery pick. Typically, the role of the 6th man is occupied by guards, as this position necessitates swift scoring abilities and tactical adaptability, making it rare for a big man to assume such a role. Nevertheless, Chen Lu was not a conventional interior player. He possessed a formidable 3-point threat, capable of creating space for his teammates' drives. Of course, his ultimate ambition remained to secure a spot in the starting lineup, as the system awaited his rewards. After warming up, Chen Lu immediately commenced his 3-point shooting practice. Within half an hour, he successfully sank 105 3-pointers, achieving an impressive accuracy rate of approximately 80%, thereby earning points from the system. Westphal, observing Chen Lu's training statistics, couldn't help but be astonished. His consecutive highlights had led Westphal to shed his previous biases against Chen Lu. The primary concern for the entire Kings coaching staff now was whether Chen Lu's performance could be sustained. A mere explosion of talent was insufficient, as durability is paramount for a man. At 7 o'clock in the evening, as the home team players sprinted from the tunnel onto the court, the Yakko Arena erupted in cheers. The attendance for the evening exceeded 90%, a remarkable feat for the Kings, since the team's embarkation on a rebuilding phase. The home attendance had languished around 80%, significantly below the league average. As Chen Lu stepped onto the court, He experienced the exhilaration of the crowd's applause for the first time, spotting numerous fans in the front row donning his number 7 jersey. Returning to his home court, Sacramento's fans eagerly anticipated witnessing Chung Lu continue to thrill them with his three-point shooting. It appears that selecting Chung with a second-round pick in the draft is an exquisite decision. The Sacramento Kings general manager, Jeff Petrie, could not help but commend himself upon witnessing the electrifying atmosphere in the arena. Cheng Lu has visibly increased the team's revenue in recent days, and most significantly, he has transformed from a mere mascot into a pivotal player, contributing both in performance and marketability. In this matchup, the Kings face the Golden State Warriors, who currently hold a record of 9 wins and 16 losses, placing them just ahead of the Kings in the Western Conference standings. Since their playoff appearance in the 2006 to 2007 season, where they famously upset the Mavericks, the Warriors have not returned to the postseason for 3 consecutive years. In recent seasons, the Warriors have gained notoriety for their ever-changing roster. In the 2008 to 2009 season, Coach Don Nelson experimented with 47 different starting lineups, and last season, he utilized 49. Trying everything from a small ball lineup to various configurations, yet with little success. This year, following Nelson's departure, Keith Smart, who has served as an assistant coach for 7 years, has taken the helm. Smart's coaching abilities do not quite match Nelson's. He has moved away from a purely fast-paced style to attempt a more balanced approach to offense and defense, but the results have been lackluster. It is worth noting that he has previously held a head coaching position with the Kings, and his capabilities appear rather average. In addition to the coaching change, the Warriors have acquired all-star forward David Lee from the Knicks through a sign-in trade. And they have also signed Darrell Wright and Ekpudo to bolster their frontcourt scoring and spacing. As for the backcourt, Stephen Curry has elevated his scoring from 17.5 points last season to 18.6 this season, forming a dual-threat partnership with Monta Ellis. However, the compatibility between the two is questionable, with significant issues surrounding ball distribution. Chung Lu's inaugural skill is derived from Curry's remarkable three-point shooting, and he is keenly interested in Curry's performance tonight. Having watched numerous Warriors games last season, Chung noted that Curry's performance as a rookie was commendable, particularly in his outside shooting, which, while not as prolific as Ellis's, was far more efficient. The system he is bonded with is from the future, suggesting that Curry is destined to evolve into an extraordinary three-point shooting superstar. As is customary, CCTV broadcasted this match, leading to a rapid surge in Cheng's popularity domestically, prompting the sports channel to increase the coverage of the Kings games. American networks also aired the contest, with Charles Barkley commenting pregame that Chung is currently playing as the 6th man, indicating that the Kings coaching staff is not entirely inept, as they recognize the potential residing within Cheng. In my opinion, his potential rivals that of DeMarcus Cousins and Tyreke Evans. Kenny Smith remarked that DeMarcus remains the starting center for the Kings, and in the previous 2 games, the team has attempted to play both players simultaneously, seemingly without any compatibility issues. Indeed, Cheng's style differs from that of DeMarcus. He can stretch the floor, creating scoring opportunities for DeMarcus and Tyreke, seamlessly fitting into the Kings' system and addressing their offensive deficiencies. Barkley nodded thoughtfully and added, however, the compatibility issues on the Warriors' side are quite significant. It is evident to any discerning observer that Steven and Monta are entirely mismatched. Their simultaneous presence on the court does not facilitate a fluid offensive flow. Kenny Smith remarked, "Both teams are exceedingly young, Charles. Among this crop of rookies, whom do you favor?" Barkley pondered for a moment before responding, "I can assure you that in the future, these two will undoubtedly become the core of their team." Initially, Smith instinctively considered rebutting Barkley, yet he found himself in silent agreement with Cheng Lu, uncertain how to counter his assertion. The game commenced swiftly, with Cheng Lu once again observing from the bench. Initially, it was assumed that the contest between these two struggling Western Conference teams would lack intensity. However, surprisingly, both sides escalated their defensive efforts from the very beginning. Halfway through the first quarter, both teams had yet to reach double digits in scoring, with the Warriors recording 4 blocks and the Kings achieving 3 steals on the defensive end, deliberately constraining the pace of the game to prevent the Warriors from scoring easily. Many fans described this matchup as a battle of ineptitude. With just 1 minute and 22 seconds remaining in the first quarter, Cheng Lu was summoned by Westphal to enter the game, directly replacing Cousins at the center position. The moment Cheng Lu's name was announced, a fervent cheer erupted from the crowd. At this juncture, the score stood at 23-16, with the Kings trailing by 7 points. Cheng Lu was matched up against Ayers, the 6th overall pick this year, who had been granted ample opportunity with the Warriors. Ayres possessed average offensive capabilities but excelled defensively, particularly with rim protection. As the Kings initiated their offense, Chung Lu positioned himself in the left corner. The Warriors had conducted a thorough analysis of Chung Lu's offensive skills prior to the game. Consequently, Ayres immediately tightened his defensive stance, his right hand hovering near Chung Lu's waist, denying him the chance to receive a pass. Caspe moved from the wing to the top of the arc, and at the moment he set a screen for Evans, Chung Lu executed a backdoor cut along the baseline. Intending to penetrate the paint, Ayres quickly followed him, but as Chung Lu approached the key, the Kings' backup power forward, Landry, silently slid over from the wing to obstruct Ayres' pursuit. After Ayres collided with the screen, he hastily signaled to his teammate for a switch. Instead of receiving the ball near the basket, Chung Lu continued his movement towards the right 45-degree angle. Ellis on the perimeter was compelled to switch defenses. And at that moment, Evans skillfully maneuvered the ball around the defenders and delivered it into Chung Lu's hands. As Chung Lu caught the ball, Ellis rushed to contest him. However, Chung Lu's shooting release was exceptionally swift, combined with a high shooting point, rendering Ellis' leap ineffective and disrupting his shot. As the ball swished through the net, Chung Lu maintained his shooting form, and the UQ Arena erupted once more in applause. In the commentary booth, Barkley reminisced about Chung Lu's off-ball movement, exclaiming, "Chung's off-ball capabilities are remarkable. His running patterns closely resemble those of Ray Allen." Udo had not anticipated that Chung Lu would abruptly alter his positioning, as he instinctively assumed the opponent would seek an opportunity to conclude the play in the paint, resulting in the Warriors' entire defensive line being stretched. During the Warriors' offensive, Ellis swiftly accelerated away from his defender, Evans, and attempted a mid-range jump shot after reaching the free throw line, but the ball clanged off the rim. However, the rebound was secured by David Lee, who then passed it to the perimeter for Darrell Wright. Wright, from the top of the arc, unleashed a three-point shot that found its mark. After signing with the Warriors as a free agent this summer, Wright had a career-best season, averaging 16 points and 5.3 rebounds with a three-point shooting percentage of 37.6, positioning himself as a contender for this year's Most Improved Player award. On the Kings' offensive end, Udo continued to closely guard Chung Lu while observing the movements of the other Kings players. After setting a screen for Evans at the top of the arc, Chung Lu made a cut towards the corner, successfully evading Udo with the help of Caspe's pick. Evans delivered the ball into Chung Lu's hands at a familiar spot, but Chung Lu faced a double team from Wright and Ellis upon receiving it. Hesitating briefly, he caught sight of Caspe unguarded at the top of the arc and lofted a pass to him. Caspe, upon receiving the ball, immediately aimed for the basket. Alas, the open three-point attempt clanged off the rim. In the commentary booth, Ujia lamented, "What a splendid opportunity," but Caspe rushed his shot. Zhang Heili concurred, "Indeed." Yet this play showcases Chung Lu's exceptional spatial awareness. Had he opted to pass to the post, Evans would have had an opportunity as well, thus allowing the Warriors' defense to shift their focus inward, providing Caspe with a shooting chance. Westphal shook his head, believing Chung Lu could have played more selfishly, as he could have sought another screen to create space for a shot or restructured the play for the guards. Nevertheless, Westphal was sufficiently pleased with Chung Lu's performance, acknowledging that one cannot expect a rookie center to possess both three-point shooting ability and seasoned ball handling skills. The Warriors' subsequent offensive possession also resulted in a miss, while the Kings concluded the first quarter with a fast break from Udry, finishing the quarter at 26-21, trailing by 5 points as they entered the second quarter. Chung Lu played for just over a minute in the first quarter, attempting one shot and scoring a three-pointer. The Kings struggled significantly tonight, with their overall shooting percentage falling below 30%. Evans had a dismal outing, going 0 for 5 with merely 1 assist, while Cousins also failed to score on 3 attempts and accrued 2 fouls, being outperformed offensively by the opposing David Lee. Had it not been for Udry's stellar performance, scoring 12 points in the first quarter, Westphal would have been compelled to question Chung Lu's contributions earlier. On the Warriors' side, every player managed to score, with Ellis contributing 9 points in the quarter, while Wright and David Lee added 5 and 4 points, respectively. Chung Lu kept a close eye on Curry, who shot 2 for 3 from the field and 1 for 2 from beyond the arc, accumulating 6 points, though Curry's ball handling time was limited, as the majority of the possession resided with Ellis. In the second quarter, the Warriors fielded their starters, while Chung Lu led the bench players for the Kings. Warriors lineup: Udo, David Lee, Wright, Ellis, and Curry. Kings lineup: Chung Lu, Landry, Caspe, Jermaine Taylor, and Eugene Jeter. As the second quarter commenced, Cheng Lu initiated a give-and-go at the arc with Jeter, holding the ball while facing Curry. Chapter 9. Impressive. The range of the center? Cheng Lu focused on the cherubic face before him, which appeared somewhat vulnerable, with a poised stance 2 steps beyond the three-point line. He maintained possession until Curry fully closed in, at which point he calmly pivoted to face the basket. Curry, on his toes, raised his right hand in an attempt to disrupt Cheng Lu's shot. Cheng Lu took a step to his left, eschewing excessive dribbling, and after creating space, he launched a shot. Curry, gritting his teeth, leaped with all his might, yet the basketball soared past his fingertips towards the hoop. Swish. 24-26. Curry, somewhat resigned, gestured with his hands, indicating to David Lee the necessity for swift rotations during pick-and-roll defense, advising against switches. David Lee merely nodded, not overly concerning himself with Curry's words. As an all-star center, his standing within the team was significantly higher than that of the second-year rookie, Curry. In the Warriors' offensive play, the first-string lineup remained intact. Upon bringing the ball up court, Curry noticed Ellis, who was positioned on the right side, signaling for the ball. Without hesitation, Curry passed it to him, and Ellis motioned for his teammates to clear out for a one-on-one play. Ellis, challenging Taylor, drove toward the free-throw line, opting for a spinning jumper with his right hand. The ball clanged off the rim, rejecting Ellis's attempt. Why such haste, Monta? The Kings' interior defense isn't particularly intense. You should wait for a teammate screen, Barkley remarked. Though the Kings boasted sufficient height, their defensive quality was mediocre. But that's just his playing style. One must understand that Ellis has never been an efficient player, Kenny Smith noted. In the subsequent possession, the Kings' offense was orchestrated by Cheng Lu and Taylor, with Taylor successfully hitting a jumper from the low post, earning Cheng Lu an assist. Back to the Warriors, Ellis persistently sought the ball on the wing. As Curry navigated around a screen to the corner, he spotted an opportunity and reached out to his teammate. However, Wright, who received the ball, disregarded Curry's signal and passed it to Ellis. After calling for a screen, Ellis made a decisive move into the Kings' interior, taking 3 strides before attempting a layup against Caspi. Again, a loud clang echoed as Ellis missed the opportunity. Observing Ellis squander yet another chance, Curry lowered his head in discontent. On the next possession, Cheng Lu positioned himself at the elbow. After Jeter bounced the ball to him, Udo began to apply intense pressure. Cheng Lu requested another screen. As Taylor provided a solid pick, Cheng Lu slipped into the paint. David Lee was drawn to the corner by Caspi, leaving Ellis and Curry to double-team inside. Faced with both defenders, Cheng Lu opted for a high lob. The ball clanged off the backboard. But during the interference as Ellis jumped, he made contact with Cheng Lu's arm, prompting the referee to call a foul. At the free-throw line, Cheng Lu managed only 1 successful shot out of 2 attempts, yet at that moment, the Kings had already taken the lead. Ellis, frustrated after missing 2 consecutive shots, continued to isolate at the top of the arc. By the second quarter, his shooting had deteriorated further, culminating in yet another miss. On the sidelines, Warriors head coach Smart furrowed his brow and shouted towards the court, "Move more, pass more, provide support inside." Smart hoped that Ellis would adopt a more team-oriented approach. But Ellis's style of ball dominance rendered such teamwork improbable. This season, Ellis averaged 24.1 points per game, slightly lower than the previous season. Yet he still ranked among the top 10 scorers. However, his efficiency was alarmingly low, as he led the league in average attempts over the past 2 years. Particularly concerning was his three-point shooting. Since the departure of Baron Davis, Ellis had assumed the role of the team's go-to player, often opting for ill-advised shots. He attempted 47 three-pointers with a dismal shooting percentage of 36.1. In contrast, Curry proved to be far more effective from the perimeter, shooting 46 three-pointers with an impressive accuracy of 44.2, a full 8 percentage points higher than Ellis. This disparity presented a dilemma for the Warriors' management. Should they retain Ellis or Curry? Ellis possessed remarkable finishing abilities near the basket, once averaging 21 points per game alongside Baron Davis with a stunning shooting percentage of 53.1. However, Coach Nelson and the Warriors' management had consistently favored Curry. Otherwise, they would not have acquired him from New York last year despite already having guards on the roster. Speculation mounted that at the end of the season, one of the two, Curry or Ellis, would inevitably be let go, as their offensive styles were fundamentally incompatible. Observing the current state of the Warriors' defense only added to the urgency of the situation. On the other side, the Kings continued to bolster their offensive efforts. After Casby sank another three-pointer from the perimeter, the Warriors were determined not to allow Ellis to continue his reckless play. Curry and David Lee executed a pick-and-roll from the 45-degree angle. As Curry moved to the corner, the Kings' defense was slow to rotate, prompting him to reach out for the ball from Ellis. At that moment, Ellis was entangled with Tyler near the paint. Although he caught a glimpse of Curry's request, he was reluctant to pass the ball. However, upon seeing the grim expression on his coach's face, he begrudgingly tossed the ball to the corner. Yet, in his moment of hesitation, the Kings' defense had already positioned itself effectively. Upon receiving the ball, Curry found Jet closing in to contest the shot. Faced with this hard-earned opportunity, Curry gritted his teeth and took a shot from beyond the arc despite Jet's close defense. Clang! Curry's release was swift, but although Jet failed to block the shot, the basketball ricocheted off the side of the rim due to the tight contesting. On the broadcast, Barkley continued his commentary. Stevens' shot selection this time was as poor as Monta's, and he relinquished possession. He added, "Monta's pass was far too slow. I sense both guards are playing with a sense of urgency." Kenny Smith nodded in agreement. Barkley remarked, "Both are eager to prove themselves, especially with the rumors circulating that the Warriors will only commit to one of them this year. Neither wants to be seen as the team's discard." After the missed three-pointer, Curry was filled with frustration, and both his teammates and the head coach expressed dissatisfaction with such shooting choices. Following Curry's errant shot, Cheng Lu seized the rebound at the free throw line and passed it to Jet, prompting the Kings to initiate a fast break. However, under the Warriors' counterattack, the Kings' fast break faltered, forcing them to slow down their offensive tempo. At the top of the arc, Cheng Lu continued to engage in a pick-and-roll with Taylor. This time, Cheng Lu aimed not for Curry, but for Ellis. In the moment the switch occurred, Cheng Lu promptly drifted to the left side at a 45-degree angle behind the three-point line, arriving just as Ellis staggered over a beat too late. Taylor tossed the ball over their heads, and as Cheng Lu received it, his feet were perfectly positioned just beyond the three-point line. Ellis, showing a lack of respect, offered only a half-hearted gaze of defense upon seeing Cheng Lu catch the ball. As Cheng Lu bent his knees and prepared to shoot, he noticed that Ellis hadn't even jumped, so he rose up for the shot. A bit disrespectful, perhaps? Swish. Another three-pointer. Warriors head coach Smart felt a twinge of helplessness. Such a defensive switch was utterly foolish. For Ellis, this was not his fault at all. He had already navigated around the pick, but Udo's reaction was too slow, resulting in a defensive switch that came too late. This three-pointer extended the Kings' lead to 7 points, prompting the Warriors head coach to call a timeout. Curry was now quite disheartened. Why was Ellis, with such poor shooting, still engaging in endless isolation plays? Sitting on the bench, Ellis was eager to shift the blame, while Curry calmly remarked, "When I'm beyond the three-point line, don't hesitate, just pass it to me." Ellis shot him a glare, retorting, "Stop throwing up wild threes from beyond the arc. We're already behind. Don't give the ball back to the opponents." In Ellis's view, he was the true leader of the team. It was not for a rookie like Curry to direct him, especially since he and Curry had clashed since the latter joined the team. As for the external rumors of internal discord, Ellis paid them no mind, firmly believing that the team would not forsake a long-standing 20-point scorer for a rookie. In fact, in Ellis's eyes, he was the league's second-best shooting guard, with only Kobe ahead of him. If he were to exert pressure on the management, the team would certainly trade Curry for more robust support. Hearing Ellis's words, Curry's expression darkened. Who did this guy think he was? Amid the tense atmosphere, Coach Smart interjected, "The opposing bench has been hitting their threes. Let us have Steven and Dorrell take some shots from the perimeter." As the second quarter progressed, the Kings began to gradually substitute their starters, and Cheng Lu was taken out with just over 3 minutes remaining in the quarter. By the end of the first half, Cheng Lu had accumulated 12 points, 2 rebounds, and 1 assist. Cheng Lu walked along the player tunnel towards the locker room, as fans surged towards the left side, arms reaching out at various heights. Cheng Lu, without any pretense, extended his hand in response. Currently, his popularity among the Kings rivals that of DeMarcus Cousins, largely due to the team's ongoing rebuilding phase, which has left them devoid of superstars. Thus, with a remarkable performance, Cheng Lu can easily win the hearts of the Sacramento fans. After 2 minutes and 9 seconds into the third quarter, Cousins was called for a blocking foul while defending David Lee, providing Westfall with an opportunity to adjust his lineup. During the dead ball, Cheng Lu replaced Dante Green to take the center position, while Cousins shifted to the power forward role. The score stood at 61-61, with both teams back on even ground. The Warriors initiated their offense, following a dismal shooting performance from Evans, who missed all 6 of his attempts in the second quarter. Smart was reluctant to allow him to dominate the ball in the second half, emphasizing the necessity for teamwork. Curry ran from the corner to the top of the arc, with David Lee setting a screen on the wing. Kings guard Udry failed to keep pace, and as Curry stood 2 steps away from the three-point line, he glanced at the basket before suddenly jumping to shoot. The front row fans of the Kings were momentarily perplexed, wondering if he truly intended to take the shot. In the next instant, Curry leapt from his spot and swiftly released the ball. Swish. As it swished through the net, Curry was visibly elated, retreating on defense while celebrating with a head shake. Cheng Lu had confidence in Curry's three-pointer, yet he was equally astonished that he would shoot from such a position. Can a three-pointer be executed in that manner? Cheng Lu pondered. On the next possession, Udry brought the ball near midcourt and, following tactical instructions, passed it to the right sideline. Cheng Lu moved from the top of the arc to receive the ball, his heels still on the Kings' court, a full 2 large steps away from the three-point line. According to the strategy, Cheng Lu was supposed to wait at the arc for Evans to come up and set a screen for a mismatch opportunity. However, his mind was preoccupied with the image of Curry's long-range three-pointer. Could I throw it like that? Cheng Lu bent his knees, ready to shoot. David Lee, responsible for defending him, recognized Cheng Lu's three-point threat but remained near the arc, waiting for him to advance. Yet, as Cheng Lu raised the basketball above his head, David Lee suddenly realized the precariousness of the situation. The shot was at least 35 feet from the basket. Cheng Lu released the ball. The commentators were nearly at a loss for words. The trajectory of the basketball was unusually high. Swish. After Cheng Lu's extraordinary three-pointer, the previously silent Kings fans erupted, with cheers reverberating throughout the Golden One Center. Cheng Lu's shooting position was even further back than Curry's recent long-range attempt. In the commentary booth, Kenny Smith observed Barkley's contorted expression. Is this the shooting range expected of a center? Domestic fans were equally astonished. Wait, is he really shooting a three-pointer from just in front of the center circle? Cheng Lu's long-range three-pointer was even more astonishing than Curry's. Cheng Lu, please accept my admiration. This three-pointer is truly formidable. At this moment, Westphal was far from calm. The super-long three-pointer taken during regular time shattered his understanding of the game. Although it deviated from the established strategy, if such a shot were to succeed, who would still adhere to tactical plays? On the court, the Warriors pressed on with their offense. Cheng Lu's recent long-range shot felt like a dagger to the heart. But fortunately, the score remained tied. After regaining his composure, David Lee prepared to inbound the ball once more. Curry, utilizing a screen, deftly penetrated the paint and executed a successful layup. In the second half, Curry's rhythm was decidedly superior to that of Ellis. Meanwhile, on the Kings' side, after facing a double team at the top of the arc, Evans found his shooting touch in the second half, skillfully breaking through the Warriors' defense with a smooth turnaround jumper. As the Warriors continued their offensive play, Curry, having recently found his groove, avoided holding onto the ball. He lofted a pass to David Lee, who made a cut to the basket, but Cousins' presence in the paint disrupted Lee's layup attempt. Following a missed shot by the opponent, Cousins collided with White while vying for the rebound, leading the referee to call a pushing foul on him. Furious at receiving his 4th foul, Cousins erupted. What are you calling? That's my foul? He ran into me. Westphal, equally perplexed, noted that Cousins had already committed a foul in the second quarter and now faced 4, which necessitated careful management of his playing time to avoid a 6th foul ejection. Westphal substituted Landry for Cousins, and as Cousins walked toward the bench, he gestured mockingly to the referee with both thumbs up, shaking them in defiance. Damn it! The referee, witnessing Cousins' taunts and provocative gestures, was unyielding and immediately issued him a second technical foul. Following that, Cousins was ejected from the game. Westphal, bewildered, watched as Cousins continued to curse at the referee, shaking his head and sighing with frustration as he made his way to the bench, refraining from protesting the ejection. Cheng Lu, faced with this sudden turn of events, was momentarily taken aback. Without DeMarcus, the intensity of our inside defense and offense would undoubtedly diminish. Westphal urged Cheng Lu. Cheng, take more shots from the perimeter. We cannot let our firepower diminish. On the other side, upon witnessing Cousins' ejection, Warriors head coach Smart felt a sense of security and addressed his players. They are down one big man. Now we just need to focus on Cheng's three-point shooting. If we deny him opportunities, this game will be ours to win easily. Steven, engage them from the outside. Chapter 10. To exploit Curry, I am a true center. Cousins' technical foul granted the Warriors a free throw opportunity, and after Curry successfully converted, possession remained with the Warriors. At midcourt, the Warriors initiated an out-of-bounds play. The ball handler was still Curry, who, assessing the defense posed by Evans, opted not to take him on one-on-one but instead passed to Ellis. Evans, with his impressive wingspan of 2.11 meters, showcased excellent single defensibility among the 2009 draft class, blending speed and power, capable of guarding positions 3 and 4 effectively. Last year, the rookie Evans averaged an impressive 20 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists per game, in addition to securing 15 steals. Thus it came as no surprise when he snatched the Rookie of the Year title from the likes of Curry. Ellis, with the ball in hand, charged forward, and the Kings tightened their defense around the paint. Upon reaching the basket and realizing he was targeted, Ellis pivoted and attempted a contested jump shot. With a clang, the shot missed, but David Lee seized the rebound and passed it to Curry on the perimeter. Initially, Curry intended to have an interior player set a screen for him, but upon noticing that his defender had changed to Udrih, he chose to initiate a direct drive. After a series of moves, Udrih was left off balance, allowing Curry to effortlessly bypass him with a single step. Chung Lu had no choice but to provide help defense, yet Curry opted not to attack the basket directly. Instead, he executed a sudden stop at the free throw line to take a jump shot. Swish. The score was now 64-69, with the Warriors leading by 5 points. As the Kings launched their offensive, Curry's approach seemed effortless. However, the Kings were determined, with Evans and Udrih executing a pick-and-roll at the top of the arc. Curry chose to navigate around the screen, attempting to avoid a one-on-one confrontation with Evans. Nonetheless, after the pick, Evans did not initiate an attack, but rather passed the ball to Chung Lu in the low post. Landry moved to the wing to set a screen for Chung Lu. Though the quality of this pick was mediocre, when Chung Lu attempted a shot from the perimeter, he was hindered by David Lee's defense and failed to score. In the ensuing Warriors possession, Curry drove into the paint and finished with a layup against Landry. Chung Lu noted that Curry's seemingly slender physique belied his strength in the paint, as he adeptly utilized his skills to compensate for any lack of physicality. Last season, as a rookie, Curry frequently employed high-arching shots and reverse layups to dismantle opponents' interior defenses, achieving a shooting percentage of 58.6 in the paint, placing him at a commendable level among point guards. In the same season, Rose recorded a 59.3 shooting rate in the paint, while Westbrook stood at 54.8. This season, affected by ankle injuries, Curry's shooting percentage in the paint saw a slight decline to 55.8. Chung Lu regarded Curry as a cunning assassin with a baby face, cautioning against being deceived by his innocent appearance. On the sidelines, Warriors head coach Smart felt considerably relieved. Following these 2 possessions, he believed the game was already under control. Although our defense is lacking, the Kings are not a formidable defensive team. Both Steven and Ellis are capable of penetrating their defense, he mused. Smart's current objective was simply to ensure the Warriors contained the Kings' fast breaks, denying them opportunities to play at a rapid pace. With the Kings missing an interior player, once the tempo slowed, the initiative would rest firmly with the Warriors. During this offensive possession, Chung Lu positioned himself in the low post, drawing the attention of both David Lee and White in a double team. He swiftly tossed the ball to the corner, where Caspi, having just navigated a screen, was perfectly situated. Upon receiving the pass, Caspi confidently sank a three-pointer. The score shifted to 67-69. However, possession remained with the Warriors. The Warriors' defense appeared utterly ineffectual in the eyes of the Kings. The backcourt duo was already a concern, and in the paint, David Lee's lack of height rendered him an attacker with weak defensive capabilities, evidenced by his meager average of 0.3 blocks per game and virtually non-existent rim protection. The team's most formidable defender was White, boasting an average of 1.5 steals, however. His mediocre awareness and help defense was insufficient to cover the team's overall deficiencies. Consequently, the Kings felt no trepidation in engaging the Warriors in a half-court battle. Knowing that the Warriors frequently faltered in defensive switches, allowing them to exploit pick-and-roll situations and penetrate their defensive line with ease, the Kings' transition defense was swift, denying the Warriors the opportunity to execute their favored fast breaks. Curry was in excellent form during the third quarter, after a missed three-pointer. White secured the rebound from Lee's position, allowing Curry to receive the ball at the elbow and sink a mid-range jumper. Observing Curry's consistent scoring, Chung Lu felt that this trend could not continue. As Ellis passed by, he suddenly remarked, "Hey, Monta, aren't you a top-tier shooting guard? Why are you hesitant to attack in the second half?" In response to Chung Lu's provocation, Ellis scoffed, "Don't try to mess with my mentality with such petty tricks." Rookie. Chung Lu exchanged a knowing glance with Evans, who immediately understood the intent and approached, saying, "Why is the Warriors allowing Steven to handle the ball so much in the second half?" "Because Steven is more skilled than him," Chung Lu replied. And they shared a look, acknowledging that Steven's efficiency, particularly in three-point shooting, was remarkable. Indeed, the Warriors' system was tailored for players like him. This statement struck a chord with Ellis. Recognizing Chung Lu's trash talk, he was initially inclined to disregard it. But the notion that Curry surpassed him in skill provoked him profoundly. Had it not been for the urgency of advancing the offense, Ellis would have certainly retaliated with some quintessential American banter. On the Warriors' next possession, Curry maneuvered past Udrih and surged into the paint, where he executed a clever floater over Landry from an incredibly awkward angle. The baby-faced assassin was on fire tonight. Chung Lu now hoped that Ellis would initiate more ball handling, which might cool Curry's shooting touch. It was once again the Kings' turn to attack. Chung Lu assessed the scoreboard and felt confident about defending their home court. Although Curry was difficult to guard, the Warriors' defensive presence failed to impose any pressure on the Kings. Chung Lu's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the left wing, where Landry was holding his ground against David Lee, while Evans, positioned at the edge of the paint, gestured for him to move left. Chung Lu and Evans initiated their moves simultaneously, with David Lee shifting over, leaving Landry caught in the middle of the pursuit, 2 steps beyond the three-point arc. As Chung Lu received Evans' pass, he noticed he was being guarded by White. The Warriors' defensive switch faltered once more. White was tasked with guarding both Chung Lu and the three-point threat from the left corner, where Caspi resided. After adjusting his rhythm, Chung Lu leaped and propelled the basketball towards the hoop. Swish! Another three-pointer sank. The Kings fans at the Yako Arena erupted with joy, collectively chanting their admiration for Chung Lu's exquisite three-point shooting. Over the past decade, centers had been relentlessly bulking up, turning the paint into a battleground of brute force, leaving the fans somewhat fatigued. Suddenly, a center who could shoot threes like a guard brought a refreshing change. "Switch timely," Smart shouted to the Warriors players from the sidelines. "Steph, look for opportunities to take those three-pointers. Don't let the outside fire dwindle." Curry nodded in acknowledgement, while Ellis beside him felt a twinge of discomfort. Curry was stealing the limelight from him tonight, having yet to score a point as the second half commenced. Determined to make his mark, Ellis resolved to score during the Warriors' offensive play. He was being guarded by Evans, who was preparing to double-team Curry alongside Udrih as Curry brought the ball to the wing. With a series of deft dribbles, Curry skillfully shifted Udrih's balance, ultimately executing his signature behind-the-back dribble to create a slight opening. "Pass me the ball." Just as Curry was poised to shoot, Ellis, wide open, reached out for the ball. Curry lifted the ball slightly, faking a shot before delivering it into Ellis's hands. Ellis took his shot. Clang. The three-pointer hit nothing but rim, and the rebound was secured by Chung Lu. Now that was more like it. More passes to Ellis were needed. After passing the ball to Evans, the Kings swiftly initiated a fast break. The Warriors failed to regroup in time, allowing Evans to charge ahead and score a layup. Transitioning from defense to offense, Curry advanced the ball, exchanging a few passes with David Lee on the perimeter before opting for a mismatch against Landry. Landry struggled to contain the accelerating Curry, who drove down the right side towards the basket. As he leaped, he collided with the rotating Caspi, resulting in Curry being knocked to the floor. The ball ricocheted off the rim, but the referee called a foul. After David Lee and White helped Curry to his feet, he stepped to the free throw line and converted both shots. Barkley remarked, "Both teams are lacking in defense. Now it's a matter of which side finds their shooting rhythm first." Kenny Smith added, after DeMarcus was ejected in the third quarter, "The game has become a duel between Chin and Steph." Barkley chuckled, "Steph is far more challenging than Chung. Kings Tyreek and Omri can alleviate Chin's scoring burden, while one of the Warriors' backcourt duo, Monta Ellis, only serves to hinder his teammates. Since the second quarter, whenever he steps on the court, the team suffers. It's purely detrimental." Unfortunately, Ellis was oblivious to Barkley's commentary. Otherwise, he would have been infuriated. However, Barkley's insights were indeed astute. In the latter half of the third quarter, determined to regain possession, Ellis stubbornly engaged in a series of one-on-one battles, directly disrupting the Warriors' offensive rhythm. Meanwhile, the Kings maintained their steady approach, passing to Chung Lu whenever he found an open shot, or leveraging his ability to draw double teams to create opportunities for Evans and Caspi. At the conclusion of the third quarter, the Kings surged ahead with a score of 94-85. Curry exited the court with a hint of frustration. Despite scoring 15 points in the third quarter alone, his team was still trailing. As the final quarter commenced, the Kings maintained their tactical approach, while Westphal, concerned about Chung Lu's stamina, allowed him a 4-minute respite on the bench. The Warriors, however, unleashed their offensive prowess in the last quarter, attempting numerous three-pointers, as they trailed by a manageable margin, fully capable of narrowing the gap. Nevertheless, Curry's shooting touch diminished in the final quarter, missing 3 consecutive three-point attempts, which incited Ellis's discontent. "I am the leader of this team. I should be the one taking those shots." After a series of impressive plays, Ellis's scoring continued to rise. Yet the Kings seized the opportunity to gradually extend their lead. Upon Cheng Lu's return to the floor, he executed a devastatingly long three-pointer. With 7 minutes and 48 seconds remaining in the final quarter, after a high pick-and-roll with Evans, Cheng Lu maneuvered to the top of the arc. Faced with Curry's defensive switch, he stepped back and launched an extraordinarily distant three-pointer. The atmosphere in the Yako Arena reached a fever pitch. The difficulty of Cheng Lu's three-point shot was considerable. As he stepped back, his body was still unbalanced when he leapt, simultaneously aiming for the hoop and finding his rhythm midair. In subsequent possessions, Curry seized an opportunity to respond with a long-range three-pointer, but it proved inconsequential. As the Warriors' shooting remained woefully inefficient in the second half, particularly in the final quarter. Ultimately, the Kings successfully defended their home court, triumphing over the Warriors with a score of 121-118. Following the match, Warriors head coach Smart expressed disbelief at the defeat, lamenting that the game had not unfolded as he had anticipated. Curry, too, exhibited signs of dismay. He played 37 minutes, achieving 35 points with a shooting line of 13 for 22, including 5 of 10 from beyond the arc and a perfect 4 for 4 from the free throw line, alongside 4 rebounds and 6 assists. Ellis, the Warriors' leader, contributed 25 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists. However, his performance did not reflect his impact on the team, as his shooting percentage fell below 40. Cheng Lu, on the other hand, set a personal record for playing time, participating for 35 minutes with a shooting performance of 9 for 15, primarily from three-point range, hitting 7 of 11 attempts, and securing 27 points, 6 rebounds, 3 assists, and 1 block. Evans scored 20 points with 6 assists, while Caspi contributed 15 points, sinking 3 three-pointers. As for Cousins, who was ejected after just 18 minutes, he managed 8 points and 5 rebounds. Statistically, the Kings exhibited superior efficiency overall, with many Kings fans drawing comparisons between Evans and his contemporaneous counterpart, Curry. While Evans may lack the explosive scoring and perimeter prowess of Curry, he offers a more well-rounded game. Nevertheless, the Kings' home crowd remained impressed by Curry, applauding his impressive 35-point effort. After the game, Cheng Lu and Curry embraced in a gesture of respect, with Curry requesting Cheng Lu's phone number. "It was indeed a remarkable game, Stephen." Cheng Lu gazed at the considerably shorter Curry, suddenly overcome by an impulse to touzle his hair, exclaiming, "Your shooting is utterly insane." "My friend, you are even more extraordinary than I." Curry chuckled in response. "I never imagined a center could play like you do. I wish you all the best in your upcoming games. In a few years, you will undoubtedly be a superstar in the league. The future is yours." "I appreciate your kind words," replied Cheng Lu. It struck Curry suddenly that he was a year older, wondering how it was that Cheng Lu seemed like the senior. Post-game, Barkley jested, "I believe Steven should seek guidance from Chung on how to sink three-pointers from 30 feet away." Kenny Smith added, "Steven performed admirably today. The issue lies within the team." Barkley expressed, "I am not at all surprised by Steven's performance, as my expectations for him are equally high. Last year, as a rookie, he scored 42 points in a single game. Just last month, he netted 39 points against the Thunder, yet both games resulted in losses." Kenny Smith remarked that the Warriors need to cultivate better chemistry among their players, noting that both the Kings and the Warriors are youthful teams in a rebuilding phase. Presently, the Kings' future appears far brighter than that of the Warriors. Upon returning to the locker room, Cheng Lu was frequently questioned about his unique style of play. A local reporter from Sacramento inquired, "Many fans believe your style is not that of a traditional center. Perhaps a forward or even a guard would be more fitting for you." Cheng Lu asserted, "What forward or guard? Have you ever seen a guard taller than 7 feet? I have always considered myself a legitimate center, having undergone training specifically for that role since childhood." When asked why he enjoyed shooting three-pointers, he replied earnestly, "Who decreed that centers cannot shoot three-pointers? The ultimate goal of basketball is to put the ball in the hoop, isn't it?" After the game, regarding Cousins' ejection, the league did not impose additional penalties, but they placed him on a disciplinary watch list. Commissioner Stern has consistently aimed to cultivate a positive image for the league, instituting a stringent regulatory framework for the conduct of players, coaches, and team personnel. Violators may face varying degrees of disciplinary action. The league closely monitors habitual offenders, establishing behavioral profiles for frequently penalized players. Infractions, whether on or off the court, may incur further penalties. Historical incidents, such as the brawl at the Palace of Auburn Hills and the recent firearm incidents, have resulted in subsequent sanctions. Although the league refrained from imposing additional penalties on Cousins, the Kings were not inclined to let him off easily. Chapter 11. The Ankle Terminator? The Kings' new starter. The following day, the Kings announced their punishment for Cousins. The team management determined that Cousins' actions had tarnished the team's reputation and imposed a fine of $20,000 for a player with a $3 million salary. This fine is relatively inconsequential. What truly astonished the public was not only the fine imposed but also the Kings' decision to suspend him for one game, resulting in Cousins' absence from tomorrow's match against the Bucks. Furthermore, in the subsequent 3 games, Cousins will be relegated to the bench until his attitude improves. The general manager of the Kings, Jeff Petrie, candidly stated in an internal meeting, "We certainly need DeMarcus rebounding and scoring. But if there exists a ticking time bomb in the locker room, any tactical system is merely a castle built on sand." Cheng Lu was somewhat taken aback by the team's punishment of Cousins. Being suspended and demoted to a substitute is quite severe for a rookie. However, considering the frequent conflicts between Westphal and Cousins, as well as his attitude during yesterday's game, the team's additional penalties were not entirely unexpected. Westphal openly remarked during an interview yesterday, "DeMarcus' behavior is unacceptable. He must learn to control his emotions, otherwise, he cannot become a true professional player." He also mentioned that the team has communicated with Cousins multiple times regarding emotional management, emphasizing that Cousins' volatility has cost the Kings at least 5 games they could have won, thus rendering the punishment a necessary measure. Compared to veterans, rookie disciplinary issues are often met with harsher repercussions. Last year, Bucks rookie Jennings was fined for arriving late to practice. The Kings, currently in a rebuilding phase, must establish a culture of discipline, and Cousins, as a lottery pick, has been set as a cautionary example, garnering support from many for this series of penalties. The Sacramento Bee deemed this punishment timely and essential, underscoring that talent should never overshadow the team. Commentator Stephen Smith remarked on the program, asserting that the Kings must teach Cousins to adhere to the rules, otherwise, he will sabotage his own future. His co-host, Skip Bayless, noted that just last month, Cousins was the first rookie to be ejected from a game this season after repeatedly questioning officiating during a match against the Trail Blazers, having played only 6 games at that time. Thus, the coaching staff indeed needed to discipline him. A significant portion of the Kings fans supports the management's stringent approach, while a minority of Cousins supporters believe the team should protect the rookie to avoid dampening his enthusiasm. Barkley stated on the program, "I have heard that DeMarcus has had multiple altercations with head coach Paul Westphal and nearly came to blows with teammate Samuel. For such a volatile player, I believe that instilling a sense of trust crisis in him is more beneficial than merely fining him." Coach Paul has publicly praised DeMarcus' talent on several occasions, even stating that he believes DeMarcus will one day become an all-star. Thus, the Kings are considering honing his character through this process. Kenny Smith nodded in agreement but posed a question, after Cousins' suspension: who will step up as the starting center for the Kings? Later that afternoon, upon arriving at the training facility, Cheng Lu was approached excitedly by assistant coach Jim, who exclaimed, "Chung, you will be the starting center for the team in tomorrow's game. Train diligently with the starting lineup this afternoon." Today, Cousins was similarly barred from training by Westphal. In the morning, the team's management and coaching staff convened to deliberate on who should succeed Cousins as the Kings' starting center in the upcoming matches. Currently, the Kings have interior players such as Jason Thompson, Samuel DeLimbert, Hassan Whiteside, and Cheng Lu. However, Whiteside was relegated to the Development League after just 1 game with the team, leaving only 3 options for consideration. A month ago, Westphal would have unhesitatingly chosen Thompson to replace Cousins. Thompson, the 12th overall pick in the 2008 draft, had a commendable second season, averaging 12.5 points and 8.5 rebounds per game, with most of the season spent as a starter. However, this year, Cousins, who was selected, has outperformed him in every aspect, resulting in Thompson losing his starting position. Recently, Cheng Lu's name has emerged prominently on the management and coaching staff's radar. Chung possesses formidable offensive capabilities, particularly without the ball, as he can stretch defenses with his 3-point shooting. thereby liberating space in the paint for the Kings and alleviating significant pressure on the offensive end. Both Jim and Westphal have contemplated integrating Ching into the starting lineup as a power forward, playing alongside Cousins. Nonetheless, the coaching staff harbors several concerns. While Chung has demonstrated his three-point shooting prowess, he also has notable deficiencies, such as poor defensive performance, average playmaking ability, and significant stamina issues. Thus, they have opted to position him as a sixth man, allowing for more time to develop. Following Cousins' suspension, Westphal has been closely monitoring Ching's performance reports over the past few days, particularly in yesterday's game against the Warriors. While Ching had previously benefited from opponents' complacency and unfamiliarity with his style, he fully showcased his scoring ability in that match. Over 3 games, Chung has averaged 23 points, 7 rebounds, 7 assists, and 1 block, with an impressive shooting percentage of 63.9. Notably, he achieved these statistics while averaging just 25 minutes of playtime. Clearly, despite the small sample size, Ching's scoring ability significantly surpasses that of his peers. Even Cousins, when it comes to scoring, has not matched Ching's performance. Furthermore, Ching's temperament is considerably more stable than Cousins, minimizing the potential for locker room discord. After reviewing Ching's reports from the past few days, Westphal wasted no time in promoting him to the starting lineup. He had previously contemplated placing Ching in the starting lineup to partner with Cousins and Evans. And now he has the perfect opportunity to evaluate Ching's performance given sufficient time and ball control. Upon hearing Jim's words, Chung was naturally elated. Just a couple of days prior, he had received a task from the system to enter the team's starting roster, a milestone he expected to achieve later in the season. Considering Cousins' superior skill set, to his surprise, the opportunity had arrived sooner than anticipated. As Jim finished speaking, a familiar voice echoed in Ching's mind. It is simply astonishing that at the age of 38, you have ascended to the starting lineup in just 3 matches, leaving the world in awe. Congratulations on receiving the star dribbling package and acquiring the exclusive dribbling moves of Kyrie Irving. These unique skills will undoubtedly enhance your playing style, improving your ball control, breakthrough efficiency, and response to defensive pressure. Upon reviewing the system's explanation and the elevation of his attributes, Chung Lu furrowed his brow. He remembered Kyrie Irving, who had been recognized last year as the second-best high school player in the United States for the class of 2010 and selected for the McDonald's All-American team. The magazine had boldly declared him the most entertaining player in the nation. This year, Irving joined Duke University, however, due to injuries. He missed a significant portion of the season and is likely to enter the 2011 draft. Chung Lu had watched Irving's highlights on YouTube and could attest to his remarkable flair and diverse offensive skills. Yet, he was still merely a player competing in college leagues, untested in the professional arena. Could it be that Irving would seamlessly transform his innate talent into stardom upon entering the league? Based on the skills the system had previously assigned to Curry, it seemed that this futuristic system was indeed selecting various talents characteristic of future stars. However, a dilemma arose. Even if Irving were to excel in the league, what of Ching Lu, a center? He had been granted 3-point shooting skills initially, and now he was being endowed with enhanced dribbling abilities? Before he could ponder further, the system chimed in again. Ding. After making his comeback and becoming a starter in just 3 games, your reward has been upgraded. You have acquired the star Kyrie Irving's exclusive skill, Ankle Breaker. Ankle Breaker increases the probability of deceiving defenders with dribbling moves and enhances offensive threats after breaking through. Chung Lu was taken aback. He understood now that the system's intention was not to mold him into a conventional center. Accepting the system's rewards, he immediately immersed himself in team training. Transitioning from a bench player to a starter meant a significant shift in his training regimen. The focus for substitutes had been on enhancing specific skills to maximize their limited playtime. Ching Lu had previously concentrated on perfecting his 3-point shooting under duress and scoring in clutch moments. Conversely, starters enjoy more court time during games, necessitating a greater emphasis on integrating and executing overall team strategies. Consequently, Ching Lu's training intensity and duration would now exceed what he had experienced before, as he engaged more deeply in team tactical drills and cooperative training. On December 17th, just 2 hours before the Kings faced off against the Bucks at home, the official Kings Twitter account announced the starting lineup for that evening. When fans from Huaxia beheld the complete roster, they erupted with excitement. In the domestic arena, the CCTV Sports channel is set to broadcast the matchup between the Warriors and the Kings today. As Yu Jia gazed at the starting lineup featuring Chung Lu, an expression of exhilaration crossed his face. Chung Lu has secured a spot in the starting lineup. He is currently the only Asian player to achieve this milestone. He exclaimed, "Director Zhang, what is your perspective on the Kings arrangement? Just last night, we were deliberating on who would replace Cousins as the Kings starting center during his suspension. I mentioned that the likelihood of Cheng Lu stepping into the starting role was quite considerable." Zhang Li smiled and remarked, "Cheng Lu's recent performances have been nothing short of spectacular. Even with an average of only 25 minutes on the court, he consistently scores over 20 points. It's not just in a weak team like the Kings. He undoubtedly merits a starting position, even among playoff contenders." Su Zhuyang, brimming with anticipation, added, "Tonight's game promises to be thrilling. After securing ample playing time and ball possession, what kind of performance can we expect from Cheng Lu? I believe a multitude of Chinese fans are already gathered in front of their televisions, eagerly awaiting the game." At the Yako Arena, as players entered, the roars of over 17,000 spectators surged in waves. The attendance for tonight's home game is nearly at full capacity. He is destined to be the new face of Sacramento's future, redefining the traditional center's role in the league. Let us welcome the Kings' new starting center, Cheng Lu. Accompanied by this introduction, the entire audience rose in applause. Following this thunderous cheer, under the spotlight, Cheng Lu sprinted out from the players' tunnel. Approaching his teammates, he spread his arms wide, swiftly moving to high-five each of them. The atmosphere was electric. Even before the game commenced, Cheng Lu felt a surge of adrenaline. Upon learning that Cheng Lu would be replacing Cousins in the starting lineup, the Kings fans in Sacramento did not question the coaching staff's decision. Instead, they were filled with anticipation for Cheng Lu's performance. In the commentary booth, Zhang Li, witnessing the excitement in the arena, couldn't help but exclaim, "It seems Cheng Lu's recent performances have endeared him to the Kings fans, with many donning his number 7 jersey." Cousins, who was serving a one-game suspension and not present at the game, was seething with anger as he watched the Kings fans' reactions on the live broadcast. Seeing Cheng Lu's soaring popularity and impressive performances in recent games, Cousins now feared for his standing within the team. Could it be that his starting position was at risk of being seized? Frustrated, Cousins could only hope that Cheng Lu would have an off night, missing three-pointers and leading the team into a crisis, thereby reminding fans of who truly holds the key to the Kings' revival and who is destined to be the future of this arena. This decision by the Kings is utterly foolish. DeMarcus is merely a rookie still acclimating to the game, and the team is undermining his confidence rather than fostering his growth. Prior to the official start of the game, Cousins' agent took to social media, stating, "Without DeMarcus as the cornerstone in the paint, the Kings have no chance of winning tonight. The Bucks' Andrew Bogut and Ersan Ilyasova will surely dominate their interior." As the game commenced, the commentator Barkley noted the players converging towards the center of the court, remarking that this marked Cheng's inaugural start in his career. With Chung positioned at the center for the Kings, the rest of the lineup remained unchanged. Kenny Smith nodded in affirmation, detailing the players. At the power forward position was Danilo Gallinari, at small forward Dante Green, shooting guard Tyreke Evans, and point guard Bino Udrih. Conversely, the Bucks featured Andrew Bogut, Ersan Ilyasova, Chris Roberts, Brandon Jennings, and Kenyon Dooling. Barkley expressed his anticipation for the matchup between Chung and Andrew, the latter being the number 1 overall pick in 2005, while Chung was drafted at the tail end of the second round. He suggested that if Cheng held his own against Andrew, many teams in the league would likely regret their selections during the summer draft. Kenny Smith added that beyond Cheng, the backcourt duel was equally riveting, with both Tyreke and Brandon being last year's rookies. However, Tyreke, who had won Rookie of the Year, saw a significant decline in his statistics this year, whereas Brandon's numbers remained stable. Barkley interjected, critiquing Brandon's performance, especially highlighting that his 55-point game had inflated his reputation among casual fans. Yet his shooting percentage over the season revealed a dismal performance, coupled with poor defensive capabilities. As a point guard, he struggled to escape double teams, and without improved efficiency, his potential remained unfulfilled. Just as their conversation concluded, the scene shifted to Chung and Bogut at center court for the tip-off, capturing the commentator's full attention. In the Yaku Arena, the referee approached the center circle with the ball. Tonight's jump ball featured Chung and Bogut. The outcome of a jump ball hinges not only on a player's vertical leap, but also significantly on their height and wingspan, which determine the vertical reach to the ball. Both players stood at 2.13 meters, yet Chung, with a wingspan of 2.27 meters, managed to tip the ball first to secure the Kings' initial offensive possession. Udrih retrieved the ball Chung had tipped and dribbled toward the half-court, with Bogut closely guarding Cheng. Although Andrew's performance this year had not matched his previous season's prowess, he remained a formidable defensive force, serving as a bulwark for the Bucks' interior defense. Kenny Smith pondered whether Chang could gain an advantage in this matchup. Barkley remarked that Andrews' defensive prowess was predominantly concentrated in the paint. Should he be required to extend his defense to the three-point line, his speed would become a significant liability, potentially negating any advantage against Chang. On the court, Chang moved to the top of the arc, executing a pick-and-roll with Evans, as Bogut stepped forward to apply pressure on the advancing Evans, obstructing his path to the basket. Bogut and the shooting guard from the Bucks collaborated to confine Evans, preventing him from entering the restricted area. Yet, Evans remained unperturbed. With a flick of his wrist, he deftly passed the basketball to the side. Chang Lu had silently positioned himself outside the three-point line at a 45-degree angle. Observing Bogut rush into the paint, Chang Lu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He received Evans' pass with composure, and after several games, their pick-and-roll synergy had become increasingly refined. Even with his line of sight obstructed, Evans could nearly predict Chang Lu's movement patterns. Chang Lu leaped, rose, and released the shot. The sluggish Bogut would surely be too late to contest. It was a wide-open three-point attempt. Swish! The ball cleanly went through the net. In the commentary booth, Yu Jia exclaimed, 3-0. Chang Lu strikes first with a three-pointer. Zhang Heli chuckled. Bogut's defensive habits are bound to backfire against Chang Lu. Does he not realize Chang Lu's scoring range extends well beyond the arc? Su Junyang remarked. Chang Lu's three-pointer is effective even against a former #1 draft pick from 2005. Kings head coach Westphal applauded Chang Lu's three-pointer, having believed before the game that Chang Lu could dismantle the Bucks' perimeter defense with his shooting against a traditional center like Bogut. Watch out for his perimeter defense. He can shoot threes, cautioned the Bucks head coach Skiles. Bogut scowled, vowing to teach this lumbering giant from Huaxiao a lesson. What skill is it for a center to step out and shoot threes? Dare you take a single step into the paint? Bogut was confident in his ability to protect the rim, yet he harbored disdain for Chang Lu's style of play. A true man should confront the basket with strength. As Chang Lu transitioned back on defense, he heard Bogut shout. He merely wanted to respond with 2 words, big fool. However, Bogut, who only knew how to crouch under the basket, was precisely the type Chang Lu relished facing. The opposing strength could effectively contain post players like Howard and Gasol. But against a space-oriented center like Chang Lu, they were left at a loss. As the Bucks initiated their offense, Jennings brought the ball up court and immediately called for Bogut to set a screen. Bogut positioned himself solidly, and Jennings surged forward, weaving left and right before accelerating toward the right wing three-point line. Chang Lu and Udra switched defensive assignments, but while Bogut set the screen, Chang Lu used his left shoulder to press against Bogut's back, effectively blocking off half of his body. Jennings' driving lane was narrowed to a mere slit, yet he still managed to twist through the gap. With his eyes solely fixed on the basket, Jennings leaped to execute a layup. Just as Chang Lu swooped in from the side, bang! A resounding thud echoed as the basketball was forcefully pinned against the backboard, sending Jennings tumbling to the ground. A spectacular block. The Kings' audience erupted in exhilaration. In that fleeting moment, Chang Lu's wingspan proved invaluable. Jennings, though swift, was met with Andrew Bogut's mediocre screen. And by the time he reached the paint, Chang's height and reach rendered a leap unnecessary for an effective block. Chang mused that Jennings had quite the audacity, disregarding the presence of a 7-foot center. Although Jennings had begun the game as an extraordinary talent, Chang felt the media had exaggerated his prowess. Players like Curry and Evans outperformed him significantly. The legendary single-game tally of 55 points, while remarkable, was not indicative of consistent performance. Chang executed a stunning block, shifting 3 meters from the weak side to deliver an emphatic rejection, gifting the Bucks a colossal denial on their first offensive play. Kenny Smith remarked in awe, while Barkley commented nonchalantly that he had long maintained that Brandon's shot selection was poor. He should have sought out Bogut in the low post or found Durant on the perimeter. Chang not only secured the rebound from his own rejection but also restored offensive possession to the Kings. He swiftly passed the ball to Evans, initiating a fast break as the team surged forward. Evans, navigating towards the baseline, faced a defensive press from the Bucks, who were determined to prevent him from penetrating the lane easily. Rather than recklessly charging into the paint, Evans wisely sought Chang's position, delivering the ball to him in the corner. Bogut immediately closed in, and the Bucks, not naive to the Kings' fast break three-point attempts, saw Durant also converge towards Chang, obstructing his line of sight. Chang, unhurried, lifted the ball above his head, utilizing his height advantage to arc it over Durant towards the free throw line. The eagerly awaiting Dante Green seized the opportunity, releasing a mid-range shot. Swish. The Kings scored 5 points right out of the gate. After 3 possessions, Cheng had accumulated 3 points, 1 rebound, 1 block, and 1 assist, demonstrating remarkable effectiveness as a starter, as noted by Kings assistant coach Jim. Westphal reflected on the astonishing nature of Cheng's performance, initially expecting him to take time to adapt to the game as tempo, allowing Tyreek to engage in more pick-and-rolls, which would pose a challenge for the Bucks. As the Kings resumed their offensive, Jennings attempted to exploit Bogut in the low post. However, under Cheng's tight defense and Landry's interference, Bogut, intending to connect with the Bucks' power forward Ilyasova for a play, found himself thwarted as Evans successfully intercepted the pass. Frustrated by the turnover, Bogut felt aggrieved that a rookie, nearly undrafted, had outshone him during these exchanges. The Bucks quickly retreated to prevent the Kings from executing a fast break. Udry advanced the ball, and after a handoff with Chung on the wing, he carried it to the top of the arc. Bogut growled, "You yellow-skinned kid, if you have the guts, come into the paint and take me on one-on-one." Cheng remained silent, head bowed, as Bogut gritted his teeth. Having studied the Kings' tapes, Bogut anticipated Cheng would seek a pick-and-roll, exploiting mismatches to launch a three-pointer. Yet, in the next moment, Chung motioned for his teammates to spread the floor. Bogut's lips curled into a smile. It was evident that the rookie had fallen into his trap with a single remark. Meanwhile, at the television station, Barkley was taken aback by Cheng Lu's actions. What does this mean? Is the Kings' strategy to create opportunities for Chung to isolate? Kenny Smith mused. Isn't Chung looking to exploit mismatches without setting screens? If he were to face off against a smaller player like Brandon, he could indeed leverage his height and wingspan to score. In previous games, he has successfully made several three-pointers off screens. Bogut, too, surmised that Cheng intended to challenge him with a three-pointer, so he closed in tightly to deny him any shooting opportunity. Against me, you certainly lack a height advantage. Thud, thud, thud. Cheng lowered his shoulder and dribbled the ball, executing several crossover dribbles. Was he truly planning to isolate Bogut at the three-point line? The commentator Yu Jia echoed a similar confusion, noting that while Cheng's recent three-point shooting had been impressive, he was not particularly known for his dribbling or driving skills. I mean, how many centers would choose to isolate themselves at this spot, dribbling in for a drive? Except for Shaquille O'Neal during the All-Star game. Bogut lowered his center of gravity, pressing against the ball in Cheng's hands. As Cheng gradually shifted to the right side at a 45-degree angle, his dribbling speed increased. With his left hand, he flicked the ball to the right while his body surged in that direction. Bogut felt a rush of anxiety and quickly shifted right. As Chung touched the ball with his right hand and took a step forward, he suddenly stopped and flicked the ball back to his left hand, shifting his body weight. Bogut was caught off guard by Cheng's sudden change of direction and found himself a step behind. The front row of the Kings audience erupted in anew. Chung focused on the basket, his left hand poised to control the ball. Bogut swiftly discerned that Cheng was about to shoot. He leaped hurriedly, trying to disrupt Cheng's release before his balance was established. In the next instant, the entire Kings bench stood in unison. Chung did not touch the ball with his left hand. Instead, as Bogut jumped, he bent down, holding the ball low, and charged down the middle into the paint. With a double hesitation, he executed a Buddha prayer move. Bogut was still airborne, and the other Bucks players were drawn out of the paint, none daring to believe that Chung would attempt a one-on-one drive against Bogut, thus failing to provide help defense. Upon reaching the basket, Cheng effortlessly laid the ball in over the open rim. 70. What? Did I just witness that? The 13-meter Chung evaded Andrew with a series of quick moves, then used the Buddha prayer to elevate him, ultimately scoring in the paint. Barkley's jaw had dropped in astonishment. Kenny Smith, equally stunned, acknowledged that while such moves were often seen on the court, it was his first time witnessing it too. 13-meter center execute them. Barkley furrowed his brow, fixated on the screen. Among the players I've seen accomplish such feats, the tallest was Kevin Durant from the Thunder, but Cheng's execution is even more extravagant. On the Kings bench, Westphal and Jim exchanged incredulous glances. Was that really Cheng's doing just now? Westphal uttered in a daze. Jim nodded. It seems our tactics must be adjusted once more. The Bucks coach Skiles now shared the same sentiment as Heat's coach Spoelstra from a few days prior. Deceived. Who on earth claimed he could only shoot three-pointers? Is the analytics team merely collecting paychecks? This is evidently a behemoth capable of dribbling and penetrating, with a three-point threat, standing at 13 meters tall. Hey, what happened to the one-on-one in the paint? Why did you vanish when I got to the key? Chung Lu directed at Bogut. Bogut could only seethe in frustration. ignoring Cheng Lu as he dashed to the baseline for the inbound. Cheng Lu had never held much regard for Bogut. So how could he possibly be provoked by his trash talk? After a significant spike in his ball-handling metrics yesterday, Cheng Lu had realized he had fully attained the caliber of a first-rate guard, thus daring his teammates to spread out and let him take Bogut one-on-one. Impressive, Cheng. When did you acquire this skill? After Cheng Lu successfully executed a layup, Evans rushed over excitedly. Cheng Lu chuckled. I picked it up while playing 2 the other day. Evans was taken aback. You learned it from 2? Why not just say you modeled yourself after it? In the next possession, the Bucks finally scored. Dueling and Bogut executed a pick and roll, breaking to the edge of the paint for a quick jumper. Turning back, Bogut felt a tightening in his chest once more. Cheng Lu continued to hold the ball at the top of the arc. Bogut had no choice but to press up again. Having been previously faked out by Cheng Lu's close defense, this time, he maintained a half-step distance. Can Cheng call for a pick? Kenny Smith pondered aloud, noting that typically, we witness guards seeking to exploit mismatches with big men. I am curious how Cheng will choose to proceed. Barkley fixated on the broadcast screen, stating, no pick called. Cheng has opted to take Bogut one-on-one. Thud, thud, thud. The Kings' teammates remained spread out. Cheng Lu executed a series of crossovers, switching the ball to his right hand, lowering his center of gravity as he drove right. Bogut hurriedly shifted to block but witnessed Cheng Lu abruptly slam on the brakes with his right foot, yanking the ball back with his left hand. Bogut struggled to keep pace with Cheng Lu's rhythm, feeling his knees slightly ache as he twisted his body to recover. Cheng Lu accelerated his movements, performing 2 quick behind-the-back dribbles with his left hand, his shoulder swaying, while Bogut was still adjusting his stance. Cheng Lu explosively pushed off with his right foot, executing a scissors step from the left. Bogut's entire body became unbalanced, his 120-kilogram frame crashing to the ground. The fans at the Yako Arena collectively gasped. This is the true ankle breaker. Observing Bogut toppled, Cheng Lu retreated beyond the 3-point line and cast a glance down. Bogut, sensing the taunt in Cheng Lu's gaze, hurriedly braced himself against the ground to stand. In the moment Bogut reached out to interfere, Cheng Lu had already completed his shooting motion. The basketball arced through the air with flawless precision. Swish. A 3-pointer found its mark. After scoring, Cheng Lu exuberantly opened his arms and raised 3 fingers in celebration, reveling in the cheers of the crowd. Following a collective shout from the audience, the fans echoed in unison. Yu Jia exclaimed in astonishment, my goodness. Cheng Lu outmaneuvered Bogut with a sudden change of direction and nailed a 3-pointer. This will undoubtedly be the highlight of the night. Su Junyang felt a chill run down his spine, saying, no, this might be the best basket of the month. Cheng Lu has truly astonished us. Zhang Heli remarked. The center deceived his defender at the arc and then retreated to sink a 3-pointer. Does this even make sense? On the court, Bogut's face flushed with anger. Being outmaneuvered was humiliating enough. But what irked him further was Cheng Lu's audacity to gaze at him provocatively before shooting the 3-pointer as he rose to defend. At that moment, the fans' cheers felt like a series of slaps across Bogut's face. Chapter 13. Malicious foul. The Bucks' power forward, Ersan Ilyasova, patted Bogut on the back in a gesture of consolation. Meanwhile, Ilyasova felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, Cheng Lu played as a center, otherwise, given his dribbling skills in the past 2 possessions, Ilyasova might have found himself in a similarly embarrassing situation. Being outplayed in front of so many people was indeed humiliating. As the Bucks mounted an attack, Jennings continued to handle the ball from the perimeter. Guarding him was Evans, a peer from the same draft class. With both size and speed, Evans showed no hesitation in defending Jennings, whose shooting was notoriously inconsistent, allowing Evans to freely contest any drives. Unable to shake off Evans's defense, Jennings had no choice but to retreat to the perimeter in search of an opportunity. Time was running out, and the shot clock was nearing its end. Reluctantly, Bogut had to move to the high post to receive the ball. When Jennings passed it to him, only 3 seconds remained on the shot clock. Bogut cursed internally, realizing he was holding a hot potato. With no teammates available, he had no choice but to take a shot while being closely guarded by Cheng Lu. Bogut's strength in the paint meant that shooting from this position would likely result in a miss. After successfully contesting Bogut's mid-range shot, Cheng Lu stepped inside the arc, seized the rebound, and accelerated down the court. Is Cheng Lu planning to lead the fast break himself? Yu Jia wondered aloud. Zhang Heli confirmed. Cheng Lu is capable of dribbling, so leading a fast break is certainly within his abilities. Unfortunately, while Cheng Lu had significantly improved his dribbling skills, his speed remained relatively unchanged, and by the time he brought the ball into the front court, the Bucks had nearly settled into their positions. In the front court, Evans and Udry occupied the corners, while Dante Green surged towards the paint to receive Chung Lu's pass. Bogut sprinted back on defense, determined to prevent another highlight reel moment of Chang Lu executing a fast break layup. As Bogut approached the paint, he suddenly realized Chang Lu was nowhere to be found. Did that kid just pass the ball? Bogut glanced back, feeling a surge of anxiety within. Chang Lu stood at the arc, bow drawn, ready to release his arrow. It was a fast break three-pointer. Swish. The three-pointer found its mark with precision, and after Chang Lu's third consecutive three-pointer, the entire arena erupted in a fervor. Yao Ming had once dazzled many with his remarkable fast break, dribbling behind his back to score after securing a rebound. Yet, Chang Lu's feat was even more audacious. Not only did the center grab the board and initiate a fast break, but he also executed a transition three-pointer. At this moment, not only the audience, but even Chang Lu himself had never witnessed such an execution. In fast breaks, teams typically opted for the more reliable layup or dunk. Attempting a three-pointer often implied a certain disdain for the opposition. Nevertheless, Chang Lu embodied such confidence. Yu Jiao promptly seized the opportunity to voice Zhang's sentiments. To be honest, Chang Lu's decision to shoot a fast break three-pointer seems somewhat irrational. Irrational, yet it went in. Zhang chuckled. There are far too many irrational things about Chang Lu. But honestly, at this point, whenever I see him shoot a three-pointer from any position, at any moment, I no longer find it surprising. Is this also part of the Kings' strategy? On the broadcast, Kenny Smith gasped, "Charles, have you ever seen a center dribble the length of the court and shoot a three? Forget about centers. I haven't seen any player bold enough to play like that, not even in the All-Star game." Barkley exclaimed. Chang's style is utterly bizarre and exaggerated. In our day, if you dared to shoot like that, the head coach would have you glued to the bench. Westphal on the sidelines was equally astounded, thinking, "This kid truly dares to play like that. Yet, it's a brilliant play." Jim chuckled resignedly. Finding open opportunities for a fast break three-pointer is indeed much easier than in a half-court setup. Westphal pondered further. If Chang possesses such remarkable ball-handling skills, could launching a fast break after securing a rebound enable us to accelerate our pace even more? In the next possession, the Bucks' offense continued to falter with Jennings missing his shot. Dante Green secured the rebound and passed it to Udry. Upon noticing that it wasn't Chang Lu with the ball, Bogut felt a wave of relief. The Bucks swiftly retreated on defense, and after crossing half-court, Udry passed the ball to Chang Lu. Observing Bogut's defiant expression, Chang Lu executed a series of crossover dribbles, suddenly shaking his left shoulder before performing an exaggerated change of direction. "I could almost see the shadow of Allen Iverson," Kenny Smith remarked. Barkley shook his head. "No, there's no way a 2-13-meter player can utilize a change of direction to outmaneuver. The defender simply cannot anticipate his route." Once again, Chang Lu left Bogut scrambling, who, with gritted teeth, lunged forward, while Duran from the side joined in a double team, denying Chang Lu an easy path to the basket. Chang Lu lowered his center of gravity and accelerated, pushing past Duran in a sprint. Bogut felt a sense of despair. He was utterly unable to defend against such prowess. As Chang Lu surged toward the edge of the restricted area, he observed the approaching Ilyasova in his peripheral vision. With a sudden stop, he flicked the ball toward the basket. Judging by his hand position, it was not a layup, and the trajectory of the basketball did not head straight for the net. From the corner, the unguarded Evans charged in with great strides. After leaping, Evans, suspended in midair, seized the ball that Chang Lu had sent his way, and with a powerful grip, he slammed it down into the hoop. The resounding thud echoed. After the dunk, Evans hung momentarily on the rim before descending. This was a breathtaking aerial connection between Chang Lu and Evans. The Kings bench erupted in disbelief, with all players clutching their heads in astonishment. Barkley raised his hands to the camera, stating that the first player he had seen capable of throwing alley-oops to guards was Bill Walton from the 1970s, the most skilled center he had ever witnessed. Chung had replicated his move. Kenny Smith remarked that a decade ago, the Kings' Vlade Divac and Mike Bibby had executed a similar play. Was this perhaps a tradition of the Kings? After landing, Evans jubilantly leaped onto Chang Lu, celebrating their triumph with a chest bump. The dunk exhilarated Evans, revealing the sheer thrill of such a play. The Kings fans in the Arco Arena were utterly electrified. 152. The Bucks head coach Skiles called for a timeout. After Bogut exited the game, he wiped his sweat and pounded his fist on the small chair, feeling as though he were matched against a larger version of Iverson. Who in the world decided he should play center? Skiles was at a loss for how to counter Chang Lu. He realized that utilizing Bogut, a center primarily focused on the paint, to defend Che was a foolish decision. Scanning his players, he found no one suitable to match up against him. Those faster than Cheng were not as tall, and those of similar height were too cumbersome. Moreover, Cheng's three-point shooting posed a significant threat. Skiles furrowed his brow in frustration, pondering how on earth to defend against him. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the score settled at 31-16. With the Kings having effectively dominated the game from the outset, Cheng Lu played for over 7 minutes before taking a breather, accumulating 14 points, along with 4 rebounds, 2 assists, and 1 block. In the second quarter, amidst the cheers of the crowd, Cheng Lu re-entered the fray. Both teams kept their starters on the court. The Bucks initiated play, with Jennings opting for a solo attack, using a pick and roll to penetrate the paint and successfully executing a bank shot. The Kings launched their offense. Cheng Lu received the ball beyond the three-point line, still guarded by Bogut. The Bucks were at a loss for a defender against him. Skiles chose to remain passive, hoping that Bogut could adequately protect the paint. Cheng Lu dribbled with his right hand, lowered his shoulder, and executed a crossover dribble, driving decisively down the left lane. Bogut fixed his gaze on Cheng Lu, retreating while raising his elbow to obstruct the impending drive. After being struck by Bogut, Cheng Lu staggered back a step, a faint discomfort radiating from his chest, and inwardly lamented, "How utterly filthy." Noting the referee's lack of response, Cheng Lu proceeded to the free throw line, executing a magnificent, sweeping crossover. Despite the anticipation, Bogut's high center of gravity failed to prevent him from being outmaneuvered. Once again, in this position, I can discern echoes of Iverson. Cheng Lu's shift was even more pronounced than Iverson's. He was a splendid amalgamation of Iverson and Ray Allen. Furthermore, Cheng Lu possessed height. He was a veritable monster, defying all templates. Amidst the fans' discussions, Cheng Lu had already lowered his center of gravity and was swiftly penetrating the paint. The Bucks promptly implemented a defensive adjustment. But it was Jennings who entered the fray. Cheng Lu, observing Jennings, who stood nearly 30 centimeters shorter, smirked, lifting the ball with one arm and preparing to dunk with a leisurely three-step approach. As Cheng Lu ascended, Jennings held his breath, regretting his decision to attempt the defense. In the first quarter, Cheng Lu showcased both three-pointers and assists for alley-oops, causing Jennings to forget he was a center. Clang! The hoop at the Yako Arena was once again subjected to mayhem. Cheng Lu executed a one-handed dunk over Jennings. "My goodness, what a spectacular dunk." "Cheng Lu is in phenomenal form today," commented Yu Jia. Su Junyang chuckled. "Who says Cheng Lu can only shoot threes? He can dominate inside just as effortlessly." Zhang Heli remarked, "The Bucks are quite misguided, allowing a player under 1.9 meters to defend against a 2.13-meter center." Yu Jia replied, "One must ask the Bucks center. He has been outmaneuvered by Cheng Lu for the third time tonight." Upon landing, Cheng Lu pounded his chest in celebration, encapsulating it in one word: tough. Although his dunking ability was rated just above 70, his height of 2.13 meters and weight exceeding 110 kilograms made it a breeze to dunk over Jennings. "Keep it up, Andrew. You almost managed to stop me." As he retreated, Cheng Lu glanced at Bogut with a grin, saying, "Just shy by a hair." The Bucks launched their offense. Jennings and Ilyasova executed a play, but Jennings missed again. Ilyasova secured the rebound and tossed it to the perimeter where Dooling awaited. After advancing to the wing, Dooling noticed Bogut demanding the ball just inside the three-point line in the corner. Seeing Bogut's fierce expression, Dooling dared not deny him. After passing, he sprinted to the opposite corner to direct his teammates' movements. After suffering consecutive scores from Cheng Lu and enduring trash talk, Bogut was now fixated on scoring over Cheng Lu, eager to unleash a torrent of taunts. Gazing at the hoop, Bogut took a step forward with the ball in his right hand, while Cheng Lu, aware that he had no shot, retreated to the edge of the paint, awaiting his advance. Noting that Cheng Lu had offered him half a body's space, Bogut switched the ball to his left hand and forced his way along the baseline towards the basket. Upon jumping into the paint, Bogut exerted pressure on Cheng Lu, followed by a clumsy layup feint. Cheng Lu merely leaned back slightly but maintained his ground steadfastly. Evans, upon witnessing Bogut's movement towards the basket, swiftly approached from the sidelines to double-team him, effectively severing his opportunity to pass to the perimeter. Bogut now found himself rather isolated. To avoid an offensive 3-second violation, he had no choice but to forcefully rise against Cheng Lu, intending to bank the ball in. With a resounding smack, even before the ball left his hands, Bogut felt an overwhelming force upon his grip. Interfered with in his motion, the ball slipped from his grasp, soaring into the air before descending directly downwards. Cheng successfully executed a block against Andrew. It seems the first overall pick of the 2005 draft cannot contend with the second-round pick of the 2010 draft, Barkley jested. Bogut's attempt at a layup was exceedingly forced. Cheng Lu, upon observing his release, anticipated that the shot could be easily swatted down without much effort. Cheng Lu did not hold back, delivering a resounding rejection. After passing the ball to the advancing Evans, the Kings initiated a fast break. The two guards from the Bucks quickly retreated on defense, leaving Evans in a 1-on-2 predicament. He refrained from rushing his shot, dribbling to the wing as he awaited his teammates to position themselves. Cheng Lu dashed from the corner towards the paint, now being shadowed by Ilyasova. Seizing the moment, Evans delivered the ball into Cheng's hands. After a single dribble, Cheng Lu effortlessly pivoted past Ilyasova and into the paint. On the edge of the key, the unfortunate Jennings attempted to provide help defense. Jennings, nearly in tears, could only raise his arms high in a futile attempt to disrupt the play. When a towering figure at 2.13 meters turns to face a guard who stands merely 1.88 meters tall and opts for a jump shot, there is simply no method to effectively contest it. As Cheng Lu leaped, Jennings' presence was entirely obscured from view, and he focused intently on the hoop, ready to release the ball. In the next instant, an immense force struck his shoulder. In midair, Cheng Lu lost all sense of balance, plummeting swiftly towards the ground, landing squarely on his back. The Yaku Arena erupted in boos, with front-row fans hurling insults at Bogut. The referee hastily blew the whistle, halting the game. "Damn it, that was a flagrant foul," Westphal exclaimed, slamming the tactics board down as he yelled towards the court. Evans and Udry rushed over. Evans, pointing at Bogut and jabbing a finger at his chest, shouted, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Throughout these recent games, the synergy between Evans and Cheng Lu had grown increasingly harmonious. Cheng's exceptional play had liberated Evans's ability to penetrate, particularly in tonight's match, where they had already executed several impressive plays together. Evans had come to regard Cheng Lu as a brother, and when his brother was wronged, he immediately stepped up. Bogut snorted dismissively, shaking off Evans and retreating to his own half of the court. This gesture was too blatant for him to deny, nor did he have any desire to defend his actions. In that moment, he was provoked by Cheng Lu, no longer wanting to witness Cheng Lu scoring again while riding on his back. Thus, he resorted to directly grasping Cheng Lu's shoulder and forcing him down from the air. The Kings players surrounded Bogut and commenced a shoving match, and as tensions escalated on the court, other Bucks players rushed to pull Bogut away, separating him from the Kings members. Subsequently, the Kings team physician and the referees approached to assess Cheng Lu's injuries. Upon landing, Cheng Lu felt a sharp, tearing pain in his lower spine, but in the next instant, the pain vanished. He realized that the system's healing spell had activated. Taking a deep breath, Cheng Lu shook his head at the team doctor and sprang to his feet, dashing directly towards Bogut. Chapter 14. Rookie's highest single-game score. Cheng Lu swung a powerful punch at Bogut, prompting his Bucks teammates to quickly pull Bogut back. Westphal rushed onto the court, pulling Cheng Lu away. "Calm down, chum. It would be a tremendous loss for you to be suspended due to Andrew's actions. You are the future cornerstone of the Kings. Your future is bright." Cheng Lu, however, remained remarkably composed, his mind set on confronting Bogut. The latter was notorious, having accumulated numerous flagrant fouls over his 6-year career in the league. Last season, during a game against the Rockets, Bogut had delivered a vicious elbow to Battier's face while vying for a rebound, leaving Battier bloodied on the court. In the 2008 Beijing Olympics, when Australia faced Argentina, Bogut elbowed Argentinian player Fabricio Oberto in the face during a low-post attack. Earlier that same year, during the Diamond Cup, when the Chinese national team played against Australia, Bogut was overwhelmed by Yao Ming and resorted to a blatant slap to Yao's head to halt his scoring. Such underhanded tactics are a disgrace to the sport. When one is unable to defend against an opponent, resorting to dirty tricks is the only recourse. Moreover, Bogut never feigned innocence. His intentions were glaringly clear. Just moments ago, Cheng Lu had injured his spine upon landing, and had it not been for the protective healing spell, the consequences could have been dire. This kind of foul play is unworthy of the game, and Cheng Lu, already irritated with Bogut, decided to retaliate without hesitation. He was equally undeterred in a brawl, especially with his healing spell to back him up, making him fearless even in a fight. Simultaneously, Cheng Lu aimed to convey to the referees that he was not to be trifled with. The league harbors considerable racial bias, and numerous foreign players experience favoritism from certain referees when fouled. Cheng Lu feared that refraining from action would leave him perceived as a pushover. After Bogut was pulled away, He continued to hurl insults from a distance. Cheng Lu shouted directly at him. At this juncture, the three referees swiftly separated the players to their respective halves of the court and proceeded to the scorer's table to review the footage. In truth, whether or not they reviewed the replay was inconsequential. Anyone with functioning eyesight would undoubtedly recognize Bogut's flagrant foul. Yet, the referees found themselves in a challenging position regarding the players involved in the conflict. Since the incident at the Palace of Auburn Hills, the league has adopted a stringent stance on fighting and brawling, imposing penalties on any display of aggression. However, when Cheng Lu was forcefully pulled down from midair, it would be unreasonable to issue him a technical foul. Fortunately, both teams were promptly separated, preventing the situation from escalating further, leaving the referees with no choice but to turn a blind eye. This was undoubtedly a malicious foul. Bogut's actions were entirely uncalled for in the context of basketball, and a suspension would not be excessive. On the commentary panel, Yu Jia expressed his indignation. Zhang Li nodded gravely, affirming that Bogut had clearly lost his composure under pressure from Cheng Lu, resorting to intentional harm when a normal defensive maneuver could not contain him. Su Juyong added, "This reminds me of last year's Diamond Cup incident with Yao Ming, who was also struck in the head by Bogut while attempting a layup. Given his history, Bogut deserves a severe penalty and suspension." Yu Jia sighed, hoping Cheng Lu would not sustain any serious injuries. After reviewing the play, the three referees promptly rendered their decision. Bogut was assessed a flagrant foul of the second degree and ejected from the game. The fans at the Yako Arena erupted in cheers upon hearing the verdict, subsequently directing their ire at Bogut, who stood in the corner. Upon the ruling, Westphal patted Cheng Lu on the back in a gesture of consolation, while the King's medical staff attended to Cheng Lu's injuries. Considering the height from which Cheng Lu had jumped and the angle at which he landed, being forcefully brought down could have resulted in severe consequences, including a potential fracture. However, witnessing Cheng Lu rise swiftly to retaliate with a punch at Bogut astonished the medical team. His physical prowess was indeed remarkable. Once the medical staff confirmed that Cheng Lu was relatively unharmed, Westphal's worries eased. In that moment of concern for Cheng Lu's well-being, Westphal had nearly charged at Bogut himself. It had been a challenge to find a suitable replacement for Cousins as the starting center for the Kings, and the thought of Bogut potentially ruining him was infuriating. Moreover, Cheng Lu's talent was on par with Cousins. Coaching a center capable of dribbling and shooting from beyond the arc filled Westphal with optimism about reaching new heights in his career. Following the ruling, Barkley candidly remarked, "The referees made the right call, though I believe a second-degree flagrant foul is still too lenient. The league should impose additional penalties post-game. Andrew's actions were excessively aggressive, clearly targeting the player. Indeed, with Cheng landing on his back, one could argue that Andrew was jeopardizing his career." Kenny Smith nodded in agreement, remarking on Cheng's impressive physical resilience, stating, "It's astonishing that he emerged unscathed from such a fall." Barkley added, "Cheng is indeed extraordinarily gifted. One must recognize that durability in the league is also a significant talent." Amidst the chorus of boos, Bogut exited the player tunnel, exchanging barbs with fans in the front row. Had it not been for the precedent set by the Auburn Hills incident, the fans might have surged onto the court to confront him. With Bogut's flagrant foul, the Kings were awarded 2 free throws and possession of the ball. The one executing the free throws is naturally Cheng Lu. After a brief exchange with Bogut, the entire arena erupted in a chorus of cheers, fervently supporting Cheng Lu's free throw attempts. Swish. Amidst the resounding shouts, Cheng Lu converted both free throws, and possession remained with the Kings. With Bogut absent, the defensive quality of the Bucks' paint plummeted, allowing the Kings to penetrate the basket with greater ease. Just before the end of the second quarter, Ilyasova, forced to defend Cheng Lu, experienced the disorienting sensation of being outmaneuvered by a 2.13-meter center. Cheng Lu initiated his attack from the top of the arc, foregoing any screens, and deftly left Ilyasova questioning his very existence. After effortlessly shaking off Ilyasova, the Bucks' interior defense collapsed. Cheng Lu stormed through as if in a realm unchallenged, executing a thunderous dunk with both hands. The Yaku Arena erupted once more in jubilant cheers. Ilyasova was left despondent. "Give me the ball, I want to go home." In the second half, the Bucks, lacking a center, continued to be overwhelmed by the Kings' momentum. Caspi, along with the bench players, intensified their efforts, and by the third quarter, the Kings had effectively blown the game open. Ultimately, the Kings triumphed at home with a score of 112-80, achieving a staggering 32-point victory. Cheng Lu, who did not step onto the court in the fourth quarter, played for 30 minutes overall, shooting 11 out of 19, including 5 of 8 from beyond the arc, and 5 of 6 from the free throw line, amassing a career high of 32 points, along with 8 rebounds, 5 assists, and 2 blocks. From both statistical and outcome perspectives, Cheng Lu's debut as a starter was nothing short of flawless. Moreover, his 32 points shattered the season's rookie single-game scoring record previously held by John Wall of the Wizards, which was 29 points. Post-match, a deluge of reports emerged regarding Cheng Lu. Cheng Lu outmaneuvers Bogut, a big man who can dribble, with consecutive crossovers leading to three-pointers. Cheng Lu is igniting a revolution among centers. 32 points, 8 rebounds, 5 assists, and 2 blocks. Cheng Lu delivers a perfect performance after being named a starter. Fans of Huaxia were increasingly exhilarated. Scoring 32 points in his rookie season, Cheng Lu surpassed Yao Ming's initial season high of merely 30 points. Judging by these recent performances, it is highly probable that Cheng Lu's future achievements will eclipse those of Yao Ming. Additionally, Cheng Lu's style of play tonight attracted a multitude of fans. In recent years, media in Huaxia had coined the term four great guards, which garnered a significant fanbase primarily due to their ethereal playing style. Particularly, Allen Iverson's signature crossover became iconic. It is no surprise that many of his fans were drawn to him after witnessing his dazzling move against Jordan. Many fans believe that Cheng Lu's ball-handling skills surpass those of all centers in the league, even rivaling those of some small forwards and guards. Cheng Lu, observing the online adulation from fans, felt a surge of delight within. After unlocking the ankle-breaker skill, his ball-handling ability underwent a transformative enhancement, complemented by Kyrie Irving's dribbling package, allowing him to execute virtually any dribbling maneuver. In the league, many guards particularly enjoy taking on bigger opponents, as the high center of gravity of taller players makes them susceptible to being easily outmaneuvered by their shorter counterparts. A notable example is Yao Ming during his rookie season, when he was effortlessly faked out by Stephon Marbury. Therefore, it can be said that Cheng Lu's current ball-handling skills, when matched against players of the same position, are nothing short of audacious. Even when faced with mismatches, he remains undeterred. His 90 ball-handling ability renders him nearly immune to being stripped by smaller players. The enhancement of his dribbling skills has significantly bolstered Cheng Lu's ability to penetrate defenses and enriched his offensive repertoire. What he now needs to elevate is his finishing ability after driving into the paint. Beyond discussing Cheng Lu's statistics and performance, a considerable number of fans have also focused on the malicious foul committed by Bogut during the second quarter of the game. Following the conclusion of the match, Yao Ming promptly called Cheng Lu to congratulate him while inquiring about his injury and advising him to exercise caution in future games. He subsequently took to social media to publicly denounce Bogut's actions. Yao Ming possesses significant authority when it comes to addressing such unsportsmanlike conduct. The Sacramento Bee, in expressing admiration for Cheng Lu's performance that evening, went so far as to label Bogut's foul as tantamount to a murder, warning that if Cheng Lu were to suffer any consequences, both the fans of Huaxia and Sacramento would not let Bogut off the hook. The publication even juxtaposed images of Bogut's foul against Yao Ming during the 2008 Diamond Cup to condemn Bogut's long-standing reputation for dirty play. In a swift turn of events, Bogut became the object of public ire throughout Sacramento, with numerous Huaxia fans inundating his social media accounts with eloquent Chinese messages. As public sentiment escalated, NBA Commissioner David Stern, upon reviewing the game footage, was infuriated. The infamous malice at the Palace incident had left a lasting negative impression on society, instilling a deep disdain in Stern for on-court altercations. He mandated severe penalties for any fighting incidents, which included not only immediate on-the-spot ejections, but also substantial post-game suspensions and fines. Depending on the severity of the altercation, penalties could range from 1 to 10 games of suspension and fines between 20,000 and 500,000. Should any spectators become involved, the sanctions would be even more severe, potentially resulting in a full season suspension. To prevent brawls, any substitute player who leaves the bench, regardless of whether a conflict ensues, would automatically face at least a one-game suspension. Stern convened an emergency meeting, ultimately imposing a fine of 100,000 and a 5-game suspension on Bogut, while Cheng Lu's retaliatory punch was categorized as a minor incident, resulting in a 20,000 fine. The following morning, Cheng Lu felt a twinge of regret upon learning of his fine, as 20,000 was still a significant amount for him. Shortly thereafter, Kings head coach Westphal personally called him, reassuring him that there was no need for concern, as the team had already covered his fine. "You are the future of the Kings. Just focus on playing well in the upcoming games," Cheng Lu quipped in response. "A punch for 20,000. Had I known the team would pay the fine, I would have thrown a few more." Westphal paused, then jokingly replied, "If the rules allowed, I'd gladly pay you my entire salary to take him down. Never mind, striking him would only sully my hands." After terminating the call with the coach, Cheng Lu resumed his browsing of the internet. Is the management of the Bucks in a state of confusion, selecting such a player with the first overall pick? It is well known that a cornered dog will leap over walls. Thus, when provoked by Cheng Lu, Andrew Bogut may resort to actions beyond the realm of ordinary humanity. Bogut is unworthy of playing. He should leave. Merely reading the media's scathing critiques of Bogut has already uplifted Cheng Lu's spirits, and perusing the comments below further enhanced his mood. Simultaneously, both domestic and international fans, inspired by Cheng Lu's performance, drew parallels to another Chinese player, Yi Jianlian, who was also playing. After being traded from the Nets to the Wizards this year, Yi Jianlian's average statistics have seen a significant decline, plummeting from last season's 12 points and 7.2 rebounds to a mere 5.6 points and 3.9 rebounds. Initially, teaming up with the first overall pick, John Wall, it was thought that Yi Jianlian would experience a resurgence, yet this season has become the nadir of his career. During his time with the Bucks as a promising rookie, he received ample support, with veteran leadership from Richard Jefferson alleviating the pressure. Last year, with the Nets, he was cultivated as a primary player, averaging 31.8 minutes on the court, and the struggling Nets afforded him numerous opportunities to showcase a representative season. However, this year, the rebuilding Wizards appear somewhat chaotic. With the likes of Wall and Nick Young notorious for their excessive shooting, Yi Jianlian's share of the ball has been drastically diminished, averaging only 5.6 attempts per game. Coach Saunders has utilized him sparingly, averaging just 17.7 minutes, and has even forced him into playing the center position. In this role, Yi Jianlian's physicality is somewhat lacking. He struggles to protect the rim and secure rebounds, and his offensive game is hampered by a lack of stable shooting, post-up skills, and driving ability, all of which have been magnified. Coupled with Yi's introverted nature, he finds it challenging to connect with teammates, gradually becoming an outsider within the team. And his confidence has been eroded, leaving him hesitant when shooting from open positions. Previously, numerous domestic experts and fans have suggested that Yi Jianlian transition to a stretch 4 role, as this position has flourished in recent years. Both Dirk Nowitzki and the new generation of power forwards like Kevin Love consistently make over 2 3-pointers per game, whereas Yi Jianlian averages a mere 0.1 3-pointers per 36 minutes. Nevertheless, Yi Jianlian's 3-point shooting ability is commendable. Just last month, he made his 71st 3-pointer, surpassing Wang Zhixi's 70, thus becoming the Chinese player with the most 3-pointers made. With diligent practice, he could undoubtedly improve. Given the current circumstances, Cheng Lu's future appears far more promising than that of Yi Jianlian. As a rookie, Cheng Lu remains a starter in the upcoming games, and even the return of Cousins cannot jeopardize his position. Chapter 15, Finalizing the Agent, Random Daily Task, 5 Jogging, Reward Points, 20, in the afternoon. Cheng Lu arrived at the arena early, completing the random task assigned by the system. Today, Westphal arranged for tactical training once again. Cousins, having completed his 1-game suspension, has rejoined the team, though he will still take the court as a substitute for the next 3 games. The coaching staff has decided to have him practice alongside the starters. Westphal is now contemplating the compatibility of Cheng Lu and Cousins when they share the court. Cousins possesses a remarkably comprehensive skill set, capable of dribbling from the baseline to the paint to finish, demonstrating adequate ball handling skills and playmaking ability. He can also leverage his physicality to fend off defenders in the low post. It can only be said that he is a prodigious talent below the head. Many teams within the league covet Cousins. Just yesterday, the Kings general manager, Petrie, received a proposal from the Rockets, offering Yao Ming's final-year contract in exchange for Cousins and Delembert. Without a moment's hesitation, Petrie declined, as the Kings have great faith in Cousins' future. Moreover, with the presence of the formidable Cheng Lu on the team, his commercial value is unlikely to be inferior to that of Yao Ming. Aside from Cousins, numerous teams are also eyeing Cheng Lu, with several franchises offering future draft picks in hopes of striking a deal with the Kings, all of which have been rebuffed. The Kings management may exhibit a lack of competence, but they are not foolish enough to trade away Cheng Lu unless presented with offers of the caliber of LeBron James or Dwight Howard. The management is already deliberating on how to secure an early contract extension for Cheng Lu, whose current contract spans only one more year. After Cheng Lu showcased his dribbling abilities in yesterday's game, Westphal found himself in a predicament regarding who to assign to the power forward position. Following an afternoon of thorough training, the coaching staff meticulously analyzed the situation of all players and reached a conclusion. Upon Cousins' return to the starting lineup, he will maintain his position as center, while Cheng Lu will be assigned to small forward. Cheng Lu is not a traditional post player. His technical characteristics closely resemble those of a small forward. He enjoys popping out after screen plays and struggles to establish position in the post. By playing at the 3, it will minimize his physical confrontations in the paint while allowing him to seamlessly integrate into the team's off-ball system through movement without the ball. What Cheng Lu requires most at present is stamina and agility. Once he fully acclimatizes to the physical demands of the paint, he can gradually transition towards the 4 and 5 positions. Following the coaching staff's analysis and arrangements, Cheng Lu received his new assignment. At the age of 38, you have achieved a starting position on the court, delivering a performance that has astonished the world. Your ambition has grown increasingly expansive, as you believe your potential is boundless, surpassing that of any rookie in terms of talent. In your encounters with this year's top 10 draft picks, you achieved flawless statistics and led your team to victory, earning a random reward and unlocking the store module. The reward level varies according to the draft positions of the rookies you defeat. The mention of a store module immediately resonated with Cheng Lu. He understood that it must be a place to expend accumulated points. Previously, he had amassed several points during training, yet had yet to find an opportunity to utilize them. As for the random reward, it seems that the higher the draft position of the rookie he defeats, the more substantial the corresponding reward will be. Cheng Lu harbored a perplexity. Having previously faced off against the Warriors Ipai Yudu, the 6th overall pick of the year, he found his own statistics and performance to be superior. Did the system neglect to account for this match? Observing the lack of any response from the system, Cheng Lu could only assume it was another oversight. On December 19th, the Kings continued to host their opponents at the Yako Arena, facing the Houston Rockets, whom they had recently encountered. Much like the previous game, the Rockets, deprived of their interior linchpin, exhibited a significantly weakened ability to defend the paint. Relying solely on Hayes was insufficient to thwart the Kings' relentless drives to the basket. Coupled with Cheng Lu and Caspai's contributions from beyond the arc, the Rockets swiftly capitulated. The Kings triumphed over the Rockets with a score of 112-101, marking their 5th consecutive victory. Still serving as the starting center, Cheng Lu played for 33 minutes, amassing 22 points, 6 rebounds, 3 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block. A notable moment arose during the mid-4th quarter when Cheng Lu, standing poised for a 3-point shot, swished the ball through the net. The Rockets' head coach, Adelman, was so taken aback by this display that he lost grip of his tactical board, which fell to the floor. This scene was promptly captured by the broadcast team and subsequently shared widely among fans both domestically and internationally. Accompanied by captions such as Cheng Lu's three-pointer leaves Rockets head coach bewildered. Of course, with acclaim comes criticism. Following Cheng Lu's rise to prominence, a number of detractors emerged, asserting that his recent success was largely attributable to the schedule. They contended that the Warriors and Rockets were teams outside the playoff contention, suggesting that only performances against stronger teams could truly reflect Cheng Lu's prowess. This perspective, however, is fundamentally flawed, as Cheng Lu's debut was against the formidable Heat, who boasted a trio of superstars. Furthermore, the Bucks, whom he recently defeated, were also contenders in the Eastern Conference playoff bracket. As for the Rockets led by Kevin Martin, they could hardly be classified as a weak team. Between 2009 and 2012, the Rockets consistently ranked 9th in the Western Conference, merely a step away from the playoffs. During the 2 seasons when Yao Ming was sidelined, Kevin Martin managed to guide a lackluster roster to respectable standings, a feat that would have secured a playoff berth in the Eastern Conference. The subsequent narrative is well known. After trading Kevin Martin for James Harden, the Rockets soared to new heights. It is not to say that Kevin Martin lacked talent. Aside from his unorthodox shooting form, he possessed formidable scoring abilities, particularly in drawing fouls, a skill that made him a predecessor to the master of flopping, Harden. His playing style epitomized that of a pure scorer, contributing little beyond points. In his earlier years, Kevin Martin led the Kings, but after failing to achieve significant success, he was traded to the Rockets. Many believed his style would have been a better fit for Yao Ming than that of Tracy McGrady, yet regrettably, in Martin's inaugural year with the Rockets, Yao was sidelined for the entire season. This year, both Yao Ming and Kevin Martin participated fully in the Rockets training camp and demonstrated commendable synergy. Tragically, Yao played only 5 games before succumbing to injury once more. Kevin Martin is undoubtedly an offensive virtuoso, yet he is best suited as a pure scorer rather than the leader of a team. The Kings' next match will be an away game against the Hornets, led by Chris Paul. Prior to their journey to New Orleans, Westphal granted the players a half-day off. Despite the rare respite, Chung Lu did not remain idle. He drove to a nearby restaurant. Upon arriving, he discovered that Jeff Schwartz was already seated in the reserved private booth. As Schwartz spotted Chung Lu, a warm smile instantly graced his face. He stood up, extended his hand, and said, "Hello, Chung. Just call me Jeff." "Hello, Mr. Jeff," Chung Lu replied, shaking Schwartz's hand before taking a seat. After Chung was settled, Schwartz handed him the menu, gesturing for him to order first. Chung opted for a high-protein omelet and a fruit salad, while Schwartz chose a simple Greek yogurt with granola. During this period, Chung Lu had received numerous inquiries from agents, including the company he was previously signed with. After filtering through several options, he decided to meet with Schwartz. Cheng Lu conducted thorough research on Schwartz, discovering that he was a rather low-profile agent who had transitioned from a legal career to sports management. Initially, Schwartz focused on tennis and, around the year 2000, had already established himself as one of the premier tennis agents. Not content with resting on his laurels, he founded his own agency and ventured into the realm of basketball. Presently, his roster includes players with salaries exceeding $100 million, including stars like Amare Stoudemire, Darren Williams, and Carmelo Anthony. This summer, Schwartz negotiated a 5-year, $100 million contract for Stoudemire, showcasing his remarkably swift negotiation style, often securing deals within 24 hours of the free agency period opening. Even Dwayne Wade sought Schwartz's expertise to facilitate negotiations with the Heat, contributing to the formation of the Big Three. In addition to his efficiency, Schwartz's low-key demeanor appealed to Chung Lu. He seldom spoke to the media and refrained from publicly discussing the details of his clients' negotiations, thereby avoiding unnecessary complications. Furthermore, Schwartz was renowned for safeguarding his players' wealth. He insisted that all rookie clients complete a financial planning course provided by his team after receiving their first paycheck. While this may seem like a minor requirement, it reflects his commitment to the long-term welfare of his players, beyond merely earning commissions. After engaging in casual conversation for a while, Cheng Lu directly broached the subject. "What are your fees?" Schwartz nodded in response. "For your next player contract, I will charge a 2 commission. As for other endorsements, I only take 10. Cheng Lu silently calculated, realizing that Schwartz's rates were quite reasonable. His previous agent had demanded a 5 commission on his rookie contract and 20 on advertising and endorsement earnings. Schwartz believed his terms were irresistible, offering Cheng Lu an exceptional deal. However, he also recognized the potential within Cheng Lu, confident that his talent and the market behind him promised a bright future. Cheng Lu deemed Schwartz's sincerity adequate and nodded in satisfaction. "Let us proceed directly to the signing of the agreement." Schwartz retrieved the pre-prepared contract from his briefcase. Cheng Lu swiftly perused the document, finding no significant issues. Having previously signed an economic contract, he was somewhat familiar with the process. Schwartz's efficiency was indeed commendable, as he promptly finalized the signing with Cheng Lu. "Your rookie contract is only for 1 year, which is, in fact, a considerable advantage." Schwartz stored the contract away and remarked, "For certain players who can quickly realize their talents, a 4-year rookie contract can significantly restrict their salary. Based on your current performance, I shall endeavor to negotiate a contract for you next season that approaches the full mid-level exception salary." Cheng Lu interjected, "I have heard that the league is still negotiating a new collective bargaining agreement. Will next season's contracts be affected?" Schwartz replied, "You need not worry about that. With the influence of the players' union and other parties, the new collective bargaining agreement will undoubtedly prioritize the interests of the players. Regardless of the agreement, I will strive to secure the maximum benefits for you." With the contract signed, their meeting was drawing to a close. Schwartz outlined his ideal career plan for Cheng Lu. As they were about to exit, Schwartz produced an acrylic display case and opened it to reveal a championship ring. "This is a replica of the championship ring won by one of my players, Chauncey Billups, in 2004. Schwartz smiled and added, "My goal is to eventually fill this case with rings belonging to all my players, and I believe there will undoubtedly be one for you in the future." Cheng Lu was amused by this gesture. The display case for the championship rings possessed a remarkable sense of ceremony. After finalizing the contract, Schwartz's company had already commenced promoting Cheng Lu, simultaneously seeking endorsement contracts for him. Schwartz intended to focus on a sneaker deal, as it represented a substantial opportunity. Cheng Lu, however, was in no rush regarding the sneaker contract. He urged Schwartz to assist him in securing other endorsements, as he currently felt a pressing need for financial support. On December 21st, Cheng Lu traveled with his team to New Orleans. The Hornets had faced a series of misfortunes over the past 2 years. Last season, Chris Paul endured several injuries, missing nearly half of the regular season, which prevented the team from reaching the playoffs. This year, they had also parted ways with several players, including Tyson Chandler and Peja Stojakovic, leading to widespread predictions that they would be a lottery team before the season began. Moreover, the Hornets owner, George Shinn, had filed for bankruptcy and had attempted unsuccessfully to sell the team multiple times last year, ultimately leaving it under the league's management. During this period, the Hornets were without an owner, and all significant decisions required the votes of the other 29 team owners. However, the Hornets had achieved a record of 14 wins, placing them 6th in the Western Conference. From the onset of the season, they had delivered performances that astonished fans. As rookie coach Monty Williams transformed this underdog team into one with one of the league's top defenses, boasting the second-best defensive efficiency in the entire league. It has been demonstrated that Monty Williams possesses significantly greater prowess than Scott. Scott, in truth, lacks substance, yet fortune has favored him. He had the opportunity to coach Kidd with the Nets and later Paul with the Hornets, thereby managing to secure 2 Coach of the Year awards purely by virtue of his players. Following the injury of the team's cornerstone, Paul, the style of play transitioned from soaring athleticism to a more grounded approach. Although his statistics experienced a slight decline, averaging 15, 8 points, 9, 8 assists, and 2 for steals per game, his ability to orchestrate the game transcends mere numbers. Observant fans recognize that his performance this season is second only to that of his previous season, solidifying his historical status as one of the preeminent traditional point guards. Moreover, the role players of the Hornets were critical. Okafor, acquired in exchange for Chandler, provided solid rim protection and rebounding. Ariza and Bellinelli contributed valuable outside shooting and robust defense. Historically, this iteration of the Hornets not only reached the playoffs, but, in the first round, nearly toppled the defending champions, the Lakers, even with their second star, David West, sidelined due to injury. Overall, this Hornets team undoubtedly ranks as a formidable contender in the Western Conference. As the game commenced, the starting lineups were unveiled 30 minutes prior to tip-off. The Kings lineup included Cheng Lu, Jason Thompson, Dante Green, Evans, and Udrih. The Hornets lineup featured Emeka Okafor, Trevor Ariza, David West, Marco Bellinelli, and Chris Paul. Cheng Lu retained his position as starting center, while Cousins, seated on the bench, awaited the conclusion of one more game before his return to the starting role. During the jump ball, Cheng Lu realized that his opponent tonight was Okafor. In July of the previous year, the Hornets and the Bobcats finalized a trade, exchanging Tyson Chandler for the 2004 second overall pick, Emeka Okafor, as designated by Jordan. Currently, this transaction remains difficult to assess. The Hornets aim to reduce payroll and mitigate taxes, believing that Okafor, being younger and healthier than Chandler, would possess the ability to create scoring opportunities in the paint. Conversely, the Bobcats sought a seasoned, defensively robust center to enhance their competitiveness, especially with core players like Felton and Gerald Wallace on the roster, despite Okafor's offensive efficiency being a point of contention. In retrospect, the Bobcats undeniably emerged as the winners of this exchange, as Chandler significantly bolstered their defense. Last season marked the Bobcats' inaugural playoff appearance, and with Chandler on a short 1-year contract, they ultimately traded him to the Mavericks in exchange for Dampier, driven by concerns over injury risks. For the Hornets, while they successfully reduced team payroll, they sacrificed the pivotal tactical nucleus of the team, specifically the pick-and-roll dynamics between Paul and Chandler. A center capable of maximizing Paul's effectiveness requires superior screen quality and a swift, efficient roll to the basket. Unfortunately, Okafor's lack of mobility and singular finishing technique, primarily receiving passes under the rim, proved problematic, as both Okafor and the defender often crowded Paul's driving lane. Upon joining the Hornets, Okafor primarily undertook the role of a blue-collar worker. His rebounding prowess was remarkably outstanding, and his positioning was fierce. It is worth noting that he was once the second overall pick, frequently compared to Howard during the 2004 season, even snatching the Rookie of the Year award from Howard in the 2004 to 2005 season. However, after securing the Rookie of the Year title, Okafor's performance declined year after year, with his statistics consistently diminishing. Ironically, last year, the Hornets acquired the younger and healthier Okafor due to concerns regarding Chandler's health. Yet he suffered a cervical spine injury in the 2012 season, causing him to miss the majority of the season. It wasn't until 2017 that he returned to the league, but he only received a minimum contract before being swiftly waived, ultimately finding himself playing overseas in the South Korean League. These are merely afterthoughts. Let us return to the present moment. As the jump ball commenced, Chung Lu successfully seized the first offensive opportunity for the Kings from Okafor, whose height was a disadvantage, and his wingspan paled in comparison to Chung Lu's. Chung Lu sprinted toward the front court, where Hornets coach Monty surprisingly opted for Ariza to defend him. Monty realized that employing Okafor to guard Chung Lu would be futile. While Okafor possessed exceptional low-post defensive capabilities, he struggled against space-oriented big men. When drawn out of the paint, his defensive value significantly diminished, rendering him ineffective in contesting shots and compromising his ability to protect the rim and secure rebounds. Although Ariza lacked height, his nimble footwork and tenacious on-ball defense made him a more suitable choice against Chung Lu, who possessed dribbling and three-point shooting skills. On the wing, after receiving a pass from Udrih, Chung Lu immediately signaled for Thompson to set a screen. During the Kings' initial offensive play, Chung Lu called for an inside pick-and-roll strategy. Zhang Heli observed the unfolding situation and remarked, Chung Lu's style of play at the three position has transformed the inside pick-and-roll into a classic tactic for the Kings. The quality of this screen was exceptionally high, leaving the Hornets no choice but to switch defenders. As Chung Lu matched up against Okafor, he lowered his center of gravity, explosively dribbling the ball with his right hand while subtly shifting his shoulder to the left. Believing Chung Lu would drive left, Okafor instinctively shifted his weight in that direction. In an instant, Chung Lu flicked his right wrist, maneuvering the ball between his legs to his left hand. With a swift crossover step, he propelled himself off his left foot, shifting his weight to the right. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Okafor awkwardly twisted his body to keep pace with Chung Lu. Chung Lu continued to exert force with his right hand, slightly retreating his body while executing a feint, pulling the ball back from the right side. Okafor, struggling to keep up with the rapid changes in Chung Lu's movements, lost balance and fell to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Chung Lu retreated beyond the three-point line, aimed for the basket, and launched his shot. Swish. From the onset, Chung Lu ignited the atmosphere at the Akiki Arena with his three-point shot. Barkley quipped, "Congratulations to Emeka for becoming the second interior player to be faked out by Ching." Turning back, the Hornets' initial offensive maneuver involved a pick-and-roll between Paul and West. Unlike Scott, Monty understood that the pick-and-roll between Paul and Okafor was ineffective, opting instead to have Okafor linger near the paint to capitalize on easy opportunities. Paul deftly evaded Udrih and, before Evans could close in, executed a quick jump shot with remarkable precision. Following a meniscus tear last year, Paul's percentage of shots taken near the basket plummeted from a peak of 34 to a mere 15. However, he subsequently developed an unparalleled mid-range jump shot, particularly excelling in stop-and-pop and fadeaway jumpers following pick-and-roll plays. As the Kings initiated their offense, the play continued to revolve around the pick set by Chung Lu and Ariza. Monty observed with dismay as Okafor was repeatedly outmaneuvered by Chung Lu. With two successive, exaggerated fakes, Chung Lu left Okafor disoriented, though Okafor managed to remain upright this time. In an instant, Chung Lu penetrated the paint. As Ariza and West converged to double team, Chung Lu intended to pass, but West's aggressive defense forced him to leap and, amidst contact, he launched a contested shot. West made contact with Chung Lu's arm, prompting the referee to blow the whistle. In a moment of spontaneity, Chung Lu tossed the ball towards the basket, which fortuitously ricocheted off the backboard and fell through the hoop. Bang! Swish! Chung Lu reveled inwardly, acknowledging that the basket had an element of luck. A splendid three-point play. Chung Lu had drawn West's foul after evading Okafor. Zhang Li remarked, "Chung Lu's style is beginning to resemble that of a point guard." Yu Jia nodded in agreement, commenting, "Director Zhang, do you believe Chung Lu's gameplay has indeed taken on such characteristics?" Zhang Li chuckled. Indeed, if Chung Lu's passing vision were to improve, he could truly masquerade as a point guard on the court. Observing Chung Lu approach the free throw line, Okafor wore a troubled expression. While other teams typically targeted the center with pick and rolls, he found himself consistently drawn outside the arc by Cheng Lu. Meanwhile, Cousins, watching from the bench, was impressed by Cheng Lu's movements. The level of agility was remarkable, despite being dubbed versatile since his college days. Cousins hesitated to adopt Cheng Lu's low center of gravity approach to dribbling past defenders. He couldn't help but imagine the challenge of defending against Cheng Lu if they were adversaries. At the free throw line, Cheng Lu confidently converted his additional shot. Shifting focus back, the Hornets' offense was still orchestrated through Paul's pick and roll. After a screen from West, the Kings' attention was entirely fixated on Paul, granting West an opportunity to finish in the low post. In a subsequent offensive possession, Evans held the ball, with Thompson setting a high screen. After switching on to Okafor, Evans swiftly maneuvered past him. Once in the paint, Evans scored, confronting the defender head-on. On the sidelines, Monty furrowed his brow, recognizing Okafor's inadequacy in defending against pick and rolls. Not only could he not switch effectively onto smaller opponents, but even when Cheng Lu sought to set a screen, he struggled to defend. Monty pondered strategies to counter the Kings' pick and roll offense, which had consistently targeted Okafor throughout the first 3 possessions. Chapter 17, The Butterfly Flits Amidst the Blossoms. After 7 minutes of play in the first quarter, Cheng Lu was substituted for a breather. During this time, he efficiently accumulated 8 points and 3 rebounds. However, on the opposing side, Paul and West were consistently scoring through screens, preventing either team from establishing a significant lead. The first quarter concluded with a tie at 28-28. Paul orchestrated the offense with finesse, achieving an impeccable 6 for 6 from the field, resulting in 13 points and 4 assists. Capped off with a remarkable long-range three-pointer as the quarter was about to end. There is no dispute that Paul, during the 2010s, was revered as the deity of point guards. He could not only dictate the tempo of the game, but also rise to the occasion when his team needed scoring. Monty, the Hornets head coach, remained unfazed as he observed Okafor being repeatedly targeted by Cheng Lu. His role was simply to secure rebounds and limit the opponent's second-chance scoring opportunities. Given Paul's early performance, Monty sensed that a breakout night was imminent. Indeed, Paul delivered one of the most representative performances of his career, finishing the first half with 22 points. By the end of the third quarter, Paul had amassed 33 points, marking his highest single-game total of the season. It seemed likely that he would shatter his career scoring record tonight. As the third quarter came to a close, Ujah furrowed his brow and remarked, "The Kings are in a precarious position today. Paul has already scored over 30 points with 10 assists in the first 3 quarters, and the Hornets' offensive rhythm is exceptional." Although the commentators were expected to maintain neutrality, as a commentator from Huaxia, he certainly did not wish to witness the defeat of Cheng Lu's team, a sentiment shared by many domestic fans who had come to regard the Kings as their second-favorite team. The Kings indeed found themselves in a precarious situation. After 3 quarters, the score stood at 77-92, with them trailing the Hornets by a daunting 15 points on their home court. This iteration of the Hornets was formidable, historically. It was their remarkable performance led by Paul during the first round of the 2011 playoffs against the Lakers that had culminated in a stunning upset. In that game, the Lakers, wary of Paul's pick and roll, collapsed their defense into the paint, thereby affording ample opportunities to outside shooters, with Bellinelli and Ariza relentlessly bombarding the rim. The current scenario bore a striking resemblance, as the Kings' defense against Paul was woefully inadequate. Neither Evans nor Udrih could match his speed and rhythm, and the perimeter rotations frequently overlooked the Hornets' shooters. Westphal, with a furrowed brow, was reluctant to concede the match. After 5 consecutive victories, the Kings had climbed past both the Warriors and Clippers, moving from the second-to-last position in the Western Conference to 12th place. If the team could maintain this level of performance, they still had a chance to reach the playoffs. Despite the skepticism surrounding this young Kings squad, Westphal remained determined to push his players forward, for what coach would truly desire to fail rather than win? Glancing at Cheng Lu, he urged, "It's on you, Cheng. You must step up in the final quarter and lead the team in closing the gap." As the critical moment approached, Westphal increasingly placed his trust in Cheng Lu. Though he harbored concerns regarding Cheng's physical stamina, Cheng nodded and remarked, "No matter how formidable they are, they cannot compare to the trio of the Heat." Westphal patted Cheng on the shoulder, declaring that to become the cornerstone of the team, one must possess the ability to rise to the occasion in such pivotal moments. In the fourth quarter, the Kings lineup consisted of Cousins, Thompson, Cheng Lu, Evans, and Udrih. The Hornets fielded Okafor, Ariza, West, Bellinelli, and Paul. The Hornets' pick and roll had proven difficult to counter, And even if Emeka struggled to defend against the interior screen, Chris and David could widen the gap through scoring. On the broadcast, Barkley pondered aloud. Charles, do you think the Kings have a chance to make a comeback? Kenny Smith turned to him with a question. Barkley reflected, it's hard to say. The Kings have rarely staged comebacks this season, as their victories often come from dominating in the second half. Nevertheless, I am quite eager to see what surprises Chung can deliver. Kenny Smith noted the on-court lineup and exclaimed, DeMarcus and Ching are both on the floor? Who is playing the center position for the Kings? Barkley responded with confusion. The Kings are employing a three-big lineup. Jason Thompson can only play the power forward. And it seems Ching is the most suitable for the small forward position. On the court, Udrih brought the ball past half-court, where Paul immediately pressured him. Chung hurriedly positioned himself at the high post to receive the pass. The entire Kings team spread out, granting Ching the opportunity for a one-on-one play. West denied him shooting space and closed in defensively, prompting Ching to lower his shoulder to the right and dribble towards the right side. In an instant, as West shifted his weight, Ching deftly maneuvered the basketball from between his legs to his left hand, pivoting on his left foot to execute a sweeping change of direction that pulled the ball to his left. West stumbled momentarily, quickly adjusting his balance to the left in an attempt to disrupt Ching's dribbling rhythm. Chung pushed off the ground, accelerating toward the basket as he broke through under West's astonished gaze. Okafor's help defense arrived too late, and Chang leapt, delivering a powerful two-handed dunk, marking the first score of the final quarter. Chang's ball handling was as graceful as a butterfly flitting through flowers, evading West and effortlessly penetrating the Hornets' interior defense. Yu Jia rose from his seat in excitement, while Zhongli smiled and said, Chung Lu may not be the fastest, but his rhythm is impeccable. West's attempted steal not only failed to disrupt Ching, but actually caused him to lose his positioning. West gritted his teeth, while Okafor beneath the basket offered him a wry smile. Did you see that? This guy is simply incredible. The Hornets initiated their offense. West and Paul executed a high pick-and-roll. As Paul penetrated the lane, the Kings swiftly collapsed on him. Paul slammed the ball onto the floor, and it ricocheted through the crowd to Ariza on the perimeter. Standing at the arc, Ariza took aim and released the ball. Clang! The basketball ricocheted off the rim, and Chung secured the rebound, tossing it to Evans, who had sprinted to midcourt. Paul quickly retreated on defense, but upon reaching the front court, Evans made a lateral move to create space before rising up for a three-point shot. Clang! Evans' trailing three-pointer clanked off the rim, but Cousins, leveraging his speed, evaded Okafor and dashed into the paint to seize the offensive rebound. West and Ariza converged, and Westfall shouted from the sidelines, pass to the perimeter. Cousins hastily relayed the ball back to the top of the arc. Paul sensed something amiss, as the individual receiving the pass was Ching Lu. He quickly moved to apply pressure, yet Ching, with no awareness of Paul's presence, leaped and launched the ball. Swish. 82-92. Ching scored 5 consecutive points, narrowing the deficit to 10. Barkley remarked, I can't help but reminisce about his debut against the Heat last week. Kenny Smith inquired, Charles, do you think Ching can replicate that performance and rally the score in the final quarter? It's hard to say, Barkley replied, his gaze fixed on the court as Paul, facing Udrih's defense, executed a pull-up jumper to secure his 35th point. The Kings initiated their offense. Chung Lu circled from the baseline to receive the ball, while Evans, initially running to the high post, reversed course to the corner, setting a screen to block West's path. Ching, with the ball, maneuvered just beyond the three-point line. The Hornets continued to send defenders, and Ching feigned a shot at the basket, but his eyes were firmly on the wing. Seizing the opportunity while the Hornets' backline focused on Ching, Udrih discreetly slipped from the elbow to the 45-degree angle. As soon as Udrih positioned himself, Chung flicked his wrist and sent the ball flying. Udrih received it and decisively shot. The three-pointer pierced through the net. 85-94. The Kings had trimmed the deficit to within 10. Hornets head coach Monty promptly called for a timeout. Chapter 18. Defend the home court. Stern's dilemma. Monty frowned, reminding West to maintain close defense. He recognized that the Kings' tactics in the final quarter were proving challenging to counter. In the previous possession, he anticipated the opposing team would employ a low-post strategy, passing the ball to a wing player on the same side as Ching Lu, thereby stretching the Hornets' defense before feeding Ching. However, the scenario morphed into Ching obtaining the ball and seeking a screener for assistance, subsequently drawing the Kings' defensive focus to the corner, which afforded the Kings opportunities for three-point attempts. Monty initially believed Chung would aggressively pursue scoring in the final quarter, and he was not overly concerned about Ching's scoring alone. as a singular output would not keep pace with the Hornets, and it would rapidly deplete Cheng's stamina. However, if Cheng could threaten with his three-point shooting, creating space for his teammates to establish an offensive rhythm, it would become quite complicated. From a tactical standpoint, it was not insurmountable to defend. Yet the crux lay in Cheng's formidable three-point threat. Once the strong side was cleared, his shooting could leave the Hornets questioning their very existence. Monty could not conceive a viable solution at the moment, thus instructing his players to focus on the Kings' other members, allowing Cheng to exhaust his energy in isolation. As the timeout concluded, the Hornets commenced their offensive possession. Paul sought a screen before rising for a shot, but this time he missed. The basketball ricocheted off the front of the rim, and Cousins claimed the rebound. Evans advanced with the ball. The Kings continued to employ the tactics from the previous round, with Paul closely guarding Udrih to prevent him from receiving the ball in open space. However, Cheng Lu utilized a screen to drive straight along the baseline towards the basket, leaving West unable to assist in time, forcing Okafor to step up for the defense. Cheng Lu tossed the ball towards the basket, and Cousins cut in to receive it, leaping from the spot to execute a successful dunk. The score tightened to 87-94. The Kings had narrowed the gap to 7 points, and Westfall nodded in satisfaction, recognizing that the team had entered an ideal offensive rhythm. In the front court, West missed a three-point attempt from the wing, prompting the Kings to employ a familiar strategy. This time, however, they altered their approach. Cheng Lu did not position himself in the low post, but instead set a screen for Udrih, then quickly moved to the arc. As Cheng Lu made his run, Evans stepped in to provide an off-ball screen. Once Cheng Lu found an opening at the arc, Udrih's pass arrived instantaneously. With precision, Cheng Lu drew back his bow, aimed at the Hornets' basket, and released. In the moment Cheng Lu shot, West, who was defending, grew anxious. He swiftly maneuvered around Evans to leap up in an attempt to disrupt the shot. Yet, Cheng Lu's release point was too elevated. Not only did he fail to interfere, but he also collided with Cheng Lu in midair. Swish. The whistle blew. Cheng Lu scored 31 points. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, he converted the free throw, reducing the deficit to just 3 points. After being relentlessly pursued, Paul grew anxious as well. In the next offensive possession, he drove into the paint intending to pass to Bellinelli in the corner, but Evans stepped in, intercepting the ball just before Bellinelli could reach for it. Another opportunity arose for the Kings. Cheng Lu moved to the high post, signaling to Cousins, who willingly stepped up to set a screen. Cheng Lu found himself matched against Okafor, who appeared nervous, neither daring to closely guard him nor allowing him an open shot, cautiously following Cheng Lu's movements to the wing. The Hornets remained focused on Cheng Lu's three-point threat, bringing West over for additional support. Cheng Lu, however, refrained from rushing his shot, noticing Cousins settling into the low post. He executed a bounce pass to him. Cousins was matched against Ariza, who initially aimed to showcase his dribbling skills. However, Ariza's rapid footwork and long arms continually disrupted Cousins, forcing him to resort to backing down. With greater weight and strength than Ariza, Cousins executed a series of backdowns before pivoting and finishing with a layup. Monty decisively called for another timeout. The Kings' interior trio was proving challenging for the Hornets. Not only were DeMarcus and Cheng Lu overpowering Emeka, but Cheng Lu's presence beyond the arc also constrained the Hornets' defense, compelling them to position Trevor Ariza inside. Barkley remarked that Trevor's advantage lay in utilizing his agility to disrupt outside shooters, but when faced with a heavy forward, he lacked the strength to contain their backing down. Kenny Smith nodded in agreement. Indeed, they currently had no means to send someone into the paint to protect the rim. Otherwise, Cheng Lu's outside firepower would be uncontainable. On the bench for the Hornets, rookie coach Monty remained at a loss for how to counteract the Kings' relentless mismatches and isolation plays. As the final quarter unfolded, he found himself placing all hope on Paul. Meanwhile, Kings coach Westfall appeared remarkably at ease, encouraging his players. Well done. Chung is applying pressure from the perimeter, and DeMarcus is overpowering them inside. Tyreek, seize your opportunity to drive. Westfall held high expectations for Cheng Lu, Cousins, and Evans, acknowledging that such critical moments are vital in a player's career. The ability to rise to stardom hinges on performances in these pivotal situations. As the timeout concluded, both teams returned to the court. Amidst the cacophony of jeers echoing through the Arco Arena, Paul managed to sink a mid-range jumper over Evans. As the Kings launched their offense, Cheng Lu, facing West's defense, charged left after absorbing pressure. With a deft behind-the-back dribble, he halted abruptly, then swiftly maneuvered to his right. West attempted to keep pace, but Cheng Lu spun left, effortlessly evading him and driving into the paint. Okafor rushed to provide help. Yet Cheng Lu opted for finesse over force, skillfully passing the ball to the oncoming Evans. Evans feigned a strong drive in the paint. Yet his gaze was ever on Cheng Lu. After delivering the pass, Cheng Lu darted toward the left corner, while Evans leapt, faking a shot that transformed into an assist. At that moment, the Hornets' focus concentrated on the paint. Though no defenders were left unguarded on the perimeter, the one challenging Cheng Lu was Bellinelli. Paul, at the top of the arc, anxiously urged Bellinelli to contest the shot, but upon seeing Cheng Lu rise for a shot, Bellinelli lacked the desire to even extend a hand. Swish. Another three-pointer, tying the game at 96. Turning back, Paul drove into the paint, evading Evans's defense with a crafty layup to score another 2 points. The Kings, on the offensive again, saw Cheng Lu call for a pick-and-roll, once more targeting Okafor. With a dazzling double crossover, he shook off his defender and connected with Cousins in the paint. A center-to-center assist was indeed a rare sight. Yu Jia remarked, "This final quarter is truly exhilarating." Su Juyang added, "The last quarter has nearly transformed into a duel between Paul and Cheng Lu." Fans at the Arco Arena felt their ticket prices were well worth it. They even wished that time would slow down during such thrilling moments. Turning back, Paul showcased his skill by exploiting a mismatch against Thompson. After a pick-and-roll, he deftly navigated through a screen and glided to the basket for a layup. Paul was wholly carrying the team tonight. As the score fluctuated back and forth, the boos from the crowd began to diminish. Paul erupted in brilliance, finishing the night with a career-high 45 points at the Arco Arena. However, the Hornets still succumbed to defeat, losing 114-110. As the Kings staged a comeback in the final quarter to secure their home victory, Paul played the entire 12 minutes of the final quarter, leaving everything on the court. Yet the Kings' resilience proved too formidable. In the final 10 seconds, Cheng Lu seized a rebound beneath the basket and executed a putback shot, giving his team a 2-point lead. Bellinelli's three-point attempt from beyond the arc fell short, and Evans was sent to the free throw line. After making both shots, Paul attempted a three-pointer that clanged off the rim. And upon hearing the sound of the ball hitting the hoop, the tension in his body finally dissipated. Returning to the locker room with a grim expression, Paul felt disheartened. After scoring 45 points and providing 12 assists, he found himself on the losing side. What more could he say? Nevertheless, some intrepid journalists, undeterred by the somber atmosphere in the Hornets' locker room, ventured in to ask, "Chris, how would you assess the team's performance tonight? What do you think of the Kings' rising star?" Paul exhaled sharply, "I've done my best. As for the opposing rookie, he's been the talk of the league lately. I believe his performance speaks for itself." Nearby, Okafor, with a look of despair, quietly remarked to his teammate Ariza, "That rookie is terrifying. I've never seen someone of his height handle the ball so effortlessly. And if you're not careful, he'll make you pay from beyond the arc." On the Kings' side, Cheng Lu was similarly encircled by reporters. He answered a few questions from select local media before retreating to the locker room. Cheng Lu played for 37 minutes, amassing a remarkable stat line of 29 points, 10 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 blocks, and 1 steal. He delivered several highlight moments during the game, not only dominating Okafor, but also holding his own against David West. The entire Kings team performed admirably, particularly in the final quarter, where everyone contributed. Cousins secured 24 points and 12 rebounds. Evans tallied 25 points and 8 assists, while Udry added 15 points to the tally. Post-game, the fans were left wanting more. Such a high-scoring contest was thrilling in any era. Early the following morning, Schwartz called Cheng Lu as he was waking up. Over the past few days, Schwartz had secured several endorsement deals and events for Cheng Lu, with contracts ready for his signature. As Cheng Lu perused the commercial proposals sent by Schwartz, he noted they comprised minor endorsements, yet collectively promised an income exceeding $200,000. Energized by the prospect, Cheng Lu instructed Schwartz to prepare for contract signing during the Christmas season. In just a few days, the income from endorsements could rival Cheng Lu's annual salary. Indeed, when one is in demand, the rewards come swiftly. Excited, Cheng Lu brewed himself a cup of coffee and then perused various domestic and international forums to see discussions about himself. Congratulations to Emeka Okafor for becoming the second center to be faked out by Cheng Lu. Cheng Lu demonstrates exceptional court vision. The Kings may reconsider their roster. Top guard Chris Paul erupts in the locker room post-game. Cheng Lu shatters the Hornets' mindset. As he scanned the overwhelming discussions centered around him, Cheng Lu found Schwartz's endorsements less enticing. As a rising star in Sacramento, Cheng Lu not only garnered significant attention domestically, but his popularity abroad was equally explosive. With such popularity, it is not surprising that even contracts worth millions or commercial endorsements would not elicit a blink from certain enterprises. After perusing the post, Cheng Lu accessed the official website, where the results of the first round of voting for this year's All-Star Game had been unveiled. Currently, the Eastern Conference's leading vote-getter is Howard. Despite LeBron James losing numerous fans after joining the Heat and having forfeited the Cleveland fan base, he remains among the top in votes, trailing Howard by less than 5,000 votes. In the Western Conference, Kobe reigns as the top vote-getter, his popularity surging after 2 consecutive championships, leading Howard by a substantial margin of 120,000 votes. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it is certain that this year's vote leader will be him. Notably, despite Yao Ming having played only 5 games, he garnered an impressive 420,000 votes in the first round, whereas the second-place contender, Bynum, received fewer than 200,000 votes. In terms of popularity, Chinese basketball fans can confidently assert that they never fall short. However, given Yao Ming's current condition, participation in this year's All-Star Game appears unlikely. A center from the Western team only needs to contend for the second position to secure a spot in the All-Star starting lineup. Similarly, although Cheng Lu and Yi Jianlian from China also possess considerable popularity, their names are conspicuously absent from the voting rankings. This is due to the implementation of a candidate list designed to ensure fair competition, prevent fan manipulation, and exclude players with high notoriety but insufficient skill from being selected. This system recalls the time when rookie Yao Ming directly replaced peak Shaquille O'Neal in the All-Star starting lineup, an absurdity at the time. The league has restructured its voting process in recent years, considering multiple factors such as last season's performance and disciplinary actions to pre-screen 120 to 150 players for the All-Star candidate list, ensuring the selection process is just. Some promising rookies may also find their way onto the list, though they are predominantly lottery picks. The league has consistently prioritized the All-Star event, continually updating the voting mechanism. In the future, due to the efforts of Georgia, which nearly succeeded in pushing Zaza Pachulia into the starting lineup over Durant, the voting structure has shifted to include votes from fans, media, and players. Had these restrictions not been in place, Yi Jianlian would likely have been a perennial All-Star starter since the 2007 to 2008 season. Cheng Lu contended that this mechanism is not without flaws, as it fails to account for the potential sudden emergence of players. Following the release of the voting data, numerous fans from China and Sacramento protested on forums, expressing their frustration that despite Cheng Lu's remarkable performance, scoring 20 points in consecutive games, they found no avenue to cast their votes for him. Is this truly reasonable? Upon witnessing the All-Star voting results, David Stern found himself in a quandary since the last incident involving Bogut's malicious foul on Cheng Lu. He has been closely monitoring him. After viewing Cheng Lu's games, Stern immediately recognized that the market surrounding him would rival that of Yao Ming, and he harbored a sense that Cheng Lu's exclusion from the All-Star selection would be a significant loss. It is all but certain that Cheng Lu will be invited to participate in the Rookie Challenge, and Stern is now contemplating whether to extend an invitation for him to partake in individual events to enhance the allure of the All-Star Game. Alternatively, is it time to further refine this voting mechanism? Stern found himself in a quandary. The Chinese market had always held significant importance for him, as evidenced by his 2-hour wait outside the CCTV headquarters years ago. In recent years, with Yao Ming's consecutive injuries and Yi Jianlian's struggle to make an impact, the league was sorely lacking in talent from China. However, Cheng Lu's emergence reignited Stern's optimism. As a rookie, Cheng's performance surpassed that of Yao Ming and even rivaled that of LeBron James, the league's prominent figure whom Stern ardently supported. Stern believed that Cheng Lu's future accomplishments would be remarkable, allowing for a strategic allocation of resources in his direction. Consequently, he resolved to convene a meeting to discuss the All-Star voting mechanism. After browsing the internet for a while, Cheng Lu tidied himself up and drove his second-hand Camry to the arena. That evening, he and his team flew to Oklahoma City, where the Kings were set to face the Thunder the following day. Chapter 19, Oklahoma City on December 23rd at the Ford Center. The Thunder had begun their ascent this season, with the management showcasing their exceptional drafting acumen. Kevin Durant and Russell Westbrook had evolved into the league's premier forward and guard, respectively. Durant was averaging an impressive 7 points, 8 rebounds, and 7 assists per game, leading the scoring charts. Last season, he had already made a significant mark, averaging 1 points, and earning his first scoring title, and it was likely he would secure this accolade again. As the second overall pick in the 2007 draft, Durant possessed athleticism of historic proportions, standing 2.08 meters tall with a wingspan of 2.24 meters. He could execute dribbling maneuvers that typically only shorter players could manage, particularly his exaggerated and rapid double crossovers. Within his height range, only Qing Lu could match such extraordinary agility. Furthermore, Durant's speed was exceptional, especially during his explosive changes of direction, allowing him to easily surpass defenders with his long strides. Another aspect that made Durant difficult to defend was his reliable mid-range shooting. His height and wingspan allowed him to release the ball at an elevation of 3.1 meters, necessitating a defender with at least a 1.2 meter vertical leap to contest his shots. In the past, Artest had been driven to frustration by Durant's relentless scoring, resorting to pounding the advertising boards in the heat of the moment. In addition to Durant, Westbrook's average this season had risen to 21.9 points, 4.6 rebounds, and 8.2 assists. With a significant 32.7 of his shots coming from inside, he boasted an impressive shooting percentage of 63.1, making him a formidable threat when driving to the basket. His excellent court vision had established him as the central hub for the Thunder's offensive plays. Thus, the Thunder's framework, characterized by a star player and a dominant ball handler, allowed for a fluid offensive execution. Westbrook could not only set up Durant for shots but also facilitate plays for the interior players or directly hand the ball off to Durant for isolation plays. Moreover, the Thunder's roster is notably youthful, capitalizing on their speed advantage to elevate the tempo of both offense and defense, employing a rapid approach to outpace slower teams, which has rendered many defensively formidable squads unable to counter their tactics. This season, the Thunder has firmly established themselves within the top 4 in the Western Conference. Prior to the game, American media outlets framed this matchup as a clash of youthful talent, with the average age of the rosters for both the Kings and the Thunder not exceeding 25 years. Numerous experts and analysts scrutinized the statistics of Qing Lu and Durant, noting that despite their differing positions, their playing styles exhibit a remarkable degree of similarity. Particularly, their ability to change direction has sparked considerable analysis on platforms such as YouTube, where many fans opine that Qing Lu's playing style should be modeled after Durant. Thunder fans wholeheartedly endorse this perspective, whereas Kings supporters contest it, asserting that Qing Lu's performance has outshone Durant's during that same period, playfully dubbing Durant as Oklahoma's Qing Lu. While such banter is entertaining, the consensus leans towards the Thunder prevailing in tonight's game, given their superior overall strength, likely bringing an end to the Kings' winning streak. The Thunder's defensive framework is robust, with Serge Ibaka and Kendrick Perkins forming a formidable interior duo adept at rim protection, complemented by the perimeter players' ability to switch defensively without losing their positioning when facing screens. The Kings, too, acknowledged the difficulty posed by the Thunder. Prior to the game, Westphal advised Qing Lu to utilize pick-and-rolls and off-ball movement to create opportunities, emphasizing the necessity of their perimeter shooting. Qing Lu nodded in agreement, recognizing that the Thunder represented the most formidable opponent they have faced in recent weeks. Viewing this match as an opportunity to demonstrate their prowess beyond merely defeating weaker teams, "I wish to exploit more opportunities for three-point shots tonight," Qing Lu conveyed to Westphal. "Absolutely, your three-point shooting is reliable. Just ensure that DeMarcus and Jason are actively positioning themselves for rebounds. However, Qing, the league has thoroughly analyzed your game lately, and they are likely to implement targeted defenses against you, making it difficult for you to receive the ball," Westphal cautioned. Qing Lu responded, "Well, their targeting won't be effective. Tyreke can utilize the space to drive and finish. All right, let Dante defend Kevin, and if necessary, have Jason assist with double teaming. As for Russell Westbrook, allow him to drive to the basket, but resolutely prevent him from passing to Kevin," Westphal instructed. "If we find ourselves unable to defend, let Qing and Tyreke engage in a scoring duel with them." Qing Lu felt fortunate to have Westphal as his coach, who placed significant value on rookies and was willing to provide them with opportunities. In contrast, if they had been under a coach like Larry Brown, not only would the freedom to shoot from the perimeter be in question, but even the opportunity to play might be uncertain. Tonight, the Kings' strategy revolves around allowing Westbrook to score while locking down Durant. Nonetheless, both Qing Lu and Westphal are acutely aware that no team can claim to completely neutralize Durant's impact. Their objective is merely to restrict Durant's scoring to around 25 points. While this does not guarantee victory, it maximizes their chances by diminishing Durant's threat and creating an opportunity for an upset. The Thunder boasted an impressive attendance tonight, nearly filling the arena to capacity. When their players took to the court, deafening cheers erupted. During warm-ups, Westbrook gestured toward the Kings players and remarked to Durant, "Kevin, that center over there possesses quite a talent. It's the first time I've seen someone taller than you execute such significant moves." Durant, affectionately patting Westbrook's head, responded with a grin, "There are many tall players who can dribble, but I am capable of much more than that." Westbrook nodded in agreement. "I will ensure to pass to you more often, Kevin." This year, the duo of Durant and Westbrook has entered a phase of fervent camaraderie. Their synergy on the court palpable, with Durant frequently expressing his desire for Westbrook to be his point guard for life, allowing Westbrook to bask in the sweetness of their partnership. The Kings' starting lineup remained unchanged, featuring a combination of Cheng Lu, Thompson, Green, Evans, and Udrih. Cousins was serving a 3-game suspension, and today marked the final match of his absence. He could only watch from the bench during warm-ups, filled with longing. Notably, during this period, Cousins has exhibited remarkable restraint, refraining from arguing with Westphal during practices and diligently contributing to the team's rebounding efforts. Faced with Cheng Lu's recent performances, Cousins realized that if he continued to be obstinate, his standing within the Kings could diminish. On the Thunder's side, the lineup included center Kendrick Perkins, power forward Serge Ibaka, small forward Kevin Durant, shooting guard Sefolosha, and point guard Russell Westbrook. During the tip-off, Cheng Lu once again triumphed over his opposing center, securing the Kings' first offensive possession. Cheng Lu executed a pick-and-roll with Evans, and Westbrook collided with Cheng Lu, catching the Kings off guard for a moment. Evans, seizing the opportunity, moved to the wing and launched a swift shot. Swish. The Kings led the Thunder by 30 points on the road. Evans' shooting is on point. He has started strong, said Yujia. Zhang Heli added. Cheng Lu's pick-and-roll execution is commendable, but it seems the Kings have developed a penchant for three-pointers, with their average attempts rising from 156 to 223, while their shooting percentage has improved to 36.7. Su Juyoung nodded in agreement. Indeed, Cheng Lu has sparked a trend for the entire team to embrace the three-point shot. On the court, Westbrook brought the ball up and executed a handoff with Durant. Facing Dante Green, Durant skillfully tore through his defense. Thompson, attempting to provide help, was too late to contest as Durant launched a three-pointer. The basketball traced a perfect arc. Swish. The mid-range shot landed smoothly, 32. Durant's shooting prowess elicited further cheers from the forward center. Dante Green, observing Durant retreating, turned to Cheng Lu and remarked, "Do you see? This is how other teams feel when facing you." Cheng Lu chuckled. Durant's change of direction was indeed formidable. Yet his arsenal of skills contained much more than this singular move. Upon reaching the apex of the arc, Cheng Lu extended his arms, signaling for the ball. After receiving a pass from Udrih, he dashed to the corner, while his teammates positioned themselves on the right, effectively creating space on the left. The Thunder utilized Perkins to guard Cheng Lu, who engaged in a series of probing dribbles beneath his legs, with Perkins lowering his center of gravity in response. Suddenly, Cheng Lu propelled the ball forward with his right hand, causing Perkins to instinctively retreat half a step. However, this was merely a ruse. As the ball rebounded to knee height, Cheng Lu swiftly pressed down with his left hand, drawing the ball to the left side. Perkins was momentarily left behind, and the left lane was wide open. Observing this, Ibaka rushed to provide help defense. Cheng Lu navigated to the basket, adhering closely to Ibaka before executing a spin move, then leaping to flick the ball towards the hoop. Ibaka, turning and leaping to contest, showcased his remarkable physical prowess, nearly delivering a thunderous block as his hand struck the backboard, just shy of thwarting Cheng Lu's attempt. The basketball rebounded accurately, cascading through the net. What a spectacular maneuver. On the broadcast, Barkley rose from his commentary seat, exclaiming, "Cheng executed a Sam Gold-style dribble to maneuver past Kendrick, then spun to evade Serge for the layup." Kenny Smith echoed his astonishment. "I thought his change of direction was already astonishing, but I never anticipated he could replicate Sam Gold." Barkley had transformed into an ardent admirer of Cheng Lu, declaring, "That was a move capable of dazzling even the divine. I believe Cheng's dribbling skills are on par with any guard in the league, without exception." The Kings regained the lead at 52. "Wow, Cheng. You were the tallest player I have ever seen execute a Sam Gold," Evans remarked to Cheng Lu during the transition. Cheng Lu, unable to respond, hastened towards the front court. Upon receiving the ball, Westbrook initiated a fast break, quickly accelerating past two Kings players to leap for a one-handed dunk in the paint. The speed with which the Turtle executed his move was remarkable. By the time Cheng Lu reached the paint to prepare for a double team, the Kings were already gearing up for their next offensive play. The Ford Center was destined for a night of unceasing cheers, as the youthful Westbrook played with explosive energy. His style fierce, garnering fans in Oklahoma City rivaling those of Durant. Hearing the raucous applause from the crowd, Cheng Lu resolved to silence them. In the next play, Cheng Lu called for a pick from Evans, and upon switching to Safloza, he executed two sudden dribbles before leaping from a standstill. Safloza quickly jumped the contest, but Cheng Lu's release point soared higher than Durant's. The basketball traced an exceptionally high arc, and the net swayed gracefully as a crisp swish resonated. The three-pointer sank, and the Ford Center fell silent. It appeared Cheng Lu's shooting touch was exquisite tonight, as Yu Jia remarked from the CCTV commentary booth. Sitting beside him, Zhang He nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, but on the Thunder's side, both Durant and Westbrook are in fine form." It seems the early tone of the game is set for an offensive showdown. Su Junyang chuckled, "An offensive duel is splendid. It's precisely what the fans relish." Watching both sides trade baskets. As the first quarter concluded, the score stood at 31-30, with the Kings leading by a mere point. Cheng Lu scored 12 points, while on the Thunder's side, Durant and Westbrook contributed 10 and 15 points respectively, nearly accounting for the team's entire scoring. The Kings' pregame strategy aimed at Durant proved somewhat successful, yet it allowed Westbrook to thrive. Following a fast break dunk, Westbrook found his rhythm with two mid-range jumpers, finishing the first quarter with an impressive 7 out of 8 shooting, including one 21-point play. Upon returning to the bench, Westphal patted Cheng Lu on the shoulder, commending him for a solid performance. He remarked that if the team's offensive firepower could be sustained, they could secure their 7th consecutive victory. Westphal granted Cheng Lu the green light to shoot in the first quarter, and he did not disappoint, leading the Kings in scoring. As the game progressed, the Thunder adopted a strategy that involved Durant isolating against Cheng Lu, aiming to drain his stamina. Although Cheng Lu struggled to contain the formidable Durant, Westphal remained unconcerned. Recognizing that few in the league could effectively defend against him, Cheng Lu's offensive output more than compensated for any defensive shortcomings. The back-and-forth scoring battle only served to heighten the viewership of the live broadcast. In the second quarter, the Kings fielded Cousins, DeLembert, Caspi, Francisco Garcia, and Marcus Thornton. Meanwhile, the Thunder deployed Nick Collison, Jeff Green, White, James Harden, and Eric Maynor. Both Cheng Lu and Westphal couldn't help but marvel at the Thunder's youthful exuberance. While the Kings bench featured several veterans, the Thunder's reserves consisted of a host of second- and third-year players. Most daunting was the fact that such a youthful team managed to maintain a balance between offense and defense, with clearly defined roles and strong execution. Given a bit more time to develop, they could very well become a dynasty in the making. In Cheng Lu's mind, the Thunder represented his greatest rival in the Western Conference. As both teams rotated in their bench units, the contest remained fiercely contested. Thunder's sixth man, Harden, had effectively adapted to the league, averaging 12.2 points, 3.1 rebounds, and 2.1 assists per game. While these numbers may not be astonishing, he played a dual role in the Thunder's second unit as both a primary ball handler and finisher, demonstrating calm decision-making in crucial moments. Harden's presence provided the Thunder's rotation with a reliable scoring option, and last year's playoffs had already seen commentators heralding the Thunder's Big Three, suggesting widespread recognition of Harden's current prowess. However, Cousins matched Harden's prowess, showcasing offensive skills in the paint that the Thunder struggled to defend. It seems Cousins is performing admirably with the second unit. Perhaps we should consider him for the sixth-man role, Westphal joked. Midway through the second quarter, both teams began to reintroduce their starting lineups. After resting for a few minutes, Cheng Lu had regained much of his stamina, shedding his shirt to return to the court. Cheng Lu is finally back on the floor. I believe our fans from Huaxia can hardly contain their excitement, Zhang Li remarked. Indeed. Everyone is likely awaiting the return of Cheng Lu and Durant to the court. Yu Jia concurred. However, Coach Zhang, the Thunder's second unit has been quite impressive against the Kings. Cousins and Harden are racking up points alongside the bench. Coach Zhang nodded with a smile. Yet, the audience yearns to see the star players fiercely competing on the court. Fortunately, Cousins was oblivious to Coach Zhang's remarks, or he would have certainly been incensed. Am I not the star player of the Kings? Cheng Lu returned to the court, glancing at the score. 45-44, the Kings maintained a slender lead. The Thunder had possession, The revitalized Durant swiftly advanced toward the King's paint, with Garcia remaining on the court to shadow him. After observing the second quarter, Westphal determined that Garcia was a suitable defender for Durant, standing at 2.01 meters with a wingspan of 2.10 meters. He possessed a physique that closely matched Durant's, enabling him to disrupt Durant's shooting line with his reach. Moreover, Garcia averaged 11 steals per season over the past few years, adept at predicting passing lanes, thus delaying Durant's ball-handling drives and buying time for interior support. Maintaining half a step's distance from Durant to avoid being beaten, Garcia positioned himself strategically, while the Kings center, Thompson, moved up to the free throw line, creating a double-team delay with Garcia. The Kings aimed to force Durant to pass or dribble to the baseline corner, preventing him from driving to the basket. However, Durant executed a sudden stop at the edge of the paint, rising for a mid-range jumper. Swish. The shot landed perfectly. As Garcia prepared for an offensive transition, Chung Lu patted his shoulder, advising, "That's how you defend. Don't let him drive to the basket. His shots won't always find their mark." Turning back, the Kings commenced their offensive possession. After the Thunder trapped Chung Lu with a double team on the perimeter, Evans sliced toward the basket. Chung Lu tossed the ball toward the rim, and after jumping to catch it, Evans executed a smooth turnaround jump shot, completing their collaboration. 47-46. The teams continued to exchange leads. On the Thunder's end, Durant found himself cornered, yet he aimed for the basket and made the shot. Durant's three-pointer was successful. Westphal furrowed his brow. There was little to be done, as Durant's three-point shooting percentage this season stood at 35, the lowest among his shooting spots. Even when pressured to the corner, he could still score, an unanswerable conundrum. The Kings responded with an offensive play. Chung Lu executed a backdoor cut, evading Perkins. And after receiving a pass from Evans on the wing, he took a shot, landing a long two-pointer. 49-49, the score was tied. Durant, positioned on the wing, received the ball from Westbrook. After his recent three-pointer from the corner, Garcia, wary of his shooting prowess, remained vigilant. Durant commenced a series of crossovers, forcing Garcia to retreat repeatedly. Seizing the opportunity, Durant pushed off his left leg and rapidly shifted to the right. Garcia had exercised utmost caution, yet Durant's strides were prodigious. In just 2 steps, he surged into the paint. Thompson's defensive support proved futile as Durant cradled the ball in one hand, flicking his wrist to send it soaring through the hoop. With such expansive strides coupled with blistering speed, Durant's ability to penetrate defenses is truly legendary, Zhang noted. At the Ford Center, the deafening roar of the crowd erupted once more, as Durant once again captivated the fans of Oklahoma City. The Kings initiated their offense. Chung Lu received the ball at the arc and, facing Perkins, executed a series of exaggerated moves. Was Chung Lu attempting to isolate? Zhang inquired. Yujia added. Let us not forget, Chung Lu's ability to drive is equally formidable. While his speed may not be elite, his rhythm is captivating, and astonishingly, his footwork surpasses even that of Durant. The fans at the Ford Center chanted in unison, yet Perkins found himself off balance from Chung Lu's relentless fakes. Instead of driving to the basket, Chung Lu seized the opportunity created by Perkins' misstep, retreating a significant step before launching the ball. His release point was a mere 2 steps away from the three-point line. This was a step-back, ultra-long-range three-pointer. Swish. The arena fell silent once more. Barkley remarked, "Tonight, Ching is in a duel with Kevin. They have been exchanging blows since the early stages, and it seems no one can steal the spotlight from them." On the court, Durant once again penetrated the paint. This time, Thompson's defensive assistance was timely, forcing Durant to pass the ball to the trailing Sefolosha at the free throw line. Capitalizing on Durant's distraction, Sefolosha leapt for a layup after 3 quick steps. From the side, a long arm reached out, obscuring Sefolosha's vision, followed by a resounding thud above his head. Cheng Lu had swatted the basketball against the backboard, regaining control of the ball with a solid, emphatic block. The Kings launched a fast break with remarkable speed. Chung Lu tossed the ball to Evans, then sprinted to mid-court, where Evans returned the pass. Chung Lu, maneuvering past the Thunder's defenders, took a large step over the three-point line, then directly ascended for a layup. He glided from just in front of the free throw line, soaring through the air before emphatically dunking the ball into the basket. After absorbing the rim's impact, Chung Lu landed, raising his fist in celebration and flexing his muscles for the camera. Observing Cheng Lu's soaring dunk, many Thunder fans could not suppress their cheers. Cheng Lu traversed half the court to dunk with just a single dribble, exclaimed Kenny Smith, marveling at his extraordinary wingspan. As Cheng approached the basket, he was already descending. Yet through sheer physical prowess, he managed to score. Barkley shrugged in exasperation. "Can anyone tell me how to defend against Cheng's fast breaks?" To which Kenny Smith humorously retorted, "Unless the referee calls an offensive foul on Cheng." Barkley chuckled. At this rate, Cheng's athleticism is unparalleled. It's no wonder Kevin is dubbed Oklahoma's Chung Lu. As the second half of the second quarter unfolded, Chung Lu and Durant exchanged points in a thrilling back and forth. At the conclusion of the first half, the Kings led the Thunder by a mere 2 points, 62-60. By this point, Cheng Lu had already amassed an impressive tally of 20 points, 6 rebounds, 3 assists, and 2 blocks, while Durant was not to be outdone, scoring 25 points in the same span. Despite Durant's high-scoring performance, Thunder's head coach Brooks was not in high spirits. The Kings struggled to contain Durant, just as the Thunder found it challenging to limit Chung Lu's scoring. Brooks was apprehensive about the prospect of Chung Lu heating up from beyond the arc in the second half and resolved to implement a targeted strategy. After the halftime break, the third quarter commenced with the Thunder deploying their trio of stars, Ibaka and Perkins, while the Kings countered with a formidable frontcourt of Cousins, Thompson, and Chung Lu, alongside Garcia and Evans. Brooks was unfazed by Chung Lu playing at the small forward position, confident that Durant would hold his own in that matchup. He instructed Harden and Westbrook to utilize pick-and-roll plays specifically to challenge Chung Lu. This was not to imply that Chung Lu's defense was lacking. Rather, the intent was to exhaust his stamina, knowing that excessive exertion on the defensive end could hinder his offensive contributions. The Kings, in turn, altered their strategy. Acknowledging that stopping Durant was an insurmountable task, Westphal instructed Garcia and Thompson to double-team Durant while attempting to force him to pass the ball to Westbrook, thereby placing Westbrook in isolation situations, particularly encouraging him to rely on jump shots to finish plays. The first possession of the third quarter belonged to the Thunder. Durant, holding the ball at the top of the arc, aimed to drive past Garcia. As a rotational player averaging only 23.9 minutes per game, Garcia was given extra playing time to contain Durant, and he was determined to seize this opportunity. Thompson stepped up to provide help defense as Durant approached the paint, prompting Durant to pass the ball to an elevated Westbrook. After taking a couple of dribbles, Westbrook executed a jump shot from just in front of the free throw line, successfully leveling the score. Following the Kings' inbound, they launched a rapid counterattack, with Evans scoring on the break. Subsequently, the Kings executed a direct double team on Durant to prevent him from receiving the ball. After a pick and roll between Westbrook and Perkins, Westbrook found himself matched up against Chung Lu, who defended him closely, contesting his drive, but not his shot. With newfound confidence, Westbrook attempted another jump shot, but this time the rim rejected his effort. Although this night belonged to Chung and Kevin, the Thunder seemed to possess a superior lineup at every position compared to the Kings. Nevertheless, the Kings maintained a slight edge. Barkley remarked on this, while Kenny Smith elaborated that the Kings understood they could not contain Kevin, and their strategy was to disrupt his and Russell's connection with their teammates. Akin to how the Raptors once approached Kobe, Barkley shook his head, countering that this analogy was misplaced, as the Raptors' method was a flawed example that allowed Kobe to score 81 points. The Kings were far stronger than that Raptors team, with Chung bringing an inherent offensive system and the added prowess of Tyreek and DeMarcus, who could both penetrate and finish at the rim. As the ball ricocheted off the front of the rim, it fortuitously landed in Cheng Lu's hands, leading him to accept the rebound with a wry smile. After Cheng Lu delivered a pass, he swiftly positioned himself in the corner to stretch the Thunder's defensive formation. Cousins, operating in the low post against Perkins, executed several powerful moves before turning and sinking a jumper. In the third quarter, Cheng Lu's primary objective was not to score, as he needed to conserve energy for crucial moments. The Thunder's defensive system was formidable, particularly on the perimeter, and Westphal allowed Cheng Lu to play off the ball at the start of the second half. If he continued to perform as he did in the first half, his statistics would have been impressive, likely surpassing 30 points by the end of the third quarter. However, the Kings arrived with the intention of securing a victory, and the point differential remained close, promising a fierce battle in the fourth quarter. Westphal was acutely aware of Chung Lu's stamina issues, which is why he substituted Cousins to alleviate the offensive burden on Cheng Lu. In subsequent possessions, Cousins displayed his innate talent in the paint, showcasing a comprehensive offensive skill set. He was capable of maneuvering past the Thunder's interior defense and finishing strong at the rim while also driving in from the corner. It seemed that DeMarcus posed a significant threat to the Thunder's interior, as Chung Lu occupied defenders on the perimeter, preventing the Thunder from double-teaming Cousins. As noted by Kenny Smith, the Thunder's weaknesses became apparent. Their offensive strategies were somewhat one-dimensional, largely relying on perimeter ball handling and pick-and-roll plays. Kendrick's passing vision and skills were limited, failing to facilitate interior plays, while Serge primarily fulfilled a role of opportunistic scoring, lacking the ability to create his own shot. Barkley remarked that this made their offensive tactics predictable, leaving them reliant on the individual prowess of Kevin and Russell for scoring. Kenny Smith nodded in agreement, pointing out that the Kings' defense was still lacking. Had they faced a stronger team like the Spurs, the point gap would have likely widened. On the court, Brooks called for a timeout. Following the break, the Thunder reintroduced their starting lineup. Cheng Lu continued to play off the ball as the Kings entrusted the offense to Evans. Evans, with an athleticism comparable to Westbrook, executed explosive drives culminating in powerful dunks. Brooks was dissatisfied with his team's performance, despite facing a weaker Western Conference opponent. They found themselves at a disadvantage even with Durant's scoring prowess in full swing. At the conclusion of the third quarter, both Durant and Westbrook each hit a three-pointer, bringing the score to 90-92, with the Thunder taking a 2-point lead. Evans was the most efficient player for the Kings in the third quarter, shooting a perfect 4-for-4, accumulating 8 points and 3 assists. As the fourth quarter commenced, Cheng Lu felt a marked decline in his stamina, prompting Westphal to keep him on the bench for rest. Likewise, Durant sat out to regain his energy. However, in the final quarter, aside from Harden, the Thunder's bench lacked players capable of creating their own opportunities, and their defensive performance was notably poor, leading to a significant drop in their offensive and defensive transition efficiency. Perimeter shooters began to struggle, and when Harden faced double teams, the offense quickly stagnated. Under the guidance of Coach Cousins, the Kings executed a remarkable offensive surge of 12-2 in the early stages of the fourth quarter, nearly prompting Brooks to call a timeout in a fit of urgency, quickly substituting in his starters. With the return of Durant and Westbrook, the Thunder's offensive efficiency saw a notable improvement. As the dynamic duo narrowed the score, Chung Lu re-entered the court. However, as the final quarter progressed, Chung Lu's stamina waned rapidly. Yet, in the climactic moments, he was tasked not only with seeking opportunities for offense from beyond the arc, but also with exerting relentless effort on the defensive end. The gameplay transformed into a duel of the core players' isolation plays, but as the fourth quarter unfolded, Durant's energy also began to deplete, leading to a series of missed shots. As the game approached its final moments, the Thunder mounted an offensive attack. Westbrook, holding the ball on the perimeter, executed a deceptive move against Udrih before launching himself toward the Kings' paint, where he emphatically dunked over Thompson. The forward center erupted in a fervor that had long been dormant. The astonishment was palpable not only among the fans present, but also among the commentators, who marveled at Westbrook's passionate display, especially as the players were visibly exhausted. His dunk not only turned the tide, but also placed the Thunder 1 point ahead, with just 10 seconds remaining. In those crucial moments, Westbrook often showcased his individual heroism through forceful drives to the basket. Though lacking tactical discipline, the explosive visual impact of his successful attempts was undeniable. The Kings promptly called for a timeout. Westphal's strategy for the final possession was straightforward. After clearly communicating his plan, he gave Cheng Lu an encouraging pat on the back. "It is once again the decisive moment," Kenny Smith remarked. 10 days prior, Chung had delivered a game-winning shot against the Heat. Will the Kings grant him another opportunity tonight? Barkley responded affirmatively, stating, "Certainly. Cheng's shooting touch has been exceptional this evening, and there is no player on the Kings better suited for a game-winning shot." As the timeout concluded, the Thunder players were fully energized, with Brooks emphasizing the importance of keeping an eye on Chung Lu. For the final possession, he assigned Durant to guard Cheng Lu. Perkins and Ibaka were easily faked out by Cheng Lu, but Durant's height and wingspan closely matched Cheng Lu's, and his speed exceeded that of Chung Lu at this time. On the Kings' side, the tension was palpable. In such a critical situation, no one wished to face defeat. The Kings prepared to inbound the ball. Chung Lu successfully received the pass on the wing, and Brooks was acutely aware that the final shot would undoubtedly be entrusted to Cheng Lu. However, he hesitated to call for a double team, as both Evans and Cousins posed offensive threats, making an ill-timed trap potentially disastrous. Cheng Lu, after securing the ball, pivoted to protect it while surveying the Thunder's defensive setup. Above him, the timer ticked down, with just 9 seconds remaining. Udrih darted to the corner, Evans poised to receive at the top of the arc, while Cousins and Thompson shifted to the right, clearing the left side for Cheng Lu. Thud, thud, Thud. Cheng Lu initiated his offense against Durant with a deft dribble. As he pushed off with his right leg, he accelerated to the left, causing Durant to retreat a step. Cheng deftly transferred the ball from his right hand to his left, flicking his wrist to send it back to his right hand, coming to a sudden halt. He used his momentum to create space, leaving Durant slightly off balance, before charging down the center lane. Observing Durant's vulnerability, Harden quickly rushed to provide support. Attempting to swipe the ball, Cheng lowered his center of gravity, skillfully switching hands while sprinting, evading Harden's interference as he surged towards the paint. The Thunder's defense promptly collapsed, with Westbrook arriving from the corner to position himself at the free throw line, aiming to obstruct Cheng's path to the basket. Cheng exerted force with his left foot, leaning his body to the right, prompting Westbrook to step back repeatedly as he had to guard against Cheng's potential right side drive while remaining alert to his directional shifts. With a swift motion, Cheng rotated his right wrist rather than opting for an outside shot. He pivoted on his left foot and accelerated with remarkable speed. He refrained from attempting a long-range shot, determined to challenge the basket directly. "Yu Jia," exclaimed. Zhang Heli remarked, "The Thunder's trio has all been bested by Cheng Lu." Durant was closing in from the perimeter, the clock showing just 5 seconds remaining. Durant enveloped Cheng from the left side, yet Cheng remained composed, executing another sudden stop. Durant, unable to halt his momentum, found himself slightly off balance as Cheng, after a quick stop, dribbled the ball with his right hand towards the left edge of the paint. What a breathtaking display. Cheng's drive was nothing short of artistry. Barkley, witnessing Cheng's series of maneuvers, could not help but rise in excitement. Kenny Smith, equally astonished, remarked, "Cheng's ability to combine the ball and his movement is unparalleled. The Thunder simply cannot contain him." With 3 seconds left, Cheng opted for a shot. Durant rushed towards him. Both the Thunder and Kings players felt the tension rise, Brooks wearing a troubled expression, aware that a pull-up shot from that position would be difficult for even Durant to contest. As Durant leaped, his reach surpassed the rim. However, Cheng's shooting point was even more remarkable. Spectators in the front row were stunned by Durant's impressive elevation, yet Cheng still managed to release the ball. After Cheng's shot, only 2 seconds remained. The basketball soared through the air, tracing a graceful arc, and then, swish. The crisp sound of the net echoed through the arena, plunging it into silence. The ball had perfectly found its target. 112 to 111. The Kings had taken the lead. The timer flickered to 17 seconds. Following Cheng's basket, he left the Thunder a mere 17 seconds to respond. Brooks called the final timeout of the game. Kings players rushed to surround Cheng, who remained tense and focused. Only 1 second left. The game was not over. Cheng raised his finger to alert his teammates. The Thunder still had a chance for a game winner. And Durant's shooting prowess was equally formidable. Celebrating too early could easily lead to a backlash. In the final offensive play, Brooks devised a simple catch-and-shoot strategy. With so little time remaining, there was no opportunity for executing a more complex play. It was either a catch-and-shoot or an alley-oop. Brooks placed his faith in Durant, patting him on the shoulder. "Kevin, you are destined to be the greatest scorer in history. This moment is your chance to prove it." Durant nodded. Yet upon glancing at the timer, he felt an overwhelming pressure. Following the timeout, the Thunder opted to have center Perkins inbound the ball. Ibaka set a screen in the corner, allowing Durant to utilize the pick and successfully receive the ball at the high post. The timer began to tick down, and Durant had no time to adjust his rhythm. He caught the ball and immediately executed a turnaround jumper. Clank. Time expired. The fans at the Ford Center held their breath, their eyes fixed on the basketball. Alas, the miracle did not occur. The Kings players once again surrounded Cheng Lu, who finally felt a sense of relief. Kevin's last-second shot missed. Cheng's shot triumphed over the Thunder. Barkley remarked, "What a magnificent game." Kenny Smith added, "This is Cheng's second game winner in just half a month." Tonight's backdrop was Kevin Durant. The Kings, playing as the visiting team, narrowly defeated the Thunder 112 to 111 with Cheng Lu's clutch jumper in the final 12 seconds. Cheng Lu, contributing his second career game winner, played for 40 minutes, shooting 12 of 23 from the field, 7 of 13 from beyond the arc, and 3 of 5 from the free throw line, accumulating a team-high 34 points. Along with 11 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 blocks, and 1 steal. The Kings showcased impressive performances across the board, with Evans scoring 18 points and providing 9 assists. While the bench's Cousins played for 34 minutes, contributing 22 points and 10 rebounds. Garcia, seizing his opportunity, added 5 points, 3 rebounds, and 2 assists, excelling in limiting Durant's impact. Following the heartbreaking loss, The fans at the Ford Center expressed their disappointment, yet they could not fault the players, as the Thunder did not underperform this evening. Thunder superstar Durant played for 41 minutes, taking 29 shots and hitting 15, including 5 of 10 from three-point range and 9 of 10 from the free throw line, amassing a game-high 44 points, 7 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 blocks, and 1 steal. However, despite his high scoring, being overshadowed by Chung Lu's last-second heroics diminished his achievement. Aside from Durant, Westbrook also performed admirably, playing for 39 minutes, shooting 9 of 20, including 2 of 6 from 3 and 5 of 7 from the line, tallying 25 points, 8 rebounds, 11 assists, 1 block, and 2 steals, nearly achieving a triple-double. In the final 10 seconds, Westbrook momentarily reversed the score with a spectacular dunk. Had it not been for Chung Lu's game winner, he would have been celebrated as the hero of the night. In the recent match, both Harden and Ibaka contributed double-digit scores for the Thunder, with Harden netting 16 points and Ibaka achieving 10 points along with 12 rebounds. Following a thrilling last-second victory, Westphal was in high spirits. After exchanging pleasantries with Brooks, he accompanied Chung Lu to the press conference, securing a 6th consecutive win, particularly against one of the top 4 teams in the Western Conference. Was an unexpected triumph for the Kings, allowing the entire team to celebrate a peaceful Christmas. As Chung Lu entered the media room, the flashes from various cameras momentarily blinded him. A female reporter from Sacramento inquired, "Chung, during the first half, you and Kevin were trading baskets, and in the final quarter, you hit the game winner. This marks your second clutch shot. How do you feel at this moment?" Chung Lu responded, "The sensation of making a game winner is exquisite. It was precisely because I was in good form during the first half that my coach and teammates placed their trust in me. I assure them that I will not disappoint when given the crucial ball." Another journalist asked, "Chung, recently you triumphed over the Heat, and today you defeated the Thunder, a top 4 team in the West. Do you believe you have the confidence to contend for the playoffs this year?" Chung Lu replied, "Absolutely. We are a young team, and our cohesion is excellent at the moment. The head coach trusts young players like me, and as demonstrated in tonight's game, our team's unity is strong. Therefore, the Kings possess boundless potential." His eloquent remarks left Westphal and the other Kings players quite pleased. After the game, Barkley continued to analyze the match on a television program. He stated, "In this game, we must not only focus on Chang's second game winner, but also note that Kevin scored 44 points in a losing effort." Kenny Smith remarked, "Kevin's performance tonight was indeed impressive, but what can be said about that? Since Chung was promoted to the starting lineup, teams they faced, including Stephen Curry and Chris Paul, have scored high, including Kevin tonight, yet they still cannot secure victories." Barkley added, "The Kings' overall defensive level is average, but they are astute, often exploiting cuts to force opponents into isolation plays. Basketball is fundamentally a team sport. Without teammates coordinating offensive rhythm, disarray can easily ensue." Kenny Smith nodded in agreement, "Indeed. And the Kings' offensive efficiency has significantly improved. The impact of Chung, DeMarcus, and Tyreek when attacking is substantial." Barkley candidly stated, "If this trend continues, Chung may very well lift the Rookie of the Year trophy. Of course, DeMarcus has an opportunity as well, provided the Kings roster does not undergo major changes. They will remain a formidable force in the Western Conference." David Stern, having watched the game and post-match interviews, held an even more favorable impression of Chung Lu, recognizing his talent and high emotional intelligence, appreciating that he refrains from making imprudent statements. Stern has a generally positive view of Chinese players, as they tend to approach each game with seriousness and avoid off-court controversies. Stern has always favored players with a commendable public image, and he initially held high hopes for Yao Ming. Now, with the emergence of Chung Lu, who perfectly fills the void left by Yao's injury, Stern must undoubtedly support him. The league's center positions are gradually dwindling, and it is quite a challenge to identify a player with absolute dominance in that role. Thus, Stern's current task is to build momentum for Chung Lu, starting with a revision of the All-Star candidate list. On December 24th, the eve of Christmas, the league issued an important announcement. They expanded the All-Star candidate list and introduced a new dark horse clause. The essence of this clause is straightforward: to motivate players. If a player suddenly excels and delivers consecutive performances scoring 20 points, they can be added to the All-Star candidate list. Fans from Huaxia were immediately thrilled, as they finally found Chung Lu's name on the voting platform as the primary beneficiary of the dark horse clause. Chung Lu was equally excited to see his name among the candidates. He has long aspired to replicate Yao Ming's achievement of being selected as a starter in his rookie season. And given the current lack of fierce competition for the center position, he is remarkably confident in his chances. Any hesitation in confidence would be a disservice to the unity of Huaxia fans. On Christmas Day, the Kings had no scheduled game. Traditionally, the Christmas Day matchups feature high-profile games, with the league showcasing popular teams or those from major markets to maximize viewership and ticket sales. The Kings, situated in a smaller market and consistently at the bottom of the standings, naturally lacked the qualification for a Christmas showdown. This year's Christmas Day featured 5 games: the Trail Blazers vs. Warriors, Heat vs. Lakers, Bulls vs. Knicks, Nuggets vs. Thunder, and Celtics vs. Magic. Among these, the most anticipated matchup was undoubtedly the Lakers against the Heat, which has consistently been a ratings and revenue powerhouse. On Christmas Day, the Kings also had no training, allowing Chung Lu a 3-day holiday. On Christmas Eve, Schwartz brought Chung Lu some delightful news. The economic team had secured a commercial endorsement contract for him with Yili, a dairy processing and production company from Huaxia. Yili offered Chung Lu a 4-year contract with an annual endorsement fee of $1 million. On Christmas Day, the Yili delegation and Schwartz arrived in Sacramento. Since Schwartz had already negotiated the details, the signing process went smoothly. Chung Lu recognized the Yili brand. They had signed Yi Jianlian back in 2005 when he was still active, with an annual fee of 3 million renminbi at that time. This year, Yi Jianlian's contract had expired, and with his performance declining, his commercial value was no longer what it once was. Consequently, Yili set its sights on the currently most popular Cheng Lu. An annual fee of 1 million clearly indicates Yili's emphasis on Cheng Lu, who was generating significant buzz, compelling Yili to seize this opportunity. Furthermore, Yili's requirements were simple: to shoot 2 to 3 television commercials each year and take some endorsement photos during regular intervals. After signing the contract, Yili promptly paid 30% of the contract amount to secure Cheng Lu's schedule. Subsequently, after the advertisement shoot, the remainder would be settled in annual installments. Suddenly transformed into a millionaire, the first thing Cheng Lu did upon receiving the funds was to enlist Schwartz to find him a new car and a new house closer to the stadium. Chapter 22. The Favor of Jennifer. In America, Christmas is celebrated with a grandeur akin to the Spring Festival in China. However, Cheng Lu remained indifferent to foreign holidays. On the afternoon following his contract with Yili, he went to the stadium for training and completed the system-assigned random tasks. That evening, feeling bored, he played a bit of 2K before switching on the television to watch the live broadcast of the Christmas showdown. The highlight of the night was the match between the Heat and the Lakers, with commentators discussing the performances of LeBron James and Kobe Bryant throughout the season. Naturally, the television analysts, Barkley and Kenny Smith, also took moments to discuss Cheng Lu. Both teams were among the favorites to win the championship this year, with the young trio of the Heat defending their title, and the viewership was approaching record numbers, drawing in Cheng Lu's attention. The game was indeed thrilling. In the first quarter, the Heat's trio scored 19 out of the team's total 20 points. In the latter part of the first quarter, Wade and James executed a spectacular connection. On the Lakers' side, Kobe, having honed his skills over the years, emerged as one of the league's most dominant scorers. He opened the game with a flurry of mid-range shots against Wade. Under Kobe's reign, the Lakers fell behind the Heat by 6 points by the end of the first quarter. Throughout the first quarter, Kobe shot 0 for 4, accumulating 0 points, 2 assists, and 2 rebounds. The tone for the entire game was essentially set in the first quarter, with the Heat maintaining control over the Lakers, ultimately winning the game 96-80 at the Staples Center. The home team, the Lakers, faced a rather disheveled defeat that night, with 4 players scoring in double digits, yet none exceeding 20 points. Kobe played for 40 minutes, shooting 3 for 16, including 1 for 3 from three-point range and 4 for 5 from the free throw line, garnering 17 points, 6 rebounds, and 7 assists. The Heat's trio combined for 69 points, and post-game commentator Yu Jia remarked that the Lakers' performance was subpar that night, especially Kobe's, indicating that they needed to make significant adjustments, as many fans were eagerly anticipating the Lakers to re-establish their dynasty with a 3rd consecutive championship. Zhang Heli added that while Kobe's performance was indeed lacking, even top-tier stars experience off nights. Just days prior, when the Heat faced the Mavericks, LeBron also struggled, scoring only 19 points with a shooting percentage below 40. By 2010, Zhang Heli had already mastered the strategy of surrounding LeBron to support Kobe. After Christmas, the Kings returned to training, with Schwartz working efficiently to find Chung Lu a new residence just 4 blocks from the Yiko Arena. The new house is a standalone villa with a double garage, renting for $200 a month, situated in a gated community with 24-hour security, effectively shielding him from fan disturbances. That evening, Cheng Lu moved into his new residence, while Schwartz arranged for the delivery of Cheng Lu's new vehicle, a pristine Cadillac Escalade, which cost him a staggering $65,000. Cheng Lu had a particular fondness for American cars, appreciating the perfect amalgamation of power and luxury. Furthermore, he requested the installation of factory bulletproof glass. Although Sacramento's safety was relatively commendable compared to other cities, one must always be prepared for defense in this land of freedom. On December 27th, following Christmas, the Kings faced their first opponent, the Los Angeles Clippers. This summer, the Clippers were one of the few teams to show no interest in the duo of LeBron James and Dwayne Wade. Since relocating to Los Angeles in 1984, the Clippers had only made it to the playoffs 5 times in 26 years, leaving them in an exceedingly awkward position within the league. While other teams, despite their shortcomings, boasted a loyal local fan base, the Clippers found themselves overshadowed by the Lakers, resulting in a home attendance rate consistently below 80. However, this year marked a significant overhaul for the Clippers. The previous year's first overall pick, Blake Griffin, returned from injury, and in June, they selected the African forward Al-Farouq Aminu with the 8th pick in the draft. They also added Eric Bledsoe, Randy Foye, and others to bolster their defensive line and wing play. In conjunction with these reinforcements, the management decisively dismissed Mike Dunleavy, who had held both coaching and managerial roles, promoting assistant coach Vinny Del Negro to head coach. At the season's outset, the Clippers showcased a remarkable performance, with third-year player Eric Gordon averaging an impressive 22.3 points per game. However, the standout was rookie Griffin, who managed to deliver an average of 22.5 points, 12.1 rebounds, and 3.8 assists. Griffin's playing style was explosive, with nearly 40 of his offensive plays resulting in dunks. Despite the Clippers' lackluster record, their games were thrilling to watch, leading to a surge in social media interest and a home attendance rate that soared to 90. At the Arco Arena, prior to the game, the Clippers participated in a press conference. The rookie Griffin impressed during his media engagement, with his average statistics of 21 points per game making him a frontrunner for the Rookie of the Year award. Naturally, he became the center of media attention. When asked about his perspective on fellow rookie Chung Lu, Griffin candidly remarked, "Chung, I've watched his games. While his three-point shooting is steady, he plays too soft. Interior players shouldn't linger on the perimeter." Griffin's forthright response delighted the reporters, providing them with another headline. He indeed seemed to underestimate Cheng Lu, believing that players in the paint should engage in physical play rather than retreat to shoot from the outside. The journalists continued to probe. "Chung has risen to 3rd in the rookie rankings, just behind you and John Wall. Are you concerned about being surpassed?" "Not at all," Griffin chuckled. "With his build, I could take on 10 of him. He'd better be cautious tonight. I might just dunk on him." The words of Griffin reached Chung Lu's ears, to which Chung merely smiled. The last person to utter such sentiments was also a top scholar, who not only suffered a defeat at Cheng's hands but was subsequently suspended after the match. Indeed, Griffin's physical prowess is remarkable. Prior to joining the league, he had already earned the moniker White Beast. The fact that the previous 2 years' Beast could lead the Magic to the finals and was traded solely for the Emperor speaks volumes about the esteem in which he is held. Nevertheless, even in a matchup against Griffin, Chung possesses the confidence to engage him in a contest of strength. While Griffin's rookie statistics appear explosive, Chung has scrutinized his game footage and found his defense lacking. Griffin frequently boasts of being a dominant force in the paint, yet he often overcommits on help defense, leaving the basket vulnerable and struggles to switch effectively, rendering him incapable of countering screens. Despite averaging 12 rebounds per game, most are offensive boards, and his efficiency in converting those into second-chance points is subpar, allowing the Kings to exploit his frequent departures from the paint to seek breakthroughs. Westfall doesn't perceive the Clippers as formidable opponents. After all, the Kings currently sit at 12 wins and 15 losses, ranking within the Western Conference's top 10. While the Clippers languish with a record of 9 wins and 22 losses, second to last in the West. It is quite audacious indeed. One must wonder who emboldened Griffin to boast so brazenly. At 7 o'clock in the evening, as the players entered the arena, Griffin gazed at the vibrant atmosphere of the Staples Center, eagerly awaiting his opportunity to showcase his talent. Recently, Cheng Lu's prominence has surged, What was once a draft class overshadowed by Griffin has now seen Ching emerge as a focal point of attention, usurping Griffin's spotlight and capturing the league's gaze. Griffin believes that if he delivers an exceptional performance to overwhelm Chung, the world will recognize who the true standout rookie of the year is. As both teams warmed up, the broadcast camera panned to the sidelines, revealing a stunning sight. Hollywood star Jennifer Lawrence had arrived at the game. At only 20 years of age, Jennifer had just received a Golden Globe nomination for Best Actress and is considered a frontrunner for the upcoming Oscars. Hailed as a premier newcomer and the future star of Hollywood, many players from both the Kings and the Clippers are her admirers. Griffin approached her for a photograph and requested her autograph on his jersey, ecstatic to obtain the signature of a future Hollywood luminary. Griffin proudly pointed to the autograph on his jersey, flaunting it to his teammates. On the Kings' side, seeing Griffin acquire Jennifer's autograph, Evans expressed some envy, exclaiming, "Damn, I want an autograph too." But alas, her attention will solely be on the top pick. Chung shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, "You were last year's Rookie of the Year. Go ask her for an autograph yourself. If she refuses, I'll sign 100 jerseys for you." Encouraged and accompanied by Chung, Evans approached Jennifer, attempting to emulate Griffin's approach. In a hushed tone, he said, "Jennifer, I'm a huge fan of yours. Could I also get your autograph?" Jennifer chuckled. Of course. She eagerly signed for Evans at the same spot, igniting a fervent vow within him to score 30 points tonight to dazzle her. In the next moment, she shyly retrieved a neatly folded jersey from the edge of her seat and looked at Chung Lu, saying, "Hello, Chung. Could you please sign this for me?" A still excited Evans was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the situation. In the distance, Griffin's expression darkened as he spotted the Kings' number 7 jersey in Jennifer's hands. How is it possible? He thought. I was just boasting about my own prowess. Yet here you are, being asked for an autograph by her? Chung Lu was momentarily startled. But he composed himself and expertly signed the jersey with a pin on the back number. Though not well acquainted with Jennifer, he had seen her in the recently released film Winter's Bone. Chung Lu was aware of his global popularity. It was entirely normal for a rising star to seek his autograph. Griffin watched as Jennifer excitedly embraced Chung Lu, particularly noting the almost starry-eyed expression on her face. And his heart brimmed with resentment. To Griffin, although Chung Lu possessed a handsome appearance, he believed his own physique was superior, boasting perfect muscular lines. Yet he failed to capture the attention of the goddess. Griffin swore to seize the opportunity to confront Chung Lu later that night. As the referee prepared to start the game, both teams' starting lineups gathered at the sidelines, ready for action. The Kings' starting lineup had changed to Cousins, Thompson, Chung Lu, Evans, and Udrih. Cousins had finally emerged from the shadows, reclaiming his starting position. The recent performances of Chung Lu had instilled a sense of urgency in him, prompting him to temper his temper. With Cousins back, Westphal implemented a strategy featuring 3 big men, positioning Chung Lu at the small forward. This lineup had been tested in the previous 2 games with commendable results, and it was now deployed as the starting 5. On the Clippers side, their starters were DeAndre Jordan, Blake Griffin, Ryan Gomez, Baron Davis, and Eric Gordon. Originally, the starting center was all-star Chris Kaman, but due to ongoing issues with his left ankle, he had been in and out of play this season, leading the Clippers coach to promote the third-year rookie, Jordan. This season, Jordan averaged 7.1 points, 7.2 rebounds, and 1.8 blocks per game, with an impressive shooting percentage of 68, showcasing his rim protection and finishing abilities. With the twin towers of Jordan and Griffin in the paint, it was widely believed that the Clippers were merely a standout playmaker away from rising to prominence. As Chung Lu surveyed the Clippers roster, he recalled a system task he had received a few days prior: defeat a top 10 draft pick. Aminu, sitting on the Clippers bench, was this year's 8th overall pick. Defeating the Clippers would grant him a system reward. However, the rewards grew more substantial with higher draft positions. So the 8th pick's reward likely wouldn't be overly generous. Chung Lu focused on Griffin. Although he was a rookie from last season, he was only now officially playing. So one could argue that he should be considered a rookie this year as well. Chung Lu was uncertain whether his thoughts aligned with the system's requirements, only to discover the answer after vanquishing the Clippers. The referee tossed the ball into the air, and tonight, Cousins, who was set to jump, found himself at a disadvantage against the towering Jordan, who swiftly gained the upper hand as the Clippers initiated their offense. Assigned to defend Gomez, Chung Lu occupied the 3 position. In the opening play, an impatient Griffin dashed towards the Kings' paint, while Thompson defended vigorously. However, Griffin received a pass from his teammate and, despite Thompson's efforts, successfully made the first basket. Blake's field goal percentage in the paint stands at an impressive 63. Once he approaches the rim, few can impede him. Barkley remarked that every guard would yearn to partner with him, as a mere pass could yield an assist. Kenny Smith nodded in agreement, having observed Griffin's prowess. His athleticism allowed him to navigate the paint with ease. "You're referring to Cheng, aren't you?" he added. Barkley had transformed into the foremost advocate for Cheng globally. As the Kings commenced their offensive play, Chung Lu positioned himself on the right wing, while Evans, at the top of the arc, prepared to penetrate towards the strong side. Upon drawing the Clippers' attention, Cheng Lu moved along the baseline, with Cousins setting a direct screen in the paint, allowing Cheng Lu to glide effortlessly to the left corner. Switch. Griffin, ever vigilant of Chung Lu, instructed Gomez to guard Thompson, while he himself ran over to switch defense with Chung Lu. The synergy between Evans and Cheng Lu was remarkable, as a bounce pass simultaneously found its way into Cheng Lu's hands. Griffin opted for tight defense, obstructing Cheng Lu's shooting space. Cheng Lu gently tapped the ball with his right hand, subtly shifting towards the baseline while observing Griffin's raised arms. His shoulders suddenly tensed, feet poised, and his entire body extended upwards. With the ball raised to his abdomen, Cheng Lu prepared to gather it with his left hand, his gaze firmly fixed on the hoop. Thinking of a jumper? Not a chance. Griffin leaped with all his might, his explosive agility propelling him skyward, intent on swatting the ball into the stands. Upon witnessing Griffin's ascent, Cheng Lu's shoulders sank, pivoting on his left foot for a swift crossover that allowed him to glide past Griffin. In that moment, the path to the basket lay wide open. As he spotted Jordan ready to provide help defense, Cheng Lu took a dribble and leaped towards the rim. Jordan, unable to intervene in time, could only watch as the basketball reverberated off the backboard and into the net. Chapter 23. It's all about the top pick. Griffin, who had been outmaneuvered by Cheng Lu's finesse, was left bewildered. His intended block had turned into a mere backdrop for the opposing player. Griffin quickly sprinted to the front court, eager to reclaim possession. In this offensive sequence, Griffin was exhilarated, positioning himself at the arc to set a screen for Gordon. As the Kings faced the Clippers' pick-and-roll, guard Udry moved towards the interior, while Thompson shifted outward to cover the ball handler, yet his eyes and footwork remained attuned to Griffin's descending path. Griffin relished the defensive switch, internally reveling in the thought that having a 6 feet 3 inches guard defend him was tantamount to inviting disaster. As Griffin raised his hand to signal for the ball, Thompson abruptly relinquished his defensive switch, swiftly maneuvering laterally into the paint, arms outstretched, attempting to impede Griffin's drive to the basket with his body. When Gordon lofted the ball into Griffin's grasp, Thompson arrived just in time to position himself and block Griffin at the edge of the restricted area. Udry also quickly retreated, continuing to guard Gordon while using his body to obstruct Griffin's passing lane. Griffin furrowed his brow, forced to halt his dribble under Thompson's defense. Thompson immediately retreated to the basket, with Cousins poised to provide assistance. Baron Davis sprinted to the corner to receive a pass, and after a moment's hesitation, Griffin opted for a mid-range shot. Clang! Griffin's jumper clanged off the rim, and Cousins seized the rebound under the basket. Cheng Lu, sprinting to the front court, called out to Thompson, "Just defend like that. Don't let him get a running start for an easy dunk." Griffin's physical prowess was undeniable, yet his technical shortcomings were significant. His mid-range shooting was inconsistent, and he struggled with both driving and shooting. This tactical ploy of feigned switches to effectively delay not only applied to defending Griffin, but also targeted someone like DeAndre Jordan, who relied on pick-and-rolls for aggressive inside scoring, thereby preventing the Clippers' Twin Towers from executing dunks and forcing them into less effective ball handling. Moreover, the Kings were not concerned about him distributing the ball to corner shooters, especially with Davis, who had a three-point shooting percentage barely hitting 30, making his attempts easily contestable. Frustration washed over Griffin as he retreated on defense. He recognized that his recent shot had been rushed, and the Kings' interior defense clearly invited him to shoot, constricting their defense within the key. On the Kings' offensive end, Cheng Lu held the ball at the arc, requesting a pick from Evans before dribbling to the wing, where he was met by Davis. Baron Davis, a pioneer of the bushy beard era in the league and a key contributor during the Warriors' upset of the Mavericks, had seen his performance decline over the years due to injuries, with a noticeable decrease in speed and vertical leap making him susceptible to being beaten off the dribble. Cheng Lu effortlessly maneuvered past Davis, driving towards the free throw line. As Griffin approached to help, Cheng Lu opted for a sudden stop and jump shot. Swish. The Kings fans in the Yako Arena erupted in applause for Cheng Lu, with Jennifer Lawrence in the front row rising to cheer him on. "Damn, Griffin muttered under his breath, incredulous that this player dared to call himself a sinner. Cheng Lu scoring 4 straight points ignited a competitive spark in Griffin, who was eager to respond. After receiving the ball at the high post, the Kings employed a 2-3 zone defense, collapsing their interior defense to constrict Griffin's driving space. Griffin beckoned Gomez for a pick, switching on to Cheng Lu before positioning himself in the low post, prepared for a back-to-the-basket move. On the sidelines, Westphal nearly burst into laughter at Griffin's proactive pursuit of a post-up opportunity. In truth, the Kings' defensive strategy tonight aimed to keep Griffin away from the paint, compelling him to opt for mid-range shots and low-post backdowns as much as possible. The Kings' trio of interior players harbored no fear of Griffin exploiting mismatches near the basket through pick-and-roll maneuvers, as Cheng Lu, playing the small forward position, possessed a physique akin to that of a center. Griffin, with an aggressive demeanor, sought to overpower Cheng Lu, remarking during the switch, "You're as soft as the toilet paper at my house. Be careful not to end up in tears." Cheng Lu braced himself to withstand Griffin's onslaught. While Griffin's strength was formidable, his technique left much to be desired. After being nudged, Cheng Lu quickly regained his balance, positioning himself to deny Griffin any space to pass. Griffin gritted his teeth, realizing he had underestimated Cheng Lu. Although Cheng Lu lingered on the perimeter, he weighed over 110 kilograms, a mass Griffin found challenging to overpower. As the 5-second back-to-the-basket clock dwindled, Griffin forcefully backed in before executing a turnaround jump shot. This season, Griffin's shooting percentage from the low post stood at a mere 38.9, indicating his underdeveloped back-to-the-basket skills, much like his mid-range shooting, which remained highly erratic. The shot was a desperate attempt. As the basketball soared above Cheng Lu's head, his fingertips grazed its bottom. For the second time tonight, Cheng Lu thwarted Griffin's offensive effort with a block. "With those short arms, I suggest you bring a badminton racket to play basketball. Otherwise, you'll just end up getting blocked." Cheng Lu chuckled after leaping to snatch the ball. On the Kings' end, Cheng Lu swiftly passed the ball to Evans before igniting a fast break. The Clippers opted to double-team Evans in the front court. Evans charged toward the basket, confronted by Davis and Gordon, and executed a behind-the-back dribble, sending the ball through his legs to the trailing Cheng Lu. Upon receiving the pass, Cheng Lu took 3 steps before soaring for a two-handed dunk. Cheng Lu just obliterated Blake and successfully capitalized on the fast break, Kenny Smith elucidated. Blake felt a tinge of disrespect towards Cheng Lu, pondering whether he failed to notice that the player he switched onto after the pick was even taller than Jason Thompson. Barkley remarked. The Kings fans at the Yako Arena erupted in unison, chanting Cheng Lu's name. Cheng Lu's 6 consecutive points in the first quarter ignited the home crowd's fervor. Turning back, Griffin's offensive attempt clanked off the rim once more. Thompson preemptively established position at the high post, severing Griffin's passing lane to Gordon, forcing him to receive the ball in the low post. Griffin re-entered the back-to-the-basket zone, where Thompson utilized his weight to defend and disrupted Griffin's half-turn hook shot. Griffin, now visibly agitated, felt as though the Kings had rendered him powerless in the low post. The most disheartening aspect was his consecutive misses. While Cheng Lu continued to ascend in scoring, it appeared that Blake was overly eager from the outset, fixated on overpowering his defender and neglecting his core strength of finishing plays with finesse. Kenny Smith commented. Barkley added, "The Kings will not easily grant him opportunities near the basket. His technique is too raw, and his shooting ability is inconsistent. He should take a page from Cheng Lu's book, who can not only finish on fast breaks but also create opportunities through dribbling and shooting." Kenny Smith nodded in agreement, acknowledging that although Blake was last year's #1 draft pick, Cheng's offensive prowess appeared significantly more refined. Fortunately, Griffin, who was on the court, could not hear their conversation. Otherwise, he would surely be infuriated. As the first quarter concluded, Griffin managed only 2 baskets from 6 attempts, accumulating a mere 4 points. The Kings consistently forced him into low-post shots while denying him the opportunity to drive, nearly pushing Griffin to the brink of frustration. His desire to score was palpable. Had it not been for the efficient performance of the round-faced player, who scored 8 points and provided 3 assists from 4 shots, the Clippers might have been completely overwhelmed by Griffin's struggles. The score stood at 26-18. With the Kings leading by 8 points at the end of the first quarter, Cheng Lu was the top scorer for the Kings, hitting 4 of 7 shots, including 1 of 2 from beyond the arc, amassing 9 points along with 3 rebounds, 1 assist, and 1 block. They were not a formidable team, but they intended to maintain their strategy from the first quarter and strive for an 8th consecutive victory, as Westphal stated to his players upon returning to the bench. Cheng nodded in agreement, recognizing that the Clippers were considerably weaker than the Thunder from their previous game, as long as they contained the physically gifted yet intellectually limited Griffin. The Clippers would likely falter. Griffin returned to the bench, deeply frustrated, and head coach Dunleavy offered some words of comfort. Blake, keep a positive mindset. Work closely with Eric on pick and rolls and dominate the paint. All right, Eric, don't hesitate to pass the ball to me, Griffin declared with an intense expression. The round-faced player could only respond with an innocent nod. As the second quarter commenced, both teams substituted in their bench players. The Clippers bench included Foy, Bledsoe, and Aminu, who had some scoring ability and outside shooting skills, though they lacked consistency and defensive prowess. Much like the Thunder, the Clippers' strength lay in their youth. After the anticipated acquisition of Paul, a master of game control, the players in the roster were expected to develop rapidly. While they may not yet reach the Western Conference Finals, they remained competitive in the West. Currently, the Clippers still had much to learn, based on Griffin's displayed capabilities. He could undoubtedly be regarded as one of the top 3 rookies of the 21st century, yet his skills were not fully polished, relying primarily on his physicality to play, making him an easy target for the Kings. The Kings bench was equally underwhelming, but the Clippers managed to recover some points once their substitutes entered the game. When the starters returned to the court, the Kings held a narrow lead of 35-33. Griffin re-entered the game, facing off against Landry, a stocky forward who was slightly quicker than Thompson and capable of withstanding Griffin's aggressive play. The Kings' strategy remained focused on forcing Griffin away from his preferred scoring area. Griffin's desire to score surged. He successfully executed a jump shot over Landry from the low post at the start of the second quarter. The score tied at 35. Griffin celebrated exuberantly, pounding his chest in jubilation. However, as he celebrated, the audience at the Arco Arena responded with a chorus of boos. Soft, Griffin exclaimed, bewildered and incensed. Casting a glance at Cheng, his eyes filled with confusion and anger. Cheng Lu raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, saying, "What are you looking at? As a small forward, I ought to play like this." On the court for the Kings, Cheng Lu received the ball at the high post. Griffin and Gomez executed a switch on defense. Griffin stayed tightly glued to Cheng Lu, denying him any opportunity for a direct shot, while also keenly focusing on the basketball to prevent being outmaneuvered by a feint. Cheng Lu dribbled faster while performing a crossover, lowering his center of gravity to execute his signature sweeping move. Griffin was too close, and Cheng Lu's change of direction shifted Griffin's balance, allowing him to swiftly glide past. Cheng Lu's breakthrough speed was not particularly fast, but his rhythm was unmatched. The Clippers' interior defense rushed to provide support, and Cheng Lu came to a sudden stop in the paint, taking a close-range jumper. Swish. The ball went through the net effortlessly. After scoring, Cheng Lu raised his arms in celebration, earning the admiration of the fans at the Yako Arena. He cast a sidelong glance at Griffin, thinking to himself, "Last year's #1 pick, huh? I love playing against the top picks." Griffin felt a surge of indignation. How is this even fair? Isn't he supposed to be soft? Gomez patted Griffin on the shoulder, saying, "Blake, he is tough to guard." This was already the second time Cheng Lu had outmaneuvered Griffin, and he was brimming with frustration. Although he had failed to contain Cheng Lu, he still felt a sense of defiance. Gomez, however, did not think it was shameful for Griffin to be outplayed, as he had been guarding Cheng Lu throughout the first quarter. Cheng Lu's height, dribbling prowess, and reliable three-point shooting made him a formidable opponent. And Gomez understood Griffin's predicament well. As the second quarter resumed, Griffin's offensive performance improved significantly compared to the first, with Gordon actively passing him the ball and his mid-range shooting feeling more accurate. Scoring became much easier for him. At 6 minutes and 37 seconds into the second quarter, Griffin connected with Gordon in the paint for an aerial play, dunking the ball over Landry. Cheng Lu watched Griffin's leap with a hint of envy, wondering how much he would need to enhance his vertical leap to achieve such astonishing feats. Despite Griffin's wingspan being only 2.11 meters, his ability to execute dunks and alley-oops from various angles relied heavily on his jumping ability. The nickname White Beast was indeed not an exaggeration. The Kings initiated their offense. Cousins used Landry's screen to slip to the corner, impulsively attempting a three-pointer. Unfortunately, his aim faltered, and the ball clanged off the rim. Landry boxed out DeAndre Jordan, allowing Cheng Lu to step forward and secure the offensive rebound, jumping up for a second-chance layup that found its mark. 43-38, the Kings maintained their lead. On the Clippers' end, after a pick-and-roll with Gordon, Griffin made his way down towards the basket, but the Kings tightened their defense in the paint. Initially, Griffin was halted at the elbow, and he chose to assist his teammates instead, passing the ball to Davis on the wing. Davis's three-point attempt hit the side of the rim, granting Cheng Lu another opportunity for a rebound. The Kings launched a fast break, and Evans finished with a layup at the front court, 45-38. On the Clippers side, Gordon held the ball, signaling for Griffin to come up for a screen. As Griffin positioned himself for the screen, Gordon maneuvered around the pick, advancing through the middle with a determined drive. Both Evans and Landry converged on the ball handler, the round-faced player, who found it challenging to evade his defenders. Recognizing Evans' formidable stealing ability, the round-faced player, in an effort to avoid losing possession under pressure, passed the ball to the on-rushing Griffin just before leaping. Griffin charged forward, penetrating the paint, where Cousins delivered a robust defensive maneuver. In the air, both players struggled for balance. Griffin nudged the ball, causing its trajectory to veer slightly after striking the backboard, ultimately leading to a successful assist for Cheng Lu. Griffin, still seeking a foul call from the referee, watched as Cheng Lu seized the rebound and advanced purposefully toward the Clippers' half of the court. Gordon and Davis positioned themselves to obstruct the Kings' fast break. And upon crossing the midcourt line, Cheng Lu deliberately slowed his pace. He glanced down at the three-point line, estimating a distance of about 2 meters. Sensing something amiss, Gordon noticed Cheng Lu's gaze directed toward the basket. Cheng Lu lifted the ball, releasing it at the apex of his jump. An extraordinary three-pointer from Cheng Lu. Here it comes, another three-pointer, Barkley exclaimed with excitement. Swish. Clippers head coach Dean Agro immediately called a timeout, sensing his players' morale was on the verge of collapse. This shot was electrifying, undeniably impressive. The atmosphere in the ACO Arena ignited with fervor. In the end, after 4 quarters, the Kings, playing on their home turf, triumphed over the Clippers with ease. Cheng Lu participated for 35 minutes, spending the latter part of the 4th quarter on the bench. He finished the game with a commendable 10 of 19 shooting, including 4 of 10 from beyond the arc and a perfect 2 of 2 from the free throw line, accumulating 26 points, 8 rebounds, 4 assists, and 1 block. Evans also shone brightly, leading the Kings with an impressive 29 points, while Cousins, returning to the starting lineup, contributed 18 points and 10 rebounds. And Udry added 14 points to the tally. In the final quarter, a jubilant Evans shouted defiantly at Griffin, "Even if you hadn't been sidelined last year, the Rookie of the Year title still belongs to me." This remark broke Griffin's resolve. Forced by the Kings to struggle outside the paint, Griffin played 40 minutes, managing only 7 of 18 shooting, 0 of 1 from three-point range, and 5 of 7 from the free throw line, totaling 19 points, 10 rebounds, 4 assists, and 1 block. The Clippers guard, the round-faced player, encountered a formidable challenge, logging 41 minutes with an efficient 7 of 19 shooting, including 6 of 7 from three-point territory, and 1 of 1 from the free throw line, amassing a game-high 31 points, along with 6 rebounds, 4 assists, and 1 steal. Post-game, Zhang offered a candid assessment. The Kings effectively dismantled the game in the 4th quarter, even opting not to field their full strength in the final moments. Yu Jia nodded in agreement, remarking, "Indeed, they unleashed a scoring surge in the 2nd quarter, particularly following Cheng Lu's remarkable long-range three-pointer, leaving the Clippers in a state of suppression, despite Gordon's relentless scoring in the 2nd half." After the game, Griffin declined to engage in any interviews, covering his head with a towel as he made his way directly to the locker room. Initially intent on imparting a lesson to Cheng Lu, he unexpectedly found himself merely a background figure on the court, and in the final quarter, even Evans hurled trash talk in his direction. Griffin's spirit had undeniably been shattered. Gordon, who faced the media with a pained expression, could only lament, "Losing is a part of the game. The opposing team was better prepared than we were, and my teammates were somewhat off their game today." The ever-inquisitive media pressed on, "Whose performance do you believe was lacking?" Round-faced Gordon replied, "Well, I wouldn't say Blake's performance was poor. Perhaps he just had an off night. There were a few mid-range shots that should have gone in but rattled out. Yes, he was a bit unlucky." Noticing the suppressed smiles from the reporters, he realized he had been led astray. It seemed they had not actually questioned Griffin. Coach Dean Agro of the Clippers, during his interview, remarked, "The Kings have made significant strides this season. Their frontcourt depth is impressive, particularly Cheng, a 2.13-meter small forward who is exceptionally skilled. He can handle the ball and shoot three-pointers, making it challenging for us to devise a defensive strategy against him." After praising Cheng Lu, Dean Agro did not forget to encourage his own players, stating, "Of course, our players also gave their all. Blake and Eric played admirably. They are still young and possess great potential." On the Kings' side, after the game, Cheng Lu was pulled aside by Jennifer for a photograph. What an incredible game tonight, Chung. Especially that long-range three-pointer you hit in the second quarter. Jennifer exclaimed excitedly. Just doing my thing, Cheng replied, as Jennifer noticed a throng of reporters approaching. She embraced him and then stepped away to avoid any unnecessary complications. During the embrace, she discreetly slipped a small note into Cheng's hand. Cheng, what are your thoughts on Blake's pregame comment about wanting to dunk over you? The reporters inquired. Cheng tightened his grip on the note and smiled at the journalists, saying, Dunk over me. Haha, Blake is indeed quite strong, but he's just a bit too short. The reporters stifled their laughter, prompting Chung to add, What I mean is, his wingspan is rather limited. Forget about dunking. At this point, he would need to maneuver around me just to shoot. Griffin, upon witnessing this segment of the interview, was livid, flipping through the schedule and vowing to make Cheng Lu pay when they next faced the Kings. Look at Griffin, Cheng Lu, showcasing his impressive footwork again. The rookie killer. Cheng Lu has now bested 3 former number 1 picks. With a consecutive scoring streak of 20, Cheng Lu has solidified his status as the frontrunner for Rookie of the Year. Following the conclusion of the game, articles regarding Cheng Lu poured in one after another. Leading his team to an impressive 8-game winning streak, the Kings now firmly reside within the top 11 of the Western Conference. With over 50 games remaining in the season, the Kings have a genuine opportunity to reach the playoffs, and Cheng Lu's leadership and personal form are indeed formidable. Cheng Lu gazed at the evaluations, feeling a secret thrill within. The more fervently the public discussed him, the greater his commercial value soared, consequently enhancing his earnings from endorsements. After signing with Ely, Cheng Lu savored the sweetness of capitalizing on his popularity, now eagerly wishing for media outlets to report on him extensively. In the rookie rankings on the website, Cheng Lu had surpassed John Wall, climbing to the second position. The player in first place, Griffin, had become the target of fervent criticism from fans. Supporters from Sacramento and Huaxia firmly believed that Cheng Lu's performance far eclipsed that of Griffin, and he rightfully deserved the top spot on the list. Some media outlets began to circulate negative news about Griffin. Last month, he faced considerable scrutiny, with reports highlighting that while his statistics appeared impressive, his shooting percentage dipped below 40 in numerous games, leading many to question whether he was merely padding his stats. Griffin felt aggrieved, believing that his numbers were far superior to Cheng Lu's. Excluding the ancient Titan Wilt Chamberlain, only 4 players in the past 30 years had managed to achieve a rookie season averaging 20 points and 10 rebounds: Shaquille O'Neal, Alonzo Mourning, Tim Duncan, and Elton Brand. He asserted that only he and O'Neal could boast such averages. I am indeed the strongest rookie of the 21st century. At 1 o'clock in the morning, as Cheng Lu was in a drowsy slumber, the sound of his phone chimed. Upon retrieving his phone from beneath his pillow, he discovered a message from Schwartz. Nike, Adidas, and other sneaker brands have made offers for you. Perform well in the coming days, and I will help negotiate your contract to exceed $10 million. Cheng Lu replied, inadvertently stirring the peacefully sleeping Jennifer Lawrence beside him. Darling, what is the matter? Jennifer inquired. Nothing, Cheng Lu murmured, gently caressing her hair and placing a soft kiss upon her forehead before suddenly pulling her into his embrace. Jennifer gasped, feeling the evidence of Cheng Lu's desire, and shook her head, saying, Be gentle this time. I can hardly take it. At 7 in the morning, Cheng Lu quietly rose, departing from the luxurious hotel where Jennifer was staying, driving towards his own villa. The experience of a night filled with romance was quite delightful. In your life? I borrowed just one night. En route, Jennifer had already sent a message. Last night was truly enjoyable. I am leaving Sacramento today. Perhaps we will meet again next month. Cheng Lu replied, There is plenty of time ahead. It seems I have not just borrowed one night. Upon returning home, Cheng Lu focused his attention on his system. Following the conclusion of last night's match against the Clippers, he had already fulfilled the tasks assigned by the system. After the game, he and Jennifer had engaged in 4 additional rounds, yet he had not yet claimed the rewards from the system. You have triumphed over last year's first overall pick, Blake Griffin, successfully demonstrating to the world who the strongest rookie of this year truly is. Defeating the first overall pick, your reward level has reached its peak. Reward, 1,000 points. You have acquired the exclusive skill of Postmaster from Carmelo Anthony. You have obtained Carmelo Anthony's exclusive shooting technique. You have received the exclusive skill of Quick Shooter from Stephen Curry. Congratulations, the point store has been unlocked. Mid-range shot, 70-80, layup, 73-78, strength, 70-75. Postmaster enhances the likelihood of deceiving defenders with post fakes, improves the ability to pivot and cut from the post, and boosts the effectiveness of post-fadeaway jumpers. Quick Shooter increases your shooting and layup release speed, as well as your shooting accuracy when contested. Cheng Lu took a deep breath, appreciating the user-friendly nature of the system. Although Griffin was the first overall pick last year, he only took the court this year, which allowed the rewards to be elevated to the highest level. This time, he gained 2 skills, a shooting package, and 1,000 points, yielding a bountiful harvest. With the Postmaster skill, Cheng Lu's offensive arsenal has become more versatile. As for Quick Shooter, he initially perceived the name as less than favorable, but after reading the description, he recognized it as a formidable skill. Despite his height and wingspan making it difficult to block his shots, he could still be susceptible to quick-reacting defenders who might intercept the ball. Moreover, the skill not only enhanced his shooting speed, but also his ability to withstand interference. After familiarizing himself with the newly acquired skills, Cheng Lu redirected his attention to the store. Upon entering the store interface, he discovered it was divided into skill modules, action packages, and player templates. The skill template featured only 2 items. James Harden's exclusive skill, Flopping Master priced at 100,000 points, and LeBron James' exclusive skill, Block Master also priced at 100,000 points. Cheng Lu glanced at his points balance in the lower right corner. After accumulating points over the past few days and adding the recent one, 000, he now possessed a total of 168 points, barely enough to make a dent. He then stumbled upon another note. The store refreshes automatically every Sunday at midnight, and the host may spend 1,000 points to refresh it manually, limited to once per week. Cheng Lu found himself speechless. Was the system's pricing that exorbitant? It seemed prudent to wait for the system to issue tasks for free rewards rather than purchasing such costly skills. Next, Cheng Lu opened the Action Package module. LeBron James' exclusive dunk package priced at 30,000 points, and Allen Iverson's exclusive dribbling package also priced at 30,000 points. The action package prices had dropped to 30,000, but he could only afford 2. The store's refresh rules mirrored those of the skill template. Nonetheless, Cheng Lu still found himself unable to make a purchase. Finally, he opened the last player template, and upon reviewing the introduction, he noted that unlike the previous 2 modules, player templates pertain to growth attributes. If Cheng Lu equips the template, the system will assist him in developing towards the direction of this basketball star. The training tasks assigned regularly will also be adjusted accordingly until he possesses all the attributes of this star. Furthermore, with each attribute enhancement to a certain stage, he will acquire exclusive skills of that star. Nikola Jokic growth template, price, 500,000 points. Dennis Rodman growth template, price, 200,000 points. Cheng Lu is familiar with Rodman, yet he does not recognize this player named Jokic. However, none of that matters, for Cheng Lu currently cannot afford any of them. As he entered the detailed page, he obtained the foundational physical data of Jokic. Upon finishing his perusal, the system prompted him with a query. Would you like to purchase? Are you kidding? Can I even afford it? Cheng Lu scoffed, secretly wishing to make the purchase. The system interface changed once more. Insufficient balance. The system has applied for a monthly payment option for you, with no interest for the first 3 months. Would you like to enable facial recognition payment? Please open your mouth. Huh. Cheng Lu was somewhat taken aback, staring at the screen lost in thought. Ding. Activation successful. You have successfully purchased the Nikola Jokic growth template. Seeing the payment confirmation, Cheng Lu was left dumbfounded. Does this system take me for a Japanese? Cheng Lu cursed. Can't this system be equipped with an anti-fraud center? Monthly payment amount, 500,000, to be repaid in 24 installments, with the repayment date on the 22nd of each month. Next repayment date, January 22nd, 2011. Repayment points, 292 points. Nikola Jokic growth template. You will receive exclusive attribute enhancements during training. Current growth progress, 10. After equipping the template, your original abilities remain unchanged. Cheng Lu hurriedly opened his personal panel, and indeed, all his numerical values had undergone significant changes. Host, Cheng Lu, 199-2610, age, 38 height, 213 centimeters weight, 113 kilograms wingspan, 227 centimeters, strength, 75, jump, 75, speed, 75, 3-point, 98, mid-range, 80, layup, 78. Dunk, 75. Passing, 62. Ball control, 80. Stamina, 75. Rebounding, 78, blocking, 69, stealing, 50, defensive awareness, 60, total score, 74 skills, 3-point sharpshooter, ankle terminator, quick shooter. Back to the Basket Master. Currently equipped action packages. Kyrie Irving dribbling package, Carmelo Anthony shooting package, points, 1168 compared to before. Cheng Lu's attributes had significantly improved, with his total score now reaching 74. However, it remains evident that his strengths and weaknesses are quite pronounced, excelling in offense, but lacking in defense. Suddenly, Cheng Lu noticed that his passing ability had inexplicably increased by 10 points. Is it a matter of the growth template? Cheng Lu murmured to himself. Yet did he not purchase the growth template for a center? If there were to be any improvement, it ought to be in rebounds or similar skills, should it not? Cheng Lu found himself perplexed, having been coerced into excessive purchases by the system, now burdened with a debt exceeding 500,000. Each day, the system only rewarded him with approximately 20 points for random tasks, leaving Cheng Lu utterly bewildered as to how he could repay the monthly debts exceeding 2,000. System, can I get a refund? No, came the reply. I cannot afford this. Cheng Lu cursed vehemently. Once the mall system was unlocked, the host would gain additional channels for earning points. The system patiently explained, after each match, points will be awarded based on your performance, and rewards for various accolades will also be randomly assigned according to their level. Cheng Lu then searched online for information about Jokic but found nothing of relevance. It appeared he was yet another future star. Random daily task, bounce pass practice, accurately hit the target with a bounce pass from a distance of 35 meters, ensuring the ball rebounds to a height below the waist for easier reception by teammates. Reward points, 20. Upon arriving at the training facility that afternoon, another random task presented itself. Cheng Lu was somewhat puzzled as to why the daily task had shifted from strength training to passing. Chapter 25. Are there new techniques? On December 29th, the Kings continued to host the Grizzlies, marking the final game of 2010 for the Kings. During the 2007-2008 season, the Grizzlies traded their core player, Pau Gasol, to the Lakers, a transaction that irrevocably altered the dynamics of the league, enabling the Lakers to secure 2 championships and a runner-up finish over 3 years. While the Grizzlies entered a rebuilding phase, at that time, the Grizzlies were at a significant disadvantage from the trade, yet fortunately, Marc Gasol, acquired from the Lakers, performed admirably. Although his offensive skills may not rival those of his brother, his defensive prowess exceeded that of Pau. After a brief rebuilding period, the Grizzlies were once again vying for the playoffs this year, currently holding a record of 14 wins and 17 losses, placing them 12th in the Western Conference. Historically, the Grizzlies had a remarkable run following the All-Star break, achieving a series of victories that propelled them into playoff contention, ultimately defeating the Spurs 4-2 in the first round, marking their 4th occurrence of an 8th seed upsetting a 1st seed in history. Significantly, following this upset, many media outlets were not surprised by the Grizzlies' success. Rather, it was anticipated. Thus, the Grizzlies were by no means a weak team, their strength comparable to that of the Lakers and the Thunder. The primary reason for the Grizzlies' fall to 8th place in the West was largely due to the competitive nature of the division. In recent years, the overall strength of the Western Conference has been formidable, and the Grizzlies faced a greater number of high-intensity matchups against fellow Western teams in the regular season, rendering their status as a dark horse team unable to consistently secure victories. Another critical factor was the late injury to their key forward, Rudy Gay. Before Gay's injury in the first half of the season, the team's record stood at 31 wins and 26 losses, a win rate of 54.4. Following his season-ending injury, the team managed a record of 17 wins and 8 losses, boasting a win rate of 68. This year, Gay's statistics are impressive, averaging 19.8 points, 6.2 rebounds, and 1.7 steals per game, with a 3-point shooting percentage of 39.6. However, his presence necessitated that the duo of Gasol and Randolph, known as the Black and White Bears, adapt their style of play around him. As a forward who thrives on isolation and fast breaks, Gay requires a significant amount of ball possession, yet the Bears operate within a slower, half-court system, rendering the trio incompatible. Following Gay's injury, the Grizzlies shifted their focus to building the team around Randolph and Gasol, resulting in an immediate surge in performance. Randolph, as the offensive anchor in the paint, is currently averaging 21 points and 12.2 rebounds per game. His skills in the post are remarkably diverse, exhibiting both strength and footwork, occasionally contributing with assists. And crucially, he excels at scoring in the paint despite his defensive shortcomings. On the other hand, Gasol's capabilities in both individual and help defense rank among the elite in the league, averaging 11, 7 points, 7 rebounds, and 2.5 assists per game. With a similarly comprehensive offensive skill set and playmaking ability. However, his scoring and rebounding capabilities are rather average, often relying on Randolph in critical moments. Thus, the Black and White Bears indeed form a historically significant pairing, complementing each other's strengths. In addition to the prowess of the Bears, the Grizzlies benefit from Mike Conley's orchestrating play and Mayo's offensive contributions, with Shane Battier also capable of delivering surprise attacks. All these players exhibit formidable defensive skills, ensuring a balanced attack and defense during half-court play. Conversely, this year's Spurs find themselves in a transitional phase, as Duncan has reduced his ball-handling responsibilities. With the offense now predominantly led by Ginobili and Parker, their playing style has shifted toward a team-oriented offense, propelling them to the top of the Western Conference. However, the aging interior presence poses significant challenges, as Duncan and McDyess average 35 years in age, rendering them at a disadvantage against Randolph and Gasol. With Ginobili also battling injuries and the Grizzlies' perimeter defense proving formidable, the Spurs faltered both inside and out, ultimately succumbing to the Grizzlies by 42 points. Following their victory over the Spurs, the Grizzlies faced the youthful, limitless Thunder, where they lacked the advantage of age. Even with Durant and Westbrook showcasing boundless energy, the Grizzlies fought valiantly through 7 grueling games before being defeated. Thus, the combination of the Black and White Bears alongside a host of perimeter players capable of locking down defensively and shooting effectively stands as a resounding solution. Regrettably, the Grizzlies' management remained somewhat oblivious, as in 2012, upon Gay's return, they reverted to a 3-core system, resulting in a swift exit in the first round at the hands of the Clippers. Realizing their misstep, the management traded Gay the following season, and the team promptly advanced to the Western Conference Finals. Returning to the present, prior to tonight's game, Barkley and Kenny Smith established a new wager. "I guarantee that Ching will secure the Rookie of the Year award this season," declared Barkley. To which Kenny Smith responded, "Charles, let us not forget about Blake from the Clippers. Although he was outperformed by Chung, his statistics are still impressive." "No," Barkley retorted, "Blake's efficiency pales in comparison to Chang's. His true shooting percentage falls below the league average, and as an interior player, his rim protection is woefully inadequate." Barkley shook his head, remarking that Chang's defensive ability was rather ordinary. However, he did not possess any glaring shortcomings in his offensive play. More importantly, Chang's contribution to the team's performance was significant. While the Clippers were destined to remain a lackluster team this year, Kenny Smith pondered for a moment before stating that Chang's deficiencies were also quite apparent, particularly his considerable stamina issues, and his defense was inferior to Blake's. Barkley countered, No. Chang's style is bound to evolve into that of a superstar in the league. His game is far more refined than Blake's. Let us not forget that Blake has undergone a year of elite training." After reviewing their statistics, Barkley continued, "If we were to vote for the most spectacular dunker, I would undoubtedly award it to Blake. Yet, the Rookie of the Year must be Chung." Kenny Smith responded, "So confident, are we? Indeed, I would wager on it." "What do you propose to wager? Another dare involving a donkey?" Kenny Smith chuckled. "If Chung fails to secure the Rookie of the Year title, I shall join forces with a donkey to play a cross-species friendly match, taking on the role of center for the donkey team." At this point, Barkley was quite animated. The wager amused Kenny Smith greatly. "Ha! All right, if he does not win, I shall serve as the guard for the donkey team." Fans watching on television erupted in laughter, and the wager quickly spread across the United States, capturing the attention of Chinese fans online who began fervently discussing it on social media. Given the nature of the broadcasting network, it was quite plausible that the production team would arrange for the two to interact with a donkey. During the pregame warm-up, Kings head coach Westphal recognized the formidable strength of the Grizzlies, acknowledging that their interior presence would not hold a significant advantage over the 8th-seeded Bears. Nonetheless, Westphal did not impose excessive pressure on his players. After all, the Kings were currently ranked higher in the Western Conference than the Grizzlies, facing a classic underdog challenge. Tonight, the Kings made slight adjustments to their starting lineup, featuring Cousins, Thompson, Chung Lu, Garcia, and Evans. Garcia's defensive performance had been commendable, particularly in guarding forwards, and Westphal opted for Garcia to tackle the 2-guard position, while Evans would play as the point guard. The Grizzlies' starting 5 were also their customary roster for the season: center Marc Gasol, power forward Zach Randolph, small forward Rudy Gay, shooting guard Tony Allen, and point guard Mike Conley. On paper, the Grizzlies showcased a formidable defensive front both inside and out. In this match, Grizzlies head coach Lionel Hollins devised a targeted strategy against the Kings, assigning Little Gasol to defend Cousins, while Tony Allen would take on the challenge of guarding Ching Lu. At center court, Thompson won the jump ball, granting the Kings the first possession. As Ching Lu positioned himself at the 45-degree angle, he suddenly realized that his defender was a guard. Ching Lu held a vivid impression of Tony Allen, recalling how in last season's finals, the Celtics had deployed him to guard Kobe, who had been limited to a dismal 6 out of 24 shooting against Allen's defense. Although the Lakers triumphed over the Celtics with a score of 43-0, thanks to the performances of players like Pau Gasol and Artest, Kobe was genuinely impressed, later admitting that Tony Allen was the finest defender he had ever encountered. Westphal, observing from the sidelines, glanced in astonishment at the Grizzlies bench. After Ching Lu took the small forward position, opposing players were at a height disadvantage, making it difficult to disrupt his shots. It was surprising that the Grizzlies opted to deploy the 193-meter-tall Tony Allen to guard Ching Lu. The commentator Yu Jia expressed his astonishment, remarking on the audacity of the Grizzlies head coach, questioning whether Allen could truly contain Ching Lu. Zhang provided a rational analysis, suggesting that while it appeared Ching Lu was unfazed, one should not underestimate Tony Allen. During a game against the Thunder, Coach Hollins had employed him to guard Durant with commendable results. Su Junyang added that the Grizzlies seemed to have no choice but to adjust their lineup. Randolph's lack of speed certainly would not suffice against Ching Lu, and Gay's advantages were minimal. If they shifted Marc Gasol to defend, it would render the Grizzlies' paint perilous. Evans handed the ball to Ching Lu, and as he caught it, Tony Allen immediately closed in. Allen, a robust guard with a wingspan of 2.06 meters and weighing nearly 100 kilograms, was not only quick but also adept at disrupting Ching Lu's line of sight. Ching Lu pivoted on his left foot, stepping back with his right to assume a triple threat position. Allen positioned his left foot to block Ching Lu's right side drive, attempting to force him to the left. Ching Lu shifted his weight repeatedly, yet Allen clung to him like glue. As Chung dribbled near the edge of the paint, he could not shake off Allen. Barkley observed the unfolding situation, while Kenny Smith noted, Tony's relentless pressure has denied Ching any room for a shot. Clearly, the Grizzlies have a strategy in employing him against Ching. Gay was preparing to converge from the corner, but Ching Lu refrained from hastily taking the shot. He knew that the moment he gathered the ball, Allen would inevitably close in, poised to swipe it. Suddenly, Ching Lu came to an abrupt halt, his shoulders dipping slightly as he feigned a drive to the middle. Allen's weight shifted forward instantaneously, and in a heartbeat, Ching Lu launched backward, springing off the ground with a powerful leap. Maintaining his balance with core strength, he raised his right arm, cradling the basketball in his palm. Allen was caught off guard by Ching Lu's choice to fade away, leaping in haste, but failing to reach his release point. Ching Lu's gaze was fixed on the hoop as he flicked his wrist delicately. The basketball arced gracefully through the air before descending straight into the net. 20. What? Chung can do that too? Exclaimed assistant coach Jim from the bench, astonished. Westphal blinked in surprise. This kid has a new move? Ching Lu's fadeaway secured 2 points for the Kings, and the Yako Arena erupted in cheers. The Grizzlies initiated their first offensive play through Randolph. After receiving the ball in the low post, Randolph utilized a triple threat stance, and as Thompson retreated a step, he promptly launched into a baseline drive. Thompson exerted himself to thwart Randolph's advance, who, closely adhering to him, executed a pivot while lifting the ball and subsequently made a successful hook shot. Although Randolph appears to be a rugged individual, he is, in reality, a player of exquisite technique. His footwork in the low post is solid, and his left and right hook shots, along with his step-back jumpers, are nothing short of exceptional. Apart from his lack of speed and vertical leap, he possesses top-tier skills. On the Kings' side, Tony Allen diligently circled around to impede Ching Lu's reception, prompting Chung to request a screen from Garcia and successfully maneuver into the elbow area for the catch. Faced with Gay, Chung opted once again for a back-to-basket position. Gay was closely guarding him, but Ching swiftly turned to glide along the baseline. As Ching accelerated, Randolph provided help defense in the paint, and Chung leaped to shoot in his direction. The two bodies clashed in midair, and Chung's shot struck the rim, yet the referee's whistle pierced the air. Cheng was awarded 2 free throws, unexpectedly showcasing his newly developed back-to-the-basket skills. Kenny Smith remarked on Cheng's expanding arsenal, noting his ability to shoot from any angle on the court. Barkley was equally taken aback. At the free throw line, Cheng converted both attempts. In his first 2 possessions of the evening, Cheng activated his back-to-the-basket master skill twice, clearly pleased with the effectiveness of this new technique. As the Grizzlies launched their offense, Conley executed a pick-and-roll with Marc Gasol at the top of the arc. Gasol, upon receiving the ball, was quickly double-teamed, prompting him to deftly pass it to Randolph, who had already positioned himself in the paint. Randolph dribbled once, leaping alongside Cousins to execute a bank shot successfully. Cheng gazed at Randolph's silhouette, marveling at how he resembled a formidable black bear, his shooting touch remarkably gentle. The Kings resumed their offense, with Tony Allen exerting vigorous defense, persistently preventing Chung from receiving the ball easily. In response to Allen's relentless pursuit, Chung repositioned himself at the top of the arc. Despite Allen's tight coverage, Cheng's elevation was simply too great, as Evans delivered a high pass that landed in Cheng's hands. Thud, thud, thud. After a series of between-the-legs dribbles, Cheng made a probing step forward, causing Allen to retreat slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Cheng pressed forward, pushing his right wrist to direct the ball while pulling it sideways with his left hand, making a decisive move to break left. Thank goodness Allen maintained a stable base. Otherwise, he could have easily become a victim of Cheng's under-the-legs maneuver. Allen regained his footing and pursued, with Gasol providing assistance. Cheng set his sights on the basket and took 3 steps to leap. Just as the crowd anticipated Cheng to challenge Gasol, his subsequent action ignited the arena's excitement. With a keen eye on Cousins cutting towards the basket, Cheng, midair, elegantly spun his wrist and tossed the ball toward the hoop without looking. This no-look pass from Cheng pierced through Gasol and Randolph, finding its way into Cousins' hands. Upon receiving the ball, Cousins effortlessly executed a dunk. What a no-look pass! Chung has served DeMarcus a generous and perfectly round assist, Barkley exclaimed in astonishment. Kenny Smith remarked, the first 2 rounds showcased his back-to-basket technique. Is he now set to demonstrate to us that he possesses the passing intelligence and vision akin to that of Magic Johnson? Following a successful shot, Cousins celebrated with a high five to Chung Lu. During the afternoon training session, Chung Lu felt an expansion in his passing vision, recalling the system's enhancement of his passing attribute by 10 points. He now harbored doubts regarding the growth template he was bound to, suspecting it was tailored for a playmaking center. Chapter 26, Dreamlike Footwork, I Am Truly a Sinner. In the subsequent possession, Randolph attempted his 3rd shot, spinning and shooting over Thompson from the low post, but alas, the shot clanged off the rim. After securing the rebound, Chung Lu launched a long pass. With Evans already sprinting down the court, Conley, unable to keep up, could only watch as Evans executed a thunderous dunk. The Grizzlies' head coach, Hollins, called for the first timeout of the game. Those 2 passes were quite commendable, Westphal remarked, patting Chung Lu on the shoulder. Westphal continuously circled strategies on the tactical board, discerning the Grizzlies' restrictive approach towards Cheng Lu based on the opening exchanges. Despite Cheng Lu's consecutive baskets, the Grizzlies had evidently intensified the difficulty of his receptions and offensive maneuvers. Tony Allen's relentless defense was draining Cheng Lu's stamina, and if this continued, his efficiency would inevitably wane as the game progressed. Chung Lu glanced back at Tony Allen, then turned to Westphal, saying, Coach, I actually have a strategy for dealing with Tony. Following the cheerleaders' performance at the Kings' home court, the game resumed. The Grizzlies held possession as Marc Gasol's jump shot in the low post missed its mark, allowing Thompson to secure the rebound. The Kings opted not to push the tempo as before, instead slowing their offensive rhythm. The Kings aimed to execute a low post strategy, but Tony Allen persistently sought to sever Cheng Lu's receiving routes. However, Cheng Lu's height and wingspan presented a considerable advantage. Zhang Li observed the unfolding scenario with insight. On the wing, Evans lobbed the ball to Chung Lu, who, upon receiving it, continued to play with his back to the basket. On the Grizzlies' bench, Hollins was uncertain of the Kings' tactical intentions, yet he was pleased with Tony Allen's defensive efforts at the outset. Players like Cheng Lu, with such playing styles, are indeed challenging to defend against. With a center's physique playing at the small forward position, mismatches are inevitable. Moreover, Cheng Lu's off-ball capabilities were exceptional. Tony Allen's earlier efforts to deny Cheng Lu easy 3-point opportunities had already fulfilled his defensive assignment. On the court, Tony Allen had recognized Cheng Lu's exceptional fadeaway shot. This time, he was vigilant, using his knee to press against Chung Lu's lower leg, preventing him from easily generating power for the turnaround. Chung Lu leaned into Tony Allen, testing the strength of his defense with a couple of nudges, while simultaneously keeping an eye on the positioning of players around him. Suddenly, Cheng Lu exerted force against Tony Allen, creating intensity before pivoting on his left foot and lunging forward with his right foot. Realizing Cheng Lu intended to break towards the baseline, Tony Allen quickly adjusted his footwork to keep pace. As the two players were on the verge of collision, Cheng Lu swiftly retracted his right foot and, in a seamless motion, propelled his left foot forward with remarkable speed. His entire body twisted to the left, allowing him to dart into the paint from the opposite side. Tony Allen, momentarily thrown off balance by this maneuver, hurriedly adjusted his footing in an attempt to block. In an instant, Cheng Lu's left foot abruptly pushed off the ground, causing him to pivot rapidly to the right and backward, leaving Tony Allen behind. With his left hand guarding the ball, he gently tossed the basketball toward the backboard with his right hand. Swish! The fans in the Yako Arena fell into a brief silence before erupting in cheers. Kenny Smith paused to exclaim, "Wow." Charles Barkley remarked, "Cheng's footwork indeed bears a resemblance to Hakeem Olajuwon's." Across the ocean, Chinese fans watching the live broadcast were equally astonished. Who said Cheng Lu lacked post skills? Before the era of small ball, footwork and low post techniques were essential skills for interior players. At his peak, Shaquille O'Neal relied not only on his physicality but also on his impressive footwork, not to mention the likes of Yao Ming and Tim Duncan. A decade ago, Olajuwon popularized the dream shake, and even now, many current players seek his mentorship. This summer, Howard trained with Olajuwon for a time, despite modest results. He approached the training with utmost seriousness. Cheng Lu had primarily been playing on the perimeter lately, showcasing his dribbling and driving abilities. Yet his three-point shooting remained his most lethal weapon. However, it is important to remember that before joining the league and during his early career, he played the center position, honing techniques relevant to that role, including the dream shake. The essence of the dream shake lies not merely in footwork, but in the shooting threat that follows a pivot. Olajuwon's mid-range jump shot was precise, instilling fear in defenders with his fadeaway, making his footwork exceedingly difficult to guard. Conversely, without a shooting threat, one could spin in place like a top, yet the effectiveness would be limited. Cheng Lu's physique closely resembles Olajuwon's, and with his soft shooting touch, he poses a significant mid-range threat, easily deceiving defenders, resulting in spectacular outcomes. However, since entering the league and binding to the system, Cheng Lu has prioritized three-point efficiency, thereby concealing his low-post techniques. The rationale behind his decision to utilize low-post tactics in this instance was straightforward. Tony Allen, capable of defending positions 1 through 4, particularly excels against players like Kobe and Durant, who can finish with turnaround jumpers. Upon realizing Cheng Lu's ability to shoot over his shoulder, Tony Allen immediately implemented measures to restrict his movement, denying him an easy opportunity to pivot. Consequently, during a timeout, Cheng Lu conferred with Westphal, strategizing that if the Grizzlies continued to assign Tony Allen to guard him, they would resort to low-post tactics, as once inside, Allen's advantages would diminish significantly. Once in the paint, what would it matter if one were ensnared in a deadly embrace? With a height of 2.13 meters complemented by a wingspan of 2.27 meters, Cheng Lu effortlessly executes shots from any angle after utilizing footwork to shake off Tony Allen. More crucially, once he drives along the baseline into the paint, Cheng Lu continues to benefit from the master of back-to-the-basket skill enhancement, significantly increasing his shooting accuracy. Westphal is exhilarated, as Cheng Lu frequently surprises him with delightful displays of skill, enriching the Kings' strategy. As Cheng Lu repeatedly penetrates the basket to score in the following possessions, Grizzlies head coach Hollins is compelled to adjust his defensive tactics, promptly opting for double-teaming whenever Cheng Lu positions himself in the low post. Subsequently, spectators watch as Cheng Lu deftly passes to an open teammate for a score. By the end of the first quarter, the Kings lead the Grizzlies 35-25. With Cheng Lu amassing 13 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists, showcasing an impressive shooting touch. During the break, he confidently addressed the camera, proclaiming, "I'm not kidding. I truly am a center." As the second quarter commenced, both teams maintained their starting lineups. After Randolph scored with a strong move against Cousins in the paint, Thompson quickly initiated the play, allowing the Kings to continue their low-post strategy. Upon receiving the ball in the low post, Randolph immediately rushed to double-team Cheng Lu, who boldly attacked the interior. Just when the crowd anticipated a foul as he had done before, Cheng Lu elegantly tossed the ball behind his head. Evans cut from the arc to the baseline, catching the ball to execute a seamless dunk. Had it not been for Tony Allen's slower rotation, it could have resulted in a devastating posterization. Following a missed shot by the Grizzlies, the Kings pressed on with their offense. The Grizzlies now found themselves in a quandary. as neither double-teaming nor single coverage proved effective against Chung Lu. Faced with Allen's relentless defense, Chung Lu opted not to force his way to the basket. Recognizing the excessive physical toll it would take, instead, he passed to Cousins stationed beneath the basket. Cousins, backing down Randolph, showcased his low-post prowess, managing to create space for a hook shot despite his footwork lacking Chung Lu's fluidity. Oh wow. The Kings' offense at the start of the second quarter has been invigorated by Chang Lu. His 2 passes were exceptional, particularly the previous one, which was a visionary no-look assist, Kenny Smith remarked. Barkley added, the Grizzlies need to devise alternative strategies. They cannot contain Chung Lu at this point. Tonight, he has broadened our horizons, demonstrating that his skills extend beyond three-point shooting. His turnaround jumpers and low-post footwork are equally lethal. Hollins were a complex expression as the second quarter progressed, with Cousins and Evans alternating in their attacks on the rim. Although the Grizzlies boast a roster of strong defenders on the perimeter, Chung Lu's ability to create space is formidable. A moment's lapse could lead to him finding an open shot for a three-point barrage. After the second quarter, the Grizzlies began to attempt to compensate offensively. However, despite having a balanced roster, their scoring explosiveness was severely lacking, particularly when Gay was given more ball-handling responsibilities, which rendered Randolph ineffective in the paint, gradually disrupting their offensive rhythm. In the end, the Kings triumphed over the Grizzlies at home, with Chung Lu playing for 34 minutes, achieving a remarkable stat line of 24 points, 8 rebounds, 8 assists, 2 blocks, and 1 steal, shooting 10 of 20 from the field, 2 of 6 from beyond the arc, and 2 of 3 from the free throw line. After the game, he received 43 reward points, realizing that the total of his post-game reward points equaled the sum of his 5 statistical categories. This revelation alleviated the pressure of debt somewhat. Chung Lu exhibited excellent shooting in the first half, but his efficiency waned in the second half due to rapid fatigue from relentless drives to the basket. By halftime, the Grizzlies found themselves trailing by nearly 20 points, and they faltered in the second half, conceding the game before the early minutes of the fourth quarter. Grizzlies head coach Hollins remarked post-game, "Clearly, we devised a strategy to contain Chung, focusing on his ball-handling attacks. However, as you witnessed, he can also create opportunities off the ball, penetrate, shoot, and facilitate for teammates, unless we find players with similar size and speed. Our only hope of stopping him lies in wishing he misses his shots." Following their victory over the Grizzlies, the Kings concluded their 2010 season. On December 31st, the results of the second round of voting for the 2011 Los Angeles All-Star Game were officially announced. In the revealed results, Howard and Kobe ranked first in their respective conferences. Following 2 consecutive championships, Kobe's popularity surged, bolstered by fervent support from fans in China, as he amassed 153,694 votes, becoming the leading vote-getter. Among Western Conference guards, Paul held the starting position with 585,690 votes, while forwards Durant and Anthony ranked first and second with 735,521 votes and 602,516 votes, respectively. Durant is poised to reclaim the scoring title this year, consistently remaining among the league's elite in popularity, while Anthony, despite being entangled in trade rumors and his defensive shortcomings, continues to captivate fans with his offensive prowess, leading to his selection over the Lakers' Gasol for a starting position. In the center position, despite Yao Ming's season-ending injury and the possibility of being traded by the Rockets, his immense popularity secured him 527 votes, although he did not lead in votes for centers. When Bynum learned that you had relinquished the top spot for Western Conference centers, his eyes lit up, believing his moment had finally arrived. However, upon reviewing the voting results, his hopes were dashed as the leading vote-getter for Western Conference centers was none other than Chung Lu. Since the introduction of the All-Star Dark Horse clause, not only Chung Lu but also his Kings teammate Cousins and the Knicks' second-round pick Landry Fields have entered the All-Star candidate list. Although their rankings seem to have fallen into obscurity, Chang Lu garnered an astonishing 668,946 votes. And what is most astonishing is that this figure represents only the votes from the second round, as Chung did not participate in the first round at all. Such popularity can only be described with a single word: terrifying. After Yao Ming's withdrawal, Bynum believed he was the premier center in the Western Conference. Yet he managed to secure merely over 300,000 votes, roughly half of Chung Lu's total. Bynum felt utterly dejected, sensing that as long as he remained in the West, His chances for the All-Star game were utterly dashed. Recently, when Cheng Lu's name appeared on the voting list, Yao Ming, during an interview, urged fans to cast their votes predominantly for Cheng, acknowledging that his own participation in the All-Star game was highly unlikely. Cheng Lu's popularity surged even more, and with Yao Ming's endorsement, the fervor among Chinese fans finally began to loosen. However, it is noteworthy that Cheng Lu's rise was not solely attributed to Chinese fans. A significant number of votes also came from Sacramento, indicating a balanced voting trend between China and the United States. David Stern clearly aimed to elevate Cheng Lu's status, while Agent Schwartz relentlessly promoted him from the sidelines. Furthermore, Cheng Lu's captivating playing style, who has ever seen a center capable of dribbling and evading defenders, certainly attracted attention, leading to considerable support from American fans as well. On the Eastern Front, the competition was largely predictable. Master Hui secured 988, 572 votes, surpassing the aging Shaquille O'Neal for 110, 663 votes, to firmly hold the position of top center. This season is likely to be Shaq's last, and despite a lackluster performance, fans have been voting for him since the first round, with many expressing a desire to witness another showdown between Yao and Shaq during the All-Star game. LeBron, having lost his foothold in the Cleveland market, still ranked first among Eastern forwards with 969 for 159 votes. Given the proclivities of his entourage, he would undoubtedly intensify promotional efforts in the ensuing month to vie for the title of top vote-getter against Kobe. Following him in the forward position was Garnett, 712, 555 votes, while the guards were led by Wade, 938 for 102 votes, and Rondo, 777, 310 votes. Wait, Cheng Lu plays the small forward position. So how can he be considered a center? Bainam, who had been obsessively mired in vote counts, discovered a revelation. He believed Cheng Lu should contend for a starting position among forwards and promptly published an article titled on All-Star voting on social media. This instantaneously attracted backlash from fans. Enough struggling, Andrew. Even without Cheng Lu, you can only rank second among centers. Cheng Lu would undoubtedly secure a starting position even if he were to play as a forward, while you, my friend Andrew, will forever remain in the shadow of Yao Ming regarding All-Star voting. The fans' comments shattered Bainam's spirit. Following Griffin, Cheng Lu's critics multiplied. Bainam silently vowed that when he faced the Kings next month, he would ensure he outperformed Cheng Lu. Chapter 27. The lowly era of Kendall Jenner to be selected as a starter for the All-Star game in one's rookie year is a remarkable achievement, one that fills me with envy. Upon seeing the newly released All-Star voting results, Evans also sent a message of congratulations to Cheng Lu. Cousins took to social media to rally votes for himself, yet it proved futile. The competition for both center and forward positions in the West is exceedingly fierce, making it difficult for a rookie of his caliber to secure a starting spot. Cheng Lu was equally astonished by the number of votes he received, and the prospect of becoming an All-Star starter filled him with exhilaration. Achieving such a feat in his rookie season is unprecedented, with only 7 players in history: Wilt Chamberlain, Magic Johnson, Michael Jordan, Shaquille O'Neal, Tim Duncan, Grant Hill, and Yao Ming having accomplished it. Moreover, Cheng Lu's selection is even more thrilling than Yao Ming's back in the day, as officials have stated that the voting was evenly split between fans in China and the United States, indicating that his inclusion was not solely based on the larger Chinese fan base. Meanwhile, Blake Griffin, far away in Los Angeles, was feeling increasingly disgruntled. Earlier in the month, he had been hailed by the media as the strongest rookie of the 21st century, only to have his spotlight snatched away by Cheng Lu in a matter of weeks. With a total of just over 430,000 votes in 2 rounds of All-Star voting, an impressive number for a rookie, Griffin now viewed Cheng Lu as a lifelong rival, feeling more distressed by Cheng Lu's selection than he would have been by his own exclusion. The only solace for Griffin came in the form of an invitation from the league to participate in this year's slam dunk contest, where he could potentially reclaim his stature. David Stern, the league's president, was elated by Cheng Lu's selection as a starter. Initially, he had merely hoped to include Cheng Lu on the candidate list for the All-Star game, never anticipating that he would ascend to a starting position. Last year's All-Star game in Dallas, featuring stars like Kobe Bryant, Steve Nash, and Allen Iverson, had been criticized by many fans for lacking excitement and star power. This year, however, there would finally be something to behold. Stern believed that simply having Cheng Lu in the All-Star game was insufficient. Inviting him to compete in the skill contest would maximize his commercial value. After the All-Star voting results were announced, Barkley remarked on a post-game analysis show. "I've always said that Chung is the finest rookie of this century. Blake, don't even try to compare." Kenny Smith responded, "While Chung is indeed surprising, let us not forget that Blake ranks 5th among Western forwards. Kenny, you can't deny it. We are witnessing the birth of a new legend. If Chung maintains his health, he will undoubtedly become a top-tier star." Before Kenny Smith could finish, Barkley interrupted, "Just wait until you team up with a donkey." Hearing this, the guest Hakeem Olajuwon burst into laughter. Kenny Smith, feeling somewhat embarrassed, quickly shifted the topic. "Hey, Hakeem, how do you think a player like Chung can be defended? To guard Chung? That's not a one-on-one task. It requires a comprehensive defensive system to contain him." Olajuwon articulated, "Allowing him to penetrate the paint is unequivocally inadvisable. With his height and wingspan, coupled with ball-handling skills akin to those of elite guards, once he accelerates, who can impede him? Moreover, you have witnessed his performance in the previous game. He possesses not only the ability to play with his back to the basket and footwork in the low post, but he also facilitates his teammates, making him capable of distributing the ball when double-teamed." Kenny Smith concurred, adding, "The risk of closely guarding him beyond the arc is considerable, as his release point is extraordinarily high, making it challenging for defenders to reach his line of sight when they leap to contest his shot. We must deploy the most robust and agile forwards to closely contest him, focusing not on blocking but on wearing him down through tight defense. Cheng's defense is mediocre. By forcing him to expend energy on the offensive end, his defensive shortcomings will become glaringly apparent." Olajuwon continued, "To truly restrict Cheng's style of play, the team must have at least 4 players capable of switching defensively. The center must also step out to delay him, forcing him to either halt the ball or make difficult passes. The paint must be densely populated, while simultaneously leaving the opponent's less accurate shooters open, betting on his inability to deliver swift and precise passes." Barkley interjected, "If any team can achieve seamless switching across all 5 positions, Cheng's threat diminishes significantly. However, this is exceedingly difficult." Kenny Smith followed up, in fact, employing a strategy like Tony's, circling around to prevent him from receiving the ball easily or establishing position post-catch is quite effective, as it at least prevents Cheng from getting off clean shots. Thus, rather than contemplating how to defend against him, we should focus on offense, utilizing the smallest and fastest guard to execute pick and rolls with him. I doubt his foot speed can keep pace. As long as we create mismatches, we should relentlessly drive towards the basket and exploit him with speed." Olajuwon chuckled wryly. "Alternatively, we could use the strongest interior player to confront him directly. Facing a genuine heavyweight at 113 kilograms may overwhelm him, draw fouls and deplete his stamina, then accelerate the pace of our offense to capitalize on transition opportunities. His size means that repeated sprints will exhaust him more severely, compelling him to tire on the defensive end, naturally rendering him ineffective on offense." Barkley concluded, "To defend against a player like Chung Lu, it requires cohesive teamwork to encircle him. Simultaneously, we must exploit his weaknesses on the offensive end, ensuring he struggles to breathe on both sides of the court, even if he scores 40 points in a game. As long as we can force him to take 30 shots and sever his connection with teammates, making him face the game alone will simplify our task significantly." Olajuwon glanced at the screen displaying the current Western and Eastern Conference standings, slowly remarking, "The competition in the West this year is exceptionally fierce. The Kings are undoubtedly a dark horse, and teams like the Grizzlies and Hornets should not be underestimated. The playoffs in the West promise to be thrilling." Westfall, after the broadcast, fell into brief contemplation but nearly burst into laughter, recognizing that while Olajuwon and the others provided astute analysis, the concept of unlimited positional switching was far ahead of its time. No team currently possesses the capability to execute such a defensive strategy effectively. To defend against Cheng Lu efficiently is a challenge even he acknowledges as daunting. On January 1st, 2011, the first day of the new year, the awards for the final month of the previous year were also announced. Kevin Durant has been awarded the Western Conference Player of the Month, showcasing an impressive average of 29 for points, 5, 7 rebounds, and 3 for assists over the past month, leading the Thunder to a commendable record of 10 wins and 6 losses. This marks the second occasion in Durant's illustrious career that he has received this honor. In the Eastern Conference, the Player of the Month accolade was jointly bestowed upon the dynamic duo of LeBron James and Dwayne Wade. LeBron averaged 25, 2 points, 7, 9 rebounds, and 6, 8 assists, while Wade recorded an average of 27, 9 points, 6, 9 rebounds, and 4, 1 assist in December. Their remarkable statistics were complemented by the Heat's phenomenal performance, as they surged to a record of 15 wins and a single loss over 16 games. Following a more modest 9-8 record in November, the league found it challenging to distinguish between the two stars, ultimately awarding both the title of Player of the Month. Notably, the Heat's sole defeat this month came at the hands of the Kings, where they squandered a significant lead in the final quarter, allowing Cheng Lu to score 22 points and orchestrate a comeback. The Eastern Conference Rookie of the Month title was once again claimed by Landry Fields of the Knicks. Although his statistics saw a slight decline compared to the previous month, with averages of 8 points, 7, 9 rebounds, and 2 assists. Knicks fans were heartened to see the management finally recognizing his talent. Fields, drafted in the second round as the 39th pick, has outperformed first overall pick John Wall for 2 consecutive months. Meanwhile, last year's top draft pick, Blake Griffin, found himself disheartened as Cheng Lu seized the Rookie of the Month title in the West. Griffin's averages of 23 points, 13, 5 rebounds, and 9 assists were impressive. Yet Cheng Lu's statistics were equally remarkable. In December, Cheng Lu participated in 9 games, achieving an unblemished record with averages of 26, 3 points, 6, 9 rebounds, 9 assists, 7 blocks, and 7 steals, alongside shooting 53, 2 from the field and 47, 7 from three-point range. His efficiency and contribution to his team's success far surpassed that of Griffin. The Kings' outstanding performance this month, with a record of 10 wins and 3 losses over 13 games, emphasized Cheng Lu's significant impact, as the team had managed only 1 win and 3 losses prior to his arrival. While rookie players often do not have their team's records scrutinized, Cheng Lu's flawless 9-0 record as a leader cannot be overlooked. The 2 former first overall picks from 2009 and 2010 were outshone by 2 second-round selections from 2010, prompting fans and team executives alike to ponder the effectiveness of their scouting departments. The Kings' success also earned Paul Westphal the Coach of the Month award, triumphing over Greg Popovich. Westphal expressed his excitement, recalling that his last such honor was in 1992 when he led the Suns to a staggering 62-20 record. Although the Coach of the Year title ultimately went to Pat Riley, who led his team to a 60-22 record. In the East, there was no question that the Coach of the Month award was rightfully awarded to Erik Spoelstra, the head coach of the nearly undefeated Miami Heat. As the awards were announced, the players of the King were aboard their flight. Cheng Lu felt somewhat despondent, having to play an away game on the very first day of the new year, and their destination was the snowy expanse of Denver. The weather in Denver was considerably harsher than in Sacramento, often plagued by heavy snowstorms. Cheng Lu, who had never been fond of the cold, held little fondness for this city. He was aware, however, that Denver boasted relatively good public safety and a harmonious way of life, ranking among the areas with the lowest crime rates in the nation. For instance, to the northwest of Denver lies a place called Eagle County, which has recorded fewer than 24 criminal incidents in the past century, with only a single crime reported in 2003. Upon arriving at the Pepsi Center, the home of the Nuggets, Cheng Lu was entirely convinced that the growth template he had been assigned, embodied by Jokic, was indeed that of a playmaking center. After completing the system's requirement of 100 one-handed fingered passes, his passing attribute elevated from 62 to 63. He readily accepted the template of a playmaking center. While Barkley and others analyzed him on the show, they could hardly fathom the extent of his arsenal. At 7 in the evening, the players from both teams gradually entered the arena. The Nuggets currently stood 5th in the Western Conference with a record of 18 wins and 13 losses, remaining a formidable playoff contender. Since selecting Anthony in 2003, the Nuggets had never fallen short of the postseason, particularly during the 2008 to 2009 season. After acquiring Billups from the Pistons in exchange for Iverson, the team's offense and defense became increasingly balanced. In Billups' inaugural season, the Nuggets soared from 8th to 2nd in the West, delivering a staggering 58-point defeat to Paul in the first round of the playoffs, swiftly overcoming the Mavericks in the second round and ultimately making history by reaching the Western Conference Finals. With Billups, the Nuggets saw substantial improvements in their perimeter defense. Even after losing the famed Golden Duo, they became more solidified. Moreover, a pure scorer like Anthony, if placed at the core of the offense, would struggle to coordinate and organize the entire team, often wavering between isolation plays and passing. What he required was a point guard he could trust to distribute the ball effectively among himself and his teammates, allowing him to concentrate on scoring. Under Billups' mentorship, Both Anthony and his fellow teammates made significant strides defensively. However, since the beginning of the season, trade rumors surrounding Anthony had proliferated, with media outlets reporting during the offseason that he might join the Heat and align himself with the likes of Wade and LeBron. By January, despite the Nuggets maintaining a steady performance, the trade speculation surrounding Anthony remained fervent, with reports indicating that teams such as the Knicks and Bulls were engaged in negotiations with Denver. The Pepsi Center was filled to capacity that evening. As the players warmed up, the keen-eyed Evans leaned over to his teammates and remarked, "Isn't that the Kardashian sisters?" Following Evans' gaze, Cheng Lu noticed a few striking figures in the front row of the arena. "Don't be deceived by their allure. I've heard they can drain your very essence. You might not be able to handle it," Cheng Lu said, giving Evans a playful pat on the shoulder as they passed by the front row. Cheng Lu slightly turned her head and caught sight of Kim Kardashian, seated at the center, smiling at her. Beside Kim was her sister Khloe Kardashian, along with a young girl whom Cheng did not recognize. Observing Cheng, Kim extended her hand, greeting her in Mandarin. "Hello, Cheng. May we be introduced?" Cheng politely nodded, lightly grasping Kim's fingertips before releasing them immediately. Indifferent to the trio of women, Cheng recalled that her sister Khloe had hastily married former Lakers forward Lamar Odom last year, while Kim had recently been photographed by reporters on a date with net center Chris Humphries. Cheng had no inclination towards the likes of Chow Chow, particularly when Kim's claim to fame stemmed not from legitimate work, but rather from a private video with an ex-boyfriend. "Hello, Cheng Lu. I'm Kendall. May I have your autograph?" Kim's younger companions had removed their denim jackets, revealing Cheng's jersey underneath. After signing, Cheng finally recognized the petite girl as Kendall Jenner, the youngest of the Kardashian clan at just 17 years old, often followed by tabloids in her sister's wake. Kendall possessed a natural beauty surpassing that of her sisters, still in her adolescent phase, with striking features and an exquisite physique. As Cheng completed the signature, Westphal was already urging the players to prepare for warm-ups. "Hey, Cheng. After the game, where are you planning to go on a date?" Evans chimed in, joining Cheng. "Date? Those two ladies are married. Am I that sort of person?" Cheng picked up a basketball from the ground, taking warm-up shots, then added with a smile, "However, their little sister is rather charming." Evans gazed at Cheng with envy. "What's the deal? Last time it was Jennifer, and now it's the Kardashian family seeking your autograph. Why don't I have such good fortune with women?" Chapter 28. Perhaps another day the Kings approached their game against the Nuggets with utmost seriousness. Unfortunately, in their inaugural match of 2011, the Kings suffered a disheartening defeat, falling 104-86 to the Nuggets, thus ending their winning streak. This season, Billups, now 36, had reduced his forays into the paint, with more than half of his shots coming from beyond the arc, achieving a career-high three-point shooting percentage of 44.1, averaging 2 three-pointers per game. In this contest, Billups shot 7 of 11, including 3 of 4 from three-point range and 5 of 5 from the free throw line, amassing 22 points, 8 assists, 4 rebounds, 1 steal, and 1 block. Players like Billups are akin to Paul. While his season averages may not be spectacular, his court presence ensured that the Nuggets' offense ran smoothly. Not only could he score, but he could also connect the inside and outside plays, facilitating double-digit scoring for both Nene and Kenyon Martin. History has shown that Billups is indeed the finest cultivator of talent. In this match, Angwa proved to be the linchpin for the Nuggets' triumph, finishing the game with 30 points. Having successfully made 10 of his 22 attempts from the field, 2 of 5 from beyond the arc, and a flawless 8 for 8 from the free throw line. Despite being entangled in trade rumors and harboring a desire to depart from the Nuggets, Angwa exhibited unwavering commitment on the court. His fervent ambition to clinch the scoring title is palpable. Last year, he fell just short of Durant by a mere point, and this year, with an average of 25.2 points per game, he trails Durant by only 2 points, suggesting a tangible opportunity to seize the title. Anthony is a veritable scoring machine, consistently securing points from jump shots right from the onset of the game, while the Kings found no one capable of containing him. Additionally, the performance of Smith off the bench was commendable, contributing 17 points and 5 rebounds. The fluidity of the Nuggets' collective offense was a significant factor in the Kings' defeat this evening. Cheng Lu, however, struggled, shooting 7 for 17, with only 2 of 6 from three-point range, and managed to score a disappointing 18 points, the lowest of his career, alongside 6 rebounds, 3 assists, 1 block, and 1 steal. Coach George Karl of the Nuggets implemented a defensive strategy aimed at limiting Cheng Lu's opportunities to receive the ball. utilizing both Kenyon Martin and Nene to exhaust him during the first half. This tactic appeared to yield impressive results, drastically reducing Chung Lu's efficiency. Jim expressed concern post-game, noting that as the new month approaches, other teams would likely grow increasingly familiar with their playing style. However, Westphal did not perceive the Nuggets' restriction of Chung Lu as particularly effective, attributing his diminished efficiency not only to the Nuggets' defense, but also to his own struggles. Among the 4 missed three-point attempts, 2 were wide-open shots, and his overall poor shooting touch, compounded by the Kings' perimeter players failing to convert, led to their easy defeat. Jim and Westphal discussed the prospect of having the team's management engage with Carmelo to gauge his interest in joining the Kings. Westphal questioned what assets they could offer in exchange, pondering whether it would be Chung or DeMarcus. He shook his head, asserting that it was unnecessary, as Carmelo's offensive style would need to align seamlessly with their system, which is currently exhibiting excellent chemistry. Chung Lu concurred with Westphal's sentiments, recognizing that if Anthony wished to leave the Nuggets, numerous teams would undoubtedly extend offers. However, Anthony's playing style is detrimental unless he is willing to adapt to a role as an off-ball shooter. Otherwise, acquiring him would merely serve to dilute Chung Lu's ball-handling responsibilities. After the game, as Chung Lu was preparing to return to the locker room, Kardashian and her companions approached him once more. Kim Kardashian embraced Chung Lu and offered him her well wishes, accompanied by some encouraging words. As Chung Lu drew near to Kim, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. Indeed, Kardashian's physical allure is striking. Kendall then stepped forward, asking, "Chung Lu, would you be able to practice with me sometime?" Both Kim and Khloe chimed in, suggesting, "We're having a party tonight in Denver. Would you like to join us for a bit?" Chung Lu, feeling somewhat reluctant to engage with the two sisters, nonetheless held a favorable impression of their younger sibling. He addressed Kendall, suggesting they might meet another day, as he had to return to Sacramento that night. After exchanging pleasantries with the Kardashian sisters, he departed. Later that evening, the entire Kings team set off back to Sacramento, where they would face the Phoenix Suns in a back-to-back game on the 2nd. The following morning, Chung Lu awoke around noon to a delightful piece of news from Schwartz. Coca-Cola had reached an agreement with his management team, offering him a substantial endorsement deal worth $12 million over 2 years. According to Schwartz, this contract surpassed the one LeBron James secured in 2008, where he earned $5 million annually. Chung Lu was momentarily taken aback by such a lucrative contract. Schwartz further informed him that Burger King was also eager to collaborate, with an anticipated endorsement deal that would not fall short of Coca-Cola's offer. Chung Lu marveled at how, with rising popularity, opportunities seemed to abound. At 7 p.m., the Kings prepared to host the Phoenix Suns. This year marked a significant decline in the Suns' strength since Nash's return. Their decision to trade for Shaquille O'Neal in 2008, in an attempt to bolster their interior presence, proved to be a grave misstep. The Suns thrived on a fast-paced style, yet at 36, O'Neal lacked the agility required to keep up. And pairing him with Nash and Stoudemire yielded minimal results. Effective centers alongside Nash typically possessed shooting or athletic abilities, as demonstrated during his time with the Mavericks alongside the sharpshooting Nowitzki, which created a potent chemistry. Stoudemire, with his remarkable athleticism, provided effective high pick-and-roll options. Whereas Shaquille's skills did not align with the Sun style, he primarily occupied the low post, relying on his strength for scoring or passing. While he could dominate during his prime, age had diminished his capacity. Remarkably, the Suns did not reach the playoffs during O'Neal's most complete season with them, prompting the franchise to swiftly part ways with him the following year. They subsequently soared to the top 3 in the Western Conference and reached the conference finals. However, with Stoudemire's departure to the Knicks, the era of the Suns had come to an end. This season, the Suns struggled significantly, with Nash leading an aging Grant Hill and a severely declining Vince Carter as they languished near the bottom of the Western standings. Nash was undeniably showing signs of age. Although his exceptional passing still orchestrated the game's tempo, his scoring ability and efficiency were on the decline, compounded by his historically poor defensive skills. The Kings had little to fear from this Suns team, as their record significantly overshadowed that of their opponents. Before the game commenced, Chung Lu received a new task from the system. At the age of 38, you have adapted completely to the intensity of the game within just over half a month, proclaiming to the world your triumphant return, ready to claim all honors. A task has been issued to attain a personal accolade, which may include selections for the All-Star team, Rookie of the Year, various statistical achievements, and the Player of the Month title. Upon completion of this task, you shall be rewarded with a formidable random prize. correlated with the level of your honors. As the match commenced, the Suns did not exert much pressure on the Kings this evening. After Gentry took over from D'Antoni, the Suns initially adjusted their playing style for a time before reverting to a fast-paced game. Without Stoudemire and Marion, Nash struggled to lead his teammates in this high-tempo play. The offense was disjointed, and the defense was equally feeble. Evans specifically targeted Nash, scoring 12 points in the first quarter alone. The Kings, playing at home, ended the first quarter with a 37-28 lead over the Suns by 9 points. The Suns' defense was indeed abysmal. Gentry, who had previously served as an assistant coach under D'Antoni, had not sufficiently grasped the essence of the fast-paced game, and the defensive issues had worsened. In the second quarter, both teams fielded their benches. The Suns did have capable players like Marcin Gortat, Jared Dudley, and Channing Frye on the bench, hoping to close the gap while the second unit was on the court. Frye, since joining the Suns, had reached the pinnacle of his career as a shooting big man. Standing at 6 feet 11 inches, he had an average of 22 three-pointers per game with a shooting percentage of 39. He would later win a championship with the Cavaliers in 2016, boasting an impressive playoff three-point shooting percentage of 56.5. Indeed, this year he was nicknamed Phoenix Chinyu. However, Phoenix Chinyu could not compare to Oklahoma Chinyu. As Frye was limited to his three-point shooting, his athleticism was constrained, and he struggled in physical confrontations in the paint. In the middle of the second quarter, Cousins scored relentlessly over him. By the time both team starters returned, the lead that the Suns had narrowly closed with their bench was once again extended by the Kings. This evening, Chinyu had not received much ball control. In the first quarter, the ball was primarily in Evans' hands, and in the second, Cousins overshadowed him. In the first half, he essentially focused on off-ball movement, waiting for his teammates to score. As the second half began, Chinyu finally gained the opportunity to be the primary scorer, first launching an incredibly distant three-pointer over Frye, followed by displaying his post moves, elegantly spinning past Grant Hill for a turnaround jumper. As the game entered its final quarter, the point differential widened significantly. The Suns, lacking any defensive capability, could not withstand the Kings' relentless barrage, with the offense failing to establish dominance. Gentry called off the game with 5 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter. Ultimately, the Kings achieved a resounding victory over the Suns at home, winning 106-88, bringing their record to 15 wins and 16 losses. While this record might touch the playoff threshold in the East, they still sat at 10th place in the fiercely competitive West. Cheng Lu experienced a rather fortuitous evening, contributing significantly in just 33 minutes on the court with a commendable shooting record of 6 out of 11 attempts. His performance included sinking 2 out of 4 three-pointers and making both of his free throw attempts, resulting in a total of 16 points, complemented by 7 rebounds, 5 assists, 1 steal, and 2 blocks. On the Kings' side, the standout performer was Evans, who amassed an impressive 35 points and 4 assists, marking his season high. Cousins also made a notable contribution with 26 points and 11 rebounds. For the Suns, despite the defensive lapses, the veteran player showcased an exceptional performance, playing for 35 minutes and achieving a flawless shooting record of 8 out of 8, including 2 out of 2 from beyond the arc and 2 out of 2 from the free throw line, culminating in a perfect 20 points along with 12 assists and 4 rebounds. His 20 points were the highest for the Suns, followed by Carter with 17 points, while Grant Hill managed only 13. Off the bench, Frye and Gortat contributed 12 and 16 points, respectively. After the game, Nash greeted Cheng Lu warmly, offering a series of encouraging words in the tone of a seasoned veteran. This prompted Nash to ponder how different things might have been had the Suns possessed a player of Cheng Lu's caliber during his own playing days, possibly leading to a championship. The following day, the Kings had a day off, and Cheng Lu finalized a contract with Coca-Cola, while Schwartz also facilitated the registration of his social media accounts. Cheng Lu registered on Twitter and Facebook, as well as a newly launched platform. He updated all 3 accounts with his first post, a picture of the long-range three-pointer he made during the previous game against the Suns. This post marked the inaugural update from any player on the platform. Almost immediately after posting, he garnered hundreds of comments, and his follower count began to soar. Cheng Lu primarily utilized Twitter, leaving the other 2 accounts in Schwartz's capable hands, who would often use them to promote various endorsement partnerships, each post yielding Cheng Lu several thousand to tens of thousands of dollars. Within 24 hours of Cheng Lu's update, his Twitter follower count skyrocketed to an astonishing 120,000. On January 4th, the Kings prepared to host the Atlanta Hawks. The Hawks had consistently been a presence in the Eastern Conference playoffs this year, with Joe Johnson in the prime of his career, regularly scoring 20 points, and Josh Smith also reaching his peak performance. The addition of Joe Bibby brought a sense of discipline to the team, while the 2007 draft pick Al Horford continued to develop steadily. Additionally, Crawford found his niche as a sixth man upon joining the Hawks, which had established them as perennial playoff contenders, albeit struggling to advance beyond the second round. In the first 3 years, the Hawks faced the Celtics Big Three in the first round, encountered the Cavaliers the following year, and were eliminated in the second round last year by a Dwight Howard-led Magic team. While making the playoffs in the East is considerably easier than in the West, breaking through the Eastern Conference remains a formidable challenge. Prior to the game, Chung Lu found himself once again at the center of public attention. The catalyst for this narrative unfolded yesterday when the Grizzlies triumphed over the Lakers at the Staples Center with a score of 104-85. In the post-game interview, Tony Allen candidly remarked that he believed Kobe Bryant was not particularly challenging to defend. During that match, Kobe was closely guarded by Allen, concluding the game with 10 successful shots out of 22 attempts, including a mere 1 out of 7 from beyond the arc, and converting 7 of 8 free throws, amassing a total of 28 points along with 2 assists and 2 rebounds. Allen opined that Kobe's shot selection was rather poor, frequently attempting long-range shots while closely marked, whereas Cheng Lu posed a significant threat both from three-point range and through driving to the basket, often adeptly setting up his open teammates at opportune moments. Following these comments, a multitude of Kobe's ardent admirers flooded Cheng Lu's newly established Twitter account with remarks, the majority of which were scornful. Even Kobe himself, upon hearing these statements post-game, displayed disdain by extending 5 fingers toward the media. When queried by reporters regarding his thoughts on Chung Lu, Kobe bluntly responded, "Who is Chung? Sorry, I do not know him." Chung Lu, feeling somewhat helpless, noted how fame often invites controversy. Chapter 29. 6 consecutive games on the road. The rookie wall? In the match against the Hawks, the Kings initially navigated the first quarter with ease, yet the dynamics shifted unfavorably in the second quarter. During the latter half of the second quarter, both teams substituted their bench players, and Clifford led the Hawks reserves to an impressive offensive surge, scoring 18 points in just 7 minutes, thereby widening the gap. As the second half commenced, the score stood at 60-40, with the Kings trailing by 20 points. In the third quarter, both teams fielded their starters evenly, yet the Kings were unable to narrow the deficit, although they made a commendable effort in the final quarter. Fueled by Cheng Lu and Evans, the damage inflicted in the first half proved too substantial. Ultimately, the Kings succumbed to the Hawks with a score of 102-108. This evening, the Kings trio performed admirably. Cheng Lu played for 35 minutes, shooting 8 out of 17, including 3 out of 7 from three-point range, and 3 out of 4 from the free throw line, accumulating 22 points, alongside 7 rebounds, 4 assists, and 1 block. Evans led the Kings with 29 points and 8 assists, while Cousins contributed 20 points and 12 rebounds. Beyond these three, no other Kings player reached double figures. On the Hawks side, the formidable Joe Johnson also scored 29 points, while Josh Smith contributed 14 points and 11 rebounds, and Horford added 10 points and 8 rebounds. When examining the performances of the starting players, the disparity in skill between the teams was negligible. However, the decisive factor in this contest was the bench. Clifford, the Hawks' sixth man, excelled with 31 points on 10 of 17 shooting, including 3 of 6 from three-point territory and 8 of 9 from the free throw line, demonstrating a level of performance worthy of a starting position. Post-game, Westphal recognized the significant issue posed by the Kings' second unit. Initially intending to embrace a season of rebuilding, they now found themselves in a playoff push, prompting Westphal to resolve to make strategic moves before the trade deadline. On January 6th, upon returning to their home court in Sacramento, the Kings faced a double defeat at the hands of the Nuggets within a week. In this match, both teams unleashed their offensive prowess, culminating in a score of 125-132. The Kings succumbed to defeat, primarily due to their inability to match the firepower of the Nuggets. Anthony delivered an impressive performance, amassing 30 points along with 8 assists, while Billups contributed 20 points and 12 assists. In addition to these two, the Nuggets boasted a total of 7 players who scored in double figures. For the Kings, Chung Lu recorded 21 points, 6 rebounds, 5 assists, and 2 blocks, while Evans tallied 27 points and 12 assists, and Cousins also notched 20 points and 10 rebounds. Throughout the game, Cheng Lu found himself primarily matched against Anthony defensively. The latter, a veritable offensive virtuoso, exhibited exceptional skills with his post moves and jump shots, often driving forcefully into the paint. Cheng Lu noted a classic scenario in Anthony's offensive play after maneuvering to shake off his defender. He found himself contorted and struggling to release a shot amidst dual coverage in the paint, initially missing but ultimately securing the rebound and scoring on a subsequent attempt. Observers might perceive Anthony as a formidable force during this sequence, yet the statistics reveal a more modest outcome, 1 for 3 shooting. The circumstances of the game mirrored this trend. Although Cheng Lu was unable to completely stifle Anthony, he managed to block him twice during skirmishes in the paint. The recent losses have not placed undue pressure on the Kings. After all, both the Hawks and the Nuggets are formidable opponents, and with the season still unfolding, the Kings retain a strong likelihood of reaching the playoffs. Westphal expressed satisfaction with the performances of Cheng Lu, Evans, and Cousins. As January approached, Cheng Lu's consistency improved. Evans showcased a scoring surge reminiscent of his rookie season, and Cousins continued to deliver steady contributions. The chemistry within the team appeared to be flourishing. The day following the Nuggets game, the results of the third round of All-Star voting were unveiled, solidifying the starting lineup for this year. Howard maintained his position as the leading vote-getter in the Eastern Conference, amassing 1.2 million votes. LeBron, with the support of his team, closely trailed him by just over 10,000 votes, while Garnett followed with 800,000 votes. In the Eastern Guards category, Wade continued to lead, having delivered performances reminiscent of his prime, garnering 1.16 million votes, followed by Rondo with 930,000 votes. In the Western Conference, Kobe topped the league with 1.39 million votes, and it was nearly confirmed that Paul would be his backcourt partner, having secured 720,000 votes, surpassing Ginobili by 200,000 votes. Among the forwards in the West, Durant and Anthony ranked first and second with 940,000 and 740,000 votes, respectively, while Gasol also achieved 700,000 votes, leaving the selection of the second forward position somewhat uncertain. At the center position, Cheng Lu's vote tally had soared to an astounding 397 votes, effectively locking in his spot as an all-star starter. If all goes as anticipated, Cheng Lu will become the 8th player in history to enter the All-Star starting lineup during his rookie season. Bynum has now completely relinquished his aspirations of becoming an All-Star starter, having garnered fewer than 500,000 votes after 3 rounds. Standing in his way is not only the formidable challenge posed by Cheng Lu, but also Yao Ming, who, despite playing a mere 5 games, has amassed a staggering 750,000 votes. Yao Ming has also publicly congratulated Cheng Lu on social media for his selection as an all-star starter. Cheng Lu currently boasts 200,000 followers on Twitter, and at this rate of growth, it is anticipated that his follower count will exceed 500,000 within the next week. Following his interaction with Yao Ming, Cheng Lu announced exciting news for his fans. He will participate in the three-point contest at this year's All-Star Game in Los Angeles. The fans from Huaxiao erupted with enthusiasm, as Cheng Lu's participation in the three-point contest, along with the Rising Stars Challenge and the All-Star Game itself, means that he will be showcased over the course of 3 consecutive days. David Stern is in high spirits. Just a few days ago, when he extended the invitation for the three-point contest to Cheng Lu, the latter responded with remarkable enthusiasm. The excitement surrounding this all-star event has already begun to build. Thus far this season, Cheng Lu has made 51 three-pointers, which, while not meeting the standard invitation criteria, suggests that Stern is keen to promote him. If Cheng Lu agrees, Stern might even consider including him in the dunk contest, although Cheng Lu's dunking prowess pales in comparison to his three-point shooting. Stern genuinely wishes to see Cheng Lu showcase his talents, especially given the recent monotony of the dunk contest, which has become a predictable saga of height versus skill. This year's first invitation for the dunk contest went to Griffin, as Stern hopes the seemingly awkward white beast will deliver a stunning performance. Both Cheng Lu and Griffin have demonstrated commendable performances this season, evoking a sense of a legendary rivalry. However, invoking the notion of a legendary duo brings to mind the 2 players from 2003. One spiraled down a path of despair while the other formed a super team that nearly drove Stern to the brink of exasperation. Stern believes it is time to revive the narrative of legendary rivalries. On January 9th, the Kings embarked on a journey to the distant Toronto, preparing to face the Raptors on their home turf. Chung Lu examined the schedule and noted the grueling stretch of January, which features 6 away games, 5 of which are against Eastern Conference teams. The Raptors, tonight's opponents, are not a formidable force. They have failed to reach the playoffs for 2 consecutive years and currently stand at a dismal 12 wins and 24 losses, ranking second to last in the Eastern Conference. Only slightly better than the Cavaliers at the bottom. Even during Chris Bosh's tenure, the Raptors were hardly a powerhouse, despite Bosh's impressive averages over 7 years. The team only made the playoffs twice, both times exiting in the first round. Consequently, Bosh was the first among the Big Three to depart, hastily securing a new contract after growing weary of defeat in Toronto, just as the Kings anticipated breaking their losing streak. The outcome of tonight's game surprised the fans once again. In the absence of the Raptors' new cornerstone, Bargnani, who was sidelined due to injury, the Kings found themselves trailing by 22 points as they entered the fourth quarter, ultimately succumbing to a 100-118 defeat, marking their 3rd consecutive loss. Cheng Lu managed to secure only 19 points, 6 rebounds, and 4 assists, while neither Evans nor Cousins stepped up, resulting in the team's shooting percentage falling below 40. Conversely, on the Raptors' side, DeMar DeRozan, Josh Calder-N, and the bench player Leandro Barbosa all excelled, each scoring 20 points. In his second year, DeRozan achieved an impressive 30 points with a shooting accuracy of 65. His average points per game this season have risen to 17.2, and with his exceptional athleticism, he displays not only an acrobatic playing style, but also a reliable mid-range shot, clearly positioning himself as a potential new generation of star player. At this point, it became evident to observers that 2009 was not a barren draft year. The previous season had already showcased talents such as Griffin, who has made an immediate impact this year, along with Evans, who averaged 25 points in his rookie season, and Jennings, who scored 55 points in a single game during his debut. Players like Curry, Harden, DeRozan, and Holiday are also experiencing rapid development. Following the Kings' 3 consecutive defeats, Chung Lu's critics seized the opportunity to voice their disdain online. In response to the influx of negativity on Cheng Lu's Twitter, his loyal fans quickly rallied to defend him, asserting that the loss to the Raptors was primarily due to Bargnani's absence. Known as the first-pick killer, Cheng Lu's performance was hindered by Bargnani, the first overall pick in 2006, missing the game. Cheng Lu couldn't help but chuckle upon encountering such comments. Nevertheless, after the trio of losses, Cheng Lu engaged in a serious analysis of the reasons behind the team's failures with the coaching staff, concluding that his current stats were inadequate. Though he boasted a 3-point rating of 98, his other abilities remained too low. When in rhythm, he could make shots with ease, but when not, he struggled. Moreover, his passing vision had improved over the past few games, leading to a more team-oriented approach, with fewer instances of ball hogging. His average shot attempts had decreased by 3, one compared to the previous month, and 3-point attempts dropped from 86 to 54. This shift has contributed to Evans' resurgence, as Cheng Lu's ability to create space and facilitate passing has enabled Evans to flourish on the court. Initially, Evans had been positioned as a shooting guard, but he struggled to adapt, resulting in a notable decline in his statistics compared to last year. However, with Cheng Lu providing outside shooting support, Westphal shifted Evans back to the point guard position, and with Cheng Lu drawing defensive attention, Evans' scoring increased from 17.8 to 19.2 points. The Kings' recent skid has sparked discussions among fans, with some analysts suggesting that Cheng Lu's performance has not been as dazzling as in the previous month, potentially indicating he has hit the rookie wall. On a recent broadcast, Stephen A. Smith also commented on Cheng Lu, stating, "Hey, ladies and gentlemen, let's discuss that once miraculous young talent, Cheng Lu. In December, he seemed to be possessed by the basketball gods, but what about now?" Smith loosened his tie and, brandishing a folder, exclaimed, "Wake up, Sacramento fans." His outburst stemmed from the fact that their opponents had no scouting report. Now the entire league knew how to counter this Asian talent by denying him the ball with a front wrap and double-teaming him on the perimeter, forcing him to shoot amidst a crowd. With a sudden motion, Smith slammed the folder onto the table. Co-host and renowned critic Skip Bayless remarked, "I believe Cheng has hit the rookie wall. Does he think he can establish himself with a few flashy drives and a couple of fortunate three-pointers? It's utterly delusional." The program then showcased a montage of Cheng's blunders during games against the Nuggets and Hawks, provoking laughter among the audience. Smith noted, compared to December, Cheng's scoring has plummeted by 71 points, and his turnovers have skyrocketed to an average of 33 per game. This winter is a graveyard for such ornamental rookies. At this rate, he may vanish from the Kings starting lineup next season. Smith's relentless critique of Ching went viral online, yet Chung remained unfazed. Such commentators thrive on disparaging players to garner attention, much like many retired legends who relish critiquing current players to maintain their relevance. Whether it be blatant bias or the sharp tongue of Smith, there was a modicum of value for Ching. Their desperate need for recognition inadvertently kept his name in the limelight. However, as an ardent supporter of Ching, Barkley could not stand idly by. Following the broadcast, Barkley retaliated against Smith and others on a television program. While he elongated his tone, have some people forgotten that during their playing days, they never even brushed against the threshold of greatness? Amidst Kenny Smith's suppressed laughter, Barkley showcased clips of Ching's performances on the big screen. "Open your diamond-encrusted, myopic eyes," he declared, pointing to a segment where Chung hit a three-pointer despite being triple-teamed. The Nuggets couldn't contain him even with 3 players. And whether it's the Nuggets or the Hawks, their defensive strategy is to leave the entire team open just to lock him down. Barkley then abruptly grabbed the data board, noting that Ching's average points had indeed fallen to 19. 2. But have you forgotten? Chung is merely a late second-round rookie? You can't hold him to the standards of a superstar. Kenny Smith fanned the flames. I hear someone called him an ornamental player? An ornamental player? I bet within a month, Chung will have Steven's face vibrating. Barkley scoffed. Does Steven even understand the game? His greatest achievement was fervently waving a towel from the bench during high school games. The banter between Barkley and Smith amused fans, and after a day of heated exchanges, attention shifted back to Ching's upcoming performances. On the 11th, the Kings faced their second match in a 6-game road trip, traveling to Washington to challenge the Wizards. Ching was finally set to meet Yi Jianlian in the highly anticipated Chinese Derby. Chapter 30. The Chinese Derby, 20 points in a single quarter. The match between the Kings and the Wizards garnered immense attention, with the league placing significant emphasis on it, resulting in a nationwide broadcast. Historically, the Huaxia Derby has achieved remarkable viewership ratings, with Yi Jianlian and Yao Ming facing off 5 times previously. However, in their 5th encounter last November, Yao Ming played merely 6 minutes before being sidelined due to injury, managing only a single rebound, while it was the first occasion Yi Jianlian triumphed over him. The prestige of a nationwide broadcast is self-evident. Chung Lu's rookie season has thus far been nothing short of exceptional. Although his statistics have slightly dipped this month, it is commendable for a rookie to have led the Kings from the bottom ranks to the brink of the playoffs, currently holding a record of 15 wins and 19 losses. Despite recently suffering 3 consecutive defeats, it is noteworthy that they secured only 25 victories throughout the previous season. The confrontation between Chung Lu and Yi Jianlian was naturally of great interest to CCTV, which broadcasted the event punctually. Major media outlets dispatched reporters to Washington to obtain real-time updates. The Verizon Center, located in Washington's Chinatown, even displays its name in Chinese. Since Yi Jianlian's arrival, the Wizards' attendance has significantly increased, and the stands were filled with numerous Chinese fans supporting their team. This Huaxia Derby witnessed a frenzy for tickets, with reports indicating that even the rear seats surged from several dozen dollars to over $1,000. The front rows were adorned with fans sporting Ching Lu jerseys. Although it was the Wizards' home ground, the outcome of the match was secondary to the spectators. They simply hoped for stellar performances from both Ching Lu and Yi Jianlian. As the teams warmed up, Ching Lu and Yi Jianlian exchanged greetings and engaged in light conversation. "Look who's here," remarked the commentators as they captured the moment of Chung Lu and Yi Jianlian sharing a frame. In the CCTV studio, Zhang Heli expressed his sentiments while watching the embrace on the big screen. Su Zhuyang and Yu Jia nodded in agreement, recalling how Yi Jianlian missed the previous 2 matchups against the Rockets due to injury, leaving many Huaxia fans disheartened. Finally, they could witness a satisfying showdown against the Wizards. This evening, Yi Jianlian appeared somewhat serious and even quite anxious. In the new season, he has become a marginal player for the Wizards, averaging only 17.7 minutes on the court, accumulating a mere 56 points and 36 rebounds, a stark decline from his previous season's average of 12.7 points. Conversely, Chung Lu has established himself at the core of the Kings' strategy, averaging 23.7 points, 6 rebounds, 3.8 assists and 1.6 blocks per game. Statistically, Chung Lu clearly outshines Yi Jianlian, who has been regressing after 4 years in the league. Witnessing Chung Lu secure a starting position with the Kings has left Yi with a profound sense of disparity. Furthermore, The scrutiny from various media outlets regarding Yi Jianlian has intensified. In Cheng Lu's perspective, Yi Jianlian needs to recalibrate his position and adapt accordingly to regain his footing in the league. In the previous 2 years with the Nets, his position was rather ambiguous. The original intention behind the Nets trading Richard Jefferson for Yi Jianlian was to mold him into a stretch four. Yet Coach Frank sought to assign him the responsibilities of a blue-collar center, resulting in a confused tactical identity. Furthermore, Yi Jianlian's defensive awareness was woefully inadequate. Averaging 12 points per game has already demonstrated his potential for development. Yao Ming offered him advice this year, emphasizing the necessity for a resolute transition to a stretch four. Cheng Lu's playing style has already validated the value of spacing. He possesses a foundational mid-range shot, but his proportion of attempts from beyond the arc remains alarmingly low. Should he refine his long-range shooting and enhance his defensive capabilities, while not necessarily evolving into a superstar, Yi Jianlian could at least secure a stable contract. Before the game commenced, Yu Jia inquired, "Coach Zhang, do you believe that tonight in this Huaxia Derby, he can have a breakout performance?" To which Zhang Heli replied with a smile, "I think the fans should be more eager for Cheng Lu's explosion. As long as he performs steadily tonight, that suffices." Su Zhuyang also remarked, "You should engage in more dialogue with Cheng Lu, particularly regarding long-range shooting. Despite being a few years younger, Cheng's technique is remarkably mature." Yu Jia nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, if he can transform into a spacing player, his pick-and-roll with John Wall will undoubtedly be more lethal, alleviating his struggles on the court." During their conversation, the broadcast screen displayed the starting lineups for both teams that evening. For the Wizards, center JaVale McGee, power forward Yi Jianlian, small forward Rashard Lewis, shooting guard Nick Young, and point guard John Wall. For the Kings, center DeMarcus Cousins, power forward Thompson, small forward Cheng Lu, shooting guard Udry, and point guard Evans. From a roster perspective, both teams bore similar configurations, featuring 2 interior players complemented by a high flyer alongside 2 guards. The only distinction lay in the presence of the unpredictable talents of Nick Young and McGee on the Wizards' side. Wizards head coach Flip Saunders understood what the audience craved and reinstated Yi Jianlian to the starting position. This year, the Wizards' objective was to cultivate Wall. Devoid of significant pressure for wins, in order to boost viewership, Saunders granted E ample opportunities for shots tonight. On the Kings' end, Westphal was likewise encouraging Cheng Lu to take more shots. Last month, granting Cheng Lu the freedom to shoot without restraint had already proven that his off-target attempts would disrupt the team's chemistry. In fact, it could substantially enhance their performance. Naturally, Cheng Lu embraced this challenge, especially since his recent statistics had taken a downturn. It was time to bolster his scoring. Given the Wizards' lackluster perimeter defense, Cheng Lu resolved to conclude plays with shooting tonight. Once he found his rhythm, no one on the opposing side could impede him. As the game commenced, the referee approached the center circle with the ball. McGee's long arms swiftly snatched the ball from Cousins' grasp, undeniably showcasing that McGee's prowess below the neck was of superstar caliber. The Wizards secured the first possession. Wall brought the ball past half-court, with Lewis ready to receive at the arc. After Wall executed a pass, he retreated to the wing, then maneuvered around a screen to penetrate the paint, receiving the basketball and charging towards the basket to score over Evans with a deft layup. Wall made an immediate impact on the scoreboard, and aside from the Huaxia Derby, another highlight of the match was the showdown between Cheng Lu and Wall, as Yu Jia remarked. Su Zhuyang nodded in agreement, stating that the previous year's first overall pick had already fallen to Cheng Lu, and it would be intriguing to observe how this year's top pick performed. The Kings initiated their offensive play. Cheng Lu positioned himself on the left side of the paint, prompting the Wizards to tighten their defensive formation. Tonight, Lewis was tasked with guarding Cheng Lu. Lewis had been traded from the Magic to the Wizards last month as part of a 3-way deal involving the Suns. While his ball handling skills were modest and his defense rather average, he possessed a reliable 3-point shot, reminiscent of a budget version of Durant or Ray Allen during his prime. In the Magic's star-studded system, Lewis was a perfect fit, which explained why they had awarded him a lucrative 6-year, $118 million contract in 2007. Cheng Lu's most vivid memory of Lewis was from the 2009 Eastern Conference Finals, where he, alongside Hito T. Arco Lu and others, pierced through the Cavaliers' defense with 3-pointers, shattering their hopes of a perfect season. However, Lewis had experienced a rapid decline over the past 2 years, with his skills largely reduced to his 3-point shooting ability. His defensive and rebounding capabilities were abysmal, and after joining the Wizards, his three-point shooting percentage had plummeted below 35. His nearly $20 million annual salary could undoubtedly be classified as a toxic contract. It is noteworthy that the player the Magic acquired in return for Lewis was Gilbert Arenas, who also came with a hefty contract exceeding $20 million. One could say that the Magic were emulating the Knicks by absorbing undesirable contracts, becoming an unwitting benefactor in the process. The Wizards seemingly profited from acquiring Lewis, as they already had Wall and Henrich on their roster. By trading away Arenas, they bolstered their front line with Lewis's presence. Returning to the action, Chung Lu executed a clever backdoor cut that deceived Lewis. Simultaneously, Thompson set a screen away from the ball, allowing Chung Lu to successfully receive the pass at the free throw line. However, the Wizards' defense collapsed into the paint, denying Chung Lu a chance to shoot, and Lewis managed to navigate around the screen to re-establish tight coverage. After taking a few probing steps, Chung Lu swiftly pivoted towards the interior. As he entered the paint, Yi Jianlian promptly arrived to provide help defense. Cheng Lu, facing Yi, executed a turnaround jumper, with the basketball kissing the backboard at a perfect angle before finding the net. The arena erupted into scattered cheers as Chung Lu's initial offensive move directly confronted Yi. Yet, given his positioning, it was nearly impossible for a defender to swat a shot, as Yu Jia noted. As the Wizards transitioned to offense, Wall brought the ball up the court and subsequently passed it to Lewis at the top of the arc. Chung Lu chose to closely guard him, leaving Lewis unable to find a shooting opportunity, forcing him to return the ball. After a series of passing sequences from the Wizards, with only 10 seconds remaining on the shot clock, the ball found its way to Yi Jianlian in the right low post. He attempted to overpower Thompson but was unsuccessful, ultimately turning and attempting a shot along the baseline. Clang. Despite Yi backing down against Thompson, the attempt was thwarted, much to Zhang Heli's dismay. As the sound faded, the Kings had already launched their next offensive move. Evans, having moved to the wing, passed the ball to Chung Lu at the top of the arc, who skillfully raised his hands and executed a swift three-point shot. Swish. 52. Chung Lu opened the game in splendid form, scoring 5 consecutive points. Yu Jia remarked, "This offensive play is utterly unanswerable." It took the Kings merely 5 seconds from securing the rebound to launching their attack, and before the Wizards could position themselves, Chung Lu had already taken a shot. Zhang Heli added, "This is the hallmark of Chung Lu's three-point shooting. Alien must step up tonight." Sanders furrowed his brow, noting that Lewis's defensive performance felt lackluster. He lacked the heft to guard the power forward effectively and struggled with the speed required to defend against a player like Cheng Lu, who occasionally unleashed a pull-up shot. The Wizards' next offensive attempt faltered as Wall, at the high post, intended to drop the ball to the interior for Yi Jianlian, but Evans swiftly intercepted it. Once again, it was the Kings' turn to attack. Cousins received the ball on the wing, while Chung Lu positioned himself at the left 45-degree angle to create space. Zhang Heli chuckled. "This Kings team truly defies logic. Their center is dribbling outside." After failing to find a lane to the basket, Evans moved from the low post to the top of the arc to receive the ball, with Chung Lu setting a screen. As Evans drifted to the left, Cheng Lu immediately darted out to the three-point line. The moment Cheng Lu reached the arc, Evans's pass was already en route. Wall rushed to close the gap, however, bolstered by his reputation as a quick shooter and Chung Lu's elevated release point. Wall's jump did little to disrupt the shot. Swish. The net sang again as Chung Lu racked up 8 points. Yu Jia exclaimed, "Another hit from beyond the arc." In less than 2 minutes, Chung Lu has already scored 8 points. His offensive desire tonight is palpable. Su Junyang noted, "It appears that tonight Chung Lu intends to play without the ball. In these recent possessions, he has not lingered on it." Zhang Heli nodded in agreement. Indeed, his shot decisions are remarkably decisive. He shoots whenever an opportunity arises. In the first 3 possessions, Cheng Lu's play mirrored his usual style from last month, appearing to launch shots indiscriminately, yet there was a method to the seeming chaos. Westphal did not oppose this erratic shooting style, as Cheng Lu's approach had propelled the Kings to a score of 90 last month. The tension in Sanders' expression began to mount. The Wizards' next offensive effort also fell short. Lewis's three-point attempt from the wing missed, the ball ricocheting off the rim as Cheng Lu secured the rebound. As the Kings settled into their half-court offense, Cousins received the ball in the elbow area and, suddenly struck by inspiration, executed a pull-up mid-range shot. Clang. To be fair, this shot was rather absurd, inadvertently granting the Wizards a chance to regroup. Wall dribbled outside for several seconds before driving into the paint, failing to find an opportunity to shoot, and eventually returned to the elbow, delivering the ball to Yi Jianlian in the low post with just 7 seconds remaining on the shot clock. Yi Jianlian opted once more for a post-up, but Thompson defended him tenaciously. After several unsuccessful spins to escape, he was compelled to attempt a forced turnaround jump shot. Following Cheng Lu's acquisition of another rebound, he swiftly advanced the ball into the front court. Cousins set a screen, yet Cheng Lu was met with a double team near the free throw line. With a flick of his wrist, he passed the ball to Udrih, who had positioned himself at the corner. Udrih's three-point attempt clanged off the rim, and Cousins battled McGee for the rebound, eventually tipping the ball back out to Cheng Lu, who retreated to the midcourt to receive it. With the 24-second shot clock reset, Cheng Lu continued to seek another screen from Cousins, transitioning to McGee as he reached the high post. Cheng Lu took a probing step, causing McGee to shift his weight, and then swiftly bypassed him in a single stride. McGee could only watch helplessly as Cheng Lu finished with a layup. The score stood at 102. Wizards coach Saunders called a timeout, as it had only been a little over 2 minutes into the game and Cheng Lu's personal tally had already surpassed 10 points. The Verizon Center was alive with the cheers of Chinese fans who had come to witness the derby, yet it was also filled with the boos of local supporters. Realizing that Lewis was incapable of defending Cheng Lu, Saunders hastily substituted Blatche for McGee, deploying the quicker and more offensively adept Andre Blatche to match up against Cheng Lu, while Yi Jianlian shifted to the center position. As the game resumed, the Wizards finally found their offensive rhythm. Yi Jianlian posted up Cousins in the low block and made a bank shot after a deft pivot. His basket ignited excitement among the Chinese fans watching at home, while many had grown weary of Cheng Lu's consecutive scores and were eager to witness Yi's contributions. On the next possession, Cheng Lu set a screen for Evans before cutting inside, directly confronting John Wall beneath the basket. Wall leapt to contest the shot, but Cheng Lu's close-range jumper found its mark once again. There was no one left on the Wizards capable of stopping his scoring, as noted by Kenny Smith, the commentator for the match. Is this what Steven refers to as a decorative player? Barkley chuckled. I have a feeling Cheng might break some records tonight. Halfway through the first quarter, Westphal requested a timeout to reassess his strategy. Observing the substitutions on the opposing side, Saunders also opted to rotate his starting lineup. For the Kings, Landry and Caspi replaced Cousins and Thompson, while the backcourt featured Evans, Lutherhead. When Saunders noticed Cheng Lu moving to the center position, he couldn't help but wonder why Cheng remained on the court. The Wizards coaching staff had studied the Kings' gameplay, and typically, Cheng Lu would rest for 5 to 6 minutes in the first quarter to avoid fatigue later on. However, given the current circumstances, it appeared he intended to play the entire game. During the timeout, Westphal consulted Cheng Lu about whether he needed to take a breather, but Cheng Lu shook his head in refusal. The intensity of the game was palpable, and with his hot shooting in the first quarter, he was determined to capitalize on his momentum and score more. With a swish, Cheng Lu sank the Kings' final shot of the first quarter, bringing it to a close. From the very beginning, the Kings maintained a commanding lead over the Wizards, concluding the first quarter with a score of 30-21. In the first 12 minutes, Cheng Lu accounted for half of the team's attempts, achieving an impressive 8 out of 10 shooting, including 2 out of 4 from beyond the arc and a perfect 2 for 2 from the free throw line, amassing a remarkable 20 points in just one quarter. As fans of Huaxiao witnessed Cheng Lu's personal statistics, their spirits soared. Cheng Lu was truly dominating in the first quarter, reminiscent of the player they have come to know and love. With 20 points in the first quarter, it seemed highly likely that he would shatter his single-game scoring record tonight. Per Yi Jianlian, once again relegated to the background of this Huaxia derby. Smith, speak up, exclaimed Barkley as he observed Cheng Lu's first quarter performance on television, his mood buoyed. Steven, I know you're watching this game. I hope by the end of it, your words remain as bold as before, Barkley remarked, mimicking Smith's tie-pulling gesture. Kenny Smith chuckled, asking, Charles, do you think Cheng will set a new personal scoring record tonight? It's quite possible, replied Barkley, glancing at the scoreboard. Noting that the Wizards were only trailing by 9 points, the game was far from a blowout, and Cheng Lu had ample time to accumulate more points. Barkley continued, Cheng might not only break his personal record, he could very well surpass Brandon Jennings' rookie single-game scoring record. You mean 55 points in a single game? Kenny Smith responded. The second quarter soon commenced, with Cheng Lu seated on the bench to observe. Westphal intended to give him a bit more rest after his impressive first quarter, recognizing the significant toll that playing the entire quarter could take on his stamina. You'll play without the ball this quarter, Westphal instructed. Cheng Lu nodded, his offensive desire strong tonight, yet the issue of fatigue loomed over him. so reducing ball handling would grant him more opportunity to recuperate. With 7 minutes and 21 seconds remaining in the second quarter, Westphal signaled to Cheng Lu, who promptly removed his outer shirt and prepared to re-enter the game. Chapter 31. Aiming for 50 points. As Cheng Lu stepped onto the court once more, a sparse cheer resonated throughout the arena. At this moment, both the Kings and the Wizards were still utilizing their bench rotations, with Cheng Lu directly matched against McGee at the center position. McGee's height, wingspan, and explosive jumping ability were truly remarkable. In his third year, he was averaging 10.1 points, 8 rebounds, and an astounding 2.4 blocks per game this season. His rim protection compelled opponents to approach the basket with caution. However, against Cheng Lu, he found little advantage, as his defensive judgment was poor, making him susceptible to being faked out. After executing a complete series of dribbling moves, Cheng Lu caused McGee to lose his footing, leading him to topple to the ground with a thud. Congratulations to JaVale McGee for joining the list of players faked out by Cheng, Barkley quipped. Cheng Lu effortlessly penetrated the paint, and on the sidelines, Yi Jianlian could not stand idly by and allow an easy layup, so he relinquished his guard on Landry to rotate and defend the paint. Cheng Lu, opting against a pass, leaped into the air to collide directly with Yi Jianlian. As they clashed mid-air, Cheng, losing his balance, tossed the ball towards the backboard. Thud. Swish. The ball went in just as the whistle blew. Cheng had scored 21 points. What a splendid play by Cheng Lu. An opportunity for a three-point play, remarked Yujia. Zhangli, shaking his head, commented, he must be cautious about his fouls. His defensive actions are overly aggressive. Despite averaging only 17 minutes this season, he has amassed an average of 22 fouls, an exceptionally high rate. Su Junyang nodded and added, Yi's situation is quite unfortunate. On several occasions tonight, he was compelled to defend against Cheng due to his teammates' mispositions. Cheng converted the free throw, bringing his total to 23 points. In the next possession, the Wizards' backup guard, Kirk Hinrich, sank a three-pointer from the corner. As a stalwart commander of the Bulls in the post-Jordan era, Hinrich was traded this summer to create salary cap space for LeBron James. Such is the harsh reality. With the arrival of Rose, Hinrich found his status with the Bulls rather precarious, despite having once been the sole beacon of hope for the beleaguered franchise. As the Wizards launched their offense, Coach Sanders had altered the defensive strategy, opting to assign Yi Jianlian to guard Cheng Lu, recognizing that McGee struggled to handle Cheng's drives. Cheng, possessing the ball at the arc, was closely guarded by Yi. The Verizon Center erupted in excitement, the fans chanting in unison. Cheng, eschewing flashy dribbling, signaled for Caspi to set a screen. With a decisive shoulder drop, Cheng surged into the elbow area. He maneuvered around the screen to reapply pressure, but had already retreated deep into the paint. This reflected Yi's poor defensive habit of excessively falling back after defending a screen, thereby granting the ball handler substantial space for mid-range or long-range shots. Against guards executing screens, this choice is perilous, particularly given that most guards possess reliable mid-range, if not three-point, shooting capabilities. Naturally, this was an even greater risk against Cheng Lu. Cheng gathered the ball, halted abruptly, aimed for the basket, and with remarkable confidence, released a smooth jump shot. Swish. It went in effortlessly. Cheng had now tallied 25 points for the evening. The Wizards sought to narrow the gap with a three-pointer. But this time, Hinrich's shot from the right corner clanged off the rim. After securing the rebound, Cheng passed to Garcia, and the Kings initiated their offense. Cheng, mindful of conserving energy in the second quarter, noted that the Wizards were employing Yi to defend him, rather than employing a change of direction. He opted for a full-court movement. Caspi set a screen on the wing. After utilizing the pick, Cheng received the ball and shot directly, with no defender in sight. The basketball traced a perfect arc before swishing through the net. Alongside the sighs from Wizards fans, applause erupted from the stands. Cheng glanced at the scoreboard, realizing that the game was proceeding remarkably smoothly. Even the visiting fans were enthusiastically supporting him. The Wizards' perimeter defense has been dismal, with a defensive efficiency rating of 110.2, placing them 7th from the bottom in the league. Despite their poor ranking in defensive efficiency, they rank 6th in points allowed, conceding an average of 104.7 points per game. Their offensive performance is equally lackluster, with an offensive efficiency of 102.4, positioning them 3rd from the bottom in the league. However, such statistics are to be expected, as the Wizards' primary goal is to cultivate John Wall and vie for the first overall pick in this year's draft. Should they secure a dual first-round selection, a bright future awaits them. Meanwhile, the Kings' next offensive play saw Cheng Lu drive into the paint for a layup, bringing his tally to an impressive 30 points by halftime. In less than half a game, Cheng had amassed 30 points, a feat that seemed astonishing for a rookie. Kenny Smith expressed his disbelief, while Charles Barkley shrugged, asserting that such a performance from Cheng was entirely within the realm of possibility. Kenny noted, with 30 points by halftime, Cheng is surely aiming to break Brandon's record. He is just 25 points shy of 55, with nearly half an hour left in the game. Barkley added, Brandon's achievement of 55 points was aided by the Warriors' poor perimeter defense, and the Kings' defense isn't faring much better tonight. Cheng's scoring explosiveness and efficiency present a significant chance for a record-breaking performance. As the latter half of the second quarter unfolded, both teams substituted in their starting lineups. Cheng Lu wisely distributed some ball-handling responsibilities to Evans and Cousins, recognizing that continuous offensive exertion would impact his stamina. At the end of the first half, Cheng maneuvered to the corner, faked JaVale McGee, and executed a step-back jump shot, elevating his score to 35 points. Concurrently, the Kings led the Wizards by 21 points, 67-46. Observing the home team's considerable deficit, many fans at the Verizon Center began to exit. Unlike the disheartened Knicks supporters, Wizards fans were reluctant to witness any opposing players shine in their home arena. During halftime, Westphal reflected on Cheng's remarkable journey from a fringe player, barely selected due to the backing of the Chinese market, to a confident contender for personal scoring records. Westphal recognized the astonishing pace of Cheng's development and was acutely aware that once Cheng's contract expired this summer, he would attract frenzied interest from across the league. It was imperative to secure an extension with the management before he became a free agent. This talent must not be allowed to slip into the open market. In the locker room, Westphal anxiously inquired, Cheng, can you still play at the start of the third quarter? Cheng nodded affirmatively, no problem. Just let me on the court for the second half. I'll rest for the last 3 minutes of the third. Cheng had already been moderating his intensity in the second quarter and was often employing a casual defensive posture to conserve energy. The sheer pleasure of focusing solely on offense, disregarding defense, was exhilarating. He found himself empathizing with a certain Denver player. After a 15-minute intermission, both teams returned to the court once more. The game has finally returned. In the second half, the starting five for the Wizards consists of Yi Jianlian, Blatche, Lewis, Nick Young, and Wall. The commentator Yu Jiao remarked, while Zhang Healy added, Oh, the Kings have also made adjustments, bringing in Cousins, Thompson, Landry, Cheng Lu, and Evans. Su Junyang questioned, who plays the shooting guard position for the Kings? Sanders echoed the confusion, pondering the rationale behind the Kings' peculiar lineup of 4 big men and a single guard. As the Kings set up their offensive formation, the entire arena was taken aback. Cheng Lu, a towering 13-meter player, was positioned as the shooting guard. Nick Young, observing Cheng Lu with the ball, tilted his head in bewilderment. Cheng Lu charged towards the paint, powering through Nick Young, who found the challenge daunting. Fortunately, Lewis swiftly came to assist, allowing for a switch. Undeterred, Cheng Lu continued to press forward against Lewis. Despite Lewis's efforts to hold his ground, Cheng Lu's imposing stature ensured he was not easily outmatched in physicality. With a determined push, Cheng Lu managed to create space, attempting a layup. Alas, the ball claned off the rim. His layup proficiency was still lacking, and Yi Jianlian seized the opportunity to claim the rebound. However, in the next moment, Yi Jianlian was suddenly confronted by 3 formidable opponents. The Kings collapsed their defense in the paint, and even if Yi Jianlian secured the defensive rebound, he hesitated to pass out immediately. Seizing the moment of Yi's indecision, Cheng Lu swiftly reached out. With a resounding thud, Yi Jianlian lost control of the ball, which flew into Cheng Lu's grasp. In an instant, Cheng Lu pivoted and executed a bank shot, successfully scoring. Sanders could only sigh in frustration. If the perimeter play was subpar, the interior strength was equally disappointing. The Wizards countered, with Yi Jianlian executing a turnaround jumper against Cousins, successfully sinking a mid-range shot. Yi's shooting touch was on point tonight, having already amassed 10 points and 5 rebounds in the first half. With this shot, his personal tally rose to 12 points. On the Kings' offensive play, Cheng Lu positioned himself at the high post for an outlet pass. Upon receiving the ball from Evans, Wall and Lewis quickly converged to double-team him, prompting Cheng Lu to pass back. Wall swiftly repositioned as Evans drove towards the basket, shouldering Wall aside. The Wizards, somewhat disoriented, opted to double-team the driving player. With Lewis and Wall collapsing into the paint, Evans flung the ball to the top of the arc. As Cheng Lu received the pass, he had already locked in on the hoop, akin to a guided missile. The ball was released with precision, swishing through the net for another three-pointer. That's 40 points. Just 15 points away, Cheng is on the verge of breaking Brand's record, Barkley exclaimed. And there's another record at stake, Kenny Smith noted. If Cheng scores 10 more points, at the age of 18 years and 215 days, he will become the youngest player in history to score 50 points. On the court, Wall drove into the lane and scored, prompting the Kings to quickly initiate a counterattack. Cheng Lu sprinted to the left corner to receive the ball, only to find himself immediately surrounded by three defenders. He promptly passed the ball to Evans at the top of the arc. After faking a shot that deceived Wall and Lewis, Evans lobbed the ball to Cheng Lu, who had already positioned himself near the free throw line. Cheng Lu released a mid-range shot. Nick Young, who had come over to help defend, felt a sense of desperation with such a high release point. Who could possibly defend it? However, to Young's surprise, Cheng Lu's jump shot clanged off the rim. With a loud clang, the Kings' three big men sprang into action. Cousins successfully secured the offensive rebound thanks to his teammates' screens, opting not to force a second-chance shot, but instead dishing the ball out of the paint. Cheng Lu received the ball in the elbow area and, without hesitation, took another shot. Clang. This time, Thompson leaped forward to secure the rebound, still targeting Cheng Lu. Zhang Li remarked, "The Kings' three big men have quite the reputation. They dominate the paint, leaving Yi Jianlian and Blatch unable to grab a rebound." Zhang Li continued, "Coach Westphal of the Kings seems to have faith in Cheng Lu's shooting, knowing he has the boards to back him up." Zhang Li's intuition proved correct, as Westphal was aware that Cheng Lu was on track to break the rookie single-game scoring record, hence the strategic decision to deploy a four-big lineup in the second half. The Kings abandoned outside defense, focusing instead on a 4-to-1 strategy. On the court, after missing his first two mid-range attempts, Cheng Lu decided to forego any pretense and dribbled beyond the three-point line. Once he stood beyond the arc, he felt his vision expand, the hoop appearing before him like an endless ocean. Cheng Lu's third attempt in this offensive sequence came from a three-pointer at the 45-degree angle. Swish. After scoring, Cheng Lu celebrated by chest-bumping Thompson. Zhang Li exclaimed, 43 points. Congratulations to Cheng Lu for surpassing Yao Ming, becoming the highest-scoring player from Huaxia in a single game in history. Su Junyang commented, Cheng Lu's goal tonight is not just Yao, as he is merely 7 points away from the 50-point milestone. Upon witnessing Cheng Lu's scoring surpass Yao Ming's, Yi Jianlian congratulated him as he passed by. Suddenly realizing the vast gap between himself and Cheng Lu, Yi Jianlian's mindset shifted, feeling a sense of relief. After all, they had already lost 4 matches in the Huaxia Derby. One more loss would not matter as long as he could deliver an impressive performance. With much pressure lifted, Yi Jianlian's shooting touch improved significantly. He followed up with a three-pointer from the same spot where Cheng Lu had just scored. Swish. Yi Jianlian's three-pointer also found the net. Today, Huaxia fans were thoroughly entertained. Zhang Li laughed. Yi Jianlian's three-pointer benefited from Cousins' lax defense, as the Kings did not intend to apply stringent pressure on the Wizards players. After securing the ball, Cousins quickly initiated the offense. Cheng Lu brought the ball up the court slowly, as the loyal fans of the Wizards had mostly departed the Verizon Center, leaving behind primarily Chinese fans and those eager to witness Cheng Lu's scoring spree. As Cheng Lu stepped onto the court, a wave of cheers erupted from the audience. The fervent applause of the fans reignited his desire to shoot. Positioned just 2 steps beyond the center circle, Cheng Lu launched an extraordinary long-range three-pointer. Under the astonished gaze of Yi Jianlian, the basketball traced an impressive arc through the air before swishing through the net, 46 points. After the shot, Cheng Lu spread his arms wide, relishing the adulation of the away fans. Meanwhile, Sanders could only muster a resigned smile. In the subsequent possessions, both teams abandoned their defensive strategies, embracing an offensive showdown. With 5 minutes and 47 seconds remaining in the third quarter, Cheng Lu executed a pivot in the low post, maneuvering past Yi Jianlian. With a dazzling footwork, he avoided the defensive challenge from Blatch and scored with a layup, bringing his tally to 48 points. "Steven, my dog understands basketball better than you." The television host, Barkley, imitating Smith, felt unsatisfied after adjusting his tie and promptly yanked it off. Cheng Lu was just 1 basket away from the monumental 50-point mark. Barkley shed his jacket and, tearing the tie from his neck, shouted into the camera, "Go for it, Cheng. Secure those 50 points and silence the critics with your performance tonight." Not only Barkley, but fans from both China and America, glued to their screens, were equally electrified. The excitement was palpable even among the spectators at the Verizon Center. As Wall scored again, all eyes remained fixated on Cheng Lu. The director's camera captured Cheng Lu's face as he received the ball at the arc. He inhaled deeply, preparing for the next play against Lewis without calling for a screen. Chapter 32. Welcome to the 60-point club. At that moment, the pressure on Lewis was immense. Lowering his center of gravity and spreading his arms wide, he braced himself to disrupt Cheng Lu's dribble. Cheng Lu suddenly sprinted to the right, executing a dramatic dribble with his right hand. Instinctively, Lewis shifted his weight to the right. In that fleeting moment of Lewis's imbalance, Cheng Lu flicked his right wrist forward. Sensing an opportunity to intercept, Lewis reached out with his left hand. As the basketball skimmed the floor and soared ahead, Cheng Lu swiftly pulled it back with his left hand. Lewis's pupils dilated in alarm as he lost his balance and fell hard to the ground. A gasp rippled through the Verizon Center. Another spectacular move by Sam Gold. Cheng Lu's dribbling is impeccably clean, Yu Jia exclaimed. Zhang Huali noted. Although this isn't the first time Cheng Lu has employed such a maneuver, watching a center outmaneuver a defender never fails to astound us. As Lewis lay on the ground, he could only watch as Cheng Lu glided past him. Without a moment's hesitation, Cheng Lu took 2 steps into the paint. Poor Yi Jianlian was once again forced to provide help defense. He quickly abandoned Cousins to position himself at the edge of the restricted area. Yi Jianlian raised his arms high, ready to block Cheng Lu's path. Yet, undeterred by Yi Jianlian's presence, Cheng Lu launched himself upwards with a powerful push from his left foot, propelling his entire body into the air. In the air, Cheng Lu slightly leaned to the side, using his shoulder to fend off Yi Jianlian's arm, while his right hand elevated the ball high. With a gentle flick of his wrist, he executed a precise bank shot. The basketball soared past Yi Jianlian's fingertips, striking the upper white area of the backboard with a resounding thud, and then, with a vigorous spin, swished through the net. 50 points in a single game achieved. It was a magnificent evening. Congratulations to Cheng for becoming the youngest player in history to score 50 points. Barkley erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Can scoring 50 points in a single game not make you the Rookie of the Year? Kenny, get ready to join the Donkeys. Ha ha ha." Kenny Smith muttered. Brandon didn't win Rookie of the Year last season either. Kenny Smith had to concede that based on Cheng Lu's current performance, no rookie this year could usurp his position. Not even Griffin. A hint of regret crept into Kenny Smith's heart for making that bet, prompting him to change the subject. Charles. Tonight Cheng is bound to break the single-game scoring record for rookies set by Brandon last season. If he scores over 55 points, our previous wager will be null and void. Huh? Barkley scoffed at Kenny Smith. Do you take me for a fool? That's a foregone conclusion. Glancing at the clock. With 5 minutes remaining in the third quarter, it was clear the Wizards had no intention of entering garbage time early. 5 more points for Cheng Lu would be a mere formality. In fact, if Cheng continued to play in the fourth quarter, how many points could he possibly accumulate? The fans in China and Yi Jianlian were genuinely thrilled for Cheng Lu. For Yi, witnessing Cheng score his 50th point over him could be considered a classic moment in his career. Westphal and Jim also applauded Cheng Lu. And after a dead ball in the next round, Westphal called a timeout to celebrate Cheng's achievement of 50 points. Back on the bench, Cheng Lu was surrounded by teammates. With Evans eagerly anticipating the moment he could celebrate with an ice bucket. Cheng Lu held a prestigious position within the team, maintaining excellent relations with his teammates. And with his remarkable abilities, Evans, one of the core players of the Kings, had already come to regard himself as the leader of the team. In the eyes of Udry and Thompson, Cheng Lu perfectly embodied the role of a team leader, while the rarely starting Randolph and Garcia also held him in high regard. As Cheng not only created space but frequently assisted them with passes. As for our DeMarcus Cousins, since he was ousted from the starting lineup after Cheng Lu's string of stunning performances, he had recognized the gap between himself and Cheng Lu. Not only had he tempered his temperament, but he also learned to sacrifice himself during games. Achieving 50 points tonight, Cheng Lu understood that his success was not solely due to his own skill and the opponent's poor defense, but was also deeply rooted in the support of his teammates and coach. After all, having 3 big men fighting for rebounds while a guard dribbled outside, allowing him to find opportunities to shoot recklessly, would astonish even Cheng Lu himself. After the pause, it was the Wizards' turn to attack. Though the game was not yet concluded, the players demonstrated a fervent desire to score, particularly Wall, who, facing a likely defeat tonight, sought to enhance his statistics. As Wall drove into the paint with the ball, Evans defended lackadaisically, even neglecting to follow him into the key. A successful shot from Wall would hasten the Kings' offensive possession. However, Cheng Lu, positioned at the low post, seized the opportunity to showcase his skills. While Wall's speed and vertical leap were formidable among guards, they became less advantageous against Cheng Lu. Observing Cheng Lu's impending defense, Wall opted not to attempt a forceful dunk but instead chose a floater. Cheng Lu, with keen anticipation, leaped off both feet and, with an arm raised akin to a volleyball spike, swatted the ball down. Evans, stationed at the perimeter, seized the basketball, and Cheng Lu quickly accelerated towards the Wizards' paint. The Wizards' defense was sluggish in positioning, and upon reaching the key, Evans issued a personal dunk in favor of a play that thrilled the audience. He tossed the ball towards the rim, which ricocheted off the backboard and soared outward, allowing Cheng Lu to leap and seize the ball midair before emphatically slamming it through the hoop. A flawless alley-oop collaboration, Cheng Lu scored his 52nd point. Fans of Huaxia watching from their screens erupted in excitement. How does one best demonstrate a player's prowess? The most straightforward and impactful method is to observe their scoring. Rarely do fans fixate solely on advanced metrics without regard for points, as achieving high scores is the most efficient way to captivate an audience. Kobe's legendary 81-point game is a testament to how swiftly he garnered fans. Before the conclusion of the third quarter, Cheng Lu added 2 more points, bringing his tally to 54. Yi Jianlian also performed commendably, accumulating 18 points with 8 of those in the third quarter alone. As the fourth quarter approached, Barkley could hardly contain his enthusiasm. Just 1 point would make Cheng the highest-scoring rookie in history, and he was merely 6 points shy of the coveted 60-point milestone. Kenny Smith marveled, stating that Brand's 55 points were trivial in comparison. If someone could score 60 points, who is the youngest to achieve such a feat? Barkley, upon viewing the statistics on the big screen, noted Jerry West, who, during the 1961-62 season, scored 63 points in a regular season game against the Knicks at the age of 23 years and 234 days. Provided the Wizards did not concede in the fourth quarter, Cheng could easily secure 6 more points. Barkley, gripping the microphone, continued, "Tonight, the people of Huaxia and Sacramento prepare to welcome your 60-point maestro." As the final quarter commenced, both teams reverted to their starting lineups. In the Wizards' first possession of the fourth quarter, Yi Jianlian faced Cousins in the low post and executed a hook shot, achieving a season high of 20 points. The Kings then initiated their offensive play, and Cheng Lu received the ball at the arc, preparing to drive aggressively against Lewis. As Cheng Lu approached the basket with determined strides, he deftly maneuvered past Lewis, effortlessly penetrating the paint. Although Lewis was quick to recover and contest, Cheng feigned a pass to Evans stationed at the baseline, tricking Lewis into pivoting outward to prepare for a double team with Wall. Instead, Cheng lofted the ball to Cousins beneath the rim. With a close defensive presence from Yi Jianlian, Cousins executed a swift pivot before returning the ball to Cheng. With a flick of his wrist, Cheng sent the basketball soaring through the hoop. JaVale McGee, who attempted to seize the rebound, was comically struck on the head by the descending ball, diminishing his basketball IQ by a quarter. The scoreboard now read 56 points, marking the highest single-game score for a rookie. Cheng had once again etched a record of his own, as Yu Jia exclaimed. Outside the Golden One Center in Sacramento, the plaza was teeming with fans. Although the game was an away match, the large screen displayed a live broadcast of the event. Many fans flocked to the plaza after Cheng scored 35 points in the first half, and after reaching 56, the atmosphere erupted into sheer jubilation. Enthusiastic supporters, regardless of gender, shed their shirts in a fervent celebration, transforming the scene into a vibrant party. For the local Sacramento fans, the emergence of a rookie capable of scoring 50 points was enough to ignite their hopes. They felt the resurgence of the Kings was imminent. The game between the Wizards and the Kings continued, yet the score held little significance. All eyes were fixated on how many points Cheng would tally that night. The camera returned to the Verizon Center, where only 7 minutes and 18 seconds remained in the final quarter. Both teams had substituted their starters, with the Kings holding a commanding 37-point lead, rendering further play unnecessary. Westphal inquired during a timeout whether Cheng wished to remain on the court to add to his score, but Cheng declined. He was visibly fatigued, having only managed to convert 2 of his 5 attempts in the first 5 minutes of the fourth quarter, including 1 of 3 from beyond the arc and 3 of 4 from the charity stripe, accumulating a modest 8 points, far less efficient than his earlier performance. Additionally, he believed that padding statistics during garbage time would tarnish his integrity. Having already achieved 62 points that evening was sufficiently impressive. Indeed, as Cheng exited the game, His score was firmly set at 62 points. At the age of 38, you have scored 62 points in a single game, breaking historical records. You have not only proven yourself as the strongest rookie of the season, but also demonstrated to your fans that you possess the prowess of a superstar, the announcer proclaimed. In the commentary booth, Yu Jia excitedly noted, Cheng Lu has shattered multiple records tonight, in addition to the rookie single-game scoring record. He is also the youngest player in history to score 50 and 60 points. Su Juyak added, furthermore, Cheng has eclipsed the Kings franchise record for a single game. Hall of Famer Jack Twyman set the previous mark of 60 points on January 15, 1960, exactly 51 years ago, when the team was still known as the Cincinnati Royals. Zhang Heli lamented, I sense that these records will remain buried for many years. Cheng Lu is far too young, not yet 19. Ultimately, the Kings triumphed over the Wizards with a resounding score of 125-97, ending their three-game losing streak and securing their 16th victory of the season. Cheng Lu participated in the game for 35 minutes, achieving an impressive 21 out of 34 shooting, including 10 of 19 from three-point range and 19 of 21 from the free throw line, amassing a remarkable 62 points, along with 11 rebounds, 3 assists, 1 steal, and 2 blocks. His personal record of 10 three-pointers in a single game also set a franchise milestone for the Kings. After the match, reporters stationed at the Verizon Center swiftly converged upon Cheng Lu. Lu Yushi, a female journalist from CCTV, first congratulated him on his 62 points and the breaking of multiple records before the interview commenced. Cheng Lu recalled Lu Yushi, recognizing her as the traveling reporter for the Houston Rockets, who continued to cover the team's developments even after Yao Ming's injury this season. Cheng Lu, congratulations on your 62 points tonight. What significance does this game hold for you personally? Lu Yushi inquired. Cheng Lu pondered for a moment before responding. I am incredibly excited to have achieved such a high score, and I must express my gratitude to my teammates and coaches for their trust in me. I also thank the fans back home for their unwavering support. After playing for half a month, scoring 62 points is a testament to my adaptation to the intensity of the game, and I hope the fans can continue to support me with confidence. Lu Yushi smiled and remarked, the fans back home will undoubtedly support you unconditionally. Tonight, your opponent, Yi Jianlian, also posted 20 points, 8 rebounds, and 2 assists. Do you have any words for him? Cheng Lu replied, Brother Lian performed admirably tonight as well. I hope he excels with the Wizards. And I look forward to our future matchups. As Cheng Lu made his way back to the locker room after the interview with Lu Yushi, he was intercepted by television reporters. A journalist posed the question, Cheng, a few days ago, Stephen Smith remarked on his show that you were a vase player who has hit the rookie wall. After scoring 62 points tonight, do you have anything to say to Stephen? The rookie wall? Indeed, I collided with the rookie wall and emerged with 62 points, Cheng Lu responded, his reply taking a more forceful tone. When individuals like Stephen comment on professional basketball, I believe it can be detrimental to the internet and the fans, as he has never played professional basketball. In my view, if you have never played, you do not deserve to discuss the game with me. You are free to express any thoughts or opinions you wish. But those who have not played will never comprehend the nature of this league. It's akin to someone who has never experienced intimacy attempting to convey what it feels like. This revelation left the television crew in awe of his candidness. Charles Barkley chuckled, Oh ho ho, Cheng's words are truly incisive. How will the basketball media navigate this? Kenny Smith laughed, this kid is fierce with his words. I fear he might poison himself just by licking his lips. However, despite the roughness of his statement, there seems to be some truth to it. Barkley did not hesitate to address Smith during the live broadcast. Stephen, did you hear that? You simply do not understand the game. You should leave the commentary arena. The television host, Skip Bayless, could not contain his laughter, remarking, this metaphor is unparalleled. Has anyone ever experienced death? Do you know what it feels like? If you have never faced death, why fear it? Smith shrugged his shoulders and replied, Come on. I've played the game, and I wouldn't rely solely on my words for sustenance. I would have long been lounging on a pile of championship rings counting my money. If Charles and Kenny have played, they must possess numerous championship rings, right? Chapter 33. Do not follow Bogut's lead, all right. I plan to negotiate with Cheng's agent in the coming days. Far away in Sacramento, Kings general manager Yerger Petrie smiled as he ended the call with team owner Gavin Maloof. Immediately afterward, Petrie called his assistant to inquire, is anything significant happening tonight? Petrie was puzzled. Maloof, currently preoccupied with sorting out the mess of their family casino, seldom intervened in team contracts and trades. Why would he personally call to discuss re-signing Chung? Petrie recalled that the Kings were away playing in Washington tonight. Could it be that Chung had delivered another remarkable performance? The assistant excitedly exclaimed, "Chang scored 62 points tonight." The announcement was nearly deafening, causing Petrie to wince and remove the phone from his ear. What a commotion, Petrie thought. He recognized that Chang was a player capable of delivering surprises, so regardless of his performance, he remained composed. Wait a moment. Petrie regained his focus and pressed the phone back to his ear. 62 points? The assistant reiterated. 62 points. Petrie echoed in astonishment. A single game score of 62 points? Generally, a player who manages to score 50 points in a game is considered a top star. Yet, Chang was merely a rookie who had played a handful of games. Such a performance outshone contemporaries like LeBron James and Carmelo Anthony. Petrie's heart raced as he quickly returned a call to the Maloof brothers around the All-Star game. "We must offer Chang a contract extension totaling at least $10 million. Gavin Maloof on the other end inquired, "What is the maximum contract Chung can sign?" According to league regulations, Chang's next contract could not exceed this season's mid-level exception, approximately $5 million. If it were a long-term deal of 4 to 5 years, the later years could reach the maximum salary. Petrie replied, "But do not worry. We have his right of first refusal. Regardless, we must retain Chung." After hanging up, Gavin Maloof rubbed his eyes. Over the past few months, the Maloof brothers, Gavin, Joe, and Phil, had been negotiating with various investment firms. As the Maloof family's Palm Casino was currently burdened with debts amounting to a staggering $400 million. When the casino business fails to yield profits, the Kings become the most valuable asset for the Maloof brothers. In 2007, to evade taxes, they sold the average performing artist, who averaged 25 points, to the Rockets at a meager price. Moreover, since 2009, the Maloof brothers have gradually siphoned over $30 million from the Kings' revenue sharing, using it to settle family debts. If the risk of a financial crisis continues to escalate this year, the brothers are contemplating the sale or relocation of the Kings to liquidate their assets in order to alleviate their financial burdens. Thus, the Kings' dismal performance in recent years stems from various factors. However, in the past month, the Kings have shown commendable results, particularly highlighted by their 9-game winning streak in December. The voices of support from Sacramento residents have grown increasingly robust, and with Chang Lu scoring 62 points tonight, attendance at home games will undoubtedly surge, enhancing commercial value and attracting greater investment. The Maloof brothers regard Chung Lu as the savior of the Kings, were it not for the arena's provision as a constraint. They would eagerly offer him a maximum contract next season to ensure his retention. In Los Angeles, following the conclusion of the game between the Kings and the Wizards, the Clippers, playing at home, also triumphed over the Warriors. Griffin recorded 23 points and 12 rebounds, completely dominating the paint. After the game, he excitedly showcased his muscles in front of the camera during an interview. "Blake, did you know how many points Chung scored tonight?" he was asked. Griffin, who had prepared a lengthy post-game reflection, suddenly sensed something amiss. "What do you mean? Why is Chung everywhere?" Recently, observing the Kings' performance has brightened Griffin's mood, especially when the commentators on television fervently criticized him. He couldn't help but express his enthusiasm by liking posts on social media from his burner account. "Are you talking about the rookie who hit the wall? How many points can he score? 18? Or 20? Griffin chuckled. Many rookies' playing styles become thoroughly analyzed by January. Coupled with their struggle to adapt to the pace of the game, they often hit the rookie wall. However, I am different. My style cannot be limited, which is why I could achieve a significant double-double tonight. My performance will remain consistent." A reporter abruptly interrupted Griffin, stating, "Chang scored 62 points tonight." Griffin blinked in disbelief. "Is today April Fool's Day?" The reporter smiled and shook his head. "No, it's true. Chung scored 62 points against the Wizards." "Oh, for heaven's sake." Griffin couldn't contain his exclamation. 62 points? The Clippers only scored 90 points in total tonight. Is that even human? Nearby, Griffin's teammate, DeAndre Jordan, also heard the news about Chang Lu's 62-point game and remarked, "That's insane. Chang is a phenomenal rookie. He's the strongest rookie I've ever seen." Upon hearing this, Griffin's frustration flared. What did it mean? Even my teammates think Chang Lu surpasses me? Griffin found himself devoid of the spirit to engage in interviews. In stark contrast, the 23 points he scored that evening seemed utterly inconsequential. On the other side of the court, Curry reflected on the situation. Relieved that Chung Lu had not erupted during their previous encounter with the Kings, for otherwise, the Warriors would have once again been relegated to mere background figures. An awkward position to be in. Last November, Jennings had scored a remarkable 55 points against the Warriors, and Curry's backcourt defense, alongside Ellis, was hardly more effective than that of Shaquille O'Neal's grandmother. As Griffin retreated to the locker room, he draped a towel over his head, dismissing the enthusiastic fans who reached out for a high five. The Clipper supporters were left to ponder, did we not win? The youngest 60-point scorer in history, Cheng Lu with an astounding 62 points, the most formidable rookie ever. Cheng Lu is on the verge of securing the Rookie of the Year trophy. The Huaxia Derby concludes, with Cheng Lu shattering multiple records. The Huaxia Super Rookie conquers all. Domestically, after the Kings and Wizards faced off that morning, major media outlets rushed to publish their reports. Cheng Lu's name had already become a sensation across numerous forums, with search inquiries regarding him on Google surpassing those for American President Lucian by tenfold. Many citizens even circumvented internet restrictions to follow Cheng Lu's Twitter account, which had amassed over 500,000 followers in just a week. Recently, when LeBron registered on Twitter, his follower count surged by 400,000 in a week, a feat that astonished many, yet Cheng Lu was on the brink of reaching 600,000. If this momentum continues, he is projected to attain 3 million followers by the end of the year. It is worth noting that Durant, who registered on Twitter in 2009 and frequently interacted with fans, has only 1.5 million followers, while Kobe, who has managed his account for years, boasts fewer than 2 million. This meteoric rise in social media followers has left his agent, Schwartz, barely able to contain his enthusiasm with each tweet. The potential for increased value grows steadily. Following the game, Cheng Lu had little time for celebration as he boarded a flight to the next city that very evening. The upcoming 6-game road trip in the East loomed dauntingly in his mind, particularly with 2 back-to-back games scheduled within those 6 days. However, once the initial excitement subsided, he found little energy for festivities. After sitting out the latter half of the fourth quarter, he sensed his stamina dwindling rapidly. Indeed, shooting is a physically demanding endeavor. Cheng Lu now contemplates that even if someone were to endure 481 missed shots in their career, it would still be a testament to their audacity. To attempt over 14,000 shots indicates that your shooting attempts are around 30,000. Most individuals would struggle to achieve such a feat on January 12th. The Kings faced the Knicks in New York for a back-to-back matchup. That evening, Madison Square Garden was filled to capacity. It is a veritable cathedral of basketball. Even in recent years when New York's performance was dismal, it did nothing to dampen the fervor of the fans eager to witness the game. The term New York almost epitomizes the pinnacle of consumerism in America. While a few $100s for a ticket may seem a trivial pursuit elsewhere, in New York, it merely represents a common leisure activity amidst daily conversations. Consequently, the Knicks consistently hold the top spot in franchise value, even surpassing the storied Lakers and Celtics, who are in the process of rebuilding their dynasties. Furthermore, a significant allure for fans attending games at Madison Square Garden is the ever-present glimmer of celebrity at the sidelines. Tonight, as Cheng Lu entered the arena, he not only spotted the Kardashian sisters, but also the untroubled Taylor Swift and Blake Lively, alongside the iconic director Spike Lee, who is always seen sporting a hat. The Kings displayed no signs of complacency this evening, as the Knicks are far from being a lackluster team this season. During the off-season, the Knicks secured the services of Suns center Amar'e Stoudemire with a lucrative 5-year, $100 million contract. Stoudemire's athletic prowess remains undeniable, as he continues to exhibit his ability to pose a 3-pronged threat in the low post with a dribble and a quick jump step, culminating in a powerful dunk. Moreover, he is not merely reliant on his physical attributes. He possesses exceptional skills and face-up techniques and an impressive mid-range shooting capability. Many players only develop their mid-range shooting after facing injuries, but Stoudemire significantly enhanced his shooting ratio prior to his injury in the 2004-2005 season, boasting an impressive 45% shooting accuracy. It would have been inconceivable for him to average 37 points and 9.8 rebounds in that year's Western Conference Finals against Duncan and the Spurs solely relying on dunks. Stoudemire's arrival has revitalized a franchise long considered mediocre. The Knicks finished last season with a dismal record of 29 wins and 53 losses, yet this season, they have already secured 22 victories, placing them among the top 5 in the Eastern Conference. Currently, Stoudemire averages 25, 9 points, 8, 5 rebounds, and 2.6 assists per game, having achieved a remarkable streak of 9 consecutive games scoring 30 points, setting a franchise record. In the midseason rankings by American media, he outperformed stars such as Rose, Durant, and Howard to claim the top position. As the first quarter commenced, the Kings displayed intense focus, particularly when facing postseason contenders, and Chung Lu was notably serious. However, as the game progressed into the second half, Chung began to feel as though he had perhaps taken his seriousness too far. The Knicks managed to hold their ground against the Kings for only 3 quarters, and within the first 5 minutes of the final quarter, they decisively conceded defeat. The final score was 101-83, marking the Kings' second consecutive victory on the road. The most exhilarating moment of the match occurred in the early part of the third quarter when Chung Lu, after blocking Wilson Chandler's drive to the basket, received a pass at midcourt and executed an extraordinary long-range three-pointer. The moment the ball swished through the net, the fans at Madison Square Garden erupted in cheers, even in favor of Chung. This evening, Cheng's shooting touch remained sharp. He played for 33 minutes, achieving 25 points, 10 rebounds, 6 assists, 1 steal, and 4 blocks. Even in a back-to-back game, the Kings maintained their overall momentum, with Evans contributing 29 points and 5 assists, Cousins adding 16 points and 10 assists, and Landry, coming off the bench, scoring 15 points. In the Knicks game, Stoudemire achieved an impressive tally of 25 points and 13 rebounds, yet his shooting percentage fell below 30, with 12 of those points garnered from free throws. The principal reason for the Knicks' defeat was that when the Kings ignited their offense, no one else on the team, apart from Stoudemire, could rise to the occasion. Among the other 4 starters, none managed to reach double digits in scoring, contrastingly. Bench players Tony Douglas and Bill Walker seized the moment, capitalizing on the Kings' second unit's lackluster performance to score 21 and 11 points respectively. The Knicks roster presents significant flaws, as relying solely on Stoudemire's individual prowess fails to resolve their issues, prompting a pressing desire to trade for at least one player of all-star caliber. Post-game, Kim Kardashian extended yet another invitation to Chung Lu, who promptly declined, citing his need to travel for an away game. Undeterred by Cheng's second rejection, Kardashian took to Twitter, posting, "You are incredible. If you're single, hit me up. Chung Lu, how about a date?" The combination of Cheng's rising popularity and Kardashian's inherent allure propelled this tweet to over 20,000 retweets within an hour, catapulting it to the top of Twitter's global trends. Upon returning to his hotel via bus and encountering the tweet, Chung could not help but scoff, remarking on Kardashian's tenacity. He immediately instructed Schwartz to clarify through the team that they would not engage in any Kardashian-related discussions, subsequently blocking her Twitter account. Kardashian was not his type, and he understood her invitation was merely an attempt to ride on his newfound fame. On January 14th, after a brief respite, Cheng resumed his lengthy travels with the Kings, with the next stop on their 6-game road trip being the Boston Celtics. The anticipation for this match was palpable, as Boston is a major basketball market. Following his explosive performance, scoring 62 points, many fans were eager to witness how he would fare against the gritty Celtics. The reigning Eastern Conference champions, the Celtics, retained their core trio led by Rondo and added the former league MVP, Shaquille O'Neal, transforming the team into a seasoned powerhouse. With their trio aging another year and the addition of the nearly 39-year-old O'Neal, their average age now stands at an alarming 29.7 years. During the pregame press conference, a reporter posed a question. "Cheng, tonight you face the 5th overall pick, Shaquille O'Neal. Fans have dubbed you the draft killer. Among the former top picks you faced, who do you consider the weakest?" Chung regarded the reporter with a serious demeanor and replied, "Let us not bring Andrew Bogut into this." The journalists were momentarily taken aback, puzzled about Bogut's relevance. Moments later, the studio was filled with a lively atmosphere. Chapter 34. It turns out to be a tactical retreat in the television studio. Before the game commenced, Barkley and Kenny Smith began analyzing the strengths of both teams. The performance of the Kings this season has been remarkably surprising. However, they still exhibit a considerable gap when compared to the league's elite teams. The Celtics boast the second-best defensive efficiency in the league. Will Chung once again deliver an impressive performance against them tonight? Kenny Smith remarked, "I saw someone on social media claim that Cheng's high scores are merely a result of facing weaker teams, and tonight presents a perfect opportunity to silence those critics." Barkley added. Kenny Smith cast a glance at Barkley and said, "So confident? The Celtics' home court is a formidable fortress. Thus far this season, they have achieved a record of 16 wins and 2 losses at home." Barkley shrugged. "So what? I have faith in Cheng's abilities." Ever since Cheng scored 62 points in a single game, Barkley has become a fervent supporter. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the players entered the arena. The Celtics are a top-tier team in the league. Prior to the game, Westphal had addressed the players, urging them to give their best effort. As the Kings currently rank 10th in the Western Conference, he wanted the Kings players to approach the game with a challenger's mindset, as applying excessive pressure might hinder their performance. The Kings' starting five remained unchanged: Cousins, Thompson, Chung, Garcia, and Evans. Chung continued to play the small forward position, as the coaching staff believed that Garnett would likely be assigned to guard him. The Celtics starting lineup consisted of center Shaquille O'Neal, power forward Kevin Garnett, small forward Paul Pierce, shooting guard Ray Allen, and point guard Rajon Rondo. Following Kendrick Perkins' injury in last season's finals, he has only intermittently participated in 12 games this season, leading the Celtics to rely on the O'Neal duo for the center position. However, both O'Neals are in the twilight of their careers. This year marks the final season for the elder O'Neal, who, despite averaging 9.2 points, struggles with rebounding, securing only 4.8 boards per game, and his defensive capabilities have severely declined. During his prime, O'Neal had numerous defensive weaknesses, and his poor defensive habits were often overshadowed by his physical prowess. In his Lakers days, his greatest defensive flaw was lethargy, as his physical capabilities waned post-peak. Coupled with his 300-pound frame, defense increasingly became a challenge. He struggled with pick-and-roll situations and often refrained from exerting effort on defense. In recent years, he has exemplified the defensive issues typical of a heavyweight center. As for the younger O'Neal, he has been plagued by shoulder injuries since the malice at the Palace incident, consistently declining, averaging just 5.7 points this season. Without Perkins, the Celtics' interior deterrent is significantly diminished, particularly in terms of rebounding protection. Perkins' impact on the Celtics is arguably comparable to that of the Big Three. In last season's Game 7 of the Finals, both the Lakers and Celtics battled until the final moment to determine the victor. Had Perkins not been injured, the outcome might very well have been different. The injury to Perkins directly resulted in a significant void in the Celtics' interior defense, rendering them far less formidable than before. Although they once held a 13-point lead over the Lakers, their stamina waned as the game progressed into the fourth quarter, leading to a series of fouls and missed rebounds, compounded by a failure to score in consecutive possessions during critical moments. Ultimately, they succumbed to a comeback by the Lakers. More crucially, Perkins' injury equated to a lack of protection on the boards. In Game 7 of the Finals, the Lakers secured 33 offensive rebounds, outpacing the Celtics by 23. Kobe Bryant and Pau Gasol collectively snatched 33 rebounds, with half of Gasol's 18 rebounds coming from the offensive end. Moreover, a defining principle in that 7-game series was that the team securing more rebounds would invariably emerge victorious. While it is uncertain whether the Celtics would have clinched victory had Perkins remained uninjured, it undoubtedly would have enhanced their championship prospects. The post-game statistics clearly indicate that the Celtics faltered in rebounding. Returning to the game, during the jump ball, the seasoned Shaquille O'Neal was unable to outmaneuver the youthful DeMarcus Cousins. However, the Kings' initial offensive attempt did not succeed, as Tyreke Evans prepared to pass into the paint. The astute Rajon Rondo anticipated the passing lane, resulting in a steal that led to a fast break, culminating in a basket by Paul Pierce. The Celtics, playing at home, took the lead. The Kings' subsequent offensive effort also fell short, as Cheng Lu was thwarted in his attempt to drive to the basket against the tenacious Kevin Garnett. Rondo fought to secure the rebound and orchestrated the Celtics' offense. After crossing half-court, he called for a pick-and-roll and drove into the paint, ultimately opting for a floater that found its mark. Swish. The score now stood at 4-0, with Rondo contributing 4 points. His offensive ambition on this night was palpable. At this time, he had not yet earned the moniker of Rondo who doesn't shoot, showcasing his impressive ability to penetrate the defense and share the ball. Reminiscent of Steve Nash. Unfortunately, future injuries and various distractions would later diminish his offensive prowess, leading to the version of Rondo who orchestrated plays from beyond the arc. Turning back to the Kings, they attempted another offensive push. This time, Evans drove into the paint and passed to Cheng Lu stationed at the baseline. Under Garnett's close defense, Cheng Lu faked a shot and redirected the ball to Cousins, who, with his speed, evaded O'Neal to execute a successful dunk. 2-4. Rondo advanced the ball to the front court, directing his teammates' movements. Cheng Lu primarily occupied a role of offense at the 3 and defense at the 2, with his defensive assignment being Ray Allen. Allen's three-point shooting percentage had dipped to 36.3 this season, averaging 5 successful attempts out of 18. However, He was only a handful of three-pointers away from surpassing Reggie Miller's record of 560, and it was anticipated that he would soon ascend to the throne of three-point supremacy. Cheng Lu employed a tight defensive strategy against Allen, who, during this period, rarely initiated his own offense, instead relying on Rondo to deliver him the ball. Observing Allen closely guarded by Cheng Lu, Rondo passed to Pierce. At the top of the arc, Pierce faced off against Garcia, successfully executing a move. Despite not shaking off Garcia with his dribble, Pierce opted for a jump step followed by a floater. This season, Pierce was averaging 19.8 points per game, remaining the Celtics' leading scorer. After Pierce's successful shot, the fans at the Garden erupted in exuberant cheers. Coach Doc Rivers expressed his satisfaction with the Celtics' offensive start, particularly against a weaker Western Conference team like the Kings, emphasizing the need for fluidity in their attack. Recently, both the Kings and Cheng Lu have garnered considerable attention in the league. However, Rivers was dismissive of a team not yet within playoff contention. The Kings' offense commenced with Cheng Lu scoring the first basket of the night under Garnett's vigilant defense. In the low post, Cheng received the ball and opted for a back-to-the-basket move. Swiftly pivoting and gliding along the baseline, he found Garnett closing in rapidly, who raised his hand to obstruct Cheng's line of sight. Garnett's defense was tenacious and experienced, and at 36 years old, he was likely to be selected for the all-defensive team once again this year. Cheng Lu executed a turnaround fadeaway, creating a shooting window for himself. This particular shot had been a focus of his recent practice, and with the activation of his back-to-the-basket master skill, the basketball arced perfectly into the net. Following the basket, Garnett playfully brushed his fingertips across Cheng's shoe, feigning to wipe off dust while commenting, "Your soles are quite clean. After all, it seems you prefer to float around rather than touch the battlefield floor." In response to Garnett's trash talk, Cheng chuckled, recalling how the last opponent had failed to even enter the paint. On the offensive end, Pierce nailed another mid-range jumper, extending the Celtics' lead to 84. Meanwhile, the Kings struggled with their shooting. After Evans missed a layup, Cousins secured the rebound and passed it to Cheng Lu at the high post, who then missed a fading shot over Garnett. Garnett continued his mockery, quipping, "A fadeaway jumper? Perhaps it should be renamed laying back and waiting to die." Cheng Lu chose to ignore Garnett's jibes, as the league had instituted anti-bullying regulations last year, which could lead to suspensions if verbal assaults caused opponents to lose composure. Yet, Garnett remained unfazed, as his effectiveness on the court seemed to diminish significantly if he were unable to vocalize. Cheng's most vivid memory of Garnett's trash talk was from 2 years prior when the Celtics faced the Blazers, and after Aldridge fell, Garnett performed push-ups beside him, counting aloud. 1, 2, 3. Do you need me to call for a stretcher, porcelain doll? As the Celtics launched into another offensive play, Pierce set a screen for Ray Allen. But a defensive mix-up occurred between Garcia and Cheng Lu, allowing Ray Allen to sink a three-pointer from the arc. Westphal called for a timeout, recognizing that his players were not in their optimal condition, prompting him to adjust their offensive and defensive strategies. Upon returning from the break, the Kings substituted Casby for Thompson, positioning Cheng Lu back at the power forward spot. During the Kings' offense, Garnett intercepted Cheng Lu's drive, yet Cheng maintained his peripheral vision on Casby. After penetrating the paint, he passed to Casby, who confidently drained a three-pointer from the corner. On the Celtics' end, after casting a fierce glance at Cheng Lu, Garnett flexed his muscles and called for the ball at the high post, loudly demanding, "Give me that damn ball. I want to show that yellow-skinned kid how a center should play." After securing possession, Garnett requested a pick-and-roll specifically targeting Cheng Lu. Cheng Lu remained entirely focused as he positioned himself before Garnett, while the Kings' defense began to contract towards the paint. Garnett, with his back to the basket, executed a series of deceptive moves before taking a step back to dribble, noticing that Cheng Lu had failed to keep pace. He then aimed for the basket and unleashed a mid-range shot. Cheng Lu was taken aback, wondering what was happening. He had anticipated that Garnett would bulldoze his way to the rim, only to discover that it was a tactical retreat. To add to the awkwardness, Garnett's shot clanged off the rim. Cheng Lu mimicked rocking a baby in his arms and softly remarked, "Sleep tight, Kevin. After all, you only possess strength in your dreams." In the subsequent possession, Cousins set a screen for Casby at the high post. The Celtics diligently guarded Casby's three-point shot, failing to notice that Cheng Lu had stealthily maneuvered to the wing. After casually strolling to the left side at a 45-degree angle, Cheng Lu received a pass from Evans and sank a three-pointer. The score tightened to 1,011, reducing the deficit to a mere point. Westphal was quite pleased with the Kings' performance during these two possessions. Caspi sacrificed a portion of his defense to create space and perimeter firepower. With Caspi and Cheng Lu finding their rhythm, the Kings were poised to close the gap swiftly. The Celtics initiated their offense, with the venerable Pierce also contributing on the boards. He intended to draw a foul in the paint, but instead delivered a no-look pass. The Kings continued to focus on the perimeter, though Cheng Lu's shooting touch seemed lackluster tonight, as he missed a wide-open three-pointer. Garnett seized the rebound and capitalized on the opportunity to retort against Cheng Lu. Three-point shots belong to centers. You softies wish to bask in the glory of points while shirking the responsibility of confrontation. My duty is to tear down that facade and expose you to the harsh reality. Upon receiving a pass, Rondo ignited a fast break and, upon reaching the basket, executed a deceptive pass that fooled Garcia, subsequently finishing with a layup, bringing the score to 1,013. Rondo's performance tonight was electrifying. Cheng Lu mused that the current Celtics could be aptly dubbed the Four Titans. Rondo's playmaking abilities at the point guard position were severely underestimated. Allen didn't need to dribble past half-court. Pierce could catch and shoot from specific zones, and Garnett anchored the paint. Rondo's control of the game allowed his teammates to play with remarkable ease. During the 2008 championship season, Rondo's playoff statistics boasted an impressive average of 10, 2 points, 6 assists, and 7 steals per game, culminating in a finals performance of 21 points, 7 rebounds, 8 assists, and 6 steals, a key contributor to the Celtics championship. In the previous season's Eastern Conference semifinals against the Cavaliers, Rondo delivered a legendary performance with 29 points, 18 rebounds, and 13 assists in a single game, showcasing his potential as a superstar. As the Kings initiated their offense, Cheng Lu confronted Garnett at the arc during a half-court set. Following a series of crossovers, he executed a sudden step back that caught Garnett off guard. Retreating beyond the three-point line, Cheng Lu unleashed a shot. 13-13, the score was now tied. As he transitioned back on defense, Cheng Lu flashed a smile at Garnett and quipped, "So much animosity? I understand. After all, during your time in Minnesota, you couldn't even make it past the first night of the second round of the playoffs. Revenge is best served immediately in the face of a player like Garnett, who relies heavily on verbal jabs." Cheng Lu would not choose to remain silent. In the next round, Pierce's mid-range jumper found its mark, and the score oscillated between the two teams. As Cheng Lu received the ball at the center circle, the Celtics' defense was formidable, exhibiting high-quality coverage both inside and outside the perimeter. Upon dribbling to the elbow, Garnett's defense remained tenacious, prompting Cheng Lu to seek Cousins for a screen. "Oh, Cheng Lu is about to engage in a pick-and-roll against O'Neal," exclaimed the commentator on CCTV, Yujia. Zhang Heli chuckled, saying, "Haha." While fans in Huaxia have yet to witness a showdown between Yao and Shaq this season, they are treated to a duel between Cheng and Shaq instead. Cheng Lu had no intention of showing deference. Within the Celtics' interior, O'Neal was undoubtedly a considerable liability. Cheng Lu backed into the hefty O'Neal, then suddenly executed a deceptive shoulder drop to the left while dribbling. Instinctively, O'Neal stepped back with his left foot, shifting his weight to the left in preparation to block Cheng Lu's shooting angle. As O'Neal's balance faltered, Cheng Lu swiftly pivoted to the right, leaning back as he aimed for the basket. O'Neal hastily adjusted his body, attempting to reposition his defense, but Cheng Lu's release was rapid. Before O'Neal could extend his hand, the ball had already soared from his fingertips. Swish. The lean-back shot found its target, 15-15. O'Neal wiped the sweat from his brow and fixed his gaze on Cheng Lu, remarking, "Hey, why do your centers in Huaxia favor the fadeaway?" Chapter 35. Go talk to my coach with the score tied once more. The Celtics sought opportunities within the half-court. Rondo drove into the paint, executing a fake spin that deceived Evans, and boldly charged inside, lobbing the ball to O'Neal beneath the basket. O'Neal leaped with all his might. Upon catching the ball, he unleashed a powerful dunk. It was evident that this alley-oop was somewhat strenuous for the aging Shark, as the nearly 39-year-old O'Neal could no longer boast the weight and athleticism of his younger years. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the visiting Kings trailed the Celtics 25-31. Aside from their relentless defense, the Celtics showcased commendable offensive prowess, particularly Rondo, who recorded 10 points and 4 assists in the quarter. Westphal maintained a positive mindset, noting that during the early to mid-game, the Kings had effectively exchanged blows with the Celtics, and the players had performed admirably. Moreover, this was not the Kings' best form. They had just endured a grueling stretch of 3 consecutive away games, while the Celtics had remained anchored in Boston, well-rested. We need to focus on defense moving forward. Their lineup has demonstrated explosive scoring capability in the first half, but if we can endure until the latter stages, we can leverage our stamina to gain the upper hand. Westphal stated. In the second quarter, both teams fielded their second units. Young O'Neal and the big baby, Glenn Davis, took to the court with the Celtics reserves. Although much of Rivers' tactical board consisted of motivational platitudes, he understood that the Celtics' primary issue lay in the aging roster, which often resulted in fatigue during late-game scenarios. Thus, he imposed strict limits on the playing time of his starters. The Celtics' exit in the second round this summer can largely be attributed to issues of stamina. It is simply implausible to expect a 36 or even 39-year-old to compete at the same high intensity as a 20-year-old. The Celtics bench is lacking in strength. With the offense primarily revolving around Big Baby's low-post play and Nate Robinson's drives, devoid of strategic coordination. On the defensive end, the perimeter defense, anchored by Avery Bradley and Marquis Daniels, can generate a plethora of turnovers, yet the interior lacks a rim protector, and the bench's defensive efficiency falls below the league's average. The most pressing issue is the continual injuries plaguing their bench lineup. Aside from Shaquille O'Neal, both Daniels and Bradley have also faced numerous minor injuries this season, further diminishing the bench's combat effectiveness. In the second quarter, the Kings managed to close the gap thanks to Landry and Udrih from the bench, tying the game at 38-38 when Rondo returned to the court. Rondo was on fire today, scoring rapidly at the start of the second quarter. The Kings continued to employ Evans to guard Rondo in the latter half of the second quarter, while Westphal devised a strategy for Cousins or Thompson to double-team at opportune moments, compelling Rondo to release the ball swiftly. The Kings focused their defense on Rondo and Garnett, aiming to force Pierce into isolation situations through pick-and-rolls. However, Rondo found his rhythm, sinking 2 consecutive three-pointers, while the big-ticket, Garnett, managed a tough jump shot despite Thompson's defense. The primary issue for the Kings in the first quarter was their offensive players struggling with their shooting touch. Fortunately, the Celtics' perimeter rotation defense was sluggish, allowing Cheng Lu and Garcia to each hit a three-pointer, while Cousins dominated inside against the aging Shaq in 2 consecutive plays, keeping the score close. As the second quarter drew to a close, the Celtics executed their final possession with Rondo driving the baseline, but after a failed hook shot, both teams converged in the paint to contest the rebound. Garnett leaped to tip the ball out, and Shaquille, quick on his feet, surged forward to seize it, subsequently displacing 3 Kings players standing in the paint, before leaping to deliver a two-handed dunk in the key. Following the basket, the Big Diesel reveled in the moment, flashing a charming grin at the camera before striding confidently. However, in the next play, O'Neal was met with a sudden turn of fortune. The Kings initiated a swift inbounds pass for a counterattack. Garcia, using a screen, launched a three-pointer that clanked off the rim as Shaquille positioned himself under the basket for a rebound. As the ball rebounded and began its descent, O'Neal leaped with all his might, but just as his fingertips were about to graze the ball, a shadow from the side surged upward. Cheng Lu, charging in from the baseline, leaped alongside Shaquille to contest the ball. With a resounding smack, Cheng Lu's palm struck the ball firmly before it could settle between Shaquille's hands. The ball ricocheted off the backboard and fell. As Shaquille landed, he nearly lost his balance, while Cheng Lu, having intercepted the ball mid-air, landed and then leapt again, confidently grasping the ball that had rebounded. O'Neal attempted to pivot and block the shot, but Cheng Lu, undeterred by Shaquille's hurried attempt to contest, focused solely on the hoop. He raised the basketball high above his head, channeling all his strength to deliver a thunderous slam over the top of Shaquille O'Neal. The resounding impact echoed as Shaquille felt an immense force pressing down upon him from above. He barely had time to attempt to block. His footing, already unstable, faltered further under the force of Cheng Lu's slam, causing him to stumble back 3 steps, his back crashing against the base of the hoop. This death-defying dunk was destined to secure a spot in the evening's top 5 plays. Can one call it toughness when retreating is the only option? The Kings bench erupted in jubilation. Cheng Lu, known for concluding his attacks with jump shots, rarely showcased such dunks in the paint. Landry sprinted to the sidelines, leaping with his hands on his head, while Udrih frantically waved a towel in excitement. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a blocking foul against Shaquille, who was left feeling somewhat aggrieved. He longed to return to the age of 18 and unleash a fierce retribution on Cheng Lu in the paint. Cheng Lu landed gracefully and swiftly turned to sprint back to his half of the court, thumping his chest twice in exhilaration after the dunk. Though Shaquille was in the twilight of his career, the narrative would forever remember that he had been dunked on by Cheng Lu. Cheng Lu seized the opportunity to snatch the rebound from O'Neal, leaping once more to deliver a resounding putback dunk right over him. Yu Jia nearly lost her composure at the sight, roaring with enthusiasm. Su Juyoung also exclaimed, "What an incredible play!" Although O'Neal is older now, his physical presence remains formidable. Chung Lu not only completed the dunk, but also sent O'Neal crashing into the hoop. Who could dare say Chung Lu lacks toughness now? On television, Barkley chuckled as he watched O'Neal slowly rise, propped against the hoop. "Shaq, it's time for you to retire and join me in commentary," he jested. No matter the era, Shaquille always remained the focal point of the game, Kenny Smith added with a smile. Chung Lu converted the ensuing free throw. And as the second quarter came to a close, the score stood at 56-57, with the Kings trailing by a single point. At the start of the second half, perhaps affected by the dunk from the previous half, Shaquille received a perfect pass from Rondo in the paint, aiming to reclaim his pride. To his dismay, he misfired, sending the ball soaring away from the hoop. A hush fell over the arena. Wiping his hands on his jersey, Shaquille sheepishly explained that his palms were sweaty, causing the ball to slip. However, the Kings seized the opportunity presented by Shaquille's blunder. Cousins grabbed the rebound and immediately passed to Evans on the perimeter, igniting a fast break offense. Shaquille, in pursuit of his teammates, struggled to keep up as the Kings raced to the front court. Evans, in a swift transition, bounced the ball to Chung Lu, who, noticing the Celtics still adjusting their defensive stance, confidently stepped to the arc and launched a shot. Swish. 59-57. The Celtics failed to keep pace with the Kings' fast break, and once again, it was Chung Lu's quick three-pointer. In the league, it seemed that only Chung Lu had the audacity to take such shots in transition, Yu Jia remarked. Chung Lu possesses that ability, and Westphal trusts him. With the Kings' rapid pace, could it be that they intend to play a run-and-gun style in the second half? Zhang Heli speculated. The Celtics witnessed Garnett adding another 2 points as the Wolf King finally dared to penetrate the paint. Upon entering the key, he executed a fierce jump shot, utilizing the backboard to score. Just as Garnett was about to celebrate with a triumphant display, Thompson had already initiated the inbounds pass. The Kings swiftly advanced into the front court. And although Rondo returned to defend with impressive speed, the four elderly players trailing him, collectively nearing 150 years of age, could not match his pace. In the front court, the Kings established a 5-on-1 scenario, as Chung Lu positioned himself to receive the ball in the low post. He noticed Pierce was still at a considerable distance. Without hesitation, he took 3 swift steps towards the basket and executed a straightforward dunk. Pierce's leap fell short of a block, and Chung Lu scored 5 points in the latter half. Frustrated, Pierce retrieved the ball and passed it to Rondo, who then orchestrated the team's return to the front court. The Kings were not overly stringent in their defense against the Celtics' interior, allowing O'Neal to connect with Rondo for a one-handed dunk. Despite experiencing moments of being blocked and missing dunks, O'Neal's performance remained commendable, having accumulated 12 points and 5 rebounds before the end of the third quarter. Witnessing O'Neal's dunk, Westphal and Chung Lu shared a laugh. They were unperturbed by O'Neal's offensive prowess or his flashy dunks, understanding that such displays were physically taxing. Following the Kings' inbounds play, Chung Lu's transition three-pointer fell short. After Rondo secured the rebound, the 4 aging Celtics had to sprint back to the front court once more. O'Neal, panting and wiping sweat from his brow, sensed that the Kings were intentionally exhausting his stamina, particularly with Chung Lu's missed three-pointer appearing to be part of their strategy. The continuous back-and-forth exertion affected Pierce's shooting rhythm, resulting in a missed jumper from the elbow area. As the Celtics struggled offensively, Evans and Garcia were already poised to sprint forward. Under the basket after securing a rebound, Chung Lu executed a long pass to the opposite half-court. Evans dashed to the free-throw line to receive the pass, dribbled once, and charged into the paint. On the sidelines, Rivers discerned the strategy at play. The Kings sought to tire out the older Celtics players through rapid transitions. Unbeknownst to them, O'Neal and Garnett also felt the toll of the relentless pace, with O'Neal's average playing time this season having dipped to 31.3 minutes, indicative of his waning stamina. After several exchanges, the score had shifted to 66-61, with the Kings surprisingly leading by 5 points. Rivers sensed the urgency for a timeout, realizing that continuing in this manner could lead to complications. As O'Neal took his place on the bench, he gasped for breath, although his statistics appeared favorable. He was reluctant to return to the court in the latter half of the third quarter. The Kings had commenced their strategy of outlasting the veterans, leveraging the Celtics' age and diminished stamina to enable their younger players to run freely and wear them down. During the timeout, Barkley analyzed the situation from the broadcast booth, while Kenny Smith remarked that adjustments were necessary for the Celtics. Despite their overall strength, falling into the Kings' trap could lead to disarray on their part. Barkley nodded affirmatively, noting that the three superstars and Shaquille could not possibly be on the court simultaneously. They would need to relinquish some presence in the paint to ensure proper rotation on the perimeter. Indeed, Barkley's analysis proved prescient as, upon returning from the timeout, Rivers made adjustments to the lineup. The Celtics configuration shifted to Shaquille O'Neal, Davis, Pierce, Bradley, and Nate Robinson. The Kings also altered their lineup: Cousins, Thompson, Landry, Caspi, and Chung Lu. Observing the Celtics substitutions, the Kings recalibrated their strategy, enhancing the height of their players on the court. Barkley, astutely dissecting the formations, suddenly realized a pressing issue: who would handle the point guard duties for the Kings? Kenny Smith was equally taken aback. The Kings featured only players taller than 2 meters, possessing a clear advantage in rebounding against the Celtics. Yet who would orchestrate their offense? Immediately, Pierce launched a mid-range shot from the high post, scoring 66-63. As play resumed, Nate Robinson was taken aback to see Chung Lu approaching him with the ball. Was Chung Lu playing point guard in the second half? Zhang Li also expressed surprise. Yu Jiao paused momentarily before articulating, the Kings are employing a 13-meter point guard to face Nate Robinson? Chung Lu glanced at Robinson. The latter's official height was 1.75 meters, yet Chung Lu felt he appeared closer to 1.68 meters, perhaps even less. In this light, the diminutive Robinson, standing under 1.70 meters, had indeed earned 3 slam dunk championships, which spoke to some skill. However, it was only a modicum. Chung Lu, without any change of direction, charged forward. Approaching the edge of the paint, he abruptly halted and took a mid-range shot, prompting Robinson to leap for a block. Chung Lu felt an expansive view before him. Robinson was somewhat displeased. Such a pull-up was rather disrespectful. Swish. The mid-range jumper found its mark, closing the gap to 5 points. This type of sudden stop and jump shot was difficult to block, even for some forwards, let alone for the diminutive Robinson. While he had famously blocked Yao Ming in the past, that was under circumstances where Robinson had the advantage of a running start, and Yao had rushed his shot. Under these defensive conditions, attempting to block Chung Lu would prove exceedingly challenging. On the Celtics end, Shaquille O'Neal made a strong move in the paint, but was successfully thwarted by Cousins. In transition, after penetrating, Chung Lu encountered double coverage and promptly passed the ball to the perimeter where Caspi, screened by Pierce from Thompson, sank a three-pointer. In the subsequent possessions, Chung Lu consistently engaged in driving and passing, facilitating an alley-oop dunk for Cousins. By the end of the third quarter, Chung Lu had already achieved a career high of 7 assists. Westphal, observing from the sidelines, was thoroughly entertained. Chung Lu's performance as the point guard was proving quite effective. On the Kings' next defensive play, Chung Lu backed down Robinson in the low post, leveraging his body for contact before executing a reverse layup with ease. The score read 73-63. And before anyone realized, the Kings' lead had swelled to 10 points. Nate scratched his head, pondering how to defend against a 13-meter tall point guard. Chung Lu shrugged and smiled, suggesting he speak to his coach. Chapter 36, Tactical Suppression, Player Domination. This Celtics squad is rooted in defense. Yet from the start of the second half, the Kings were evading their strategies. When the Celtics fielded their main lineup, the Kings refused to let them establish their defense, opting instead for a fast-paced offensive approach, accelerating their rotation to wear down the Celtics' key players. After Rivers adjusted the lineup to lower their height and quicken their pace, the Kings attacked relentlessly inside, with Cousins and Landry overpowering O'Neal and Glenn Davis in a punishing manner. Remarkably, all 5 Kings players on the court stood over 2 meters tall, with Chung Lu himself towering at 13 meters as the point guard. The Kings are playing brilliantly, Kenny Smith remarked. Charles Barkley added, with Chung's external threat, playmaking, and driving capabilities, the Kings' strategy is exceptionally diverse. This is why they have triumphed over numerous formidable opponents this season. Despite having 5 giants on the court, the Celtics still need to be wary of their perimeter shooting. Chung and Omika's three-pointers cannot be left unguarded. With 6 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in the third quarter, during a Kings offensive play, Chung Lu found himself matched up against the hefty Glenn Davis. After several exchanges, Rivers and the Celtics were not foolish enough to keep Nate matched up against Chung throughout the game. As Chung advanced the ball up the court, Davis and Nate executed a switch. Chung believed he could handle Davis more easily than Nate, officially listed at 0.6 meters, Davis appeared closer to 2.03 meters. Possessing average jumping ability and a bulky physique that hindered his speed, his physical shortcomings rendered him nearly incapable of providing help defense or rim protection. All his skill points were allocated to offense. Over the past 4 years, Davis had gradually developed, helping his team secure a championship in his rookie year, albeit with minimal contribution. However, during the Celtics' first-round matchup against the Bulls in 2009, the series became arduous due to Garnett's injury, stretching to 7 games, including a classic triple overtime battle. With Garnett absent, the sophomore Davis was thrust into the starting lineup. Seizing the opportunity, he eschewed jump shots and screens, opting instead to use his robust physique to power into the paint, averaging 18 points per game, leaving the Bulls center Joakim Noah visibly defeated. Although they were eliminated by the Magic in the second round, Davis's performance was remarkable, averaging 13 points and 6 rebounds against Howard, with an impressive shooting percentage of 54, including a game-winning shot in 4 attempts. Additionally, Chung recalled Davis's fondness for manicures. According to Ray Allen, during the previous season's playoffs, he succumbed to Davis's persuasion, and the two of them visited a nail salon to adorn their toenails with a vibrant green hue. Ray Allen's performance in the finals was rather lackluster, with a 3-point shooting percentage falling below 30%. Particularly in the last 5 games, he managed only 4 successful shots out of 28 attempts. Cheng Lu speculated that Allen might have done more than just a manicure. Perhaps he had even adorned himself with some embellishments. Davis, aware of his own lack of speed, refrained from pressing Chung Lu for the ball, opting instead to avoid being easily bypassed. Chung Lu signaled to the interior, prompting Thompson to set a high screen, while Cousins positioned himself in the corner. After being obstructed, Chung Lu deftly maneuvered towards the basket from the left side. The Celtics' second unit appeared somewhat perplexed by this interior pick and roll, and when Bradley switched on to Chung Lu, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage. As Chung Lu made his move, Cousins quickly cut towards the basket. On the Celtics side, Pierce and the diminutive O'Neal could only retreat to the paint to prevent Cousins from receiving an easy pass underneath. While dribbling, Cheng Lu remained vigilant of his teammates' positions. Although Cousins had made a sharp cut, there was an even better opportunity available on the perimeter. Extending his right hand, Cheng Lu drew Pierce's attention, who advanced a step to intercept the passing lane. Yet, Cheng Lu maintained a firm grip on the basketball, and with a fluid motion, he flicked it towards the left corner. Pierce lunged in vain, and the ball sailed directly into the hands of Caspi, who had already settled into the corner. Barkley exclaimed. Cheng's no-look pass deceived the entire Celtics defense. Caspi received the ball easily in the corner, where he was being pursued by Nate Robinson. The so-called Israeli Jordan was not intimidated by Robinson, rising up to shoot without hesitation. Swish. The three-pointer pierced through the net. With a score of 76-65, the visiting Kings extended their lead to double digits once more. Caspi's three-point shooting percentage was second only to Chung Lu's on the Kings, and Kenny Smith remarked that the Celtics needed to apply stringent defense against him. Barkley shook his head, stating, "There's nothing they can do. All their defenders have been drawn into the paint, leaving only Nate on the perimeter. Not just Chung Lu, but any of the Kings players could overpower him under these circumstances." Kenny Smith added, after the Kings deployed this lineup, bringing Nate onto the court was a mistake by Doc Rivers. Rivers felt a twinge of discomfort, realizing that no one had informed him before the game that Cheng Lu could transition to the point guard position. In the 1980s, Magic Johnson could exploit mismatches while playing point guard, but Cheng Lu stood 6 centimeters taller than him. When it was the Celtics' turn to attack, their second unit showcased formidable offensive capabilities. Davis possessed a combination of strong inside scoring and mid-range shooting, boasting a season shooting percentage of 47.1. He could back down opponents in the low post while also stretching the floor to facilitate plays from the perimeter. Furthermore, while Nate Robinson's defensive and organizational skills were lacking, his speed and ability to penetrate were exceptional. The Kings quintet exhibited tremendous offensive intensity both inside and out, yet their glaring weakness was evident. They struggled significantly in defense. Davis utilized his robust physique to back down Thompson in the low post, while Nate Robinson navigated around a screen from the arc to the elbow. Davis executed a timely pass, enabling Nate, with Caspi in tow, to make a sudden turnaround after a brief detour beneath the basket, culminating in a delicate floater. One cannot help but commend a player standing under 1.7 meters who has maintained his prowess throughout the years. Robinson's shot found its mark, narrowing the score to 76-67 and bringing the Celtics within single digits. Following the basket, Rivers shouted from the sidelines, urging his team to apply tight pressure and prevent an easy advance over half-court. Responding to their coach's directive, the Celtics positioned 3 players in the path of Chung Lu's dribble. The remaining 4 teammates of the Kings stationed themselves ahead, refraining from providing assistance, as they had confidence in Chung Lu's ball-handling abilities. In the commentary booth, Ujiah remarked that the Celtics had initiated full-court pressure, aiming to force a turnover from Chung Lu. If they could intercept the ball at this juncture, their counterattack would be effortless. Zhang Heli shook his head, asserting that inducing a mistake from Chung Lu was no simple task. Had they forgotten how he had faced the Thunder's Big Three to secure a clutch victory days prior? Su Juyong added, indeed, Chung Lu had deftly maneuvered past Durant, Westbrook, and Harden, showcasing ball-handling skills surpassing those of many guards. The Celtics' defensive strategy was perilous, as they lacked sufficient personnel up front. Just as the commentators concluded their observations, Chung Lu elegantly turned past Pierce, only to find Bradley shadowing him. Bradley, the 19th pick of the draft, was nearly devoid of offensive prowess, but Rivers valued him for his defensive capabilities. Standing at 191 meters and weighing 95 kilograms, Bradley could hold his ground against attackers, compelling them to alter their offensive rhythm. Yet, as a rookie, he often relied too heavily on physicality, resulting in positional lapses, which Chung Lu easily exploited. Having effortlessly navigated past 2 defenders, Chung Lu advanced the ball to the midcourt, where Glenn Davis, aware of Chung Lu's propensity for long-range shooting, hastened to close the gap and contest his shot. Chung Lu deftly maneuvered around Davis's defense, and at that moment, the Kings established a 4-on-2 advantage in the frontcourt. Shaquille O'Neal faced both Cousins and Thompson in the paint, while Nate found himself in a predicament at the arc, uncertain whether to impede Landry or Caspi. Just a step inside the midcourt line, Chung Lu released a 3-point shot. Clang! The ball ricocheted off the rim, yet Chung Lu remained unfazed, knowing a rebound awaited him beneath the basket. After Thompson secured the rebound, he promptly passed it back to the perimeter. Upon receiving the ball again at the arc, Chung Lu encountered a double team from Nate and Bradley. With a swift flick of his wrist, Chung Lu sent the ball soaring toward the unguarded Caspi on the wing. Transforming into the Israeli Jordan, Caspi caught the ball and rose for the shot. Swish! Caspi sank his second consecutive 3-pointer, bringing the score to 79-67. Meanwhile, Chung Lu's assists have reached 9 this evening. On the sidelines, Westphal could not help but smile at the Celtics' disarray. Rivers is indeed audacious. Given that their bench's interior defensive intensity has already diminished, he still dares to deploy numerous personnel in the backcourt to intercept Chung Lu. If Chung Lu lacked organizational and ball-handling skills, would he dare to position him as a point guard? After witnessing Chung Lu's playmaking abilities in previous matches, Westphal was convinced he could function as a facilitating forward. However, recalling Chung Lu's dribbling prowess, a bolder notion began to take shape. Thus, during practice, Westphal had Chung Lu temporarily assume the role of point guard. Although his performance did not rival that of the league's elite guards, his occasional appearances were sure to yield surprising results. Moreover, this quintet possesses formidable outside shooting. Chung Lu boasts a 3-point shooting percentage of 44, while Caspi stands at 38. Moments ago, Thompson, after securing a rebound, executed a strong inside shot with a commendable success rate, yet he opted to pass to the perimeter, trusting his teammates. Rivers crossed his arms in contemplation, faced with a dilemma. Should he call a timeout? If he refrained, the Celtics' defense had already descended into chaos, risking the Kings to maintain or even extend their lead. However, even if a timeout were called, there was little recourse, as the aging figures on the bench required further rest. Rivers' mind raced, pondering what motivational platitudes he should impart to uplift his players. A slight comfort for Rivers was that the Celtics' offense remained intact. The big baby, Glenn Davis, scored a mid-range jumper against Thompson in the low post. As the Kings initiated their offense, the Celtics hesitated to apply further pressure. Chung Lu brought the ball past half-court and continued to employ Thompson for a pick-and-roll. Thompson set a screen at the high post, and as Pierce switched onto him, Chung Lu accelerated, leaving Pierce to trail closely behind. The Celtics collapsed their defense inward, prompting Chung Lu to pass to Landry in the low post for a mid-range shot. Clang! The Celtics' rebounding rate was already poor, and against a 5-man lineup like the Kings, they struggled to gain any advantage in the paint. Chung Lu focused intently on the ball's position, maneuvering to the edge of the key, leaping with extended arms to secure it firmly. With 24 seconds remaining on the shot clock, Cousins quickly set a screen. Chung Lu, utilizing the pick did not drive into the paint, but instead darted toward the corner. Pierce pursued rapidly, yet Chung Lu's release was even quicker. At the moment he stepped beyond the three-point line, he had already aimed at the basket. Swish. Chung Lu's three-pointer found its mark, 82-69. Finally, Rivers called for a timeout, as continuing in this manner could prove perilous. The Celtics began to substitute, with Rondo replacing Nate Robinson and Ray Allen coming in for Pierce. Westphal also adjusted his lineup, opting not to persist with the five-man combination, substituting Evans and Udry for Chung Lu and Cousins. In the third quarter, while Chung Lu's stamina was being depleted alongside that of the Celtics, Westphal had already decided not to let him play further, as he needed to conserve energy for the decisive fourth quarter. Upon Rondo's return, the Celtics initiated a comeback. However, it was surprising that the team leading at the end of the third quarter was the Kings, the Western Conference's underdogs, rather than the reigning champions from last season. As they entered the final quarter, the score stood at 90-82, with the Celtics trailing the Kings by 8 points. The morale of the Celtics was somewhat diminished, having led for much of the first half, only to be caught off guard by the Kings' resurgence in the third quarter. Although Thibodeau had departed from the Celtics this season, their defense remained among the league's elite, allowing an average of just 91 points per game, the lowest in the league. Yet, by the end of the third quarter, the Kings had managed to score 90 points against them. The principal reason for this lay with Chung Lu, who had accumulated 18 points, 9 rebounds, and 9 assists by the third quarter's conclusion. Despite his relatively modest scoring, he had been instrumental in facilitating his teammates' play, achieving a career high in assists and nearing a triple-double. The Kings had evidently outmaneuvered the Celtics tactically in the third quarter, as noted by Kenny Smith during the break. Barkley shook his head, remarking that while it appeared to be a tactical domination, it was, in fact, a demonstration of player superiority, with Chung Lu enriching the team's offensive prowess single-handedly. As the final quarter commenced, both teams fielded their starters. Chung Lu received the ball in the low post, directly facing O'Neal. It was yet another one-on-one showdown between O'Neal and Chung Lu, a matchup that fans relished. Ugio remarked, however, O'Neal is having a tough time against Chung Lu right now. His back-to-the-basket game is formidable, and he can even pivot for a fadeaway. Zhang Heli focused intently on the screen and shouted, Chung Lu, take him. On the court, the Kings players spread out, creating space in the paint. O'Neal pressed against Chung Lu's back, and after a couple of unsuccessful attempts to push him back, Chung Lu spun around to take a shot. Thwack. Swish. The basketball ricocheted off the backboard and into the net, extending the lead back to double digits. In Chapter 37, Chung Lu achieved his first career triple-double, earning the title of Player of the Week. Turning back to the Celtics' offense, Rondo dribbled around the left corner, making his way to the right side, where he spotted O'Neal unguarded beneath the basket and promptly lobbed the ball to him. O'Neal, receiving the pass, used his body to shove Thompson aside and executed another thunderous dunk. Fans in the front rows of the Garden were thrilled, as O'Neal had already tallied 18 points by the final quarter, repeatedly showcasing his breathtaking dunks reminiscent of his prime. However, the Kings coaching staff remained unperturbed by O'Neal's explosive performance, recognizing it as part of their strategic plan. As both teams deployed their starters for the final quarter, the Kings understood that to secure a definitive victory, their strategy would still revolve around wearing down the stamina of the Celtics' aging core. If the current pace continues, the Kings have a considerable chance of securing victory. On the offensive front, they not only engage in rapid ball movement, but also consistently send players like Cousins to penetrate the paint. From the start of the second half, the Kings showed little concern for how many points Shaquille O'Neal or Kevin Garnett might score. Even if O'Neal were to replicate his 10-year-ago feat of scoring 61 points in a game, the Kings would remain unfazed, perhaps even clapping discreetly. The rationale behind this indifference lies in the understanding that scoring high necessitates a significant expenditure of energy. This season, O'Neal's offensive contributions have primarily stemmed from the opportunities created by Rajon Rondo, and tonight, most of his shots near the basket have been dunks. Dunks are particularly taxing on one's stamina, not to mention the added exertion required for his two-handed slams that swing on the rim. It is crucial to recognize that a decade ago, O'Neal could amass 61 points and 23 rebounds at the age of 29, when his youthful physique was resilient. Now, at 39, he averages merely 20 minutes of play per game. Garnett finds himself in a similar predicament. The Kings deploy Thompson and Cousins in rotation to defend him. These twin towers, both around 20 years of age, may lack extensive defensive experience, but their athletic prowess is undeniable. Each of Garnett's offensive attempts, though jump shots, cannot be executed effortlessly. In recent seasons, Garnett has focused extensively on defense. Since 2007, he has not exceeded 30 points in a single game, averaging around 15 points. Tonight, under the Kings' defense, he managed to score 16 points in 3 quarters while also having to keep pace with the Kings, and in the final quarter, he faced the task of defending Cheng Lu one-on-one. As the Kings advanced, Cheng Lu chose not to seek out O'Neal, decisively attacking Garnett in isolation. Garnett sidestepped to block Cheng Lu's left drive. Cheng Lu quickly gathered the ball, shouldering against Garnett's chest, their muscular clash resonating with a dull thud. As Garnett moved in, he attempted to disrupt the shot with his arm. Cheng Lu, at the edge of the paint, forcefully pivoted, Garnett's hand pressing heavily on his elevated wrist. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Cheng Lu tossed the ball toward the hoop nonchalantly, landing awkwardly against the backboard support. Garnett, visibly displeased, retreated while shaking his hand. Fully aware that Cheng Lu's attempt was not a genuine effort to overpower him, but rather a strategic drive to the rim, Garnett pouted, mimicking a blowing gesture. Was that gust of wind just now summoned by me? It seems your core strength resembles that of an inflatable doll. Cheng Lu retorted with a grin as he stepped back to the free throw line. Indeed, that breeze was far mightier than the one you summoned back in 2007 when you were clutching Paul Pierce and Ray Allen's legs. Without that draft, your ring box might just be filled with inflatable trophies. Incensed by the accusation of forming a super team, Garnett bristled, but before he could continue, Cheng Lu interjected, "Save your breath. Instead of only talking a big game, perhaps after your retirement, even an inflatable doll will embody more of a wolf king than you." At the free throw line, amidst the crowd's jeers, Cheng Lu sank both shots, bringing the score to 94-84, with the Kings still leading the Celtics by 10 points. After Cheng Lu swiftly raced back to defend following a free throw, his banter may have been playful, yet Garnett's defense proved to be quite tenacious. Should Cheng Lu have found an opportunity to draw a foul, concluding the play would have been a challenge. While Garnett's offensive prowess is often criticized as lacking, it is undeniable that as his career progressed, his defensive capabilities became exceptional. The Celtics, despite their formidable defense, currently trailed behind the Kings, who maintained a firm grasp on the game's tempo. Both the starters and substitutes of the Kings were relatively inexperienced, yet they delivered a significant lesson to the Celtics in the second half. However, the game was far from over. The Celtics fans in the Garden still held faith that their team could turn the tide in the final quarter, though the players appeared increasingly disheartened. With 4 minutes and 46 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter, Cousins attempted a forceful layup against O'Neal, but missed. Cheng Lu seized the rebound and scored on a second-chance opportunity, marking his 10th rebound of the game. Subsequently, a miscommunication between Pierce and Garnett led to Evans stealing the ball and initiating a counterattack. Cheng Lu received the ball on the wing, surged toward the edge of the paint, and leapt to release the ball towards the hoop. Cousins, trailing closely behind, jumped up and executed a thunderous dunk after catching the basketball midair. This marked Cheng Lu's 10th assist of the game, and with 22 points and 10 rebounds, he achieved his first career triple-double. With a score of 103-90 and more than half of the fourth quarter elapsed, the Kings maintained a double-digit lead. Rivers called for a timeout, silencing the Garden as the camera panned to the weary faces of the Celtics players, including Rondo. In the second half, the Celtics adjusted their lineup and defensive strategy, yet Rivers emphasized the need for his players to focus on Cheng Lu's defense. Now, not only was Cheng Lu a scoring threat, but he also served as the engine of the entire team. The Celtics had to stifle him to close the gap. However, as Garnett and O'Neal's stamina waned, the Celtics' interior defense became alarmingly vulnerable, and the Kings seized the opportunity to accelerate their offensive tempo once again. Unlike the early stages of the game, the Kings' perimeter shooters found their rhythm, with Caspi and Garcia bombarding from beyond the arc. In the second half, Westphal's decision to employ a fast-paced strategy with a 5-man rotation was indeed a gamble. He aimed to utilize Cheng Lu to orchestrate the team's offense and help the players regain their shooting touch. If the Kings players could not break through the Celtics' defense, Cheng Lu's individual prowess alone would not suffice to lead this inexperienced squad to victory against the seasoned Celtics. Nevertheless, should they establish their rhythm, the Kings could unleash a scoring barrage and potentially eliminate the Celtics, akin to the 2007 playoffs when the Warriors upset the Mavericks in the first round. The Celtics were increasingly unable to cope in the final quarter. The effectiveness of perimeter shooters in closing the gap when trailing was evident, as was their ability to extend the lead when in front. Ultimately, with a score of 119-105, the Kings triumphed over the Celtics, handing them their 10th defeat of the season while securing their 18th victory. After the game, Garnett was evidently displeased to avoid hearing trash talk from Cheng Lu. He promptly retreated to the locker room. Shaquille O'Neal, a close friend of Yao Ming, took a moment to greet Cheng Lu after the loss. O'Neal achieved a season high of 24 points, along with 8 rebounds and 2 blocks, a commendable performance for this stage of his career. However, he was thoroughly challenged by the Kings, leaving his demeanor notably subdued. Paul Pierce and Ray Allen also approached Cheng Lu, with Allen praising his performance, particularly his historic three-point shooting ability. Cheng Lu, in turn, extended early congratulations to Allen for his impending title as the all-time three-point leader. Nonetheless, the rivalry between Cheng Lu and these two players is set to continue next month, as the recent announcement confirmed that both Pierce and Allen will participate in this year's All-Star three-point contest. Pierce had previously competed in the three-point competition last year, unexpectedly defeating Curry and Billups to claim the title, thus carrying on the legacy of Celtics legend Larry Bird. Allen, who won the three-point contest at the 2001 Washington All-Star Game, is also looking to reclaim glory in a season where he is vying for the title of all-time three-point leader. Cheng Lu considers him the most significant obstacle in his pursuit of the three-point contest championship next month. Rumors suggest that Du Xiaoshui may also compete in this year's contest, although this is yet to be officially announced, leading Cheng Lu to believe that securing the three-point title this year will not be an easy feat. Celtics fans at the Garden quickly vacated the arena, unable to accept the surprising defeat. Wes Unseld and the Kings players, however, were exuberant, as defeating the Celtics, one of the strongest teams in the East, was a significant achievement. It can only be said that the current strength of the Kings is uncertain. They seem to thrive against formidable opponents. Unseld and the Kings fans have begun to envision the playoffs. Tonight's game also marked a milestone in Cheng Lu's career, as he recorded a triple-double with 26 points, 10 rebounds, 11 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks. Post-game, the media struggled to enter the Kings' locker room. A proactive reporter posed the question, "Chung, congratulations on your triple-double. How did it feel to face off against a top defender like Kevin Garnett?" Cheng Lu pondered for a moment before replying with a grin, "Of course, he lacks no flaws." "What? You think I lack respect for my predecessors? I'm merely stating facts. Kevin guarded me for numerous possessions, and I shot over 60 from the field." He mentioned that three-point shooting is akin to that of a center, which resonated with me. "I suggest he consider renaming himself Kevin." Easily breakable, defeating the Celtics is certainly a cause for celebration. However, the Kings have no time for festivities as they continue their road trip. On January 15th, Cheng Lu and his team flew to Detroit for a back-to-back matchup against the Pistons. In the initial decade of the 21st century, the Pistons emerged as an undeniable focal point in discussions surrounding formidable teams, distinguished primarily by their staunch reliance on defense. Beginning with the 2002-2003 season, they made a remarkable 6 consecutive appearances in the Eastern Conference Finals, culminating in their triumph over the Spurs to claim the championship in 2004. However, following the trade of Billups to the Nuggets in 2008, the Pistons found themselves unable to even reach the playoffs, let alone the conference finals. After parting ways with Iverson last December, the team officially entered a phase of reconstruction. Logically, the Pistons were perceived as a weak team in the East, and the Kings, fresh from a victory against the Eastern powerhouse Celtics, were expected to secure an easy win. Yet, the Kings faced considerable challenges that night. Cousins struggled against the aging Wallace in the paint, even suffering a volleyball-style block in the second quarter. Fortunately, the perimeter players maintained their accuracy. Cassby's confidence in shooting three-pointers grew, especially with Cheng Lu alleviating some of the pressure on outside defense. In recent matches, he averaged over 3 successful three-point shots per game. Ultimately, relying on their outside performance, the Kings narrowly clinched the game with a score of 110-106. With this victory over the Pistons, the Kings achieved their 4th consecutive win, bringing their record to 19 wins and 19 losses, finally elevating their winning percentage to 50. Fans in Sacramento began to glimpse the possibility of the playoffs. A 50-win rate was sufficient to position them 7th in the East, although they remained 10th in the intricately competitive West. Nonetheless, the season still had ample time remaining. Following the defeat of the Pistons, Cheng Lu was honored as the Player of the Week for the second week of January. During this week, he led his team to a perfect record of 4 wins, averaging an impressive 34 points, 10 rebounds, 7 assists, 13 steals, and 2 blocks, including a remarkable single-game performance of 62 points. The significance of these victories was underscored by the fact that all 4 games were played on the road, including 2 back-to-back matches. Cheng Lu's agent, Schwartz, found himself increasingly busy as various commercial endorsements began to flood in. Cheng Lu had become a lucrative asset, and Schwartz felt fortunate to have signed him at the right moment. If this trajectory continued, Cheng Lu was poised to become one of the most commercially valuable players in the league. On January 17th, the Kings faced their final opponent in a 6-game Eastern road trip, the Atlanta Hawks. The Kings successfully avenged themselves, defeating the Hawks 100-88. The Hawks' strategy that night was rather reckless, with head coach Larry Drew relying solely on isolation plays for Joe Johnson. From the outset, they relentlessly allowed Johnson to operate one-on-one, while the Kings' response was to let him play freely while deploying significant resources to defend against other players, severing his connections with teammates. Consequently, despite Johnson scoring 36 points, the Hawks suffered defeat on their home court. A closer examination of the Hawks' statistics revealed that only Johnson, Horford, and Bibby managed to score in double digits, with the remaining players shooting below 40. Clifford had hoped to shine with the bench unit and secure the win, but unfortunately, he displayed his erratic tendencies, finishing only 2 of 9 from the field, along with 4 free throws for a total of 8 points. On the Kings' side, Cheng Lu delivered an impressive performance, amassing 23 points, 9 rebounds, 7 assists, 1 steal, and 3 blocks. He is gradually acclimating to the role of a playmaking forward and occasionally stepping in as a point guard, which has significantly enhanced the team's chemistry, resulting in rising average scores for teammates like Evans and Cousins. Following the Kings' victory over the Hawks, Cheng Lu once again became a trending topic. Although the buzz was not due to his team's 3-game winning streak, but rather the results of the 4th round of All-Star voting. In the Eastern Conference, the starting lineup saw some changes after the 4th voting round. Aside from Howard, James, and Wade, who maintained a substantial lead, Nick Stoudemire and Bullsrose surged ahead, surpassing Garnett and Rondo in the latest voting, positioning themselves as strong contenders for the All-Star starting lineup. The competition for the final 2 spots in the East has essentially narrowed down to 4 players. Conversely, the Western Conference appears more stable, with Kobe leading the voting with a remarkable 175 million votes for 4 consecutive rounds, while Durant tops the forward position. Paul and Anthony rank as the second highest vote-getters among the Western guards and forwards, respectively. In the center category, Cheng Lu holds a commanding lead with 166 million votes, placing him second in the league. Howard, who was previously in second place, now trails Cheng Lu by 130,000 votes. After 3 rounds, Cheng Lu's popularity is increasingly suggesting a potential ascendance to the top. His vote count began to surge following his remarkable 62-point game against the Wizards. Cheng Lu is firmly on track to secure a position in the All-Star starting lineup. However, fans from Huaxia and Sacramento have other aspirations. With just under 100,000 votes separating him from Kobe, the online and text voting windows for the All-Star voting will close on January 24th, while the paper voting will conclude before the official announcement of the starting lineup on January 28th. In the ensuing days, Cheng Lu has the opportunity to vie for this year's voting champion title. Chapter 38. Curry's play, so Cheng Lu. On January 19th, the Kings finally returned to Sacramento. With a record of 5 wins and 1 loss over a 6-game road trip, the people of Sacramento warmly welcomed the team. The atmosphere was vibrant, with drums beating, firecrackers exploding, red banners waving, and a sea of fans. The Arco Arena was adorned with Kings posters once more, and Cheng Lu held a prominent position. His popularity in Sacramento rivals that in Huaxia, with his number 7 jersey sold out in the player store. The Kings, riding high on their success, faced their first home opponent, the Portland Trail Blazers from the Rip City. The Blazers roster, prior to the season, was nothing short of spectacular, boasting star players across all positions, and a strong bench of formidable talent, capturing the attention of countless fans and media alike. However, injuries have long plagued the Blazers, with their key backcourt player, Brandon Roy, recently undergoing knee surgery, and his return remains uncertain. Reports of Roy suffering from arthritis surfaced in October, necessitating rest and limited playing time. By December, Roy, having missed a series of games, announced an indefinite hiatus due to his knee injury. Aside from Roy, the first overall pick of 2007, Greg Oden, underwent minimally invasive surgery on his right knee last November, leading the Trail Blazers to announce his season-ending injury. Both Oden and Roy were regarded as prodigious talents by Portland fans, with Roy having already demonstrated his prowess over the previous seasons, earning the Rookie of the Year title and making 3 consecutive All-Star appearances. Oden, however, seemed to be a disappointment, having played only 82 games in 3 years due to injuries. During the draft, the Trail Blazers were aware of Oden's injury risks and his workout results were subpar. Conversely, numerous fans were enthusiastic about the possibility of selecting Kevin Durant after witnessing his workout. Yet, the obstinate Blazers opted for Oden, perhaps believing that Durant's playing style was somewhat avant-garde, as a scorer of his caliber had not been seen before, leaving uncertainty about his stability. Oden, despite his offensive shortcomings, could potentially serve as a formidable blue-collar player akin to Dwight Howard, but the Blazers' medical team underestimated Oden's fragility. Moreover, the Blazers roster did not align well with Durant, as they already had Randolph and Roy, and adding Durant could lead to a struggle for ball distribution. Their head coach, Nate McMillan, was reportedly not inclined to utilize a small forward. It is said that McMillan's eyes lit up when he observed Oden during his workout. Another contributing factor was the existing discord between Randolph and Roy. Randolph was a known disruptive presence in the locker room, and the Blazers were contemplating parting ways with him, thus selecting Oden to form a balanced inside-outside duo with Roy. History has a tendency to repeat itself. In 2007, the Blazers, with Roy, selected Oden and missed out on Durant, much like in 1984 when they had the opportunity to select Michael Jordan but chose Sam Bowie instead. Additionally, it is worth noting that the Blazers' medical team is not without criticism. When Oden joined, the club enlisted several esteemed traditional Chinese medicine practitioners to assess him, concluding that Oden had undergone hip surgery in childhood, resulting in muscle atrophy on one side, which caused his right leg to be 2 centimeters shorter than his left, significantly increasing his injury risk compared to other players. Did the Blazers' medical team neglect to recognize this issue? With the absence of 2 core players, the Kings found the victory to be quite effortless. Cheng Lu scored 26 points, along with 7 rebounds and 7 assists, leading his team to a 90-76 triumph over the Blazers. In recent games, the Kings have seldom scored below 100 points. The reason they only managed 90 in this instance was that the match devolved into garbage time towards the end of the third quarter, with both teams' bench players taking the court, and the Kings did not unleash their full offensive potential. Aldridge, on the other hand, performed commendably for the Blazers, accumulating 24 points and 9 rebounds. He has become the sole beacon of hope for Portland fans following the injuries to Roy and Oden, averaging 21, 8 points and 8 rebounds this season. It is rumored that, due to Cheng Lu's influence, Aldridge has been intensifying his 3-point shooting practice over the past month. Not only has Adams garnered attention, but following the Kings' consecutive victories, numerous teams are diligently analyzing their strategies and beginning to acknowledge the significance of versatile big men like Cheng Lu, who possess both shooting and playmaking abilities. On January 21st, the Kings continued their home stretch, facing off against the Golden State Warriors. Due to Curry's influence, Cheng Lu was particularly attentive to the Warriors' performance. The Warriors currently remain in the bottom 3 of the Western Conference, exhibiting a stark imbalance in their offense and defense, while their offensive efficiency ranks among the league's elite, with a team 3-point shooting percentage of 39.2, placing them second in the league. Their defensive capabilities are woefully inadequate, with a defensive efficiency of 110.7, landing them in the bottom 4. Especially concerning is their backcourt duo. When faced with opponents who excel in perimeter scoring, the Warriors struggle significantly. The starting lineups for both teams were released 30 minutes prior to the game. For the Kings, center Cousins, power forward Thompson, small forward Cheng Lu, shooting guard Garcia, and point guard Evans. On the Warriors' side, center Biedrins, power forward David Lee, small forward White, shooting guard Ellis, and point guard Curry. Curry has been in a foul mood lately, as rumors circulate that either he or Ellis will be retained, and in the last 3 games, Ellis has scored 30 points twice and 20 points once, while Curry has barely surpassed 10 points per game. Ellis is already convinced that the Warriors will choose to keep him and trade away the bothersome young face. During the jump ball, Cousins failed to secure possession from Biedrins. After Curry brought the ball past half court, he attempted a layup against Ellis's defense. Clang. Curry's first defensive attempt ended in failure, as Evans's physicality proved too advantageous. Amidst Ellis's taunts, the Kings secured the rebound. As Evans held the ball, Curry closely contested him, but during this period, Evans found it exceedingly easy to overpower Curry, bulldozing towards the basket, forcing the Warriors to collapse their defense. Evans glanced towards the perimeter and passed the ball out. Cheng Lu, positioned just outside the three-point arc, assessed the hoop, executed a shot fake that left White off balance, then lowered his center of gravity and drove into the lane to score. With the ball in Curry's hands, he faced Ellis's intense gaze as he crossed half-court. Curry opted to pass, with Ellis eager to showcase his prowess before the young face and coaching staff, charging towards the basket against Garcia for a layup. Clang. Another clang echoed. The Warriors began the game with consecutive misses. After Cheng Lu secured the rebound, he swiftly advanced the ball, reaching the arc while facing tight defense from White. White's three-point shooting percentage had recently surpassed 40%, and he had announced his participation in the 2011 All-Star Weekend three-point contest just days prior. Cheng Lu called for a pick-and-roll. White's playing style closely resembled that of his former teammate Wade, but his defense was far less effective, unable to contain the combination of Cheng Lu and Cousins' pick-and-roll. Biedrins had no choice but to switch on to Cheng Lu, who swiftly spun past him, forcing David Lee to assist in the paint, while White trailed closely behind. Faced with the dual pressure of two defenders, Cheng Lu chose not to force a play, for the Warriors' defense was riddled with flaws. He aimed for the unguarded DeMarcus Cousins in the low post, threading the ball through the crowd with precision. During this brief interval, the system had assigned him a passing training task, and his passing ability had surged to a commendable 68, significantly enhancing his accuracy. As Biedrins retreated to defend Cousins in the paint, Cousins' attempt at a layup was thwarted. Cheng Lu seized the opportunity, leaping for the rebound and converting it into a second-chance score. The Warriors' defensive formation was thoroughly disrupted, as Barkley noted. Kenny Smith, observing the screen, remarked, moreover, their fast break has been curtailed. Monta Ellis was overly confident facing Francisco Garcia. Ellis, recently stripped of the ball, glared at Curry with frustration, exclaiming, "Come help me out, man." The Kings launched a counterattack. Upon receiving the ball on the wing, Cheng Lu instigated a wave of tension among the Warriors, as White, tasked with guarding him, found himself in a state of indecision, neither daring to press closely nor to concede a shot. He fidgeted nervously in place. Cheng Lu gradually dribbled to the top of the arc, his gaze fixed upon the basket, prompting White to inch forward, attempting to obstruct his shooting lane. In that fleeting moment when White shifted his weight, Cheng Lu propelled himself off the floor with his right foot, driving hard towards the right. White quickly adjusted his footing, but Cheng Lu used his shoulder to create space, gaining a half-step advantage. David Lee, stationed in the paint, immediately moved to assist as an all-star forward. His defensive acumen was considerable. He did not recklessly rush forward, but instead positioned himself at the critical point of Cheng Lu's jump, effectively sealing off his passing angles. Cheng Lu attempted a forced floater, but the ball ricocheted off the rim. However, the moment he landed, he sprang back into the air, deftly flicking the rebounding ball with his fingertips. The basketball playfully danced along the rim, circling twice before slipping away again. Yet, with a fierce determination igniting in his eyes, Cheng Lu soared once more, extending his arms gracefully in the air. With a supple flick of his wrist, the orange sphere finally succumbed to gravity, rolling obediently into the net. The score now stood at 60. Observing Cheng Lu's successful putback, the Warriors' head coach, Smart, felt a throbbing pulse at his temples. As the Warriors had yet to score a single point and were struggling to secure rebounds, David Lee's physique proved inadequate. While Biedrins was pinned outside the paint by Thompson, leaving White in a position of despair beneath the basket. As the Warriors initiated their offense, David Lee, unable to rely on the perimeter shooting of his teammates, called for the ball just inside the three-point line. The moment he received it, he exploded into action, driving his shoulder into the defender. Cousins, caught momentarily off guard, was bypassed in a single stride. Thompson rushed in from the weak side, but by then, Lee had already leaped, smashing the ball into the basket with one hand. The sole all-star on the team finally scored, eliciting cheers from the Warriors bench. At the top of the arc, Cheng Lu once again signaled for his teammates to clear the left side, then summoned Evans for a pick and roll. After switching with Curry, Cheng Lu wasted no time, driving assertively towards the basket. As Cheng Lu scored, Kenny Smith chuckled, remarking, "Chung is rather unorthodox, utilizing a pick to outmaneuver the opposing point guard." Barkley interjected, "What's wrong with that? Chung has already shown the Warriors some respect by not playing as a point guard from the outset, following a remarkable streak of 8 consecutive points." The atmosphere in the Yako Arena erupted with excitement. This evening, Cheng's shooting touch was exceptional. By midway through the first quarter, he had already amassed 13 points. The Warriors' defense was woefully inadequate. Even without seeking a screen, White struggled to contain him, as a mere change of direction allowed Cheng to bypass him effortlessly. Inside the paint, both David Lee and Badrins hesitated to commit to a double team, aware that Cheng could effortlessly locate an open teammate to deliver the ball. In the initial phase, Curry's performance was commendable. Aside from his first shot that clanked off the rim, he made his subsequent 3 attempts, including a three-pointer, totaling 7 points in half a quarter. Observing Curry's scoring, Ellis, who had missed his first 4 shots, grew increasingly agitated. He could tolerate a Warriors defeat, but not the thought of Curry outscoring him. With a clang, during the Warriors' offensive possession, Ellis's jump shot from the low post ricocheted off the rim, leaving him at 0 for 5. Clearly, Ellis was struggling to find his rhythm, and inexplicably, whenever he missed, he would glare intensely at Curry. In the next possession, Cheng Lu effortlessly sank a shot from the same position, bringing the score to 20-8, with the Warriors trailing by 12 points. As Ellis advanced the ball, he noticed the Kings tightening their defense around the paint with David Lee, prompting him to make a sudden retreat after passing. Shaking off Garcia, he lifted for a three-pointer, only to hear the familiar sound of failure. "Damn it," Ellis muttered under his breath, blaming the young sharpshooter for disrupting his offensive flow. Just as he prepared to retreat on defense, he noticed the ball careening back towards him after hitting the rim. He lunged forward, leaping to snatch the rebound from Garcia's grasp. Finding another opportunity, Ellis leapt once more, preparing to bank a shot off the glass. However, as he hoisted the ball above his head, he heard a sharp clap, and suddenly, his hands were empty. By the time he registered what had occurred, Cheng Lu had already seized the ball and initiated a fast break. Although Cheng failed to secure the rebound in the paint, he sensed an opportunity the moment Ellis jumped. Focused solely on the basket, Ellis was oblivious to Cheng's swift approach from the edge of the paint. Cheng charged ahead and delivered a thunderous dunk. With 17 points already, Cheng was on fire tonight. How many points can he rack up before the end of the first quarter? Kenny Smith inquired. Barkley replied. Cheng has previously scored a maximum of 20 points in a single quarter. It seems he may be on track to break that record tonight, Kenny Smith remarked. In that game where he scored 20 points, he ultimately achieved 62. As soon as Smith's words faded, Cheng Lu sprinted to the front court after David Lee's successful shot. Evans executed a long pass, which Cheng Lu caught, and, facing Ellis beneath the basket, skillfully made a layup. 19 points. Swish. The Warriors responded with remarkable swiftness. In under 6 seconds of offensive play, the basketball swished through the net. It was a three-pointer, delivered by Stephen Curry. A young player, amid the defense of Garcia and Evans, sank a three-pointer, prompting the commentators at CCTV to exclaim. Curry's shot is reminiscent of Cheng Lu's style. As the Kings initiated their offense, Cheng Lu gradually brought the ball up the court. The Warriors assigned David Lee to defend him, but Cheng Lu swiftly maneuvered away from Lee with a decisive lateral movement. When Badrins came to help, Cheng Lu abruptly halted and lofted the ball into the paint, prompting Badrins to pivot back defensively. However, as Badrins turned, he was taken aback to find no one under the basket, only to see Cheng Lu smiling at him while holding the ball. Swish. Cheng Lu scored again with a close-range bank shot. 21 points. The deceptive move sent the crowd into a frenzy, compelling Smart to call a timeout. Chapter 39, Record-Breaking History. The All-Star Vote King. From the CCTV commentary booth, Yu Jia exclaimed, "What a splendid shot." With this basket, Cheng Lu has broken his personal single-quarter scoring record. Zhang Heli added, Cheng Lu played that brilliantly, using a feigned pass to deceive Badrins. This technique is typically observed in guards. Su Junyong nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is a signature tactic often employed by Chris Paul. As he left the court, Cheng Lu celebrated with a chest bump with Evans. Returning to the bench, he sipped an energy drink and reclined on the seat, attempting to regulate his breathing. From the outset of the game, he had aggressively held the ball, and now felt his breathing rhythm had become disordered. The Warriors' defensive performance was notably lacking, yet their pace on offense was rapid, which severely drained Cheng Lu's stamina. At times, he felt that fatigue was the greatest hindrance to achieving a high score. In the game against the Wizards, he had managed to score 62 points by focusing solely on offense in the final moments. Can you continue? Westphal inquired, noticing Cheng Lu's declining condition. Cheng Lu replied, "Let me play for another 2 minutes. I will focus on facilitating for my teammates in the upcoming possessions. I have already broken my personal single-quarter record." Reflecting on the single-quarter scoring record, he recalled that it was jointly held by George Gervin and Anthony at 33 points, leaving him 12 points shy. Given the current circumstances, he deemed it unlikely to break that record. Any reckless attempts could jeopardize his shooting percentage. Chung Lu resolved to play conservatively and concentrate on orchestrating the offense. As the game resumed, the Warriors adjusted their defensive strategy against Chung Lu, substituting Monta Ellis for the more defensively adept and rebounding-capable Lewis Amundsen. Chung Lu, facing off against Amundsen, opted not to aggressively attack but instead created space for Evans and Cousins to showcase their skills. Evans, finding it even easier than Chung Lu, repeatedly penetrated to the basket, scoring effortlessly. By the end of the first quarter, Chung Lu had elevated his score to 25 points before being substituted. In his 35 minutes on the court, he ultimately amassed an impressive tally of 38 points, 6 rebounds, and 6 assists, leading the Kings to a 119-110 victory over the Warriors at home. During the commentary, Barkley lauded Chung Lu's performance while subtly criticizing Ellis, stating that the Warriors must make crucial decisions this season, as Monta Ellis, despite taking 25 shots, only managed to score 22 points, his style of play proving detrimental. Kenny Smith nodded in agreement, noting that Steven performed commendably with 34 points, including 6 three-pointers. Barkley continued, emphasizing that although Ellis had a few strong games earlier, it did not obscure his inefficiency. After the match, Chung Lu exchanged pleasantries with Curry, who, despite the loss, appeared in better spirits than in previous games, acknowledging that losing was a normal occurrence for the Warriors this year, and Chung Lu's 34 points far surpassed Ellis's output. At 38 years of age, you have scored 25 points in a single quarter, firmly placing yourself among the league's elite scorers. Upon returning to the locker room, Chung Lu received a notification of rewards and glanced at the time, suddenly recalling an important matter. Tomorrow was the repayment date. He summoned the system panel. Host, Chung Lu, 199-2610, age, 38 years height, 213 centimeters weight, 113 kilograms wingspan, 227 centimeters strength, 77 jumping, 75 speed, 77 three-point shooting, 98 mid-range shooting, 80 layups, 79 dunks, 75 passing, 68 ball handling, 80 stamina, 75 rebounding, 78 blocking, 69 stealing, 50 defensive awareness, 60 total score, 74 Jokic template growth, 12. Reaching 25 will unlock the next stage reward, skills, 3-point sharpshooter, healing technique, ankle terminator, quick shooter, back to the basket master, equipped move set, Kyrie Irving dribbling package, Carmelo Anthony shooting package, points, 24/70 recent daily training not only earned Chung Lu points, but also slightly increased his attribute values, although his total score remained unchanged. The additional rewards from the 62-point game and tonight's match provided him with 800 extra points. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to repay this month's dues. Reluctantly parting with 2,292 points, Chung Lu's balance dwindled to 178 points. Though it was a debt, the payment stung considerably. Indeed, one must not treat their credit limit as a balance. Chung Lu has opened the points mall, and this week the store has been refreshed. Chris Paul exclusive skill, fancy passer, price, 50,000 points. Danny Green exclusive skill, entering the rhythm, price, 20,000 points. The skill store still offers only 2 purchasable options, but the prices of these skills have slightly decreased. However, as Chung Lu gazed at Danny Green's name, 3 question marks slowly formed above his head. He recognized Green, the swingman from the Spurs, who was discarded by the team after just 2 games this season. They had faced each other during their time in the Development League. Green's performance was unimpressive, averaging merely 5 points and 2 rebounds. It seems he is also a potential asset. Chung Lu quietly contemplated that the Kings would surely make moves before next month's trade deadline. He could suggest to the coaching staff to consider trading for Green to assess his capabilities. The next morning, Schwartz arrived at Chung Lu's villa once again, bringing him money. Gatorade offered him a 2-year contract worth $6 million. In recent years, Gatorade has been quite ambitious, aiming to establish itself as the quintessential sports drink in North America. The company signed an exclusive 8-year sponsorship contract in 2007 and a subsequent 10-year agreement 2 years ago. The annual amount Gatorade proposed to Chung Lu is not substantial. Yet the contract duration is short. I have found a house for you, but I recommend you wait before purchasing, as your future for next season remains uncertain. After successfully signing with Gatorade, Schwartz informed Chung Lu that the Kings have recently been negotiating a contract extension for him. I haven't rushed to agree, as the labor negotiations in the league may likely fall apart this year, leading to many uncertainties for the upcoming season. Cheng Lu replied that there is no need to rush into an early extension. Schwartz continued, by the way, brands like Nike and Adidas have been anxious lately. Nike is eager to offer you a 7-year contract worth $70 million, while Adidas is slightly lower at 6 years for $50 million, both promising signature shoes. Cheng Lu nodded. Nike's offer is already quite generous. This contract surpasses the one Durant signed in 2007. Nike has always been generous to super rookies. When LeBron first entered the league, he secured a 7-year, $87 million contract. As a fellow super rookie, Cheng Lu believes it is only right that he is valued higher than Durant, as he has the vast Chinese market backing him. In 2003, shortly after Yao Ming concluded his rookie season with averages of 13 points and 7 rebounds, Nike directly offered him a 7-year, $120 million contract, though Yao ultimately chose Reebok. Thus, Cheng Lu perceives the 7-year, $70 million offer as high, yet considering his actual situation, Nike would need to increase their bid. He has already proven himself in the league over the past month. If Nike was willing to offer LeBron, who had not yet played a single game, $87 million, his contract should undoubtedly exceed that figure. There is no rush regarding the sneakers. Further discussions will ensue. Cheng Lu stated that his endorsement contracts have already exceeded $10 million, indicating that he is financially secure and has ample time to negotiate a more lucrative sneaker deal. On January 24th, after a brief respite of 2 days, the Kings flew to Portland to face the Trail Blazers. However, in this match, the Kings suffered a decisive defeat, primarily due to some issues with their physical stamina. The continuous intensity of games necessitates periods of rest, observing the players' subpar condition in the first half. Westphal opted to call off the game in the final quarter when the team was trailing by 25 points, thereby preventing unnecessary injuries. Apart from a few exceptional circumstances, Westphal has been diligent in managing Cheng Lu's playing time, keeping it under 35 minutes per game to avoid excessive fatigue. As a tall player, Cheng Lu bears significant stress on his lower limb joints, heightening the risks of stress injuries and arthritis. Moreover, his penchant for directional changes places greater demands on joint stability, increasing the likelihood of sprains and strains. Cheng Lu is seen as the beacon of hope for the Kings' resurgence, and since Westphal is unaware of his injury prevention system, he takes great care in safeguarding him. January is notoriously a peak period for injuries across the league, as players have been competing for 3 consecutive months, leading to accumulated issues such as muscle fatigue, joint stress, and diminished energy reserves, thus lowering recovery capabilities and elevating injury risks. Additionally, not only the Kings but all teams face a grueling schedule in January, featuring numerous away games that significantly tax their physical resources. Moreover, much of North America experiences severe winter conditions in January, where low temperatures can decrease muscle elasticity, stiffen joints, and reduce warm-up efficiency. Historical data indicates that December is a peak month for stress fractures, muscle strains, and tendinitis, with many rookies encountering the so-called rookie wall during this period. In the game that night, Trail Blazers second-year rookie Wesley Matthews performed admirably, scoring 26 points, grabbing 6 rebounds, and providing 6 assists, with a flawless 3-point shooting record. Cheng Lu managed to achieve near triple-double statistics with 20 points, 8 rebounds, and 8 assists, yet regrettably, the Kings lost to the Trail Blazers with a score of 84-100, ending their 7-game winning streak. On January 25th, the Kings swiftly returned home for a back-to-back matchup against the New Orleans Hornets. The Hornets lost only 2 games throughout January, and Chris Paul is determined to lead them back to the playoffs, currently holding a record of 29 wins and 16 losses, placing them 5th in the Western Conference. After Paul's previous performance at the Arco Arena, where he scored 45 points and provided 12 assists, he had been eagerly awaiting an opportunity for redemption. Tonight, he achieved that with a resounding victory over the Kings, winning by 20 points with a score of 110-90. Cheng Lu's performance was modest, playing for 32 minutes and accumulating 18 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, and 2 blocks. Following the Kings' 2 consecutive defeats, Barkley remarked on television, "The last time the Kings faced a losing streak, Cheng delivered a stunning 62-point performance. I have a feeling he will surprise us again after this setback." Kenny Smith responded, "Is that so? The Kings' next opponent is the Los Angeles Lakers, and they will be playing away. The Lakers are indeed a formidable opponent, currently positioned 2nd in the Western Conference. However, we can always place our faith in Cheng Lu." Barkley then remarked, "I suddenly recalled that earlier this month, Kobe mentioned he did not know Cheng. In a few days, I believe they will leave a profound impression on one another. Barkley's statement significantly heightened the anticipation for the matchup between the Kings and the Lakers, and prior to the game, both Chung Lu and Kobe simultaneously trended on social media. On January 27th, the voting for the 2011 Los Angeles All-Star Game officially concluded. Throughout the initial 4 rounds, Kobe, with a total of 380,016 votes, led the pack and was selected as the starting guard for the Western Conference. However, he was not the ultimate vote leader. On the 26th, Cheng Lu managed to overtake him, ultimately securing the title of vote leader for this year's All-Star Game with 455,761 votes. Moreover, Cheng Lu achieved this remarkable feat of becoming the vote leader in just 3 rounds, a record unprecedented and unlikely to be surpassed in the future. Yao Ming promptly called to congratulate Cheng Lu and reiterated his impressive vote count on his social media. Numerous legendary figures also came forward to praise Cheng Lu. Olajuwon directly declared that Cheng would be a player capable of altering the dynamics of the league, heralding a revolution in the skills of future big men. Oscar Robertson, a Kings legend, stated in an interview that Cheng Lu embodies the hope for the revival of the Kings, possessing the potential to lead them back to hoisting the O'Brien Trophy. Current players also voiced their support for Cheng Lu. Shaquille O'Neal, playing for the Celtics, was elated upon learning that Kobe's title of vote leader had been usurped, enthusiastically proclaiming on social media that Cheng Lu's position as a starter in the All-Star Game was indisputable. The mischievous Shaq lamented privately why Kobe was not a center. Had he been, the vote leader title would not have been at stake, and his starting position would have been secure. The fact that a rookie managed to seize the All-Star starting position during its peak was indeed a remarkable event. Shaq has experienced this firsthand. Despite the worldwide fanbase of 60 million Kobe supporters expressing their discontent, they found themselves powerless to alter the eventual outcome, resorting instead to voicing their grievances on social media, claiming that the voting system was flawed and that the Chinese fanbase was too substantial for others to compete. Countless Cheng Lu fans promptly countered with data. The voting structure revealed that 57 of Cheng Lu's votes came from American fans, 43, 8 from Chinese fans, and the remaining 5 from other regions, whereas nearly 50 of Kobe's votes originated from Chinese supporters. As the two fanbases engaged in a heated online dispute, Kobe Bryant, the Lakers star, expressed his gratitude for the fans' votes in an interview, stating that whether or not he was the vote leader was inconsequential. What mattered was showcasing his best performance on the All-Star stage for the fans. As for the title of vote leader, it does not necessarily correlate with winning the All-Star Game. When reporters brought up Cheng Lu and referenced his impressive 62-point game, Kobe solemnly replied, "I apologize, but I only study tapes of playoff players. In Los Angeles, my fans only recognize championship rings, not regular season statistics." Upon viewing this interview with Kobe, his fans felt a tremendous sense of relief. The Kings are a lackluster team. Such a notion of two feeble squads merely exchanging scores should not be entertained. Cheng Lu surpassing Kobe to become the voting champion has undoubtedly heightened the anticipation for the upcoming Lakers vs. Kings match, prompting David Stern to seize the opportunity and generate further buzz as the league announced that the game would be broadcast nationwide. Chapter 40, Staples Center, The Showdown with Kobe. Journalists from Huaxia have shifted their focus to the forthcoming All-Star Game. Cheng Lu is the second player to ascend to the All-Star main event following Yao Ming, making his debut as a starter in his rookie season. However, what makes Cheng Lu even more formidable is that while Yao Ming was crowned the All-Star voting champion in 2005 and 2006, Cheng Lu achieved this honor in his rookie year. Moreover, he is only the second player in history, following Grant Hill, to be recognized as the All-Star voting champion during his debut season. CCTV Sports Channel has dispatched a production team to Sacramento, preparing to conduct an exclusive interview with Cheng Lu following the conclusion of the Kings and Lakers game. Cheng Lu's selection as a starter for the All-Star Game has sparked immense excitement domestically, with CCTV allocating time during the national news broadcast to report on his journey, dedicating several minutes to share his story with the audience. The starting lineups for the Los Angeles All-Star Game are as follows. Western Conference starters: center Cheng Lu, power forward Carmelo Anthony, small forward Kevin Durant, shooting guard Kobe Bryant, point guard Chris Paul. Eastern Conference starters: center Dwight Howard, power forward Amare Stoudemire, small forward LeBron James, shooting guard Dwayne Wade, point guard Derrick Rose. The All-Star reserve rosters and coaching staff will be officially announced on February 3rd. with selections determined by votes from the head coaches of the 30 teams, culminating in the final decisions made by President David Stern. The final roster for the West is largely as anticipated by fans, with selections primarily established from the outset, aside from Chung Lu. This marks Kobe's 13th selection as a starter. Last year, he withdrew due to a finger injury, missing out on an All-Star appearance. Paul is making his second start, having performed exceptionally this season. It is noteworthy that, due to trade disputes, Anthony has often faced jeers from his home fans at the Pepsi Center. But it appears that the Denver fans do not harbor such animosity, as they voted him into the starting lineup. Anthony expressed gratitude to the Denver fans during his first interview, yet it is clear that his time in Denver is dwindling. In the East, the final results diverged from earlier voting rounds, with Rose and Stoudemire surpassing Rondo and Garnett in the final tally, eliciting considerable discontent among Boston fans. This marks Derrick Rose's second selection to the All-Star game, and notably, his first time as a starter. The Chicago Bulls have seen a significant improvement in their performance this year, and amidst the injuries plaguing Carlos Boozer and Joakim Noah, Rose has reached a remarkable pinnacle in his career, ranking among the top 3 in the league. Amar'e Stoudemire, too, was elevated by New York fans at the last moment. Compared to last year, this year's All-Star game is brimming with star power, especially with Chung Lu participating, leading many to predict that the viewership may set new records. David Stern expressed great satisfaction upon reviewing the final roster, especially as this year coincides with the 60th anniversary of the All-Star Game, filling him with anticipation for the event. On January 28th, after a day filled with discussions about the All-Star Game, fans were finally treated to the highly anticipated match between the Sacramento Kings and the Los Angeles Lakers. The media had long been building excitement for this evening's game, which would be broadcasted nationwide, making tickets for the Staples Center a rare commodity. Barkley could hardly contain his eagerness. Rumors had it that Kobe was solely focused on playoff footage, implying that the Lakers had not reviewed any Kings games. Barkley initiated a debate, asserting that it was impossible for them not to have studied the Kings, especially given Chang's recent 62-point game, which had captivated the nation. Kenny Smith remarked that, despite the Kings' popularity, there remained a considerable gap in overall strength between them and the Lakers, with the focus of the night resting on the performances of Chin and Kobe. As Chung entered the Staples Center alongside his teammates, the Lakers held a record of 33 wins and 13 losses, placing them second in the Western Conference. Fans eagerly awaited their chance at a second consecutive three-peat. The Lakers were strong contenders for the championship, having already triumphed over several title favorites, including the Heat and the Celtics. Westphal, upon entering, encouraged the players to relax and utilize their advantages to score, noting that a victory tonight would bring them closer to the playoffs. After sipping the motivational broth from their coach, the Kings appeared invigorated. Though the Lakers have rebuilt their dynasty, their weaknesses are glaring. Kobe's injuries have significantly diminished his explosiveness, with his percentage of drives dropping to a career low this season. The veteran Derek Fisher has also shown signs of age at 36, often being outperformed by younger guards like Chris Paul. Additionally, their bench lacks depth, with only Lamar Odom providing consistent output. Following the departure of Farmar, Blake has struggled to fill Fisher's shoes, while veterans like Ratliff see limited playtime, and rookies such as Banks are unreliable. The Lakers effectively rely on a rotation of about 9 players. Any injuries or fluctuations in form among the starters leave them without adequate support. This collection of seasoned players possesses experience, yet their athleticism and defensive agility have waned. Against younger, faster opponents, their defensive rotations are sluggish, making it difficult to keep pace with the rhythm of three-point shooting. Should the Kings manage to suppress them with their outside shooting, an upset victory is certainly within the realm of possibility. The arena tonight remains resplendent with stars. As Chung Lu prepared to warm up, he encountered Jennifer Lawrence, with whom he shared a fleeting romance. Jennifer had previously messaged Chung to inform him of her attendance at the game, donning the home jersey of the Kings, which seemed somewhat out of place at Staples Center. This month has been particularly fruitful for Jennifer. She garnered the Best Actress award at several film festivals, including the Seattle International Film Festival, for her performance in Winter's Bone, and received an Oscar nomination, becoming the 3rd youngest nominee for Best Actress in history. After a brief conversation with Jennifer, Cheng was soon drawn into a photo opportunity with Taylor Swift, who had come to watch the Lakers play. "My new song needs a three-point sharpshooter," Taylor remarked, as her phone screen illuminated the selfie interface, her other hand resting casually on Cheng's lower back. Taylor frequently attends Lakers games, though she is not an avid basketball fan. She recognizes only Kobe among the entire team, much like Rihanna watches games solely for LeBron. Chung had briefly met Taylor in New York a few days prior, yet their paths had not significantly crossed. However, he had grown accustomed to the presence of stars seeking his autograph and photographs. Ching adjusted his posture to appear harmonious with Taylor, and as he glanced down, he caught sight of the delicate collarbone chain adorning her neck, glimmering under the chandelier's light, casting reflections upon her alluring silhouette. Such physical grace is undeniably formidable. Taylor pressed the shutter. Smile, just like you did during that game winner earlier. Upon seeing their somewhat intimate photograph, Jennifer felt a twinge of jealousy. Ugh, what a cad. After the photo session, Cheng noticed Kim Kardashian lingering nearby. This woman truly has an uncanny knack for persistence. She simply cannot get enough. After publicly rejecting Kardashian and subsequently blocking her, Cheng's social media had become significantly quieter, as he had little patience for those who sought to exploit his fame for their own gain. To avoid any potential antics from Kim Kardashian, Cheng swiftly greeted Kendall Jenner before making his way to the court to begin his training. After passing the ball to Cheng, Evans gave him a thumbs up. Impressive, Cheng. You've even got Taylor in your corner. By the way, are you really turning down Kim Kardashian's advances? Cheng remained silent, merely offering Evans an international gesture of goodwill. Clang, clang, as Cheng warmed up by shooting three-pointers. The sound of the ball hitting the rim echoed from the Lakers' half of the court intermittently. Stealing a glance at Kobe, who was incessantly shooting, Cheng pondered, doesn't his neighbor ever report him for practicing at 4 in the morning? After the warm-up concluded, both teams approached the center circle to prepare for the jump ball. The Kings' starting lineup remained unchanged for tonight. Center DeMarcus Cousins, power forward Thompson, small forward Chung Lu, shooting guard Garcia, and point guard Evans. The King continued to employ Garcia to shadow the opposing scoring threat, Kobe, following Udria's relegation to the bench. Their organizational capabilities in the backcourt diminished. However, Westfall's ability to orchestrate play from the frontcourt compensated for this deficiency. When necessary, Cheng Lu could also shift to the point guard position. The Lakers' starting lineup consisted of center Andrew Bynum, power forward Pau Gasol, small forward Ron Artest, shooting guard Kobe Bryant, and point guard Derek Fisher. Despite possessing several flaws, the Lakers' prowess is undeniably formidable. Their interior trio of Bynum, Gasol, and Odom forms one of the league's strongest frontcourt combinations, averaging 44.3 rebounds per game, ranking first in the league, with 462 points scored in the paint, placing them second. Their imposing presence in the paint yields an average of 5.3 blocks per game, also second in the league. Although Kobe's performance has declined this year due to a knee injury, he still averages an impressive 25.3 points, 5.1 rebounds, and 4.7 assists, with the ability to score 71 points in the final quarter, remaining a crucial offensive weapon. The core roster of the Lakers has remained unchanged over the past few years, leading them to the finals for 3 consecutive years, with both their experience and Phil Jackson's triangle offense becoming highly refined. During the jump ball, Cheng Lu noticed Bynum occasionally glancing in his direction. Was it really necessary to hold a grudge simply because he had taken Bynum's position as the starting center for the All-Star game? Cheng Lu anticipated that the number of matchups against Bynum would not be substantial, yet he remained unafraid should the opportunity arise. This year, Bynum has indeed gained considerable weight. The moniker Little Shaq is not without merit. However, comparing Bynum to the legendary Shaquille O'Neal is unwarranted. During his prime, O'Neal was both heavy and athletically gifted, whereas Bynum's mobility is significantly hindered. Even in direct matchups, he would likely be overmatched. The Zen Master has advised Bynum to shed some weight, yet he has remained obstinate. His knee issues had already raised alarms in 2009, having undergone 3 procedures for joint effusion and 2 meniscus repairs. In light of these injuries, his indifferent attitude is concerning. During last season's finals, he even took the time to fly to South Africa to watch the World Cup, exacerbating his condition. Furthermore, during his rehabilitation, he rejected proper recovery training in favor of engaging in high-risk activities such as bungee jumping and skydiving, showcasing a rather reckless disposition. Nevertheless, Bynum's physical attributes are extraordinary, standing at 2.13 meters tall with a wingspan of 2.29 meters, surpassing Chung Lu by 2 centimeters. At his peak, he achieved an astonishing 70 shooting accuracy, scoring 42 points and grabbing 15 rebounds in a single game, with even Kobe acknowledging him as the future of the Lakers. As Bynum fixated intently on Chung Lu, Cousins disregarded him completely, leaping to deflect the ball back to the Kings' backcourt. The Kings initiated their first defensive play, with Evans advancing the ball. In the commentary booth of CCTV, Zhang Lihua remarked, "Bynum seems lost in thought, effortlessly gifting the ball to the Kings." However, the Lakers are the favorites for this year's championship, making it exceedingly difficult for the Kings to overcome them today. Yu Jiaga chuckled, "Indeed, Director Zhang, your observation is astute." Yu Jiaga was aware of his tendency to fawn over Kobe and typically maintained silence regarding evaluations of the Lakers. As Evans crossed half-court, Cousins positioned himself at the arc to receive the ball. After a brief exchange, Evans sprinted toward the basket, but Cousins' pass was inadvertently intercepted by Fisher. Nevertheless, Fisher failed to secure possession, and the basketball sailed towards the baseline, where Garcia caught it and immediately took a shot. Clang. The Kings' first attempt clanged off the rim, allowing Gasol to seize the rebound, initiating a fast break led by Fisher. Kobe, receiving the ball on the wing, charged toward the basket, and upon reaching the free throw line, he abruptly halted to make a mid-range jumper. Swish. The net embraced this beautifully executed shot. Over the past 2 years, Kobe's skills have reached remarkable heights, particularly in mid-range shooting. After Shaquille's departure, Kobe has shouldered the team's burdens, refining his mid-range ability significantly. In response, the Kings launched an offense. Chung Lu received the ball on the wing, but Arteist quickly closed in on him. Chung Lu refrained from rushing a shot, opting instead to lob the ball to Cousins in the paint before sprinting to the opposite corner in search of an opportunity. Cousins, unable to shake off Bynum beneath the basket, chose to go up strong. Though Bynum did not block the shot, it clanged off the rim, allowing Gasol to reclaim the rebound. Turning back, Fisher brought the ball to the arc, sought a screen, and drove toward the basket, only to be intercepted by Evans. "Oh dear, that's an unreasonable play," Zhang Li remarked. "That ball should have been given to Kobe. He's on the weak side and has been shooting exceptionally well tonight." The Kings resumed their offense as Evans, after passing to Chung Lu at the arc, moved to the wing to create space. Chung Lu approached the free throw line, and as he prepared to use a jump step to shake off Arteist, he noticed Garcia open in the corner and promptly passed the ball. After receiving it, Garcia faced a double team and relayed it back to Cousins at the elbow, who took a mid-range shot. Clang. Bynum collected the rebound and executed a long pass. Fisher received the ball in the front court and charged into the Kings' paint. Cousins, redeeming himself after 2 missed shots, sprinted back to deliver a spectacular chase-down block on Fisher, with Cheng Lu trailing behind to secure the rebound. Regaining control at the arc, Cheng Lu navigated the right side into the paint, first passing to Evans in the corner before using Thompson's screen to round to the 45-degree angle. After drawing defensive attention, Evans passed the ball back to Cheng Lu, who raised his hand and released a 3-point shot. Swish. The basketball traced a perfect arc, granting the Kings their first score. Chapter 41. My husband is so handsome. Turning back, the Lakers initiated their offense. Cheng Lu closely guarded Arteist, denying him any space for a catch-and-shoot on the wing. This season, Arteist's 3-point production plummeted from 14 last year to just 1, yet his shooting percentage has remained steady at 35, occasionally surprising opponents with a sudden long-range shot. In the last minute of the previous season's finals, Arteist's 3-pointer from the right side was a heart-stopping moment, arguably a shot that sealed the game. A player who possesses both defensive prowess and a 3-point threat is an essential component for any championship contending team. In this sequence, Fisher refrained from attacking aggressively and instead entrusted the ball to the post-positioned Kobe. Defending Kobe was undoubtedly a challenge for Garcia, especially when tasked with guarding him from behind. With a deceptive shoulder fake, Kobe executed a spin move, prompting Garcia to leap in an attempt to disrupt his jump shot. However, only a talent of Tracy McGrady's caliber could effectively block Kobe's fadeaway. The basketball, after being deflected, gracefully descended through the hoop. The Kings initiated their offense with Chung Lu bringing the ball past half-court. He intended to continue his drive, but, upon noticing Cousins had established position in the paint, opted to deliver a bounce pass into him. As Cousins received the ball, Bynum began to apply pressure from behind. Bynum's considerable bulk met Cousins' fierce temperament as he drove towards the basket. After a few unsuccessful attempts to power through, Cousins pivoted for a hook shot. Just as he released the ball, a resounding thud echoed overhead. With a spectacular volleyball-style block, Gasol sent the ball soaring beyond the 3-point line. Gasol, poised to celebrate with a roar, suddenly realized that the player retrieving the ball beyond the arc was not a member of the Lakers. Arteist, focused intently on the paint, missed his chance to snatch the ball as Gasol deflected it, only to turn around and see Cheng Lu already set to shoot from the three-point line. Swish. The score tipped again. 2 consecutive three-pointers. Cheng Lu was indeed in fine form tonight, remarked Zhang. Yu Jia chuckled. Cheng Lu must thank Gasol for that assist. He perfectly set it up for him. The Lakers resumed their offensive play, with Fisher passing the ball to Kobe. Upon penetrating the defense, Kobe noticed he was double-teamed and quickly assessed the opponent's positions before launching a shot despite the pressure. An impressive, albeit forced attempt. Remarkably, after hitting the backboard, the ball rolled into the net. The score was tied at 66. Kobe had accounted for all the Lakers' points in the initial 3 possessions, while Cheng Lu was the sole scorer for the Kings, relying on his 2 three-pointers. Phil Jackson observed the unfolding situation with contemplation. Kobe had been performing admirably in earlier possessions with no one on the Kings able to contain him. Yet, when Cheng Lu initiated his offense, the Lakers found themselves at a loss. Garcia was unable to defend against Kobe, while Artest was not guaranteed to effectively guard Cheng Lu. Artest's defensive capabilities are indisputable. He snatched the Defensive Player of the Year award from the peak of Ben Wallace's career in the 2003 to 2004 season. However, his defense heavily relies on physical confrontation. Before his transformation, Artest was an all-around elite perimeter defender and a top-tier interior protector. Afterward, he became a flawed perimeter defender and a secondary interior defender. Due to his inability to keep pace with the swift and agile perimeter players, he nonetheless excels in countering those who rely on technical prowess, physicality, and strength. Particularly adept at defending ball-dominant forwards, he is especially suited to guard heavy small forwards like Pierce and James. In the summer of 2009, the Lakers opted to part ways with Ariza in favor of Artest, partly because Ariza's demands were exorbitant, but also because the Lakers' primary objective was to contend with the Cavaliers. They intended to deploy Artest against James. However, to their surprise, the Lakers faltered, being eliminated in the second round by the Celtics. Nevertheless, Artest played a pivotal role in defending Pierce during the finals, and had Ariza been there that year, the outcome against the Celtics might have been unfavorable. Artest's athleticism is lacking, and when faced with perimeter players who possess both shooting and agility, his defensive capabilities diminish. The Zen master was acutely aware that if the Kings exploited his sluggishness, frequently switching on screens to seek three-point opportunities or rapid penetrations, the Lakers would be rendered helpless. That night, the Lakers had no choice but to rely on Kobe and their interior offense to secure victory. Clang. Observing Cousins struggle in the paint, Westphal could not help but frown from the sidelines. As the Lakers mounted their offense, Fisher once again passed the ball to Kobe, with Gasol stepping up to set a screen. After shaking off Garcia, Thompson's late help allowed Kobe to drive to the basket, evading Cousins' defense and scoring again. The score stood at 68, with the margin still a mere 2 points, prompting Westphal to call a timeout immediately. Cousins seemed troubled that evening, leaving the court with a furrowed brow. Our opponent's interior defense is formidable. We need to exploit the perimeter for scoring, as their outside defense is significantly weaker than their interior, Westphal remarked. In addition to addressing the Lakers' interior presence, the Kings faced another dilemma. Who would guard Kobe? Let Tyreke take the 2 spot, Westphal suggested, glancing at Evans. You defend Kobe, and on offense, use your drives to attract interior defenders while our perimeter players create movement. Evans nodded, confident that his speed and size would hold up against Kobe. Before the timeout concluded, Westphal adjusted the lineup, substituting Caspi for Garcia at the small forward position, while Cheng Lu took the point guard role. As the Kings initiated their offense with Cheng Lu at the top of the arc, the entry of Caspi opened the floor considerably. His three-point shooting percentage had surged to 39.4, averaging 18 attempts per game, often catching opponents off guard with his sudden long-range shots. Cheng Lu had played point guard in previous matches, and the Lakers were familiar with this strategy. The Zen master was astute enough not to have Fisher defend him, instead assigning Artest to match up. After signaling for a tactical play, Cheng Lu called for Cousins to set a screen. Caspi and Evans executed a cross movement at the corner, while Thompson moved to a high position to set a pick, allowing Caspi to successfully evade Kobe. Switch. On the sidelines, the Zen master shouted. Following Cousins' screen, Artest swiftly maneuvered around the pick, preparing to intercept from the opposite side. Cheng Lu, while breaking through, kept an eye on Caspi's position, and as soon as he found an opening, he delivered the ball into his hands. Caspi evaded Kobe, and with Fisher unable to catch up in time, could only watch as Caspi launched a three-pointer. What a splendid play by Cheng Lu! Yu Jia exclaimed. Zhang Li nodded in agreement, saying, what a great shot. Cheng Lu is currently the offensive engine of the Kings. He effectively drives their attack. Su Junyang remarked, "All of the Kings' opening points have come from three-pointers. The Lakers must tighten their perimeter defense." The Lakers commenced their offense. Kobe, facing Evans, immediately called for a screen. Evans opted to navigate around the pick and quickly returned to defense. When Kobe found himself unable to break through, he resorted to a back-to-basket move in the elbow area. Cheng Lu abandoned Fisher to provide help defense, blocking Kobe's path to the basket and forcing him to pass. Yet, instead of delivering the ball to Fisher, Kobe chose to execute his signature fadeaway shot. Bang! Westphal sighed with relief as he saw Kobe's shot miss. The Kings initiated their offense again, with Cheng Lu directing Cousins to receive the ball at the top of the arc before sprinting to the corner to create space, allowing Evans to cut to the basket using a screen. Unable to contain Evans, Fisher was compelled to have Arteas step in for help, granting Evans the opportunity to pass to the corner. The Lakers were not inclined to provide Cheng Lu with an open shot, having just completed a switch. Bynum dashed to the corner to close off Cheng Lu's shooting space. Cheng Lu bounced the ball off the ground to Cousins, who, frustrated after several missed attempts, soared for a two-handed dunk. The Staples Center fell silent as the score extended to 118, widening the gap to 3 points. In the next possession, Kobe aimed to equalize with a three-pointer from the arc, but unfortunately, the ball ricocheted off the front rim. Cheng Lu leaped to secure the rebound. The Kings launched a fast break. Upon seeing Cheng Lu grab the rebound, Cousins charged straight into the Lakers' paint, while Evans made a swift move down the right sideline. Gasol anticipated the defense and positioned himself, but Cheng Lu opted not to lob the ball to Cousins. Instead, he passed to the fast-breaking Evans. Evans drove along the baseline, prompting Gasol to step up for help. Evans made a sudden stop, waiting for Cheng Lu to reach the paint before returning the ball to him. Bynum had already established position under the basket. As Cheng Lu received the ball, he faked a shot with his right hand. When Bynum leapt to block, Cheng Lu swiftly protected the ball with his left hand while colliding with Bynum's forearm. The ball was deflected and missed, but the referee's whistle blew promptly. Bynum was called for a foul, and Cheng Lu earned 2 free throws. This time, it was Phil Jackson on the sidelines who called for a timeout. The Kings had just adjusted their strategy, and it seemed their tactics had proven successful, directly halting the Lakers' momentum, as noted by Barkley on the broadcast. Kenny Smith analyzed that the Kings' offense had become significantly more fluid compared to the previous quarters, with Chunga playing exceptionally well at the point guard position. Their only chance to contend with the Lakers lay in their ability to shoot from the perimeter. Phil Jackson opted for a substitution, bringing in Steve Blake to replace Fisher, thereby enhancing the speed of their outside rotation. Upon returning from the timeout, Cheng Lu sank both of his free throws, extending the lead to 5 points. As the first quarter progressed, the Lakers endeavored to regain control. The Kings continued to assign Evans to defend Kobe while on offense. They encouraged Evans and Cheng Lu to seek one-on-one opportunities against Kobe. Whether they succeeded in scoring was inconsequential. The primary objective was to exhaust his stamina, diminish his defensive energy, and reduce his offensive efficiency. In the paint, Cousins aimed to prevent Bynum from receiving the ball, and when Gasol operated from the high post, Evans and Cheng Lu quickly double-teamed him, compelling him to pass. The Lakers' other players struggled with their three-point shooting, prompting the Kings to leave the perimeter unguarded, betting on the Lakers to make errors in their interior passes. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the Kings led the Lakers 34-28, holding a 6-point advantage on the road. Cheng Lu played 8 minutes, attempting 3 three-pointers and converting 2 free throws, achieving a flawless shooting percentage of 100, amassing 11 points, 3 rebounds, and 4 assists. Kobe scored 21 points in the first quarter alone, exhibiting remarkable shooting accuracy with 8 out of 11 from the field, 1 out of 2 from beyond the arc, and 4 out of 6 from the free throw line, accounting for nearly 80 of the Lakers' total points. The Kings were unperturbed by Kobe's scoring, as they managed to sever his connection with the rest of the Lakers, which made their defensive efforts considerably easier. The Kings' strategy mirrored that of the Raptors' approach against him previously, albeit now Kobe had endured a knee injury and was aging, alleviating the Kings' concerns of him replicating his 81-point feat. Kobe's early game fervor could potentially hinder his efficiency in the later stages, especially considering he averaged just over 33 minutes of playtime this season. In the first half of the second quarter, both teams engaged in a fierce contest, with neither side able to secure a decisive edge. Both teams' bench players were somewhat lacking in depth. However, the Lakers primarily utilized a 9-man rotation this season, while the Kings boasted a larger pool of substitutes. enabling them to maintain on-court vitality through frequent substitutions, thereby exploiting the Lakers' rotational vulnerabilities. After over 5 minutes of play in the second quarter, Phil Jackson, observing the score, summoned the Lakers starters back onto the court with a decisive gesture. The Kings also executed a 5-for-5 substitution. As Kobe re-entered the game, the fans at Staples Center erupted with enthusiasm, cheering fervently. Upon his arrival, Kobe launched a three-point shot over Evans from the arc, which, albeit hit the backboard with a bit too much force, ultimately bounced off the rim several times before finding its way through the net. With the score now at 40-35, the gap was reduced to 5 points. Observing Kobe's successful shot, Zhang Heli couldn't contain his excitement, exclaiming that such shots should be entrusted to Kobe. Yu Jia, after a moment of silence, chuckled and agreed, affirming that it was indeed a good shot. As the Kings initiated their offense, Chung Lu swiftly advanced the ball, with Artest beginning to intercept at midcourt. Chung Lu, standing at the center circle, executed a dramatic change of direction and surged towards the right side of Artest. Artest, lacking in lateral quickness, was intercepted by Thompson, who had come over to set a screen. The Lakers could only rely on Gasol to defend Chung Lu, who advanced unimpeded to the basket, launching the ball towards the hoop while facing Gasol. The trajectory of the shot was clearly not aimed at the basket. Following closely was Evans, who leaped with both feet and emphatically dunked the ball. The Kings' iconic center delivered an alley-oop to the guard. In response, the Lakers initiated a fast break. Kobe's long two-point attempt clanged off the rim, yet Gasol, positioned beneath the basket, secured the rebound. After pivoting, he shouldered Thompson and executed a hook shot, successfully scoring, bringing the tally to 42-37. The Kings pushed forward with great speed. Cheng Lu passed the ball to Evans and then dashed to the left corner. Fisher attempted to steal from Evans, but ended up creating space instead. Evans charged towards the basket as the Lakers collapsed their defense, 5 players converging in the paint. Evans leaped from the free throw line, targeting the corner with precision. Cheng Lu received the pass and immediately shot. Swish. A three-pointer pierced through the air. The deficit was now 7 points. On the sidelines, Jennifer Lawrence clapped in excitement. "My husband is so handsome," she exclaimed, eagerly anticipating Cheng Lu's one-on-one matchup later that evening. However, in the second quarter, Cheng Lu's only notable moment was that three-pointer. In the subsequent 5 minutes, he drove to the paint 4 times, missing all his shots. Meanwhile, the Lakers steadily closed the gap thanks to the efforts of Gasol and Kobe. In the final possession of the second quarter, Gasol facilitated for Kobe at the high post, who deftly maneuvered past Thompson to score, narrowing the deficit to 2 points at 56-54 as the first half concluded. Chapter 42. The three-point deluge led by Cheng Lu. By halftime, Cheng Lu had amassed 14 points, 6 rebounds, 6 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block. Although he struggled with several drives in the second quarter, his shooting percentage only dipped to 50 due to the strong foundation laid in the first quarter. However, his three-point shooting was impeccable, going 4 for 4. In terms of scoring, Cousins had 11 points and Evans 14 for the Kings, while for the Lakers, Kobe had already tallied 26 points, Bynum contributed 8, and Gasol added 6. During the halftime break, fans both in the arena and online fervently discussed the game. "Kobe is playing exceptionally well tonight," they remarked, while others felt Cheng Lu was not performing at his best. "Are you kidding? A perfect three-point shooting percentage and he's not on form?" Cheng Lu had yet to miss a shot from beyond the arc, highlighting the Lakers' inconsistent defensive quality both inside and outside. There was no cause for concern regarding Cheng Lu's performance. 14 points in half a game was commendable, and anticipation grew for his second-half display. As the third quarter resumed, Cheng Lu predominantly played the point guard position, utilizing his three-point threat to create offensive opportunities for his teammates. In the second half, Evans emerged as the primary offensive force for the Kings, with Cheng Lu orchestrating plays from the arc. He successfully penetrated the paint multiple times, compelling the Lakers to intensify their defensive efforts in the interior. Cousins found himself increasingly challenged in the latter half, as the Lakers' defense in the paint proved to be formidable. Whether facing Bynum or Gasol, he struggled to gain any advantage, with Gasol even managing to exploit his footwork to score. As the third quarter progressed, Kobe relinquished control of the ball, allowing Gasol to take charge of the Lakers' offense. With only 1 minute and 57 seconds remaining in the third quarter, Gasol executed a low-post jump shot, enabling the Lakers to reclaim the lead. At the commencement of the final quarter, Cheng Lu rested on the bench, while the Lakers' interior game overwhelmed the Kings' front line. Within just a minute of the fourth quarter, Gasol secured 2 rebounds and 1 block. With 10 minutes and 47 seconds left, Chung Lu replaced Udry as the score stood at 69-81, with the Kings suddenly trailing by 12 points. We must rely more on outside shooting. We cannot compete with them inside, Westphal urged. Cheng Lu nodded solemnly, having shot 6 for 13 in the first 3 quarters. His 20 points had all come from beyond the arc, with the exception of 2 free throws, and he had failed to score from inside the 3-point line. Continuing to attack the Lakers' interior in the fourth quarter was not a prudent strategy. Both teams fielded their starting lineups as the Kings initiated their offense. Chung Lu advanced the ball to the top of the key, where Evans ran up from the wing for a handoff. Cheng Lu shielded Kobe while passing the ball to Evans. Cousins attempted to set a high screen, but the quality of the pick was subpar, leaving Evans without an opportunity to drive. He returned the ball to Chung Lu. Cheng Lu repositioned himself against Kobe, choosing to drive from the left. The Lakers' defense promptly collapsed towards the basket, as Chung Lu, poised at the edge of the paint, aimed to pass to Caspi on the baseline, only for Gasol to disrupt the play, sending the ball out of bounds. The Kings are struggling to penetrate the Lakers' defensive line. They must find a way to open up the game from the perimeter, Yu Jia observed. Su Jinyong remarked, if they focus on outside shooting. The Kings actually hold an advantage. All 6 of Chung Lu's baskets tonight have come from beyond the arc. Zhang Heli agreed. Indeed, if the Kings persist in trying to attack the interior, they may find themselves in dire straits. Cousins resumed play with an inbounds pass, and Chung Lu positioned himself at the left side, 45 degrees from the basket, to receive the ball. Arteist, observing Chung Lu's distance from the 3-point line, did not apply tight defense and instead regarded him with a provocative gaze, as if to say, go ahead, take the shot if you dare. Chung Lu faked a shot, causing Arteist to hesitate, contemplating that if he lunged forward and Cheng Lu executed a pump fake, he would be easily bypassed. Arteist gambled on Chung Lu not taking the shot. Noticing the lack of response from his opponent, Chung Lu seized the moment, launching into his shot. By the time Arteist decided to close in, it was too late. The basketball arced gracefully through the air and swished through the net. 3 points, 72-81. Kobe glared at Arteist, incredulous that he wasn't stepping up to defend. Arteist absent-mindedly rubbed his nose. It was challenging to decipher the opponent's intentions from such a position. Who among the two 13-meter players would take a shot from there? Yet, if he closed in, he risked being bypassed. As the point difference narrowed to within 10, the Lakers continued to set up their offense, with Bynum and Gasol establishing strong positions in the paint, signaling their intent to attack aggressively. Outside, Fisher distributed the ball to Kobe, who, after a moment's hesitation, surged past Evans to shoot a mid-range jumper from the free throw line. Clang. The ball ricocheted off the rim after bouncing a few times, allowing Gasol to seize the offensive rebound from Cousins before assisting Bynum for an easy score inside. Westphal shook his head in frustration. The Kings' rebounding had been woeful tonight, allowing the Lakers to score 14 second-chance points in the second half. No matter. Focus on the perimeter offense. Westphal clapped his hands to draw the players' attention while urging them on. The Kings' ability to lead in the first half indicated that the Lakers were not invincible at this juncture. It was less about stopping the Lakers' interior play and more about concentrating on scoring from beyond the arc. With sufficient shooting touch from Cheng Lu and Caspi, the deficit of over 10 points could vanish rapidly. As Kobe retreated to defend, he directed his teammates into position, but Cheng Lu was advancing swiftly. Arteist hesitated to apply pressure in the half-court, allowing Cheng Lu to sprint down the right sideline. Evans and Cousins set screens at the top of the arc, and once Cheng Lu reached the 3-point line, he took a shot. Clang. Unfortunately, the ball clanged off the back of the rim. However, the high arc of the shot meant that Gasol couldn't intercept it in time, and instead, it was Evans, positioned high, who secured the ball. Evans, drawing the Lakers' attention with a left-side drive, was met with a swift pass from Chung Lu to the weak side. Evans lobbed the ball to the basket, where Chung Lu leaped up for a two-handed dunk. Fisher again fed the ball to Kobe, but this time, Kobe's shot was rushed. Bynum fought valiantly for the offensive rebound, causing Westphal to become increasingly anxious. Once again, they failed to secure the boards. As Gasol prepared to pass to the outside, Chung Lu, seizing the moment while Gasol's gaze was diverted, stealthily reached in and knocked the ball away. Smack! Chung Lu swiped the ball, and Evans, quick on the uptake, gathered it and launched a fast break. Upon reaching the arc, Evans distributed the ball to Caspi on the wing, who sank a fast break three-pointer, narrowing the score to 77-83. Yu Jia exclaimed, "What a steal!" The Kings might not have grabbed the rebound, but Chung Lu snatched the ball right from Gasol's hands. Zhang Heli commented. The Kings capitalized on the Lakers' error to score, closing the gap to 6 points. Su Juyong chuckled. Since Chung Lu's entry, the Kings' offense has regained its fluidity. A mere 6 points now equates to just 2 3-pointers. Zhang Heli continued. It's hard to say. Kobe has yet to unleash his full potential in the second half. If he starts attacking, the Kings won't be able to withstand it. No sooner had Zhang finished speaking than Kobe turned from the baseline, deftly maneuvered past Evans, and, confronted by a trio of defenders within the paint, executed a daring shot that sent the ball soaring. Once again, Kobe's third attempt clanged off the rim. But this time the referee's whistle pierced the air. Cousins had committed a foul. The Staples Center erupted once more, and amidst the roaring crowd, Kobe confidently sank both free throws. The Kings swiftly inbound the ball. Chung Lu, stationed at the arc, passed to Evans. Utilizing Cousins' screen, Evans shook off Kobe and executed a one-handed layup. Westfall, from the sidelines, patted Evans on the back in encouragement. With Kobe's shooting touch declining, the Lakers had shifted their primary offensive focus to Gasol, who served as the pivot of their triangle offense. Gasol's ability to maintain an effective inside presence relied heavily on Kobe's unparalleled ability to draw defenders' attention. Westfall recognized that the excessive exertion on Kobe in the first half had triggered a chain reaction if his shooting percentage remained low in the final quarter. The Kings could seize the opportunity to overturn the game. The Lakers' offense continued at a languid pace. Fisher didn't seek out Kobe this time, but instead concentrated on the elbow area where Gasol operated. Upon receiving the ball, Gasol spun past Thompson and glided into the paint, releasing the ball just before Cousins could close in, and it banked in off the backboard. The Kings initiated their offense, with Chung Lu probing for opportunities along the perimeter while the Lakers employed man-to-man defense. Thompson set a screen on the wing. Chung Lu dashed along the baseline toward the basket, halting at the low post to dish the ball to Cousins, with Bynum pressuring him. Cousins found himself with limited shooting space and, as the 3-second violation loomed, swiftly passed to Caspi in the corner. Caspi's three-point attempt missed its mark, but Cousins, using his body, created space to snatch the rebound from Gasol. Dribbling away from the paint, Cousins spotted Chung Lu on the right, who raised his hand for the ball while retreating beyond the three-point line. Cousins promptly delivered the pass, and Chung Lu, assessing his position relative to the arc, released the shot with precision. Swish. With Chung Lu sinking his 8th three-pointer of the game, the score climbed to 82-87. The Zen Master immediately called for a timeout. After witnessing consecutive three-pointers from the opposition, he felt compelled to disrupt their offensive rhythm. As Kobe exited the court, his expression darkened. His shooting had been woefully inadequate in the early portion of the final quarter. Let us maintain our strength inside. If we secure the rebounds, victory is within our grasp. The Zen Master motivated the Lakers' interior players, then turned to Kobe with a meaningful look, advising, Kobe, if you encounter a double team, pass to your teammates. Kobe clenched his teeth, silently fixating on the scoreboard. Upon returning from the timeout, the Lakers executed a series of pick-and-roll plays. Fisher, dribbling from the left corner, circled the baseline but still found no opportunity to shoot. As the 24-second shot clock neared expiration, Gasol in the paint passed the ball to Artest at the 45-degree angle. Artest received the explosive package, leaping into action with a three-point shot. Swish. The ball effortlessly sailed through the net. 8,290. What a splendid play by Artest. The Lakers once again widened their lead, exclaimed Zhang Heli. In domestic forums, fans were fervently commenting on the match in real time. It was evident that the commentator was an ardent Lakers supporter. Both sides displayed remarkable precision. And Artest's shot reminded me of that crucial three-pointer at the final moments of last year's championship. Incredible. It seems the Kings are losing hope. Someone upstairs chimed in again, reminding not to forget that Chung Lu had already made 8 three-pointers tonight. If he gets hot, the Kings could certainly turn the tide. The arena erupted with thunderous cheers. And as Artest retreated on defense, he cast a provocative glance at Chung Lu. In the ensuing 2 minutes, the Lakers executed their offense with remarkable composure. Kobe and Fisher attempted three-pointers from the perimeter, though neither found the mark. However, Gasol capitalized on the offensive boards to score. Meanwhile, Chung Lu, unable to find an opportunity on the perimeter, fervently distributed the ball to his teammates. Evans and Cousins both scored in the paint as the game intensified. With 4 minutes and 52 seconds remaining in the final quarter, Chung Lu advanced the ball from the left side. Thompson stepped up to set a screen against Artest. As Chung Lu crossed the three-point line, Kobe and Fisher double-teamed him. Chung Lu swiftly changed direction, surged toward the top of the arc, and launched a shot. Swish. Another three-pointer, 9,297. Chung Lu's decisiveness on that shot was remarkable. The Kings, thanks to Chung Lu's clutch three-pointers in the final quarter, managed to stay close, denying the Lakers any opportunity to extend their lead, remarked Yu Jia. Su Junyang commented, "This marks Chung Lu's 9th three-pointer of the game. Should he sink another, he will tie his personal record for three-pointers in a single game." Phil Jackson's expression fluctuated, as Chung Lu's shooting touch from beyond the arc was extraordinary, overwhelming the Lakers' perimeter defense. His greatest concern was that the opposing team's three-point success could affect the Lakers' morale. To make matters worse, the Lakers had only one timeout remaining. Kobe continued to operate in the low post against Evans, eager to extend the lead and avoid any prolonged uncertainty. Utilizing his signature back-to-the-basket technique, Kobe backed down a few times before executing his trademark fadeaway jumper, successfully putting the ball through the hoop. The cameras panned to the Zen Master. Kobe's crucial basket brought a smile to his face, yet he remained anxiously focused on the game. With over 4 minutes left, a 7-point advantage was far from secure. The Lakers intensified their defensive efforts against Chung Lu. Kobe abandoned his perimeter defense on Evans and, alongside Artest, double-teamed Chung Lu from the wing. As Chung Lu dribbled toward the center, he executed a behind-the-back dribble and made a wide left step, evading both Kobe and Artest. Chung Lu's dribbling exhibits a remarkable rhythm. The left flank of the Lakers is currently devoid of any defenders. He propelled himself towards the basket, soaring over Gasol in midair, and executed a reverse layup, scoring. The deficit has once again narrowed to 5 points. Following his basket, Chung Lu swiftly returned to defense. Kobe, stationed at the arc, held the ball. The fluidity of his dribbling and footwork is simply exquisite. In such critical moments, the ball must be entrusted to Kobe. Just as Zhang Li was extolling Kobe from the commentary booth, unexpectedly, Evans surged forward to apply pressure. Kobe intended to pivot and elude him, but the ball inadvertently struck his ankle. Alas, Kobe has committed a turnover. Zhang Li felt a pang of concern. Yu Jia interjected. Cousins lunged to snatch the ball, and the Kings regained possession. Chung Lu received Cousins' pass, advancing with caution while keeping an eye on Artest, who was closing in from behind. The Lakers' frontcourt was in a 3-on-3 situation, with Gasol, Bynum, and Fisher retreating to the paint. Chung Lu halted abruptly at a 45-degree angle on the right, poised to shoot. Artest leapt in from behind, yet in the next moment, Chung Lu cradled the ball to his abdomen, waiting for Artest to sail past before releasing his shot. Swish. 9,799. Chung Lu has sunk his 10th three-pointer of the game. Chapter 43. The Chung Lu Moment. Striking down the Lakers. After this three-pointer, Zen Master could no longer remain seated. He rose, hands on hips, furrowing his brow before ultimately using his final timeout. Once again, Chung Lu halted the Lakers with a three-pointer. Barkley exclaimed passionately. This three-pointer silenced the jubilant Lakers fans. Unbeknownst to many, Chung had already amassed 16 points in the final quarter, his scoring from beyond the arc stabilizing the Kings' lead. Kenny Smith remarked. Barkley nodded in agreement. This is the allure of Chung's gameplay. With just over 3 minutes remaining, Kenny, how many three-pointers do you think Chung will make tonight? After a moment's hesitation, Kenny Smith replied. It's hard to say. The current single-game three-point record is 12, held jointly by Kobe and Donnell Marshall. Barkley stated, Chung is merely 2 three-pointers shy of that record. This young man might very well shatter it tonight. Back on the bench, Chung Lu exhaled in relief. With a 2-point margin, the Kings' chances of victory have significantly increased. Meanwhile, Zen Master continued to motivate the Lakers players. Slow down the offense, control the clock. We are still in the lead, so there is no need to rush. Secure every rebound. Zen Master has shifted to a more cautious approach, believing that as long as the Lakers avoid mistakes that could grant their opponents opportunities in the final moments, their chances of victory remain substantial. At the CCTV commentary booth, Yu Jia felt a twinge of anxiety. The final quarter has been truly exhilarating on both sides, with a tension reminiscent of the playoffs. Su Junyang chuckled. You know, if the Kings make it to the playoffs this season, their first-round opponent could very well be the Lakers. Zhang Heli observed the situation on the court, his demeanor turning serious as he remarked, with 3 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. The Lakers have no timeouts left, while the Kings still possess 2. Might this become a pivotal moment? As the timeout concluded, the Lakers substituted Blake for the veteran Fisher. The Lakers initiated an inbound play, with Kobe dribbling from the top of the arc to the left side while directing his teammates' movements. Blake sprinted to the top of the arc from the right, while Gasol set a screen. After Kobe executed a bounce pass, Gasol cut through the lane to the basket. Upon receiving the ball, Blake fed it back into the paint to Gasol, who was closely guarded by Cousins. After dribbling once, Gasol leaped, engaging in a physical confrontation with Cousins before releasing a soft floater. The basketball struck the backboard, rolled around the rim, and then gracefully fell through the hoop. During the timeout, Phil Jackson had instructed the Lakers players that domination in the paint would lead them to victory. The Kings regained possession. Evans advanced the ball, while Cheng Lu maneuvered to the left side of the court. After Thompson set a screen at the top of the arc, Evans shifted left, with Cheng Lu pushing past Artest and suddenly sprinting back to the top. As Evans passed the ball, he quickly set a screen. Artest, wary of allowing Cheng Lu an open shot, hurried around the screen to apply pressure. Thompson continued to set picks while Cheng Lu dashed to the right, where Gasol and Artest converged in a double team. From the right wing, Cheng Lu abruptly halted and rose for a jump shot from three-point range. The cheers from the crowd momentarily diminished, but with a resounding clang, the Staples Center erupted with fervor. Cheng Lu's shot clanged off the rim, and Bynum secured the rebound in the paint. Chung rushed that shot, noted Kenny Smith. Barkley shook his head, stating, "The Kings can only regain control of the game through three-point shots now. In moments like these, Chung must step up and take the shot. Such attempts are vital. And if he connects, it can significantly demoralize the opposition. His outside shooting has been on point tonight. Missing one possession won't hinder him." The Lakers resumed their offensive play. Blake brought the ball up the court, with Gasol moving up to set a screen while Kobe occupied the elbow, drawing the Kings' defense. On the wing, Blake and Cousins faced off. After a series of behind-the-back dribbles, Blake executed a sudden step back, catching Cousins off guard and creating space to prevent a drive. Retreating beyond the three-point line, Blake established a comfortable distance before launching a shot. Cousins, unable to contest in time, could only turn and hope that it would miss. Swish. Blake's three-pointer found the net. Zhang Heli exclaimed from the commentary booth. Yu Jia remarked, "In these final moments, three-point shots from both sides are crucial." After scoring, Blake jubilantly flexed his muscles in celebration, and as he retreated on defense, Kobe approached to high-five him. "Well done." Kobe encouraged all his teammates, proclaiming, "Let us keep the victory in Los Angeles." As the Kings launched their offensive, Cheng Lu, seeking to conserve energy, ambled leisurely to the left side while directing Caspi, stationed at the lower left corner, to move towards the right corner, thereby creating space on the left. Upon receiving the ball, Cheng Lu advanced towards the arc, closely pursued by Artest, who cleverly anticipated the screen set by Cousins, stepping forward to evade being obstructed while maintaining tight defense. Cousins cut through the center towards the basket, and Cheng Lu, lowering his center of gravity, delivered the ball to him. After receiving the pass, Cousins leapt for a layup, but the ball slipped from his grasp during the takeoff, soaring away. Kobe, with quick reflexes, intercepted the basketball. Frustrated, Cousins clutched his head, while Cheng Lu, helpless in the face of his teammate's blunder, wiped the sweat from his brow and hurried back on defense. "Oh dear, the Kings have made a mistake here," Zhang Li remarked, noting that even late in the game, the Lakers' interior defense remained steadfast. Kobe called for a pick from Gasol on the left side, switching to Thompson and dribbling under his legs to manipulate the opponent's rhythm before swiftly driving to the basket. Both Cousins and Cheng Lu quickly collapsed towards the paint. Under the pressure of three defenders, Kobe attempted a contested shot, with Thompson's hand ensnaring Kobe's right arm, prompting the referee to call a foul. Following the foul, the crowd erupted in unison. Typically, in such scenarios, 2 free throws would almost seal the game. If this continues, the Kings are likely to lose. However, the Lakers opted not to call a timeout, which could pose a risk. Amidst the fans' murmurs, Kobe's first free throw clanged off the rim. "Oh," at a crucial moment, Kobe misses a free throw, Kenny Smith observed. "Kobe seems off in the fourth quarter. His stamina has significantly waned," Barkley commented. Cheng Lu, resting on his knee and gasping for breath, acknowledged that Kobe's missed free throw was fortuitous for the Kings. Swish. Kobe converted one of his 2 free throws, bringing the score to 97-105, narrowing the gap to 8 points. The Kings retaliated as Evans received a pass and charged straight into the Lakers' paint, exploiting the defense's disarray to score with a layup over Blake. The Lakers, intent on managing the clock, continued to circulate the ball outside. With only 8 seconds left on the shot clock, Kobe, holding the ball at the top of the arc, attempted to break through. Evans defended tenaciously, prompting Kobe to retreat to the arc to find a teammate. He aimed a pass to Blake on the wing, but as he released the ball, Evans surged up to disrupt the play. Kobe, off balance, misdirected his pass, causing Blake to fumble the ball, which rolled out of bounds, granting possession to the Kings. Coach Zen Master, arms crossed, paced back and forth along the sideline. As the game approached its climax, both teams began to falter with mistakes. The Kings inbound the ball. Chung Lu lofted it to Evans, who barreled towards the basket once more, but this time, Gasol delivered a resounding block. Chung Lu watched as the ball ricocheted off the backboard, soaring into the air. He leaped to snag the rebound and promptly passed it to Cousins in the corner. Cousins charged straight into the lane, but the Lakers' defense rapidly converged. After leaping, Cousins passed to Caspi at a 45-degree angle. Caspi swiftly released a three-point shot. Clang. Following a missed attempt by a teammate, Cousins surged in to seize the offensive rebound. Although his second-chance layup failed, it resulted in a foul from the defender, Bayless. With a stern expression, Kobe advanced to the perimeter. At the free throw line, Cousins converted one of 2 attempts, bringing the score to 100-105. The Lakers initiated their offense. Kobe, possessing the ball at the arc, was under pressure as Caspi attempted to apply a double team. However, Kobe deftly passed the ball to Artest on the wing. Immediately after the pass, Kobe extended his hand, signaling for the ball again. Regrettably, the pass was directed to Artest. "Return the ball," Kobe exclaimed. Upon receiving the ball, Artest aimed directly at the hoop and launched a three-point shot. In that moment, Kobe was on edge. Swish. Artest's crucial three-pointer found its mark. 100-108. Artest was phenomenal. This shot was identical in location to the pivotal three-pointer from last season's Game 7 of the Finals, also assisted by Kobe. Artest had sealed the game. Time to switch off the television and rest, my dear. Following Artest's three-pointer, the margin was back to 8 points, with just 1:01 remaining in the game. And Lakers fans had begun to pop champagne. Artest roared with exhilaration, releasing his emotions. With 1 minute remaining and an 8-point lead, how could they lose? The Kings executed a quick inbounds pass. Evans aimed to exploit a time differential, charging toward the basket. Gasol, trailing closely, delivered a timely block. Fortunately, Cousins was there to receive the ball, executing a two-handed dunk. The Lakers inbound the ball, with Chung Lu closely guarding Blake. Caspi joined in to apply pressure, forcing a turnover. Blake leaped to pass the ball to Kobe at midcourt, while the Kings' defense was fixated on the perimeter, allowing Gasol to silently slip into the paint. Kobe delivered the ball inside, and Gasol completed a dunk into an open basket. Westphal immediately called a timeout. With 45 seconds left, the score stood at 102-110. "The Kings' defense has fallen apart," sighed Uchiha. Zhang Heli remarked, "What a pity. Chung Lu and the Kings have performed splendidly, but the Lakers have outmaneuvered them." Nonetheless, the 10th-seeded Kings have battled valiantly against the defending champions until the final minute. They may have lost, but they did so honorably. Su Junyang disregarded Zhang Heli's comment. Focusing on the statistics of both teams, pondering, is there still a miracle for the Kings with just 45 seconds remaining? This clash between the 2nd and 10th seeds in the West had garnered significant pregame attention, yet no one anticipated such a fiercely contested final quarter. David Stern reclined comfortably on the sofa in his office, watching the live broadcast of the game. The viewership ratings were exceptionally high, both in the United States and in China. The prospect of another player from China who could rival or even surpass Yao Ming brought an almost uncontrollable smile to Stern's face. The inclusion of Chung Lu in the All-Star roster was undoubtedly his most astute decision last year. Stern now perceives Chung Lu as the preeminent rookie of the new century. Dismissing comparisons to the likes of James and Griffin, Stern, after several years of 2,324, finds the excitement of this ordinary regular season game to surpass that of the playoffs and the anticipated finals of 23 and 24. David Stern has resolved that if James, once again forming an alliance, fails to clinch the championship this year, it may be time for a fresh face in the league. The wisdom of timely loss mitigation is a principle any president should grasp. 30 seconds later, the game resumed. A strategic foul was committed to buy us some time. Westphal, after issuing his instructions, turned to Chung Lu, saying, "In the final moments, trust in your shooting touch." Chung Lu nodded as the timeout concluded, and both teams returned to the court. A wave of cheers erupted, with Lakers fans now entirely at ease. On the court, Cousins executed an out-of-bounds pass. and Cheng-Lu adeptly navigated through a screen to receive the ball on the left side. Cousins approached to set another pick, but the Lakers paid him no mind. As Bynum and Artest converged on Cheng-Lu, he feigned a shot while Artest reached in to interfere. With a swift step forward, Cheng-Lu deceived his opponents, launching into a second jump. The basketball spun rapidly as it soared toward the hoop. Swish. That shot was utterly rhythmless, Yu Jia exclaimed. Cheng-Lu had successfully made his 11th three-pointer, just one shy of the single-game record, with 40 seconds remaining. Su Junyang echoed the excitement. Following his score, Cheng-Lu hastened to press forward, denying the Lakers an easy inbounds pass. Blake, unable to cross half-court due to a double team from the Kings, quickly protected the ball, while Cheng-Lu committed a foul. As the foul count was not exceeded, the Lakers continued with the sideline inbounds. Kobe maneuvered successfully around the screen to receive the ball, only to be immediately embraced by Caspi. The referee's whistle sounded, and Kobe stepped up to the free throw line. After sinking both shots, the score reached 105-112. Cousins swiftly initiated the inbounds, and Cheng-Lu advanced the ball from the backcourt. Artest maintained close defensive pressure, denying him any shooting space. Upon crossing the midcourt line, Evans set a screen, allowing Cheng-Lu to switch onto Kobe. The crowd's cacophony intensified as Taylor and Jennifer, among others, reached a peak of tension. Cheng-Lu positioned himself at the forefront of the Lakers' defense, leaping to release a shot. As Kobe jumped, his hand reached toward Cheng-Lu's face, but the latter's shooting speed was remarkable, preventing Kobe from blocking the shot. Thud. Swish. The basketball struck the white square at the center of the backboard and then accurately ricocheted into the hoop. 108-112. Cheng's long-range three-pointer, Barkley exclaimed with exhilaration, as it marked his 12th three-pointer, tying him with Kobe and Dantley's record. Kenny Smith also expressed his excitement, stating, Cheng surpassed Kobe, equaling his record. As the Lakers prepared for a throw-in, Blake swiftly advanced to the frontcourt. Just as Cheng-Lu was about to pounce, he quickly passed the ball to Kobe stationed at the baseline. However, Cheng-Lu's foul was instantaneous. The referee's whistle sounded even before Blake released the ball. When Blake stepped up to the free throw line, the broadcast replayed Cheng-Lu's recent three-pointer repeatedly. Could this be another moment reminiscent of Tracy McGrady? Yu Jia's eyes sparkled with excitement. It's incredible. A moment like McGrady's is nothing short of miraculous. I can hardly imagine the uproar if Cheng-Lu were to replicate that and take the lead, Zhang Heli remarked. Su Junyang added, now the Kings are continuously fouling, sending the Lakers to the free throw line. They must not miss any of their subsequent shots. Blake converted one of his 2 free throws, bringing the score to 108-113. The Lakers began to feel the pressure again. Artest maintained a close defensive stance, but his overly aggressive approach exposed vulnerabilities. Cheng-Lu pivoted and created space with a step-back move, as Gasol and Bynum converged on him. Timing his pass perfectly, Cheng-Lu sent the ball down low. The Lakers' defense had shifted to the perimeter, allowing Evans to cut towards the basket and score an easy layup. The Kings players crowded the backcourt, and Bynum nearly committed a turnover while inbounding. Evans anticipated the passing lane but failed to secure the ball, which ricocheted into Blake's hands. Cousins committed a foul, sending Blake back to the free throw line. As Blake approached the line, the expressions of Lakers fans in the front rows grew tense. Some who had believed the game was in hand returned to their seats. Blake sank both free throws, and the applause resonated throughout the Staples Center once more. With just 1:47 remaining, the score stood at 110-115, and the Kings trailed by 5 points. Cheng-Lu quickly advanced after receiving the ball, with Kobe assigned to defend him. Kobe's defensive prowess ranks among the elite. Though no longer at his peak this season, he remains an exceptional defender. Over the past decade, he has been selected for the All-Defensive Team 10 times, 7 of which were first-team selections, and he is likely to earn first-team honors again this season. As Cheng-Lu noticed Kobe closely guarding him while Artest lurked on the side, he shifted to the left at a 45-degree angle, preparing to jump. Kobe and Artest lunged towards him simultaneously, but instead of focusing on the basket, Cheng-Lu glanced right. In midair, he altered his posture and directed the ball to Caspi at the right 45-degree angle. Cheng-Lu opted to pass. The Lakers' attention was drawn to the left, leaving Caspi wide open. Zhang Heli exclaimed. Caspi merely adjusted his stance and, in the open space, elevated to shoot. The ball traced a perfect arc through the air. Gasol and Bynum rushed to establish position beneath the basket. Swish. The net snapped crisply as Caspi's three-pointer found its mark, courtesy of Cheng-Lu's assist. The score narrowed to 113 to 115, and the Kings' deficit shrank to just 2 points. Lakers fans leapt to their feet, while a hint of concern crept onto Phil Jackson's face. In the final 71 seconds, Bynum anxiously prepared to inbound the ball from the baseline. Upon receiving the pass beneath the basket, Blake was immediately besieged by players from the Kings. Evans and Caspi closed in from both sides, and in a state of panic, Blake frantically searched for a teammate's position. But the Kings had effectively blocked him. Instinctively, Blake attempted to crouch and protect the ball, but Evans swiftly reached in and snatched it away. Bang! The basketball was stolen by Evans. It tumbled to the ground and rolled backward, allowing Ching Lu to swiftly dart in and retrieve it. Steve Blake had committed a turnover. Barkley, at that moment, sprang to his feet in excitement. Kenny Smith fixated intently on the broadcast screen. Possession had returned to the Kings, and Ching Lu had the ball. In the CCP commentary booth, Yu Jia was equally thrilled. A chance. The Kings had one last opportunity. How would Ching Lu execute the final play? Ching Lu sprinted from the low post to the three-point line, while Kobe, witnessing his teammate's blunder, slapped his thigh in frustration and hurried back on defense from the arc's top. Ching Lu charged towards the left side at a 45-degree angle. His gaze fixed solely on the hoop. With 28 seconds remaining, Ching Lu leaped high, reaching his apex before releasing the shot. The entire crowd held their breath. The director's camera followed the spinning basketball in midair. In the next moment, swish. A crisp sound of the net echoed throughout the Staples Center. The Kings bench erupted in unison. Barkley shouted exuberantly, "Ching Lu has slain the Lakers." 116 to 115, the Kings had taken the lead. Only 0.8 seconds remained in the game. Chapter 45, Nike officially offers $1.3 billion over 7 years. In the CCP studio, upon witnessing Ching Lu step beyond the arc and sink a three-pointer, Yu Jia shouted in elation, "The shot is good." The Kings have regained the lead. Only 0.8 seconds left in the game. Ching Lu has delivered the game winner. Su Junyoung chimed in. Equally excited, there was a recent opportunity for a close-range layup to equalize, but Ching Lu opted for the long-range shot. He truly dares to shoot. Zhang Heli remained silent for a moment before remarking, "That shot by Ching Lu was remarkable." Phil Jackson, biting his teeth, stood up from the bench. This shot had sealed the Lakers' fate. They had no timeouts left, otherwise, they might have gambled on a last-ditch inbounds play for an alley-oop. Gasol stood at the baseline, despairingly surveying his teammates' positions. Kobe sprinted from midcourt towards the paint. The Lakers' final hope rested solely on a full-court pass. Gasol hurled the ball with all his might, but Ching Lu had already leaped from midcourt to intercept the Lakers' long pass. The 0.8 seconds vanished in the blink of an eye, and Ching Lu tossed the ball into the air, officially concluding the match. Back in China, countless fans erupted in jubilation, flooding the internet with posts for discussion as the game clock hit 0. This marked Ching Lu's third game winner in just over a month. No matter how many times one witnesses a game winner, it never fails to ignite passion. Please accept my admiration. Ching Lu is phenomenal. He sought not 2 points, but a three-pointer to clinch the victory. This is the moment of Ching Lu. A drug test is imperative. A drug test must be conducted at the Staples Center. As the game concluded, all the players from the Kings surged towards Ching Lu. Evans, brimming with excitement, tackled Ching Lu with a bear hug, followed closely by Cousins who leaped onto him. I was taken aback as Ching Lu was nearly suffocated under the weight of several imposing figures at that moment. The system unexpectedly activated healing spell. The Lakers had already resigned themselves to defeat when Ching Lu made that final three-pointer, their heads drooping as they trudged off the court. Although they had briefly trailed in the first half, they dominated for the majority of the game, even leading by 8 points in the final minute. Yet, in a cruel twist of fate, they ultimately lost, succumbing to a buzzer beater. Kobe wiped the sweat from his brow with his jersey, his expression blank as he stared at the scoreboard. Among the Lakers fans present, some were silent, others began to leave, while a few, captivated by Ching Lu's late-game heroics, applauded the game-winning shot. Ching Lu! Ching Lu! Ching Lu! On the sidelines, Jennifer stood up, shouting enthusiastically at Ching Lu before giving him a thumbs up from afar. Ching Lu smiled and reciprocated the gesture. Taylor, watching from the sidelines in astonishment, had initially come to support the Lakers, but as the fourth quarter progressed, she found herself fervently rooting for a Kings comeback. When Ching Lu sank the game winner, she couldn't contain her excitement and shouted out, realizing, "I'm a fan of Ching Lu." Kim Kardashian and Khloe Kardashian contemplated rushing onto the court, For Cheng Lu's dramatic victory over the Lakers would undoubtedly amplify his fame and popularity. Kim's thoughts flared once more with the desire to date Cheng Lu. Despite being blocked by him, she was unwilling to miss the chance to bask in his spotlight. The final score read 116-115. As the Kings narrowly triumphed over the Lakers thanks to Cheng Lu's last-second three-pointer. Cheng Lu played for 35 minutes, shooting 15 out of 24, including an impressive 13 out of 17 from beyond the arc, and converting both of his free throws, achieving a staggering total of 45 points, accompanied by 9 rebounds, 8 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks. The Kings had 4 players scoring in double figures, with Israeli sensation Jordan Caspi stepping up as a reliable support, netting 24 points on 5 of 10 three-point shooting, while Evans contributed 23 points and Cousins added 15 points. On the Lakers' side, their star player Kobe Bryant logged 39 minutes, making 13 of 27 attempts, including 2 of 8 from three-point range, and hitting 10 of 12 from the free throw line for a total of 38 points. In the first half, Kobe alone scored 26 points. However, his performance faltered in the fourth quarter, where he managed only 2 of 11 attempts, finishing the second half with just 12 points from free throws. Apart from Kobe, the best performer for the Lakers was Pau Gasol, who dominated the paint against Cousins, tallying 22 points along with 15 rebounds and 4 blocks. Bynum, nicknamed Little Shark, contributed 15 points and 8 rebounds, but beyond these 3, no other Lakers player managed to score in double figures. The television station repeatedly aired the critical three-pointers made by Cheng Lu in the final quarter, prompting Kenny Smith to candidly remark, "Cheng was overly confident. A 2-point shot would have been a more prudent choice." If the game had gone to overtime, the Kings' chances would have been significantly diminished. Cheng's decision was indeed sound. Charles Barkley then added, "In just over a month, Cheng has executed 3 game-winning shots, with the first 2 claimed against formidable teams like the Heat and the Thunder. From one perspective, he has already established himself as the premier rookie in history." Kenny Smith nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Tonight, Cheng sank 13 three-pointers, once again setting a new record." Barkley declared, "This was a magnificent game, had it been at home. I can scarcely imagine the electrifying atmosphere." Although Kobe, on the receiving end of the game winner, was in a somber mood, he nonetheless approached Cheng to extend his congratulations. Taylor then called out to Cheng, "Could I please have your autograph?" The cold-blooded assassin. Cheng responded, "Of course. Where would you like me to sign?" After taking the pin handed to him by a staff member, he remarked, "Oh dear, I forgot to bring my jersey." After a moment of contemplation, Taylor lightly pointed to the left side of his chest, suggesting, "Sign here, please." Cheng hesitated, feeling it inappropriate in such a public setting. Taylor, noticing his expression, chuckled. "Just kidding, sign here." Taylor produced a pre-game photo that had been developed. Once Cheng signed the bottom right corner of the picture, Taylor said, "Goodbye, future superstar. See you next month." "Next month?" Cheng asked. "Yes, at the All-Star game. I'll be in Los Angeles." After exchanging pleasantries with Taylor, Cheng followed his coach, Westphal, to the press conference. Westphal was in high spirits, as the Lakers were the favorites for the championship this year, and defeating them was a testament to the Kings' resilience and strength, likely foreshadowing a playoff encounter between the two teams. During the post-game press conference, the media lavished praise on Cheng's performance. Just a month prior, many had compared him to Griffin, but after witnessing his 62-point game, a 25-point quarter, and this evening's 13 three-pointers, it became evident that Griffin may not possess the credentials to be compared with Cheng. A female reporter from New York was the first to pose a question. "Congratulations, Cheng, on becoming the new record holder for three-pointers in a single game. While we observed some struggles in your inside play tonight, you consistently kept the score close with your three-pointers, particularly when you opted for a three-pointer instead of a closer 2-point shot in the final moments. Could you share your thoughts on that?" Without hesitation, Cheng replied, "The three-pointer is my weapon of confidence. The Lakers' interior defense was impenetrable. I had to utilize my three-point shooting to breach their defenses. The Lakers are a great opponent, and the intensity of tonight's game was high. I had no desire to go into overtime. All I focused on in those final moments was sealing the win." Another reporter from New York then asked, "Hello, Cheng. Numerous fans have begun to compare your recent performance to the iconic moments of Tracy McGrady in 2004, suggesting that the final 45 seconds should be termed the Cheng Lu moment. What are your thoughts on this?" The McGrady moment is indeed monumental, showcasing an extraordinary display of individual heroism. Cheng Lu continued, "However, the final moments tonight were not solely about my scoring. Omri Caspi and Tyreek Evans also contributed crucial points. And our head coach exhibited complete trust in his teammates on the court. I believe it is more fitting to refer to it as the King's moment. Cheng Lu's eloquent remarks pleased Stern in the office, demonstrating both skill and emotional intelligence during the interview. In the Lakers locker room, reporters surrounded Kobe after the game. Kobe, Cheng scored 45 points tonight. Do you have any advice for him? Kobe glanced at the reporter and replied coldly, "You know he scored 45 points, including 13 three-pointers over me. What advice could I possibly give him?" After the interview, Cheng Lu returned to the locker room and was surprised to find Kim Kardashian and Kendall Jenner waiting for him. Khloe Kardashian had initially intended to visit the Kings locker room but stayed in the Lakers locker room to console her husband, Lamar Odom, who had suffered a last-second defeat. Kim Kardashian once again extended an invitation to Cheng Lu, saying, "Hey Cheng, congratulations on breaking the record tonight. Would you like to join us?" Cheng Lu affectionately ruffled Kendall's hair and politely declined. "No, I have to get back for a back-to-back tomorrow." Kim Kardashian felt a tinge of disappointment but refrained from pressing him, pondering how she might win Cheng Lu's affection. After leaving the arena, Cheng Lu headed straight to a luxury hotel. With the final game of the month approaching, Westphal was in good spirits, although time was tight to return home. He granted the Kings players a night off, as long as they reported on time for their morning flight back to Sacramento. Upon entering his room, Cheng Lu was greeted by Jennifer Lawrence, who had donned a sleek black mini dress. It must be said that Jennifer possesses remarkable physical attributes among Hollywood actresses. Not only is her figure well-proportioned, but she also stands at 1.75 meters tall, exuding a commanding presence. "Darling, I brought only 2. Is that enough?" Cheng Lu playfully restrained her while covering her mouth. "Of course, it's not enough." Jennifer coyly laughed. "I heard you had a great shooting touch tonight. I wonder if you can break through my defense. Don't succumb to the temptation of easy shots. Do you know I have a secret weapon besides three-pointers?" "What weapon?" "Post-up isolation. Paid content." The night swiftly passed, and Cheng Lu awoke early, freshened up, and headed straight to the hotel where the Kings were staying. Once all his teammates had arrived, they flew back to Sacramento. After a night of fervor, Cheng Lu's remarkable feat of 13 three-pointers and the last-second shot that defeated the Lakers had taken social media and forums by storm in both China and the United States. In a stunning display of skill, Cheng Lu executed 3 consecutive three-pointers in just 45 seconds, delivering a decisive blow to the Los Angeles Lakers. In the final moments, Cheng opted for a three-pointer rather than a 2, marking his 3rd game-winning shot of the season. With an impressive tally of 45 points, 9 rebounds, 8 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks, he showcased his prowess by sinking 7 three-pointers in the final quarter, once again performing a spectacular game winner. Cheng Lu set a new record, hitting 13 three-pointers in a single game. The replay of last night's match has garnered over 1 million views, with his highlights going viral on YouTube, particularly the climactic game-winning three-pointer. Cheng Lu's name resonates across the United States, as his Twitter following has surged past 1 million, making his account one of the fastest-growing in various domains. After briefly perusing online sentiments about himself, he returned to Sacramento for a short rest before resuming his training. On the evening of the 29th at 7 p.m., the Kings will face off against the Charlotte Bobcats in a back-to-back home game. The Bobcats, having joined the league in 2004, boast a mere 6 years of history, with only 1 playoff appearance to their name. Their performance has been lackluster. And being situated in a smaller market, the team was sold last year for $275 million by owner Johnson. This year, the new owner is Michael Jordan, a former team shareholder. Jordan has long aspired to own or hold shares in an NBA team. After his second retirement in 1998, he sought to acquire a stake in the Los Angeles Lakers, similar to his relationship with Magic Johnson, but the Chicago Bulls rebuffed him, leading to a rift. He later became a minor owner of the Wizards, but was forced to return to play for the team's profitability and ultimately was ousted from the management. Consequently, when the Bobcats were up for sale last year, he swiftly purchased the team, ushering in an era of Jordan's leadership. While Michael Jordan was the epitome of excellence during his playing days, his capabilities in team management have proven to be only marginally superior to those of his longtime rival, Isaiah Thomas. During the 2001 draft, with the first overall pick, Jordan, then a minority owner of the Wizards, chose high school player Kwame Brown as the top selection. Brown's most remarkable season yielded a mere average of 10 points and 7 rebounds, lacking even the strength to secure a starting position. In that draft class, talents such as Pau Gasol, Zach Randolph, Tony Parker, and Joe Johnson were available, any of whom would have been a more advantageous choice. Fast forward to the 2006 draft. The Bobcats held the third overall pick, and once again, Jordan's judgment faltered as he selected Adam Morrison from a pool of promising rookies. Morrison's career averages stood at 7.5 points and 2.1 assists, and he has since faded into obscurity. That year, the Bobcats missed out on players like Brandon Roy, Rudy Gay, Rajon Rondo, and Kyle Lowry. The future of the Bobcats remains uncertain, leaving Charlotte fans to hope for the best. One might wonder if Jordan, observing his own team's playing style, finds himself perplexed. Isn't there only a trio in the paint? Why not drive in for a layup? What kind of player would do otherwise? If it were me, I would have emphatically dunked on them long ago. To return to the main topic, although the Kings faced each other back-to-back, the key players enjoyed a night of revelry after their victory over the Lakers. Facing the Bobcats, a team that is yet to secure a playoff spot in the Eastern Conference, posed no challenge for them. Ultimately, the Kings triumphed at home with a score of 114-99. Cheng Lu participated for 35 minutes, achieving a triple-double with 27 points, 10 rebounds, 10 assists, 1 steal, and 2 blocks. After the game, Cheng Lu opted not to join Evans and the others for celebrations of their consecutive win, choosing instead to drive straight home. Upon his arrival, Schwartz called him, his voice brimming with excitement. The official offer has arrived, 7 years for $1.3 billion.